Introduction. In her previous life, Bai Suman lived in confusion and died unjustly. After discovering the sordid affair between her husband and her beloved sister, she was forced into a fatal fall, resulting in 2 lives lost. Reborn into this world, Bai Suman vowed to reclaim all that she had lost and to ensure that they understood the true meaning of retribution. Zhan Wentian stated, "I never intended to harm you." The reborn Bai Suman replied with a faint smile, "Then let your life be the proof." Chapter 1. A visit to her own grave. March 25th. This is a day of profound significance. The 3rd anniversary of Bai Suman's marriage to Zhan Wentian, the anticipated birthday of her unborn child, her own birthday, and the 3-month memorial of her death. The woman depicted on the marble tombstone exudes an ethereal beauty, with a gentle smile and crescent-shaped eyes. While not conventionally beautiful, her features are delicate, complemented by smooth, youthful skin that possesses an endearing charm. Regrettably, the photograph on the grave is in black and white, appearing stark and lifeless, devoid of any glimmer in her smiling eyes, which now reflect a profound desolation and sorrow. Standing before the grave, Bai Suman placed a bouquet of bellflowers at its base, reaching out to caress the image on the tombstone. "I have come to see you." Though somewhat absurd, it is indeed true she has come to visit herself. Bai Suman's last memories linger in a haze of crimson, witnessing her cherished sister entwined with her beloved husband on their shared bed. Panic engulfed her, a tumult of emotions crashing within her heart, embodying the essence of bittersweet turmoil. In a state of frantic desperation, she fled, her 7-month pregnant form seeking escape, only to slip on the staircase and tumble down. She heard the maid's piercing scream and, in a daze, saw the man rushing down the stairs, his typically cold and unyielding face now marred by a look of alarm and fear. She thought to herself, surely she must have injured her head in the fall. How could he possibly display such an expression? As she lay on the ground, pain radiated from her abdomen, a sensation that penetrated deep into her soul, etching itself into her very bones. Glancing down, she beheld a pool of crimson spreading from beneath her skirt. Enveloping her in a shroud of red, she feared her child was lost. When she awakened a month later, she was no longer herself, but a young girl named Bai Suman, aged 21, hailing from a single-parent household with a modest mother and a dwelling of less than 40 square meters. Approaching her college graduation, she was a naive girl dreaming of becoming an actress. After being eliminated from a talent competition, she succumbed to despair, ingesting a lethal dose of sleeping pills and resorting to self-harm, inadvertently gifting her life to the lonely spirit nearing 30. Bai Suman settled beside the tombstone, which was part of an exclusive private cemetery. Her grave, expansive and beautifully maintained, surpassed the size of her current home. Surrounding it were towering cypress trees and a ring of blooming lilies. Lilies, delicate flowers that struggle to thrive in this city, flourished abundantly here, their clusters adorned with buds, some already in full bloom, swaying gently in the breeze, releasing a sweet, cloying fragrance. Bai Suman stared intently at the lilies, a sudden smile gracing her somewhat pale, vis-a-vis smile that bore an unmistakable air of mockery. "You've lived 30 years, yet your existence has been nothing short of pathetic. Mother always said that lilies symbolize nobility and purity, flowers a lady should adore. Yet, throughout your life, you've only ever purchased this flower. In truth, your heart yearns for the cheap and fragile bellflower instead." As she spoke, Bai Suman gently bent down to place a bouquet of bellflowers before the grave, lifting her gaze to the woman inscribed on the tombstone. She would not respond, for she was already deceased, was she not? Bai Suman's eyes lingered upon the gravestone, where the words read, "Beloved wife Bai Suman and beloved daughter Zhan Simon, interred together." The epitaph was indeed absurd. Her fingers hovered over the 3 characters of Zhan Simon, her gaze drifting. This name must belong to a girl, right? And with a name, she need not traverse this world nameless. She must have been quite adorable, wouldn't you agree? Yet alas, she had drawn the short straw in life, departing this world alongside her mother before she could even be born. 1 corpse, 2 lives, a shared grave. The renowned Mrs. Zhan, the Bai family's educated and refined young lady, ultimately met her fate within this hollow, ostentatious tomb. Bai Suman leaned her head against the gravestone, closing her eyes. It seemed that her previous life had merely flickered through her mind like a fleeting thought, with few memories remaining vivid. Her mother hailed from a prestigious lineage, endowed with sophisticated upbringing and a formidable political background, while her father was a businessman who, when paired with such a family, had indeed climbed the social ladder. The two maintained a respectful distance for decades, with her father leveraging her mother's connections to expand his business, his ambitions growing ever grander. Eventually, his financial success emboldened him, bringing home his mistresses and illegitimate children. Her mother, a proud woman, never shed a single tear over this betrayal. As for Bai Ling, she was someone Bai Qian cherished, a girl 8 years her junior. At 12, she arrived at the Bai household, filled with a mix of fear and curiosity, hiding behind her mother and timidly calling out sister. In that instant, Bai Qian was captivated. As an only child, she had always envied those with siblings to confide in and share joys with. Thus, she treated Bai Ling with utmost sincerity from the very beginning. After their mother's passing, Bai Qian naturally inherited her shares. Her grandfather, now aged, had spent decades commanding respect in the political sphere. Though he held little affection for Bai Qian, he arranged a marriage for her, solely to prevent even a fraction of her mother's legacy from falling into her father's hands. That man was Zhan Wentian. At 27, Bai Suman was regarded as an old woman, yet she possessed an innocence reminiscent of romance novels, falling for him at first sight. She willingly embraced the role of a housewife, entrusting everything to him, despite his lack of love and even his resentment towards her. He had once been in love with another woman, yet was forced to part ways due to this marriage. Even in their most intimate moments, he would call out another's name, leaving her in pain, unable to restrain her heart. Ultimately, she conceived his child, dreaming that one day he would be moved by her devotion. Until her father's company declared bankruptcy and her grandfather's family fell from grace, she truly comprehended that the man harbored an intense hatred for her family. In the span of a single night, everything had changed. She felt utterly exhausted, witnessing that unbearable scene. Upon opening her eyes, all emotions vanished in an instant within her inky black pupils. Rising to her feet, she brushed off the dried grass clinging to her skirt. Bai Qian smiled lightly at the tombstone. Bai Suman, I shall live my life well from now on, pursuing my original dreams, living for myself. You will surely bless me, won't you? There was still no response, only a gust of wind passing by, producing a rustling sound. Bai Qian tucked her scattered hair behind her ear and smiled contentedly. Who are you? A cold, deep voice emerged from behind her, causing Bai Qian to instinctively shiver. Her smile froze on her face as a bone-chilling sensation coursed through her spine, rapidly enveloping her entire being, while her hands trembled uncontrollably at her sides. That voice was all too familiar. She could never forget it, nor could she erase the pain inflicted by its owner. Noticing her silence, the person behind her stepped closer, their tone growing heavier. Who are you? And what are you doing here? Bai Qian stood still, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the figure behind her, the sudden harshness of their voice carrying an irresistible authority. Chapter 2. Such coincidence. Bai Qian clasped her hands together to quell their trembling, her legs feeling weak. She longed to flee but fought to suppress that urge, slowly turning around, her dark pupils suppressing a tumult of emotions. She met his gaze, forcing a semblance of a normal smile. I am Miss Bai's friend, just returned recently. Upon hearing of her passing, I came to pay my respects. She lied as calmly as she could, while her heart thundered like a drum. Despite her efforts to reassure herself that she was no longer Bai Suman, but Bai Qian, a young and beautiful girl of only 21, she could not quell the deep-seated chill from her past life. Zhan Wentian's eyes, as deep as an ancient well, regarded her pale, sickly face, momentarily causing him to lose focus. He quickly shifted to a penetrating gaze, studying her intently. After a long pause, Bai Qian felt her smile beginning to falter, her tightly pressed lips finally loosening slightly. That's very kind of you. He spoke softly, his deep gaze moving away from her as he approached the grave. Noticing the bellflower at the base of the tombstone, a flicker of confusion crossed his cold eyes, only to vanish swiftly. Leaning down, he moved aside the bouquet Bai Qian had brought and placed his own flowers in the same spot. Bai Qian wanted to leave, yet her feet felt rooted to the ground. She was bewildered. How could Zhan Wentian be here at this moment, holding a bouquet of the bellflowers that Bai Suman adored? Compared to a year ago, Zhan Wentian appeared even colder, his expressionless demeanor accentuating his already chiseled features, with contours as sharp as a blade. Accustomed to commanding authority, his demeanor exuded an air of haughty arrogance and imperiousness. Bai Qian knew him all too well. While some possess a warm heart beneath a frigid exterior, he was genuinely devoid of compassion. Over the course of 3 years, he could feign a facade of marital affection in front of others. Yet in an instant, that counterfeit smile would vanish, revealing only the icy disdain and contempt in his gaze. Despite her tireless devotion, waking early and toiling late to care for him meticulously, she remained invisible to him, her efforts yielding not even a sliver of acknowledgement. Now, in death, what justification could this man possibly have for visiting her grave? Guilt? Or perhaps guilt? Su had few friends in life. Please come to visit her more often, Zhan Wentian said, gently brushing the photo of Bai Suman on the gravestone with a tender touch. His tone was indifferent, yet laced with an almost imperceptible sorrow. Bai Qian was momentarily taken aback, not by the words themselves, but by the intimacy of the term he used. Su. When had he begun to address her with such endearment? He had always referred to her by her full name, accompanied by a tone of cold disdain now. He spoke with an unexpected gentleness that left her momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she blurted out, "Today is her birthday and the anniversary of her passing. Doesn't her sister come to see her?" It was true that she had not many friends the elite ladies in their circle often gathered, but their conversations were rife with comparisons and competition. During those times, her mind had been solely occupied with Zhan Wentian, striving to fulfill her role as a devoted wife, ultimately distancing herself from such gatherings. Moreover, in her final moments, a scandal had erupted, causing the so-called upper society to shun her. Why would they consider visiting her grave? Yet, what of her sister? At times, she clung to the hope that it had all been a misunderstanding. Since returning to the Bai family, Bai Suman had personally organized her birthday celebrations each year, knowing that the girl craved a sense of belonging. She had endeavored to make the celebrations grand in hopes of making her feel like family. Bai Qian could not fathom what she had done wrong to provoke such actions. Nevertheless, now that she was gone, on such a significant day, the girl had not even spared her a glance. A profound sense of desolation welled within her. Zhan Wentian's figure stiffened momentarily standing so close. Bai Qian could almost hear his increasingly labored breaths. She recognized the signs of his anger or agitation. Recalling that day they had shared intimacy in bed, a surge of uncontainable rage ignited within her quivering heart. She claimed to cherish her sister dearly. "Mr. Zhan, you were familiar with her sister, were you not? Why not offer 3 sticks of incense in her memory?" Zhan Wentian knelt partially before the grave, his body seemingly petrified. Bai Qian lowered her gaze, unable to suppress the resentment from her past life as she vented. She was already 7 months pregnant when she died. What could have possibly provoked such fury that she fell down the stairs, resulting in both her and her child's demise? Her tone was remarkably calm, yet it was laced with profound sarcasm. Zhan Wentian abruptly rose to his feet, turning to seize her wrist. Bai Qian was taken aback by this gesture, her dark pupils reflecting a visceral fear, nearly causing her legs to buckle beneath her. The depths of Zhan Wentian's inky eyes resembled an unfathomable abyss, his thoughts inscrutable. Squinting slightly, he inquired in a low voice, "What exactly do you know?" Under his intense gaze, Bai Qian instinctively swallowed hard, her heart a tumult of anger and derision. What did she know? Was he afraid that others would uncover the scandal of his affair with her sister? Flustered and incensed, she retorted coldly, "I do not know anything in particular. I simply care as a friend." "Why must you be so tense, Mr. Zhan?" He remained silent, his narrowed eyes fixed on her. Bai Qian stiffly tugged at the corner of her mouth, countering, "Is there truly some hidden secret surrounding her death?" Though fear gripped her, witnessing the intricate expression on his face sparked a sense of vindictive satisfaction within her. She had once loved this man so deeply, yet he had persistently caused her pain, merely because she had obeyed her family's wishes and married him, disrupting his life. Was this his form of retribution? With the family business in ruins and relatives fading into obscurity, she had already sacrificed 2 lives of her own had she not repaid her debt to him in full. Suddenly, Zhan Wentian's gaze sharpened, and he tightened his grip on her hand unconsciously. "How do you know my surname is Zhan? I don't believe I've ever introduced myself." Bai Qian was startled, her composure faltering as she averted her eyes. Under his penetrating stare, her teeth chattered slightly. The intimidation he exuded instilled a profound fear within her. Yet in this moment, she was not Bai Suman, but Bai Qian. Why should she fear him? "Mr. Zhan is a well-known figure in the business world. It's not surprising that I recognize you from television. Moreover, I am a close friend of Suman. She has mentioned her husband." The last 2 words slipped from her lips almost inaudibly after 3 years of marriage. It seemed she was the only one clinging to that title. Chapter 3. Resolutely past, Zhan Wentian's expression softened slightly, yet his gaze remained inquisitive and perplexed. His tone, however, took on a gentler quality as he inquired, "How did you come to know Susu?" Susu? Bai Qian found this appellation quite ironic. She had already departed from this world, fulfilling his wish and alleviating a piece of his troubled heart. Did this man truly feel the need to feign a tender marital bond before a stranger? "I met her 3 years ago while traveling abroad. We crossed paths on the streets of Paris." Bai Qian paused momentarily, her voice flat as she cast a cool glance at him before continuing. "It is quite a coincidence, as today marks the very day, March 25th, 3 years ago. At that time, she was in a rather poor state, wearing only a flimsy garment on a frigid day. I felt a connection with her, and, out of concern for her safety, I chose to accompany her for the day." Zhan Wentian's expression stiffened once more, his brows knitting together, the taut lines of his face betraying a complex array of emotions. Bai Qian understood the reason behind it. Their honeymoon had taken place in Paris, a trip he had proposed himself. She had been blissfully unaware, excited as they arrived at the hotel he had booked. But once the door closed, all his feigned tenderness dissipated, replaced by a chilling seriousness as he informed her that Paris was where he had met his beloved. The bed they occupied had once been a place of passion and sweetness for them. Newlywed and naive, she could not withstand such a blow. Fleeing into the streets of an unfamiliar city, without even a coin to her name. For 3 days and nights, he did not seek her out. At that moment, witnessing his expression, Bai Qian felt an overwhelming sense of bitter irony. Did this man now feel remorse? After her tragic demise, had he finally experienced a pang of conscience? She found it hard to believe. Lowering her gaze, she unconsciously muttered, "I must be the most foolish person in the world. If it were me, I would never have chosen such an irreversible path, loving this man to the depths of despair." Zhan Wentian's pupils constricted suddenly, and he grasped her wrist with a fierce grip. Bai Qian winced in pain, instinctively retreating a few steps to create distance, attempting to wriggle free, but his hold was as unyielding as iron, refusing to relent. Ignoring her struggles, Zhan Wentian advanced a step closer, his deep-set black eyes fixed on Bai Qian as he spoke in a surprisingly gentle tone. "It seems you know quite a lot. Did she confide in you? How is it that I was unaware of her having such a good friend? From the very beginning, you seemed rather fearful of me." Bai Qian felt disdain welling up within her. What friends did she possess, and what deeds had she performed? Surely, he could not fathom the depths of her connections. As for Bai Susu, what he truly desired to uncover were likely only the matters concerning the Bai family and her grandfather's lineage. For 3 years, there had been no moments of sweetness or warmth, only endless anguish and betrayal. Every action he took towards Bai Qian ultimately bore insidious motives, never ceasing, culminating in the downfall of the Bai family, his ruthless acquisition leaving them without a chance for redemption. Her grandfather's family had marked the inception of their marriage, and it was this union that had led to the imprisonment of 3 generations within the political arena, ultimately resulting in exile and disappearance from the realm of governance. Certainly, there was that sordid encounter she had witnessed, which was the profound source of her anguish, causing her to shun him like a venomous serpent. How could he be merely described through the lens of fear? It was an entrenched terror. Yet, she is Bai Qian now, is she not? In a surge of fury, she raised her gaze to glare at him. It was not fear that gripped her. Rather, no one relishes being held captive by a stranger. Even if he harbored no feelings for Bai Suman, perhaps even loathed her to the core, she had already perished, taking with her an unanticipated child, resulting in a tragic end for both. She had repaid her debts to him, but death carries a weight of its own. Here he was, at her grave, clasping the hand of an unfamiliar woman. Did he deem this appropriate? Bai Qian uttered coldly, her tone laced with sharpness. Zhan Wentian est composé en son visage d'arcanide momentarité. His penetrating gaze seemingly capable of unraveling her very essence. Bai Qian's chest heaved violently as she fought to regulate her breath, defiantly locking eyes with him. Did she also convey to you such sentiments? I despise her? Zhan Wentian furrowed his brow, his expression somber, only to shift oddly towards a semblance of self-mockery as he curled his lips into a slight smirk. He tugged her hand gently, and Bai Qian, unprepared, was pulled forward, colliding into his embrace, her nose striking his chest, leaving her momentarily dazed. She claims I hate her. Do I truly care whether she lies here, watching? Zhan Wentian's expression danced between amusement and irony as he gazed down at Bai Qian, reflecting her startled expression in his eyes. Bai Qian stepped back, her voice trembling. Mr. Zhan, what does this mean? Zhan Wentian's enigmatic laughter echoed, his gaze heavy. Are you not speaking these words to capture my attention? Well done. You have succeeded. I am indeed quite intrigued by you now. This remark sent a chill straight to Bai Qian's core, leaving her bewildered as to how he could misconstrue her intentions so profoundly. In a moment of desperation, she struggled fiercely. She knew this man too well, ruthless, unyielding, and capricious. Why would he care whether it was at a grave of the deceased, especially one he loathed so deeply? She had truly lost her senses to not flee upon first sight of him. Her frantic attempts to escape were but trivial distractions in Zhan Wentian's eyes. With a swift motion, he ensnared her once more in his embrace. Bai Qian gasped in horror, her voice tinged with desperation as she implored. Bai Suman never wronged you. She simply loved you. She has acknowledged her mistakes. Why can you not let her rest in peace? Bai Qian's voice rose in a near-hysterical crescendo. Yet Zhan Wentian seemed to be scorched by her words, abruptly releasing his grip and stepping back. As Bai Qian regained her freedom, she retreated 2 steps, trembling as she regarded him with wariness. Zhan Wentian continued to fixate on her, his pupils widening, a fleeting glimpse of anguish and remorse flickering in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. I lost my composure earlier. I should not have behaved so irrationally at Su's grave. You are right. She has done nothing to wrong me. It is I who has wronged her. As she spoke, she turned to gaze at the woman on the tombstone, her expression somber. Bai Qian fixed her eyes upon him, utterly disbelieving his words. Regardless of the man's motivations for uttering such sentiments and engaging in these actions, she had no inclination to ponder them. In her previous life, had he uttered such tender words, Bai Suman would have undoubtedly softened, choosing to forgive and forget, for she was deeply enamored with this man to the core. Indeed, Bai Suman was that tragically foolish, a woman devoid of any semblance of fortitude in his presence. Chapter 4. Mother in this lifetime. She is no longer naive nor magnanimous. She cannot claim to be free of resentment. Yet what difference does it make? If the former heiress of the Bai family had the luxury to harbor grievances, the present Bai Qian possesses not even that privilege. Thus she yearns only for a life devoid of any entanglements with this man. I have matters to attend to today. I must take my leave. Perhaps the upbringing from her previous life was too deeply ingrained, for she did not forget the requisite courtesies in such circumstances. After exchanging pleasantries, she attempted to turn away. Zhan Wentian furrowed his brow, noticing the unbidden look of desolation that graced her features. He instinctively took a step forward, but Bai Qian, wary, retreated continuously, growling. Do not come any closer. Zhan Wentian halted, raising his hands in surrender. Bai Qian took a deep breath, steadying herself, and with somewhat hurried steps, departed. He stood watching until her silhouette vanished from sight, before slowly turning to approach the grave. The photograph of Bai Suman retained its serene smile, warm and jade-like. Zhan Wentian reached out to touch her image with a gentle tenderness, as if handling a precious treasure. Upon returning home, Bai Qian felt utterly drained. Her frail body, coupled with the lingering aftermath of her suicide attempt, rendered her susceptible to dizziness from even the slightest exertion. Bai Suman's rebirth did not grant her a prosperous background. Her father had passed away early, and their residence was merely the former dormitory of her father, aptly described as 2 rooms and a hall, yet in reality, it barely spanned 40 square meters, a cramped dwelling in a city village, forever shrouded in shadows on the 2nd floor, now permeated by the dampness of the spring weather. The family's sole source of income came from Bai Qian's mother, Wang Yulan, who labored at the market to provide for them. After 3 months in this environment, Bai Qian discerned her mother's profound love for her children. Upon awakening in the hospital, she beheld the weary visage of her mother, only 40, yet appearing much older. With graying hair and exhausted eyes, red-rimmed, but never uttering a harsh word to her child who had contemplated death. Bai Qian is a proud girl, perhaps shaped by a childhood fraught with hardship. She devoted herself diligently to her studies, yearning to escape her difficult circumstances. and her beauty only fueled her hopes as she participated in a talent competition, ultimately leading to disappointment and her subsequent suicide attempt. Her mother, nearly exhausting all their resources in a desperate bid to save her, was the first person she saw upon regaining consciousness. Her mother, haggard and frail, seated at her bedside, eyes swollen but silent. After calming her emotions, Bai Qian rose to prepare a meal. Just as she arranged the dishes on the table, the sound of the door opening echoed through the room. Setting down her utensils, she walked to the door, finding her mother standing on the threshold. Still somewhat unaccustomed to Bai Qian's sudden transformation into a docile and obedient daughter. For a moment, she was taken aback. Bai Qian took the somewhat soiled apron from her mother's hands, pulling her inside with a smile. "Mrs. Bai, have you been rendered speechless by the beauty of your daughter?" Startled by the diversion, her mother regained her composure and chuckled as she closed the door behind her. "Isn't it true that beauty also stems from my genes?" Bai Qian smiled as she hung the apron on the hook behind the door, gently guiding her mother, Mrs. Bai, to the dining table and serving her rice. When Mrs. Bai saw the food being brought over, she awkwardly stood up to receive it. Bai Qian felt a pang of sadness in her heart. She placed the rice before her mother with one hand and gently pressed her back down into her seat with the other. "Please, mother, allow me to serve you." Mrs. Bai gazed at the dishes on the table and then at Bai Qian, her expression a mix of discomfort and unease. Qian, if you're not feeling well, you shouldn't be cooking. Didn't I say I would do it when I returned?" Her tone was tentative yet tinged with a hint of gratitude. Bai Qian's heart ached upon hearing this. She sat beside her mother, wrapping her arm around her shoulder, and softly replied, "Mom, I've grown up now. These are things I should be doing. You need not feel this way." In her earlier years, Bai Qian had never set foot in the kitchen, as she had harbored dreams of stardom and had meticulously protected her body. Even the slightest scratch on her nails would elicit a dramatic response. Due to her mother's inability to provide her with a better education and environment, Bai Qian had harbored resentment and dissatisfaction towards her mother, devoid of any familial affection, filled only with bitterness and impatience. Mrs. Bai, on the other hand, was filled with love for her daughter, plagued by a sense of guilt for not being able to offer her a better life. Despite their family's hardships, she had worn a tattered towel for ages without replacing it, while Bai Qian's wardrobe was filled with branded clothing, a testament to her mother's devotion. Alas, Bai Qian was too young and naive to appreciate her mother's sacrifices, thus failing to recognize her heartfelt intentions. As Mrs. Bai listened, her eyes glistened with tears. Though she moved her lips, she remained silent, turning her head to wipe away her tears. Bai Qian gently patted her back, wordlessly offering her a tissue, which Mrs. Bai set aside, wiping her face with her sleeve instead. "I know you understand now, my dear. This makes me happy. Please, eat your meal before it gets cold." Mrs. Bai busily prepared a helping of vegetables for her daughter. Bai Qian smiled, lifted her chopsticks, but before she could take a bite, Mrs. Bai sighed again and spoke. Qian, I know you've matured and will not hold it against me, but I regret that I cannot provide you with better food and clothing, and that you have had to endure hardships." Bai Qian paused, her eyes stinging with emotion, and returned the gesture by serving her mother a portion of vegetables. "Mom, I have done so many foolish things in the past, and I am already grateful that you never cast me away. Now, you continue to treat me with such kindness. I feel as if I should kneel to thank you for your generosity." Mrs. Bai laughed through her tears, playfully tapping Bai Qian's bowl with her chopsticks, her tone noticeably lighter. "Then hurry up and eat. You must finish everything, or I shall retract my generosity." Bai Qian chuckled, raising her hands in mock surrender. "As you command." Mrs. Bai's eyes sparkled with affection as she looked at Bai Qian. After a brief pause, she picked up her bowl to eat. Once the meal was over, Bai Qian intended to wash the dishes, but her mother shooed her out of the kitchen. With one hand on her hip and the other pushing Bai Qian away, she insisted, "This kitchen is far too small. If you stand in here, I can't even turn around. Just let me handle it." Bai Qian, feeling helpless, stood at the doorway, watching her mother wash the dishes in the cramped kitchen. The excuse of the kitchen being too small was merely a ruse. It was clear that Mrs. Bai was simply concerned for her daughter's well-being. Bai Qian gazed at her mother's busy figure, her eyes welling with emotion. Though Bai Mu was only in her 40s, her hair had already turned gray in part. Upon returning home, Bai Mu had mentioned her inability to recall the past, prompting her to gradually share memories from an album filled with photographs of her youth, depicting a woman of striking beauty. Yet now, burdened by the demands of life, she was left to single-handedly uphold the family while nurturing her willful daughter. It seemed as though a decade had been added to her years, yet her maternal love remained undiminished, untouched by the hardships of existence. Chapter 5. Deliberate Provocation. Bai Suman retained vivid memories of her mother. In her childhood, she often followed the nanny, while her mother, although concerned, prioritized her education above all else. As a woman of high standing, she maintained an air of elegance and refinement, even after becoming a mother. In her recollections, her mother never embraced her. After her father brought home his mistress, her mother's indifference towards Bai Suman intensified. Their encounters became mere formalities, and perhaps due to her father's influence, her gaze towards Bai Suman grew colder. This situation persisted until her mother's passing. The essence of familial affection eluded Bai Suman, who, in her one-sided devotion, only felt a semblance of connection towards her half-sister. Now stripped of her previous privileged existence, where even a morsel of meat required careful consideration, she found herself with a mother who showered her with boundless love and care. In this simpler identity, devoid of ostentatious rituals and statuses, perhaps the heavens took pity on her, bestowing upon her myriad blessings. With this in mind, she resolved not to betray destiny. At the very least, she would strive to ensure that her mother lived a life far superior to the present. In her past life, Bai Suman was fluent in 5 languages and held a master's degree from a prestigious foreign university. In stark contrast, the current Bai Qian had not even completed her university education, making the pursuit of employment immensely challenging. Bai Suman had few friends in her former life, and none with whom she could confide. The only person she could think of who might assist her was one individual. Before her stood an imposing and magnificent building, and distant memories began to resurface. This establishment was a world-renowned chain hotel. Regardless of its location, the appearance of its emblem signified an ultra-luxurious 5-star environment and 7-star service, catering to guests of noble lineage and high status, a veritable symbol of wealth and prestige. It was also the venue of her first meeting with Zhan Wentian. Shaking her head to cast away those unpleasant memories, Bai Qian stepped into the hotel. The well-trained doorman opened the door for her, and she graciously smiled in thanks. Scanning the lobby, she felt a twinge of disappointment at not spotting that familiar figure. Turning to the doorman, she inquired in English, "Good day. I am looking for Mr. William." The doorman hesitated briefly before responding politely in English. "Miss, may I inquire about the nature of your visit?" Mr. William is currently away from his post. William was the lobby manager of this hotel, a sophisticated man of 1/3 Chinese descent. This hotel boasted a renowned French restaurant, which was Zhan Wentian's favorite. Bai Suman, eager to win his affection, frequently dined here, solely to learn the culinary offerings. It was during this period that she met William, who became a close confidant. A humorous and chivalrous gentleman, his French romantic lineage allowed him to comfort her during her darkest moments and bring joy to her heart. In her past life, Bai Suman often pondered whether, in the absence of Zhan Wentian, she might have fallen for William. Yet, everything remains a mere hypothetical. The world knows no such possibilities. Before her demise, she brought shame upon William, rendering him a laughingstock among the upper echelons of society. Today, she approached him, her demeanor audaciously brazen, engaging in a gamble, uncertain whether William would extend his aid. Little did she realize that in her past life, he had been her solace, and even in death, she dragged him down, only to seek his assistance anew in this life. Regaining her composure, Bai Qian smiled gently at the doorman and said, "I have a matter to discuss with him. If it is convenient, please inform him with the words jigging flower." The doorman, recognizing Bai Qian's extraordinary aura and sensing her unfamiliarity with William, did not dare to delay. He asked her to wait a moment and turned to make contact. Bai Qian expressed her gratitude and turned to wait aside, when suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. "Bai Qian?" Bai Qian paused, turning to see a group of fashionably attired young men and women approaching her, led by a girl who regarded her with mocking disdain. With an air of superiority, she strutted forward, arms crossed, surveying Bai Qian before sneering. How come you're still alive? Is it that even the king of Hell wouldn't take someone as shameless as you? Her words elicited a chorus of laughter from those behind her. Bai Qian's initial shock transformed into a frown as she replied calmly, I'm sorry, I don't know you. Oh, Miss Bai, your words are truly heartbreaking. Have you not yet become a celebrity, and now you pretend not to recognize us, your classmates? Truly, a dog cannot change its nature. A well-dressed young man laughed derisively, prompting the others to join in the mocking chorus. Their raucous laughter drew the attention of onlookers, who expressed their disapproval. What a clutch of amnesia! Unable to attain selection, she resorted to self-directed theatrics. Do you think that by claiming forgetfulness, you can erase the stench of your humble beginnings? Precisely. Do not assume that because you possess a modicum of beauty and have excelled academically, the world will adore you. Look at the retribution you face now. Indeed, you're nothing but a country girl aspiring to be a phoenix. You'd be better suited to a lifetime of tending to a vegetable stall alongside your mother. The group continued to ridicule her, their voices loud enough to draw the frowns of nearby diners, despite the sparse crowd. As Bai Qian listened to their relentless taunts, a realization dawned upon her. She began to understand why Bai Qian chose to end her life. Her pride was overshadowed by a deep-seated inferiority stemming from her ordinary origins. The sting of rejection was compounded by the dread of returning to an environment where these individuals would mock and belittle her. The disdain directed at Bai Qian was simple. A girl of beauty and intelligence, yet plagued by weakness and self-doubt was, in the eyes of these affluent youths, the perfect plaything. Unbeknownst to them, their merciless derision and contempt were driving a young life towards a precipice. Even if they were aware, would it matter? In their eyes, Bai Qian was merely a rodent, a life of little value. Bai Qian felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, as if she were unworthy of such treatment. With a frigid gaze, she scrutinized the faces before her and spoke coldly. Ladies and gentlemen, I truly do not recall who you are. This is not an act. Your minds appear to be somewhat distorted. You seem to lack for nothing financially, so I would suggest consulting a psychologist. There may yet be hope for recovery. In the past, Bai Qian might have wept and fled from a situation like this, but the present Bai Qian was different. As her words left her lips, the crowd paused for 3 seconds, stunned. One among them was the first to react, stepping forward to shove her. Have you grown bolder? Are you implying that we are mentally unwell? Bai Qian staggered back 2 steps before stabilizing herself, lifting her chin to meet their icy stares with a gaze equally as frigid. Chapter 6. A timely rescue in her previous life, Bai Suman, despite her misfortunes, hailed from a prestigious lineage within the political and business realms. An innate air of authority emanated from her, compelling even the most worldly young men and women to instinctively step back. Bai Qian straightened her posture, her expression tinged with indignation as she surveyed the group, a cold smile gracing her lips. You must truly be unwell in your hearts. Do I harbor any enmity against you? Is it a crime to lack a wealthy background or financial backing, thereby subjecting oneself to your ridicule? With a measured tone, she advanced towards the boy who had pushed her. Was selling vegetables. At least they are self-reliant. Which of your garments was acquired through your own earnings? The boy, momentarily stunned by her fierce demeanor, found himself at a loss for words, his cheeks flushing as he retreated a few steps. Bai Qian turned her gaze towards another girl standing nearby. What of chasing dreams of stardom? Everyone possesses their own aspirations, and she dares to pursue hers. Even if she fails, so what? Do you have dreams? Are you brave enough to chase them? If you should falter and others mock you, how would you respond? The girl fell silent, her eyes shifting away in embarrassment. Bai Qian's gaze hardened as she turned to Hu Xueli, her tone colder than before. I accompanied you here out of a sense of camaraderie. If your sole intent was to subject me to humiliation, then I apologize. The most laughable person here is undoubtedly you. The leading girl's face turned ashen, her mouth opening as if to speak, but Bai Qian preempted her. Those who prey on the weak are the most despicable. Just because you enjoy a privileged upbringing, do you believe you can act with impunity? Your family invested in your education, not for you to learn how to bully others. Compared to me, You are merely a superficial woman, ignorant and self-congratulatory. I pity your parents for having to endure such shame. Bai Qian's clear, dark eyes locked onto her delicate visage radiating an air of inviolable authority. After her words, the girl's pale complexion flushed crimson, a tumult of emotions washing over her. Bai Qian took a deep breath, suppressing the frustration that surged within her. She was not a saint. She merely recognized that a young life had been lost due to the cruelty of such individuals, exacerbating the struggles of an already burdened family and causing distress to a kind-hearted mother. These children remained oblivious to their wrongdoing, once again mocking others. Had the true Bai Qian stood in this moment, rather than Bai Suman, it was likely that the hard-won life she had regained would once more be extinguished beneath the weight of such humiliation. Since her rebirth, Bai Qian had never felt such intense fury. This body, already afflicted with anemia, had been further weakened by a rush to complete sketches and neglecting proper nourishment. At that moment, she felt dizzy, the world around her blurring. Casting a glance at the assembly, she resolved not to linger any longer and turned to leave. Just as she took a step, a voice called out from behind, "Bai Qian." She turned, only to be met with a resounding slap across her face, the sharp sting causing her head to turn sideways, the pain radiating across her cheek. In both her past and present lives, this was the first time she had been treated in such a manner. It seemed there was nothing left to experience. "Were you? Or why do you have to speak to me?" The girl, belatedly realizing her anger, shouted sharply. Bai Qian took a deep breath, attempting to calm her emotions. The girl, feeling self-satisfied, remarked, "Are you feeling proud? Do you believe that with just a flick of my finger, I can send your vegetable-selling mother into a life of disgrace?" With a resounding slap, Bai Qian advanced swiftly and struck her face with a clean, decisive motion that left onlookers momentarily stunned. The girl seemed momentarily dazed. Though it did not hurt much, the humiliation buzzed in her mind. "This slap is for my mother," Bai Qian stated coldly, her gaze icy. "You should not speak of her so casually. That is the least one can do in terms of respect." The girl raised her head, covering her face. Her eyes reddened as she looked at Bai Qian. Yet, Bai Qian's commanding presence was far more formidable, unyieldingly returning her gaze. As she raised her hand, intending to strike Bai Qian in retaliation, it was halted mid-air. "Miss, your behavior has significantly disturbed other guests, and I must insist that you leave this establishment at once." The speaker was a foreign gentleman clad in a three-piece suit, wearing the badge of the lobby manager. His green eyes and chiseled features bore an expression that, while smiling, betrayed his discontent. Startled, the girl retracted her hand forcefully, glaring at Bai Qian before turning to the manager. "I am Hu Shiweli, a VIP customer here. I demand that you expel this woman." She pointed at Bai Qian, issuing her command haughtily. The man did not respond, but turned his attention to Bai Qian, whose complexion had paled at the unexpected arrival of William. She felt a tremor of gratitude and excitement. He had not been put off by her previous words and had come to her aid. Bai Qian offered a smile tinged with melancholy and apology, shrugging slightly in resignation. Suppressing the tears that threatened to spill over, and said in French, "I apologize, Mr. William, for causing you trouble." Upon hearing her, not only did the lobby manager look taken aback, but the surrounding crowd also froze in astonishment, unable to comprehend how she had acquired knowledge of the French language. William's green eyes flickered for a moment before he quickly responded in French, "It is quite all right. You appear to be in distress. Would you like to arrange for some rest?" Bai Qian smiled apologetically, feeling a bit embarrassed. She had originally intended to seek William's assistance in securing a job, but now the situation had spiraled into chaos, rendering her unable to voice her intentions. "I told you to throw her out. Are you deaf?" Hu Shiweli's voice rose sharply. Feeling disregarded, William furrowed his brows, straightened his posture, and turned to face her, his expression displeased as he spoke in Chinese. "Miss, I fail to comprehend how such a crude demeanor has passed our hotel's VIP screening. In light of our establishment's reputation, I must revoke your VIP privileges. You're to leave now." Hu Shiweli felt a wave of humiliation wash over her, her face flushing red. "What authority do you have?" "I demand to see your manager." William offered a gentle smile, making his exotic visage all the more enchanting. However, His emerald eyes betrayed no trace of mirth. "Unfortunately for her, I am the manager here, endowed with sufficient authority to make such decisions. My father is the mayor. If you dare to act in this manner, I will ensure that he makes it impossible for your business to continue," Hu Shiwali threatened furiously. Unfazed, William replied coldly, "Then your father shall also find himself on our hotel's blacklist." Chapter 7 Bai Qian let out a sigh for Hu Shiwali's ignorance, her mind growing heavier by the moment. The dazzling scene around her swayed, and she tugged at William's sleeve, yearning for him to whisk her away. Before she could voice her desire, a deep, resonant male voice echoed behind her. "With a daughter like you, blacklisted clients are merely a minor inconvenience. I suspect he won't even make it to the next mayoral election." Bai Qian trembled, feeling as though she had been cast into an Arctic abyss. The buzzing in her head intensified, and she curled herself into a tight ball, hoping to evade the man's attention. Yet, her efforts proved futile. The man advanced steadily, his measured footsteps resounding against the carpet with an unmistakable force. Bai Qian instinctively closed her eyes, striving to ignore the dull ache of fear rising within her. Upon her arrival, she recalled Bai Suman's purpose for coming here, knowing how fond she was of the dishes. How could she have overlooked the possibility of this man's appearance? Suddenly, a powerful arm encircled her shoulder, and with a slight pull, she found herself enveloped in his embrace. Bai Qian gasped, her hands instinctively pressing against her chest to create distance. But his grip was like a vice, firmly anchoring her in place. His piercing gaze swept over the crowd, and he spoke with a lightness that belied the menace beneath. "Who among you has upset my Qian?" What seemed like a playful inquiry sent chills down the spines of those present. A hush fell over the crowd, their eyes darting between the two, expressions varying. Bai Qian, trapped against him, inhaled the faint scent of his cigar, which only added to her inner turmoil. She yearned to struggle, to flee, yet found herself utterly immobilized. Zhan Wentian's lips curled into a subtle smile as he surveyed the assembly, then leaned closer to Bai Qian, his voice barely above a whisper. "You know, if you attempt to escape now, the ensuing troubles will far exceed your imagination." Her rigid form felt as if it had been doused in icy water, the chill penetrating her to the core. Did the impending troubles refer to Hu Shiwali or to him? Bai Qian was reluctant to seek the answer, yet she understood that escape was no longer an option. Zhan Wentian seemed to perceive her thoughts, chuckling softly in her ear before lifting his gaze and adjusting his hold to a more casual embrace around her shoulder. Hu Shiwali, recognizing Zhan Wentian, grappled with her feelings of resentment and jealousy while comprehending that he was not someone she could provoke. "Mr. Zhan, I'm the daughter of Mayor Hu. My name is Hu Shiwali." She composed herself, smiling as she approached him. Zhan Wentian regarded her with a dismissive glance, barely sparing her a moment before redirecting his attention to the rest of the assembly. Most in attendance were scions of business and political elites, none unfamiliar with Zhan Wentian. However, being in such close proximity to a figure usually only seen in the media left them somewhat intimidated, rendering them speechless and stiff as they stood, allowing him to scrutinize them. "Since we are all classmates, allow me to treat this meal, Mr. William," Zhan Wentian remarked, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, though it sent shivers down the spine of those who beheld it. William withdrew his gaze from the pale face of Bai Qian and approached with a smile, addressing Zhan. "Mr. Zhan, I kindly ask you to keep these guests here for dinner. The restaurant's signature dishes may be served, and please charge it to my account as a gesture from Qian to all of you. This shall be your last meal at this hotel, so indulge yourselves." In stark contrast to their earlier arrogance, Zhan Wentian conveyed to them with utmost simplicity that to humiliate others requires not only words but also strength. After speaking, he lowered his head towards Bai Qian and said, "You appear unwell. Allow me to escort you home." The sudden shift to a gentle tone left everyone momentarily stunned. Bai Qian felt as though a needle had pierced her heart. Her mind was in disarray. Could she resist? Certainly not. She understood this man all too well. If she were to disrupt his plans at this moment, the ensuing troubles would likely be far from trivial. Resigned, she nodded and offered William an apologetic smile before Zhan Wentian took her by the shoulder in an affectionate manner and guided her towards the elevator. After a few steps, he abruptly turned back to the Still Days group and coldly remarked, "She is right. Your parents' hard work is not easily come by. When you find yourselves deprived of such privileges, perhaps then you will learn appreciation." His words, though succinct, drained the color from their faces as the potential consequences of offending this powerful figure sank in. Upon exiting, Zhan led Bai Qian to the car parked outside. Her mind momentarily stalled as the deep-seated fear she harbored for this man proved inescapable. Once inside the vehicle as the door closed, Bai Qian could no longer tolerate his hand resting on her shoulder. She flung it off and pressed herself against the back door, maintaining the greatest distance possible. Zhan Wentian furrowed his brow and spoke coldly. "What is it? Have you used me and now wish to cast me aside?" Bai Qian looked up at him in astonishment, finding him utterly incomprehensible. Stifling her frustration, she retorted, "Am I the one using Mr. Zhan, or is it the other way around? I fail to see the distinction. What is the purpose of Mr. Zhan's actions?" Zhan's deep, dark eyes fixed upon her as he raised an eyebrow. "You speak as if you know me well." A cold sweat broke out along Bai Qian's spine. The world around her seemed to spin as she forced herself to respond. "Mr. Zhan, you are mistaken. I am but a small figure who has never even met you, let alone understand you. However, it is rather curious for someone of your stature to suddenly extend a helping hand to someone as powerless as myself. One might assume there is some ulterior motive." "Motive? What do you think my motive is?" Zhan Wentian asked, his smile fading as he advanced toward her step by step. Bai Qian's fear intensified, her palms clammy with sweat. She attempted to retreat, only to find herself against the unyielding metal of the door. He leaned closer, lowering his voice to a grave tone. "If I were to say my motive is you, would that bring you joy?" Bai Qian felt as if struck by lightning. The last remnants of her composure shattered effortlessly with his words. Her heart raced like thunder as she gazed at him with eyes filled with terror. The suffocating memories of the past replayed before her, each scene that met her gaze chilling her to the core. Zhan Wentian seemed momentarily taken aback, his deep black eyes reflecting confusion, for he could clearly see the unspoken fury and hatred within her bright eyes locked onto his. Suddenly, Bai Qian unleashed a surge of retribution, forcefully shoving the towering man before her aside. She swiftly opened the car door, and, just as the vehicle had begun to move, the doors had not yet automatically locked. Zhan Wentian was taken by surprise at Bai Qian's vehement reaction. As the door swung open, she attempted to leap out. With lightning reflexes, he extended his long arm to pull her back while his other hand grasped the car door, slamming it shut with a resounding thud. Bai Qian collided against his chest, leaving her momentarily dazed and disoriented. Chapter 8. Nightmare. Zhan Wentian lunged from behind, seizing her wrist and pulling her into his embrace. Panic and irritation flickered in his dark eyes as he sternly admonished her. "What madness is this?" Bai Qian gasped for breath, her wrist firmly gripped, the pain causing her to lose control. In a desperate struggle, she retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks aimed at Zhan Wentian. Observing her pale visage, the crimson hue of her eyes tightened his heart momentarily. However, her frenzied assault irked him, prompting him to capture her hands and hold her firmly against him. "Your temper is quite something. Do you believe that if this continues, the aftermath will not be troublesome?" Bai Qian, unable to break free, could only gasp weakly. She wished to scream a warning to this man to keep his distance, but the darkness enveloped her, and she ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhan Wentian, witnessing her sudden limpness, felt a heaviness in his heart. He hastily released his grip and lifted her face, only to find it cold. "Bai Qian? Bai Qian?" Bai Qian found herself immersed in a lengthy dream, one that transported her back to her wedding day. Dressed in a pristine white suit, Zhan Wentian stood beneath a statue of the Lord, exuding an air of regal handsomeness, gazing coldly towards the end of the red carpet. As she walked towards him, he had already taken the hand of another, their eyes meeting in a shared smile, proclaiming sweet vows. Soon after, a woman in a white wedding gown turned to face her, a disdainful smile gracing her exquisite features. "Sister, look, everything that rightfully belongs to you is ultimately mine. All of it is mine." Bai Qian, filled with panic, stumbled backward, her steps frantic as she turned to flee, only to find her grandfather and father standing behind her. Their expressions fierce and menacing. Zhan Wentian is a demon. He has avenged us all. He seeks to destroy us. This is all you're doing. Bai Suman shook her head, insisting it was not her fault, that she had no choice in the matter. Did she? In the blink of an eye, Bai Suman's mother stood before her, her countenance stern as she bellowed with a voice laden with authority. I told you, never trust a man. Why did you trust him? You have brought this upon yourself. Bai Suman, in a fluster, shook her head. Not me, not me. Mommy, why do you want to kill me? I'm still so young. I want to be with you. Bai Suman lowered her gaze to see a bloodied child standing at her feet, tugging at her skirt. She collapsed to the ground, only for the child to vanish, replaced by the cold, imposing figure of Zhan Wentian, who pinned her down, roaring in her ear, Do not think I will love you. You have ruined my life. I want you to suffer for eternity. Bai Suman yearned to speak. She wished to refute, to declare her innocence. Yet no sound escaped her lips. In a whirlwind of confusion, the figures on the bed morphed into others. Her husband and her sister, Bai Ling, entwined beneath that man, uttering words of devotion. I love you, Tian. For you, I would sacrifice anything. Even the downfall of the Bai family, or the retribution of Bai Suman, a piercing scream erupted from Bai Suman as she clutched her head, abruptly awakening to find all had vanished, replaced by the stark white ceiling above her. Bai Suman gasped for breath, her gaze fixed upon the ceiling for an extended moment, still uncertain whether she had returned to reality or remained ensnared in a dream. Her bewildered eyes wandered to the side, where a pair of pale yellow sheer curtains adorned the window, intricately embroidered with flowers at the hem. She recognized those curtains. They were her own choice, selected in hopes that their warm hue would bathe their new home in a comforting glow, both under artificial and natural light. How naive she had been. How could the heart of that man, even if cradled in her hands and nourished with her blood, ever be warmed? What then could a mere piece of fabric accomplish? Awake, are we? A deep, steady male voice broke through, pulling Bai Suman from a reverie. Startled, she turned to see the man seated lazily on the couch, her heart racing as she abruptly sat up and instinctively shrank back, eyes wide with terror. Zhan Wentian lounged on the sofa, his narrowed gaze appraising her, scrutinizing every nuance of her frightened expression and the rapid rise and fall of her chest. His calculating eyes shimmered with an unsettling light. Zhan Wentian, what are you doing here? Bai Suman's voice trembled in alarm as she fixed him with a wary stare. Zhan Wentian, his face impassive, stood and approached her, causing her to stiffen, clutching the blanket tightly, her veins taut with tension. He halted at the foot of the bed, maintaining a distance. With a slight arch of his brow, he spoke coolly. You should be inquiring why you are here. You fainted earlier. Bai Suman gripped the blanket, memories of the elevator flooding back, and she replied with a mocking edge, Well then, thank you, Mr. Zhan. Who do you think is responsible for my fainting? It seems you harbor not only fear of me, but also a deep-seated hatred, he stated gravely, his gaze fixed on her pallid face. Bai Suman lowered her eyes. The solitude with him sparked an uncontrollable dread, compelling her to act irrationally. If she were indeed the sort of girl to encounter such a situation, she would either be paralyzed by fear or elated. How could she have reacted so drastically? Noticing her silence, Zhan Wentian scrutinized her intently, a smirk playing on his lips. If your intention was merely to capture my attention, do you not think you have perhaps gone too far? Bai Suman, taken aback, lifted her head and, after a brief pause, retorted with a sarcastic laugh. I had no idea you were so self-absorbed, Mr. Zhan. Do you presume everyone is as foolish as Bai Suman? Pathetically nave? Zhan Wentian's expression suddenly darkened, a hint of coldness gleaming in his eyes. At this point, my curiosity was piqued. How could a child from a family of modest means afford to travel abroad? He was acquainted with the manager of a prestigious hotel and even spoke French. Bai Suman, don't you think it is precisely his intentions that raise the most suspicion? Bai Suman was taken aback, her grip on the edge of the table tightening. The scene in the restaurant. He must have been observing it for quite some time, hadn't he? The fact that Zhan Wentian could call her name so effortlessly suggested that he had likely delved into her family's history extensively. If she attempted to deny anything now, It would only serve to expose her further. At a loss for words, Bai Qian could only lower her gaze in silence. Chapter 9. Zhan Wentian's gaze lingered upon her face, meticulously scrutinizing every nuance of her expression. His long, powerful legs struck the floor with a rhythmic cadence, each sound resonating in Bai Qian's heart, compelling her to reveal why she feared and despised him. "Who are you truly?" he inquired, bending down to lift her momentarily rigid face with his distinctly knuckled fingers. His deep-set eyes locked onto hers, and his voice dripped with an alluring undertone. In the abyss of those dark, swirling depths, Bai Qian found herself momentarily entranced, as if she were about to plunge into that murky void, where her pent-up rage and resentment threatened to spill forth. Yet in a fleeting instant, she came to the realization that this man was indeed the very source of her anguish. With a sudden force, she pushed him away and retorted coldly, "Mr. Zhan, your skill in manipulation is truly commendable. I wonder how many hearts you have ensnared with this tactic?" Zhan Wentian straightened his posture, leisurely adjusting his attire, his expression swiftly transforming into one of icy detachment. "Your attempts at diverting the conversation are rather amateurish," he remarked. Bai Qian struggled to swallow, her mind racing to concoct a justification. After a pause, she half-heartedly asserted, "Indeed, I did not meet her abroad. So what? She requires a platform to voice her inner torment. Even a stranger would be willing to confide, wouldn't they? After all you have done to her, how you seized the Bai family and drove her loved ones to madness and imprisonment. Do you truly believe I should regard you as a good man? Should I not fear your terrifying and ruthless methods?" Zhan Wentian's countenance hardened, a flicker of anger igniting in his gaze. He replied with a stiff rebuttal, "Her loved ones? Who among them has genuinely cared for her? Who has not sought to exploit her? Who has not aimed to gain from her?" Bai Qian could only smile bitterly, her heart heavy as she murmured, "Yet they are still her family." Bai Suman's life was indeed a dismal failure, not merely in her marriage, but in her family as well. Born a girl, and not the sole granddaughter in her maternal grandfather's household, her relatives there remained perpetually indifferent and cold-hearted. On her father's side, it was not only her gender that disadvantaged her, but also the fact that she was the child of an unloved woman, further burdened by her grandfather's influence, which incited profound disdain. The trajectory of Bai Suman's life was meticulously orchestrated, not out of concern, but to keep her under their control, dictating how she should conduct herself and what she ought to learn. The most frequently uttered phrase throughout her upbringing was, "Do not disappoint us." Yet, who cared when she felt disappointment? Who pondered whether her life was aligned with her desires? After everything had crumbled, they began to cast blame upon her, to loathe her, believing all misfortunes stemmed from her existence. Who would ever consider that the architects of her plight were themselves? Perhaps, having never experienced familial affection, she poured her heart into Bai Ling, hoping to vicariously enjoy what she had been deprived of. But in the end, even Bai Ling betrayed her. How could she not feel like a failure? How could she not feel that her life had been lived in vain? Zhan Wentian's countenance was shrouded in a chilling disdain as he let out a scornful snort and coldly remarked, "In the realm of commerce, the victor and the vanquished are distinctly separated. Bai Qitai possesses grand ambitions, yet he lacks the requisite acumen. The Bai family's enterprise has long been hollowed from within. Even in my absence, its demise is merely a matter of time." Such audacious assertions left Bai Qian speechless, her astonishment evident as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Finally questioning him in a subdued tone, "And what of you? Bai Suman may not be the wisest, yet how has she treated you? Why must you be so cruel to her? What wrong has she committed to warrant your actions, which led to you sharing a bed with her sister and ultimately resulted in her tragic fall from the heights, costing both their lives?" Zhan Wentian's expression, typically unyielding, seemed to have been struck with a harsh blow, his complexion paling, lips trembling, and his voice faltering. "Is not as you perceive." Bai Qian's heart ached with sorrow. If it was not as she had witnessed, then what was the truth? Yet what difference did it make? Upon awakening as Bai Qian, she felt an unbearable anguish, her heart brimming with wrath and bitterness, which ultimately culminated in a resigned sigh. Bai Suman was already deceased, and it would not be long before she was reduced to mere bones, her existence fading into oblivion rendering everything irrelevant to Bai Qian. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qian lifted her gaze to him and spoke softly. I am merely an observer, feeling a sense of injustice on her behalf. If my presence disturbs you, Mr. Zhan, I offer my apologies. I shall distance myself from you in the future, and I will choose to forget everything Bai Suman confided in me. I hope, in turn, you will grant me peace. Zhan Wentian's dark eyes fixed upon her, revealing only indifference and coldness. Eventually, he averted his gaze, his demeanor somewhat disheveled, and without uttering a word, he turned and departed. Bai Qian watched him leave, and upon hearing the resounding slam of the door below, she sighed inwardly. Raising her eyes to survey her surroundings, she found herself in a spacious room, simply yet warmly decorated, every detail familiar to her. The sofa was positioned to bask in the sunlight. A lamp and a water cup graced the bedside table to the left, and the hooks of the floor-to-ceiling window held 2 small monkeys she had purchased. On the wall hung the sole wedding photograph, a facade of harmony concealing deeper disconnections. Every object, every scene remained unchanged. She had once spent 3 years in this room, filled with dreams and hopes for the future. Now, however, it felt like a cruel joke, each corner a poignant reminder of her disillusionment. It was then that Bai Qian realized the bed beneath her was the very one where she had witnessed her most disgraceful moment. In the next instant, she nearly tumbled from the bed in a frantic rush. The sheets and covers, all chosen by her own hand, in a gentle shade of pale yellow she deemed the most comforting, now served as a haunting reminder of her closest loved one who had once shared this space with her. The mere thought of having lain there moments ago filled her with revulsion. Though her head still spun, Bai Qian paid little heed to her disorientation. She slipped on her shoes and opened the door, descending the stairs. However, once she reached the hall, her steps faltered. In the hall, a beautiful crib rests beside the sofa, its delicate pink blanket spilling over the frame, harmonizing with the soft blue sheets, evoking a warmth that envelopes the heart. This crib was purchased by Bai Suman, who spent an entire day wandering through the mother and baby store before selecting it. Merely a day prior to the unfolding of all events, she believed that the crib would never arrive. Yet now, seeing it so elegantly positioned, she finds herself in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 10. William, a torrent of past memories surged forth, and she suddenly found herself increasingly perplexed by Zhan Wentian's true thoughts. Forcing herself to divert her gaze, she hurriedly made her way to the entrance. The door was secured with a code lock. Gazing at the neatly arranged digits, Bai Qian attempted to input the old password. With a click, the door swung open, and she couldn't help but marvel at fate's kindness. This password had yet to be changed. She exited the opulent villa area with ease, though she was uncertain how long she had been in a stupor. Outside, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings, and she thought of her mother, who must be anxiously awaiting her return. Choosing a secluded path, she traversed it until she reached a bus stop. Fortunately, just as she arrived, a bus pulled up. Stepping aboard, the scent of gasoline within the vehicle provided her with a fleeting sense of reality. Resting her head against the window, she gazed at the bustling lights outside, a faint smile tugging at her lips. That was the life of Bai Suman. She was Bai Qian. Upon returning home, her mother was indeed seated on the sofa, waiting for her. The television had long since displayed static, the sound scattered in the confined space. Seeing Bai Qian enter, her mother's face was pale, yet forced to wear a smile, her eyes brimming with worry, as if she had much to say but couldn't find the words. Finally, she asked, "Have you eaten dinner? I made you some pork rib congee. Let me heat it up for you. Go wash up and eat when you're done." Bai Qian understood her mother's intentions and followed her into the kitchen, where she found her mother discreetly wiping away tears. A pang of sorrow struck her heart, and she quickly enveloped her mother's shoulders, smiling, "Mom, your cooking is so good. It makes my mouth water." Her mother paused, turned to gently touch her head, and with a wistful tone said, "Qian Qian, I truly just wish for your well-being. I don't seek wealth for you, only that you are well." Bai Qian felt her eyes welling up, wishing to console her mother. In that moment, with 1,000 unspoken words lingering, she could only softly call out, "Mom." In this less than 40-square-meter home, where warmth was scarce, a profound sense of comfort filled the air. No matter the hardships she faced outside, there was always someone who cared for her, who wished to protect her. She found it impossible to reject such a blissful maternal love, and her heart, riddled with sorrowful voids, seemed to begin beating once more under this nurturing care. With a mother like this, what more could she possibly desire? A farce had caused her job search to come to a standstill. Bai Qian could not bear to see her mother toil so hard, so the next day, she accompanied her to the market. It was Bai Qian's first time visiting a market. The village market was a far cry from the upscale supermarket. The stalls of poultry and fish were nearby, and the overwhelming odors often induced a feeling of nausea. Despite her mother's repeated insistence that she return home, Bai Qian resolutely refused. Bai Qian's beauty was striking, and her mother's refined upbringing made her seem out of place in the chaotic market. Yet it was precisely this aura that drew the attention of other shoppers, who looked her way without malice. The aunt at the vegetable stall next door could no longer hold her tongue and exclaimed, "Madam Bai, your daughter is truly considerate for accompanying you to the market. My own daughter refuses to come here, claiming it's too dirty. By the way, Bai, family daughter, do you have a boyfriend? If not, I can introduce you to someone." Her words immediately garnered agreement from other ladies shopping for vegetables. "Indeed, I have a son at home. Perhaps I could bring him by another day to see if you're a match." Bai Qian had never encountered someone so direct yet endearing in her previous life, leaving her momentarily speechless and blushing furiously. It was Bai Mu who, with a smile, came to her rescue. Observing Bai Qian's flushed cheeks only elicited more laughter. Bai Qian, feeling a bit embarrassed, turned to sort the vegetables, marveling inwardly at the authenticity of the people here, free from the pretenses of high society, living joyfully in their simplicity. After placing her vegetables aside, as she turned, a steady male voice reached her ears. "It seems that Cinderella truly exists in this world. I wonder if I am destined to be your prince or your fairy godmother." Bai Qian was taken aback, dropping her vegetables to the ground in surprise. Turning around, she beheld a gentlemanly man of mixed heritage standing at the stall, his green eyes sparkling with amusement. Bai Qian blinked in astonishment. "Mr. William?" In a quaint coffee shop nestled within a city village, though it served coffee, its ambience paled in comparison to the elegance of the CBD. There was no soothing music or attentive waitstaff. Instead, a server in flip-flops carried a tray laden with plastic cups filled with bubble tea and cheap coffee, while the din of customers' orders echoed throughout the hall. Ironically, on this otherwise slow day, the CAF was packed with starry-eyed young women, huddled together at a table, excitedly whispering and occasionally erupting into cheers. Bai Qian glanced apologetically at the man seated across from her and smiled. "I apologize, Mr. William. The environment here is rather lacking." William, dressed in a well-tailored bespoke suit, took a sip of his coffee, which bore little resemblance to the beverage. His chiseled features revealed no trace of displeasure, and his green eyes remained warm with mirth. Setting his cup down gracefully, he replied, "It's quite all right. I find the sincerity of the people here quite refreshing." Bai Qian smiled back, realizing that such a man would hardly be perturbed by the surroundings. With his gentlemanly British lineage and refined upbringing, he exuded a gentle yet distant demeanor towards everyone, except when it came to Bai Suman, where his warmth radiated from the depths of his being. Reflecting on this, Bai Qian felt a twinge of disdain for her own motives in leveraging William's affections. Curious about William's presence there, Bai Qian casually inquired. Feeling completely at ease in his company, William turned to her, playfully winking. "Of course, I am here to find Cinderella." Bai Qian chuckled softly, refraining from providing a response, merely raising an eyebrow to suggest he speak the truth. William suppressed his laughter, assuming a more serious demeanor as he stated, "The last time you departed, you appeared unwell, which prompted me to inquire with your classmates, seeking to ascertain your condition. Furthermore, the doorman mentioned that you wished to speak with me." He paused momentarily, the mirth in his emerald eyes dimming slightly, revealing a trace of concealed sharpness, yet remaining perfectly poised so as not to cause discomfort. "You mentioned the bellflower." Bai Qian was momentarily taken aback. The bellflower had once been a secret code between her and William. She had referenced it that day merely by chance, uncertain of whether he would even wish to meet her, given his enigmatic true identity despite his position as the lobby manager. She had not anticipated that William would venture over for this reason. Chapter 11. Assistance. It seems that Bai Qian had no friends in the past. After her bankruptcy and demise, she thought that everything related to her would dissipate like smoke, especially considering the events that transpired before her death. She was taken aback by William's earnestness. A wave of melancholy washed over her, but her smile remained gentle. The bellflower, a gift from an old friend, had whispered to her that if she ever needed help, she should seek out William, who might be inclined to assist her. She felt remorse for not being able to reveal the truth to him. Such a situation was indeed unfathomable. Yet the more pressing matter was that Bai Suman had already passed away. William's green eyes darkened momentarily, but Bai Qian discerned a fleeting glimmer of sorrow within them, gone in an instant. He tapped his long fingers lightly on the table before inquiring what assistance she required. Bai Qian regarded him, feeling a twinge of guilt for using such reasons to solicit his help. After a brief hesitation, she finally stated her desire to work at his hotel. She articulated her request in French. The Victoria Hotel, renowned globally, maintained high standards for its employees. Even a mere server was expected to be proficient in English. Bai Qian, who had yet to graduate from university, realized that without demonstrating some capability, even if William agreed, it would likely be a reluctant concession. William's emerald gaze bore into hers, assessing her with a scrutiny that was not uncomfortable. Bai Qian smiled at him, exuding confidence and grace. After a moment, William's lips curled into a smile, his deep voice resonating with a hint of warmth. I require an assistant. Should you be willing to accept the position? Bai Qian was momentarily taken aback, yet she responded with dignified humility. Thank you, William. Ich shall do my utmost. William's lips curved in appreciation, his handsome features betraying a flicker of admiration. Sitting up straight, he extended his hand, stating, May we enjoy a fruitful collaboration. From this day forth, I shall be your superior. Bai Qian blinked, feeling a wave of relief for the first time since her rebirth. In that instant, she seemed to return to the ease of their past interactions. She reached out to shake his hand, smiling, I am your subordinate, Bai Qian. Please, do not be too harsh on me, Manager William. Her delicate hand clasped around his bony fingers. An inexplicable flutter of emotion surged within William's heart. His green eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at her, while she, in turn, lowered her gaze, unaware of the spark that flickered in his emerald depths. As Bai Qian withdrew her hand, a silence enveloped them as they sipped their inexpensive coffee. After a moment, she hesitantly broke the quiet. William, she had something she wished to ask you before her passing. That matter had been a thorn in her heart, a source of discomfort regarding her apology to William, compelling her to inquire, did you ever blame her for the humiliation she caused you? The man across from her fell silent, seemingly taken aback by the question. Deep in contemplation, Bai Qian tightened her grip on her cup, gathering her courage to meet his gaze. Their eyes locked, and William's lips held a faint smile, devoid of displeasure. You must have been very good friends for her to confide such matters to you. Bai Qian forced a smile, and William continued, No, I do not blame her. On the contrary, I am quite grateful to the person who orchestrated that incident, as it provided me with a cherished memory, my affair with her. A serene smile graced Bai Qian's face, and she refrained from further questioning, her eyes brimming with warmth. For a moment, the two in the quaint establishment fell into silence, while others engaged in lively discussions, punctuated by bursts of laughter. Bai Qian thought to herself, Bai Suman, you truly deserve your rest. Bai Qian found employment, and the happiest of all was her mother, who, for the first time, prepared an extravagant feast. Though she feigned concern, Bai Qian could discern the glimmer of pride and satisfaction in Wang Yulan's eyes. On her first official day, Qin Xiaolu emerged in her work attire. The black professional ensemble made her appear considerably more mature, yet the air of calm confidence she exuded commanded respect. Her position was in the lobby, and when William spotted her, his green eyes sparkled with admiration, prompting him to tease, with you as the living advertisement, the hotel's business is bound to flourish. Just don't let anyone poach you. His playful yet encouraging tone alleviated Bai Qian's initial nervousness, allowing her to focus on learning from William. In her previous life, Bai Suman had no work experience, And although everyone was aware she was referred by William, her humble demeanor and amiable nature garnered her much praise. Days passed, and Bai Qian grew accustomed to her duties. Given William's unique status, he was often absent from his post, leaving her with the impression of having been promoted directly from assistant to manager as she took on various responsibilities. Although she remained somewhat busy, her sense of fulfillment deepened. Beautiful Cinderella, there's no need to strive too hard in your work. It's break time now. A teasing yet composed voice resonated from above. Bai Qian halted her fingers mid-typing, looking up to see William standing nearby, a smile gracing his face as he held the box. "This is a fresh cheesecake from the hotel, a little perk, but let us keep it discreet," he said, winking playfully. Bai Qian chuckled as she accepted the box, opening it to release a delightful aroma, rich with the scent of cheese, intensifying the smile on her face. This signature dessert from the rooftop French restaurant felt like a sweet blessing. The cheesecake was Bai Suman's favorite. As time passed, the one constant remained the lightheartedness she felt in William's company. William's eyes flickered with surprise, yet he chose not to comment. Just as Bai Qian was preparing to momentarily drift away into enjoyment, the hotel's doorman swung open the glass doors to greet an arriving vehicle. The door opened, and the first to descend was a man sporting gold-rimmed glasses, his meticulously combed hair indicating a person of considerable precision. He circled the front of the car and opened the door on this side. Zhan Wentian stepped out and strode directly into the hotel lobby. Bai Qian stood frozen in disbelief. He glanced in her direction, and their eyes met, yet neither uttered a word. William stepped forward, interposing himself between the two, his chiseled features adorned with a gentle yet distant smile. He spoke with an air of nonchalance. "Mr. Zhan, the materials you required have been prepared, and the venue is being arranged. You may ascend to see if there are any modifications needed." Bai Qian regained her composure, abruptly averting her gaze, her eyes flickering as she lowered her head and fumbled nervously at the keyboard. Zhan Wentian cast a blank look at William, offering no response. Instead, his gaze drifted past him to Bai Qian, and he finally responded with a faint acknowledgement before following William towards the elevator. As their figures vanished into the elevator, Bai Qian's frantically moving hands finally stilled. Her eyes, uncertain, glanced in that direction. Coming to work here, she had mentally prepared herself for the possibility of encountering Zhan Wentian. After their last meeting, it seemed she had expressed all the grievances and questions she harbored from her previous life. Her feelings towards Zhan Wentian had shifted. Apart from a sense of indifference, fear, and trepidation, she felt she had let go of some burdens. In this moment, she was Bai Qian, not Bai Suman, and there was no need for the past to taint her present life. She and Zhan Wentian were destined to remain as two parallel lines that would never intersect. Zhan Wentian appeared to have a project to launch at the hotel. Less than half an hour after ascending, he returned downstairs, where William escorted him to the entrance. Zhan Wentian stood before his car, his secretary opening the door for him, yet he did not enter. Instead, he gazed through the hotel lobby's glass at Bai Qian, who sat at her post, her tense posture evident. His dark eyes deepened momentarily before he turned to whisper a few words to his secretary before getting into the car and departing. Bai Qian watched the vehicle leave from the corner of her eye, and only then did her taut emotions begin to relax. William approached and sat beside her, his green eyes observing her contemplative demeanor. He couldn't help but inquire, "Are you all right?" Bai Qian, momentarily taken aback, lifted her head and shook it, offering a faint smile as she replied, "I'm fine." After a brief hesitation, she asked Mr. Zhan, "Does he have business at the hotel conference?" Chapter 12. Special Services. William's typically gentle demeanor darkened momentarily, and with a somewhat frigid tone, he expressed the need to organize an event to solicit new jewelry designs for the upcoming quarter from the jewelry companies under the Qingtian Group. Bai Qian was taken aback and blurted out, "How could a prestigious company like Qingtian's jewelry division require submissions from the public?" Upon hearing this, William cast a significant glance her way, prompting Bai Qian to realize her faux pas. She forced a smile, apologizing, "I merely asked out of curiosity." Such matters often pertain to commercial secrets, and her inquiry was indeed inappropriate. After a brief silence, William revealed that his late wife had once aspired to be a jewelry designer, and this event was a tribute to her memory. Bai Qian was stunned, her hand inadvertently knocking the mouse off the table. She hurriedly bent down to retrieve it, trying to mask her shock and confusion, feeling as if she had been plunged in a boiling oil only to be tossed into an icy abyss, her mind reeling at the notion of a 3-year wedding anniversary. Would Zhan Wentian even consider such sentiments? Zhan Wentian, who had harbored a deep disdain for her, should be celebrating, not commemorating a woman from his past. She struggled to comprehend the mindset of this man who orchestrated such a ludicrous event, and how he had come to know of Bai Suman's dream of becoming a jewelry designer. That aspiration had been entirely quashed by her family before it could even blossom, leaving her to obediently pursue a field that held no interest for her: finance. How could he possibly know this? William seemed lost in his own thoughts, oblivious to Bai Qian's disarray. After a moment, he coldly remarked, "What good is commemoration when the person has been lost?" Bai Qian, taken aback, turned to face the icy visage of William, realizing he was lamenting his past failures. What right did she have to be acquainted with such a considerate person in her former life? Even in death, he was still championing her cause. "William, I wish for your happiness," she uttered softly, observing the sorrow and indignation etched across his features. William paused, then lifted his gaze to Bai Qian, his green eyes glimmering with a hint of warmth as his expression returned to normal. He smiled and said, "Qian, do you know why I so readily assist you?" Bai Qian blinked in confusion, replying, "Is it not because of the bellflower?" With a gentle laugh, William mused, "It's not merely those 3 words. It is because, at first glance, you remind me so much of her." He had failed to protect Bai Suman in the past, and now, regardless of his motivations, he wished to safeguard Bai Qian, perhaps out of nostalgia for Bai Suman, or perhaps due to the striking similarities between them. The Xintian Group's project was to be held at a hotel, an event that required careful attention given its significance for both the client and the hotel's promotional prospects. The higher-ups regarded it with great importance. Originally, this was to be William's responsibility, but an unforeseen issue arose at an overseas hotel, compelling him to travel abroad. Consequently, the task fell to Bai Qian, who was left in a state of shock for a full 10 seconds upon receiving the notification. The secretary Lin Jin, who had replaced Zhan Wentian, stood silently aside, while the hotel's executive manager, visibly displeased, inquired, "Assistant Bai, do you have any questions?" Bai Qian, regaining her focus, cast a fleeting glance at the man behind the manager and instinctively replied, "Manager, I lack the necessary experience and fear I may not be adequate." She wished to have no connection to matters concerning Zhan Wentian. The manager furrowed his brow, evidently dissatisfied with her response. Stepping forward, Lin Jin adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Assistant Bai need not worry. We merely require assistance from the hotel staff, not your constant presence." The manager turned to him with a forced smile before casting Bai Qian a disapproving look. Bai Qian sighed inwardly. A client like the Xintian Group was one the hotel could not afford to offend, nor could she. "Then I shall rely on Secretary Lin for guidance." Since avoidance was futile, she resolved to face it with composure. The manager, satisfied with her answer, flattered Lin Jin before departing. Bai Qian observed Lin Jin, still standing in place, gathered her thoughts, nodded at him, and prepared to leave. "Assistant Bai, there is something that requires your immediate assistance." Lin Jin, seeing her turn away, hastily called out to her. Bai Qian turned back, a formal smile gracing her lips as she asked, "Please go ahead." Lin Jin, adjusting his glasses once more, stated plainly, "The president will be dining at home today, having ordered French cuisine from your esteemed hotel. I would appreciate it if you could deliver it to his residence. I will arrange for a driver to take you." Upon hearing this, Bai Qian nearly faltered in maintaining her smile, her eyes growing cold as she responded, "Secretary Lin, I am merely the assistant to the lobby manager. The matter of food delivery is beyond my purview." Lin Jin regarded her without any trace of displeasure. Equally formal as he replied, "Food delivery is also a form of assistance. The executive manager would not object." In her past life, Bai Suman believed that marrying Zhan Wentian was the pinnacle of her happiness, despite his indifference towards her. She loved him wholeheartedly, and, as someone who had grown up abroad, he harbored little affection for Chinese cuisine. After their marriage, Bai Suman, who had previously never lifted a finger in the kitchen, began to learn cooking, transforming her initial culinary disasters into dishes that earned praise from chefs, pouring her heart and soul into it. She recalled their first wedding anniversary, when she prepared a feast of Zhan Wentian's favorite French dishes, waiting from warm to cold, only for him to return home late, intoxicated and in a fit of rage, send the entire spread crashing to the floor, coldly warning her that no matter her efforts, he would not regard her, the perceived destroyer, with a second glance. From that night onward, Bai Suman felt that their wedding anniversary had morphed into a day of calamity for them both, a solitary anticipation on her part. "Miss Bai, we have arrived." The driver halted the car and turned to the dazed Bai Qian. She snapped back to reality, gazing at the villa outside, hesitating under the driver's eager gaze before finally alighting from the car. The driver fulfilled his duty, leaving her no moment to reconsider as he drove away. Bai Qian watched the vehicle vanish from sight, leaving only a trail of white smoke, then turned back, her gaze laden with complexity upon the familiar house. Tightening her grip on the food container as she stepped inside, her movements faltering, she repeatedly reminded herself that she was Bai Qian, contemplating the attitude of an ordinary person towards Zhan Wentian when the doorbell rang. The door opened swiftly, revealing Zhan Wentian's tall figure at the threshold. Bai Qian instinctively inhaled deeply, and after a moment, managed to smile as she spoke. "Mr. Zhan, I have come to deliver your meal." As she extended the food container in her hand, Zhan Wentian leaned casually against the doorframe, his half-lowered eyelids observing Bai Qian, who stood a head shorter than him, his dark eyes glimmering with a profound shadow. Chapter 13. "Anger, come in and help me place the items onto the table," Zhan Wentian instructed, turning away as he spoke, his tone leaving no room for Bai Qian to voice any objections. A cold scoff escaped Bai Qian's lips. It seemed she was eternally indebted to him. Or perhaps it was a debt from a previous life, binding her to this man's nightmare across lifetimes. After hesitating at the doorway, Bai Qian stepped inside, leaving the door ajar as she made her way to the kitchen. This space had once been the private sanctuary of Bai Suman, a realm Zhan Wentian had never once entered. As she placed the meal boxes on the countertop, Bai Qian swiftly and efficiently retrieved the plates and utensils, taking deep breaths to calm herself as she hurriedly emptied the contents of the boxes. French cuisine is renowned not only for its exquisite flavors, but also for its visually appealing presentation. Perhaps the remnants of her past life's mindset lingered too deeply. For despite her speed, Bai Qian remained exceedingly cautious, taking her time to arrange everything. With her gaze lowered, she meticulously poured the food, oblivious to Zhan Wentian seated on the living room sofa, his dark eyes glimmering with a complexity of emotions as he watched her. As Bai Qian set the food upon the dining table and turned around, she collided into Zhan Wentian's embrace. Startled, she instinctively recoiled, but he effortlessly pulled her back into his arms, his gaze penetrating as he held her face with one hand, his fingers caressing her skin. A chill coursed through her spine, the places he touched feeling as though infested by insects, disgustingly cold. Before she could muster a shout of indignation, a gentle yet sharp voice interjected. "Wentian, what are you doing?" Bai Qian stood frozen, her instinct to resist forgotten as she remained firmly in Zhan Wentian's grip, her body trembling. The sound of high heels striking the marble floor approached, prompting Bai Qian to lower her head instinctively, her eyes shut tight. Her entire being feeling as if it were being dissected, chilled to the core. She felt that her streak of good fortune had come to an end, or rather, every encounter with Zhan Wentian rendered her life a bleak affair. Noticing her unease, Zhan Wentian's handsome brows knitted together in concern, surprise flashing in his lowered gaze. "What are you doing here?" he questioned, his expression turning icy as he glanced towards the approaching figure. The sound of heels hesitated momentarily, and Bai Ling's typically charming smile faltered, freezing on her face. After a brief silence, she lifted her lips into a smile, her tone deceptively mild yet laced with sharpness. "Why should I come? Or is it that only the shameless are allowed here?" she retorted, her eyes directed at Bai Qian, who remained ensnared in Zhan Wentian's embrace. Zhan Wentian let out a cold snort, his voice frigid as he declared, "Anyone can come. But you cannot. Leave this instant." Bai Ling's expression soured, and after shooting Zhan Wentian a glare, her eyes turned fiercely towards Bai Qian as she raised her voice. "I can't come. This is my sister's home. Her belongings are mine. Why shouldn't I be here?" Enveloped in Zhan Wentian's embrace, Bai Qian trembled slightly, her body feeling as though it had been cast into the icy depths of the Arctic. Bai Ling's every word echoed in her ears, the term sister rolling off her tongue so effortlessly, yet evoking a profound sense of revulsion within Bai Qian. Unperturbed, Bai Ling continued her venomous tirade. "Your sister has only been dead for 3 months. Her bones are still warm, and here you are cavorting with your little lover. How can you face my sister?" "Silence. You have no right to speak on her behalf." The fierce interjections cut through Bai Ling's words. Casting an indignant glance at Zhan Wentian, Bai Ling turned her gaze with bitterness towards Bai Qian, who had wriggled free from his arms. Their eyes met, and in Bai Ling's expression flickered astonishment, which swiftly morphed into concealed jealousy and resentment. With equal fervor, she retorted, "What are you? What gave you the right to address me?" Bai Qian's breath quickened, her head spinning. Waves of coldness coursed through her, only to be replaced by a searing discomfort. A throbbing pain pulsed at her brow, yet she summoned the strength to face Bai Ling, her dark eyes reflecting confusion, sorrow, and an overwhelming, inexpressible anger. Pushing Zhan Wentian aside, she steadied herself, taking a deep breath, though her voice still quivered. "She is gone. Why can you not let her rest? You incessantly invoke her name, and in doing so, you deny her peace even in death. Please let her be." Her plea, laced with anguish, evoked a shift in the atmosphere, and the two faces before her darkened. Zhan Wentian remained enigmatic behind her, while Bai Ling's countenance twisted slightly. Yet she maintained her haughty demeanor, defiantly retorting, "She is my sister, and I shall speak of her as I wish." Bai Qian trembled uncontrollably, her voice faltering as she stammered, You claim her as your sister." A wave of nausea surged within her, rendering her unable to articulate her thoughts. Ultimately, she clamped her mouth shut and, unsteady on her feet, fled to the restroom on the first floor, barely managing to close the door before she heaved over the sink. Sister? Such a laughable term. The very utterance made her stomach churn. How could Bai Ling speak so self-assuredly? Whose actions had led to the death that left her sister's bones still warm? How could she still dare to utter the word sister? Having eaten little for breakfast, Bai Qian could not expel anything from her stomach, yet the wave of nausea persisted. She retched uncontrollably, her mouth filled with bitter acidity, her head spinning, yet she could not bring herself to stop. In the living room, the two individuals listened to the sounds of her vomiting, each lost in their own thoughts. Zhan Wentian's furrowed brow deepened as he finally took a step towards her. Bai Ling, ever watchful, noted his movement and immediately shouted, "Zhan Wentian, are you so concerned for your mistress?" His stride faltered momentarily as he turned, his gaze icy in a manner Bai Ling had never witnessed before. Startled, she instinctively recoiled, her tightly pressed lips parting slightly. He delivered a chilling warning, word by word. "If you wish to retain your current life, you will vanish from this place immediately. From this moment forward, should you dare to step any closer, you will most assuredly regret it." Having spoken, she strode toward the restroom without a backward glance. Bai Ling remained rooted to the spot. Her face, a refined version of Bai Suman's, twisted in anguish. She bit down hard on her lower lip, her eyes brimming with resentment. Ultimately, she could only stamp her foot in frustration, casting a disdainful glance toward the restroom before turning away. Bai Qian leaned against the wash basin, retching violently, as if trying to expel everything she had consumed in her previous life. Her mind buzzed with a cacophony of memories of Bai Ling, flashing before her like a revolving lantern. She found it both absurd and disheartening. Bai Suman had always believed that the timid little girl who called her sister was innocent and kind, like a frightened rabbit in need of her care and affection. Yet, at some point, that child had transformed into someone so haughty, arrogant, and cunning. Chapter 14. Regret. Bai Qian found it utterly amusing that, before her, the The child always wore an innocent and affectionate demeanor. It is often said that an elder sister is akin to a mother. Whenever she felt wronged, she would turn to Bai Suman, sobbing like a frightened little rabbit, seeking her care and affection. She recalled the time shortly after their mother had passed away, when she had held Bai Suman in her arms, comforting her throughout the night. A month later, after enduring grievances at school, she returned home, weeping and lamenting, "Sister, everyone at school looks down on me. They call me a bastard. With our aunt gone, I have nothing left from her. If my mother were to leave me, I would be entirely alone. They would bully me and scorn me. I never want to return to school again." The next day, Bai Qian secretly divided her mother's shares, giving half to the child. With the inheritance transfer in hand, the girl joyfully kissed her on the cheek, her happiness radiating like that of a child receiving a cherished gift. She beamed and said, "Sister, don't worry. When you grow old, I will take care of you. I will never marry and will always be by your side. You have been the best to me." She declared she would never marry. Yet she found herself in bed with the man she adored, leading to a tragic outcome. Bai Qian felt a wave of nausea wash over her, emptying her stomach until there was nothing left. She turned on the faucet to splash water on her face. When she lifted her head, she saw Zhan Wentian standing behind her, offering her a handkerchief with his long, elegant fingers. At that moment, Bai Qian lacked the energy to engage with him. She took the handkerchief, wiped her face, and murmured a thank you. Zhan Wentian smirked somewhat sarcastically, his tone laced with self-mockery. "Do you find the sight of us both repulsive?" Bai Qian cast a cold glance in his direction, her eyes conveying her disdain. Zhan Wentian, unfazed, continued, "I find myself repulsive as well." His unmasked self-loathing momentarily caught Bai Qian off guard, causing her to furrow her brow in a mix of irony and absurdity. In her eyes, Zhan Wentian was a figure marked by cruelty, yet here he was expressing self-disgust. Surely, even he could not tolerate the situation of having shared a bed with his sister-in-law. Yet, if it was intolerable, why engage in such actions? "You were right last time. I have wronged Su, causing her pain. I wish to make amends, but it is too late. However, regarding that particular incident, I did not partake." Bai Qian looked up at him in surprise. What incident was he referring to? It was evident, yet she saw him gazing into the void, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow and an overwhelming sense of solitude. The collapse of the Bai family was inevitable. Su, being so kind-hearted, must have been deeply distressed. I did not know how to face her. Upon returning home, I encountered Bai Ling. I did not pay her any mind and drank a glass of the wine she poured. In the end, I did nothing. A tremor ran through Bai Qian's hand as she gripped the handkerchief tightly, her clear, dark eyes now filled with anger and suspicion. Was Zhan Wentian implying that Bai Ling had drugged him? Reflecting on that day's scene, as she pondered, it was indeed Bai Ling atop him, tugging at his garments, fervently kissing him. Bai Qian felt an icy chill envelop her, shaking her head in vehement denial, insisting it was impossible, for Bai Suman cared for her deeply. She would never commit such an act. Zhan Wentian, observing Bai Qian's demeanor, could not help but draw her into his embrace, holding her tightly, his hands firm yet trembling. In her turmoil and confusion, Bai Qian was oblivious to his actions, muttering in his arms that it could not be true. Zhan Wentian gazed into the mirror at his reflection, his expression grave, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he mused. Greed is among the more potent aspects of human nature. It is the force that impels one to dream and act, thus altering the course of fate. Bai Qian stood in stunned silence, rendered speechless by the weight of his words. Releasing her, Zhan Wentian grasped her shoulders, his dark eyes compelling her to meet his gaze, his breath slightly strained, his hands quivering upon her shoulders. "If you were Suman, and I had not betrayed you, would you forgive me?" The very notion sent a tremor through Bai Qian, her heart racing under the intensity of his yearning gaze, leaving her flustered and anxious. Would she forgive him? If Bai Ling were indeed responsible for that incident, how unjustly Bai Suman would have perished, even if, hypothetically, that event had never occurred. How far could Bai Suman's unwavering love truly carry her? Moreover, with Bai Suman now departed, discussions of forgiveness were rendered futile. "Mr. Zhan, whether or not you are forgiven is inconsequential," Bai Qian asserted, shaking her head with a calm yet resolute tone. You harbor no genuine feelings for her. Unreciprocated love is a burdensome plight. Even without this incident, I doubt your paths would have led you far. The glimmer of hope in Zhan Wentian's eyes gradually dimmed in the face of Bai Qian's composed and detached words, ultimately extinguishing into a profound silence laced with torment. With a sigh of resignation, Bai Qian reflected on her second chance at life, burdened by the remnants of past grievances. She found no solace, deeming the endeavor a futile pursuit. Seizing the moment while Zhan Wentian was lost in thought, she slipped from his grasp, making her way outside. Bai Qian, if I could begin anew, would Suman grant me another chance? She paused at his almost pleading tone, her heart filled with astonishment and myriad emotions. Without turning back, she shook her head. Bai Suman would not. So much had transpired that neither could return to the past. Silence fell behind her, as if his inquiry had rendered him momentarily speechless. Not lingering, she continued onward, closing the door behind her, leaving Zhan Wentian standing in the bathroom, enveloped in stillness. Upon exiting Zhan Wentian's presence, Bai Qian received a call from the hotel manager, who conveyed that she need not return that afternoon and should instead engage further with Mr. Zhan regarding the hotel itinerary. After ending the call, she arrived at the bus station, the manager's insinuations echoing in her mind, leaving her feeling both amused and powerless. Perhaps, in the manager's eyes, she had become someone entirely different. Each time Bai Qian encounters Zhan Wentian, she invariably feels utterly exhausted. Instead of returning to the hotel, she alters her path and heads home. Her physical condition is rather poor. Even the slightest emotional upheaval can leave her so fatigued that she can hardly keep her eyes open. Since she is not going back to the hotel, resting at home is indeed a preferable option. Upon arriving home and opening the door, Bai Qian is surprised to find her mother, Bai Mu, also at home. Upon seeing Bai Qian enter, Bai Mu displays a moment of astonishment before quickly turning away to dab at the corners of her eyes. Bai Qian's heart tightens. She sets down her bag and approaches her mother, pouring her a glass of water and sitting beside her. Once her mother has composed herself, Bai Qian gently inquires, "Mom, what happened?" Bai Mu turns to her, mustering a smile, and takes a sip of the water from the table before replying, "It's nothing. I just thought of your father and felt a bit unwell." Bai Qian frowns in disbelief, fixing her gaze on her mother in silence. The smile on Bai Mu's face falters under Bai Qian's scrutiny, and she finally admits, her eyes reddening, that deadbeat father of yours left so early but still finds no peace. The factory called to say that he has been buried there for 15 years, and the grace period has expired. If we do not purchase that plot, we will have to retrieve his remains for cremation. Bai Mu's voice trails off as she chokes on her words. Bai Qian's father had died in the line of duty, and the factory subsidized their housing for 70 years while providing a burial plot. 15 years ago, both the house and the cemetery were affordable. But now everything has skyrocketed in price. One cannot even afford a grave without fearing for their life. Bai Qian's father was the youngest of 3 brothers, and after his passing, their relatives seemed to vanish, as if afraid that this bereaved mother and child might burden them. For over a decade, they have not made an appearance, and now Bai Mu finds herself unable to seek financial assistance from any relatives. Bai Qian cannot help but recall Zhan Wentian's words, "Greed alters everything." "Mom, how much is that burial plot?" Bai Qian gently holds her mother's hand, asking softly. Bai Mu takes a deep breath, wipes her eyes again, and laments, "Those people at the factory have become heartless. Now they are dredging up old debts. A burial plot costs 80,000 yuan. Can we afford that? Your father. To rest in peace, I am powerless. Even in death, I cannot ensure his tranquility." Seeing her mother's guilt-ridden sobs, Bai Qian embraces her tightly, unable to suppress her own tears. Bai Qian's heart aches as she comforts her mother. When she married, Bai Qian's father was still so young. Yet, at just 28, she became a widow, single-handedly maintaining their household for over a decade. How could she not feel sorrow and injustice? "Mom, do not worry about this money. I will find a way." Chapter 15. The competition. Wang Yulan merely regarded her words as a form of consolation and did not take them to heart. She spent increasingly longer hours away from home, and a collection of handmade ornaments began to accumulate as she sought to raise funds. Bai Qian, however, was not jesting. She was determined to devise a means to gather the necessary sum. 80,000 yuan, a trivial amount for the former Bai Suman, loomed as an astronomical figure for Bai Qian, particularly given the short time frame in which to acquire it. She contemplated numerous ideas and strategies regarding this financial burden, yet none proved viable. Her circle of acquaintances was limited. She believed that if she approached William, he would lend her the money. However, that was the least desirable solution. William had already assisted her in securing employment, and it would be inappropriate to impose further. As for loans, the Bai family's assessment deemed it utterly impossible. Requesting an advance on her salary was equally unfeasible, as she had been employed for less than 2 months and lacked the standing to make such a request. Bai Qian struggled to find restful sleep at night, her physical condition deteriorating, leading to a state of mental fatigue while attending the meeting with Qing Tian. In a moment of distraction, she was abruptly pulled aside, jolted back to reality when a toolbox plummeted from the high ladder where she had just been standing, landing precisely at her former position. A cold sweat broke out as the gravity of the situation set in, just as she intended to express her gratitude to her savior. An urgent voice rang out above her. "What are you thinking? You can't afford to be distracted at work." The familiar, deep voice, tinged with unmasked concern and fear, caused Bai Qian to raise her gaze, momentarily stunned for 3 seconds. Zhan Wentian's anxious and tense expression was etched into her mind, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Zhan Wentian had merely come to inspect the progress of the venue, but secretly wished to see Bai Qian. Upon arrival, he found her standing in a daze, oblivious to the shouts from the stairs. Witnessing the toolbox fall, his heart raced, and without a second thought for his own safety, he rushed forward and pulled her to safety. Once he had ensured her well-being, Zhan Wentian's expression softened slightly. The manager, trailing behind, was visibly shaken by the incident. Nervously approaching, he clumsily reprimanded Bai Qian. "Assistant Bai, what were you thinking? If you're not focused, perhaps you shouldn't come to work. If you injure Zhan, how will you make amends?" Bai Qian snapped out of her stupor, discreetly yet firmly pushing Zhan Wentian aside to step forward and sincerely apologize. "I'm sorry, manager. It won't happen again." The manager shot her a glare, intending to curry favor with Zhan Wentian, only to find a latter's frosty gaze reprimanding him for his indiscretion. The manager shivered, silenced by the unspoken reprimand. Zhan Wentian approached Bai Qian, his tone softening. "You look unwell. If you're feeling ill, please take a leave of absence. Would you like me to take you to the hospital?" His tone conveyed familiarity and concern, drawing curious and speculative glances from those present. Bai Qian tugged at the corners of her mouth, responding with a calm demeanor. "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Zhan. I am well." The aloofness in her tone genuinely displeased Zhan Wentian, causing his brow to furrow. Bai Qian remained silent, while the manager, hesitant to speak, contributed to an atmosphere that had grown awkwardly heavy. Her gaze drifted, recalling the profound pain stemming from the revelation that her sister was the cause of her demise. The despair and anguish were far more unbearable than the ignorance of the truth, although Zhan Wentian had not betrayed her in those final moments. The deep wounds of the past could not be erased by his remorse. Yet she was now Bai Qian, and the scars of bygone days could only be nestled within her heart. In her dealings with Zhan Wentian, she aimed to maintain equanimity, privately wishing to sever any ties with him. Faced with the current predicament, she felt utterly at a loss. Fortunately, Zhan Wentian chose not to pursue the matter further. After a long pause, he withdrew his gaze, his handsome face turning cold as he entered the conference hall, not casting another glance at Bai Qian. The manager followed closely, yet he turned back to give Bai Qian a look of suspicion. Feeling a sense of powerlessness, Bai Qian considered that her presence there was of little consequence. Nor did she desire any involvement. She turned and descended the elevator. Upon reaching the lobby, her eyes fell upon the sign announcing the jewelry design competition hosted by Qing Tian Group. For days, she had been contemplating how to earn the money for her mother's burial plot, and she finally saw a glimmer of hope. Bai Suman had long aspired to be a jewelry designer, but family expectations had relegated her passion to mere leisure activities. It wasn't until her marriage to Zhan Wentian that her dreams had been neglected. The first prize for this event was a substantial 200,000, and as Bai Qian stared at the sign, her resolve to pursue her aspirations solidified. She would participate in this competition, not only for her mother, but also to fulfill the dreams of her past life. She decided to take a leap of faith. The Qingtian event was scheduled for the end of the month, leaving her with a week to prepare. To ensure fairness and seriousness for the competition, Zhan Wentian summoned senior designers from the Qingtian Jewelry Company to serve as judges, and he himself would partake in the final review. Participants were required to submit their designs and names in separate envelopes, assign numbers for anonymity, with the submissions reviewed and judged on the spot, effectively eliminating any potential for underhanded dealings and ensuring a just process. Sleepless nights were spent as Bai Qian diligently refined her designs, finally completing her work on the eve of the event. Gazing at her finished creations, a faint smile graced her previously pale face, which had been weary from a week of restless toil. On the day of the event, the presence of Qingtian's upper management, along with Zhan Wentian as a guest, filled the venue. Numerous participants gathered, yet this did not hinder the progression of the event. The first round of submissions would be roughly reviewed by the senior designers of Qingtian Jewelry, with satisfactory designs sent backstage. With such a significant event hosted at the hotel, the manager, pondering Bai Qian's potential connection with Zhan Wentian, granted her leave. Standing in the hotel, Bai Qian felt a flutter of anxiety as she submitted her work. As hope often breeds worry, as she anxiously twisted her fingers, she awaited the results of the preliminary selection set in the lobby. Bai Qian observed her manuscript journey from the hands of the first reviewer to the final evaluator. At last, her assistant gently called out, "Contestant number 23, qualified." Bai Qian held her breath for a fleeting moment. Her heart lightened as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and a genuine smile graced her delicate features. Just as she was about to turn and head to the rest area to await the announcement for entering the venue, she heard a deep, gentle voice. Turning around, she beheld a tall figure not far away, a handsome face illuminated by a warm smile, his green eyes soft and inviting. Chapter 16. Malice. Bai Qian was momentarily taken aback. Then her face blossomed with a joyful smile. "William, you're back." William nodded, striding towards her. His green eyes scanned her and then the surroundings, and in an instant, he understood, his gaze cooling slightly. Bai Qian recalled William's poignant remarks regarding Qingtian's recent event, and instinctively she explained, "My dream is to be a jewelry designer, just like she taught me. In this way, I can fulfill a wish for her." William blinked, the coldness in his eyes seemingly vanishing in an instant, replaced by an understanding smile that graced his chiseled features. "You're absolutely right." After a brief pause, he continued, "You don't look well. Have you passed the preliminary review?" Bai Qian touched her face, and at his words, a confident and joyous smile illuminated her features. "I passed. Now I'm just waiting for the membership review." William gazed at her with a momentary daze, captivated by her radiant smile that shone like the dawn, rendering him momentarily speechless. He murmured, "You truly resemble her. I can hardly distinguish between you." In her past life, if there were anyone before whom she smiled most sincerely and frequently, it would undoubtedly be William. Resemble? Resemble whom? Her? Perhaps it was due to their frequent interactions that she had unconsciously adopted some of her traits. Bai Qian's heart raced, but she jested on the surface. William seemed to realize that his words were somewhat inappropriate and deftly shifted the topic. "You don't look well. With time until the membership meeting still quite distant, why don't you take a moment to rest in the back?" Bai Qian nodded in agreement and followed William backstage. In a hotel like the Victoria, a lounge specifically designated for VIP clients had transformed into a resting place for high-ranking guests and attendees due to the event. As Bai Qian stepped onto that floor, she instinctively hesitated, fearing an encounter with Zhan Wentian, feeling more so the weight of awkwardness. William seemed to sense her unease and smiled. "You probably don't know, but I, the lobby manager, have a secret hideout. The lounge is private. No one else will use it." His words, both boastful and explanatory, perfectly disguised her thoughts and alleviated her concerns. Bai Qian stood at the elevator entrance, grateful and warm-hearted, offering him a smile. What a friend William must have been in her past lives. How many necks would she have had to twist to earn such companionship? Observing her expression, William felt a stir in his heart and instinctively grasped Bai Qian's hand, his green eyes revealing a tenderness uniquely hers. Let us not speak of gratitude. If you truly wish to thank me, then offer yourself to me. Bai Qian was taken aback, blinking as she attempted to discern whether William's words were merely the playful banter of a gentleman or held a deeper sincerity. Before she could respond, a mocking and languid voice rang out from behind William. What a vixen, seducing one after another. You seem well-educated, yet beneath it all, there lies a truly despicable nature. Bai Qian froze, her gaze drifting behind William. Upon her revival, she had thought that perhaps what she had seen that day was not real. Maybe Bai Ling had been seduced or manipulated by Zhan Wentian. Regardless of the scenario, that child would never betray her. As Zhan Wentian resolutely spoke the truth, she instinctively recoiled, convinced that the child must have her own unavoidable grievances. Despite her attempts to absolve the girl, she later found herself despising her own naivety, feeling like a fool who, despite hitting a wall, remained obstinately hopeful. Reflecting on the past, the Bai family, regardless of their decline, was still a venerable lineage with deep roots. How could they have ultimately been denied even the chance to defend themselves? Such an outcome surely indicated that there were internal machinations at play, a conspiracy in collusion with Zhan Wentian. How many individuals could possess such treachery? Is Wentian unable to satisfy you? Or are you simply unwilling to embrace solitude, feigning ignorance of my existence, Miss Bai? Bai Ling approached, exuding an air of sophistication in her professional attire and red high heels, her smirk and gaze betraying nothing but disdain. Bai Qian closed her eyes slightly, stiffened her spine, and felt her palms tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, warmth enveloped her hand as William grasped it, concern etched on his face as he murmured in French, "What is wrong? Are you unwell?" Bai Qian forced herself to avoid looking in that direction, lowering her gaze as she softly replied, "I believe I truly need some rest." William understandingly patted her hand, then draped an arm around her shoulder, allowing her to lean on him for support as they passed by the haughty Bai Ling, seemingly oblivious to her presence. "Are you heading to a hotel now? Your feeble demeanor is quite pathetic. I wonder if this is the tactic you employed to climb into Wentian's bed." Bai Ling was not about to let her off easily, stepping forward to block their path. Bai Qian met her gaze, finding it difficult to breathe in such close proximity. Her transformation was not a result of mere days or weeks. Bai Suman, who once lived in affluence and married a man of great power, had never treated others with such rudeness. When Bai Ling returned home at the age of 10, Suman had cherished her deeply, teaching her manners and instilling a sense of dignity. Bai Qian felt she had failed miserably, unable to perceive the dual nature of Bai Ling's character, which had been veiled for over a decade. While she remained silent, William sensed the aura of despair and disappointment radiating from her. His handsome features hardened as he coldly addressed Bai Ling. "Miss, this is a VIP room. I kindly ask you to leave." "VIP?" Bai Ling scoffed dismissively, her disdain growing. "It seems you have quite the skill associating with the affluent. I truly wonder how someone from a humble background like yours could produce such a shameless individual." Bai Qian struggled to breathe, her limbs trembling. Bai Ling's ability to utter such words indicated that she had undoubtedly investigated Bai Qian's lineage. What could have driven her to this point? Engaging in such despicable acts of prying into others' privacy so effortlessly? Bai Suman treated you with such kindness throughout her life. If you still dare to call her sister, you should not be committing such a disrespectful act now. Her evasion of the past did not imply that she would merely retreat or compromise when confronted with figures from her history. Each of Bai Ling's words pierced her heart, and Bai Qian looked up at her, speaking in a tone that was both calm and frigid. Bai Ling appeared as though she had been struck across the face, her expression frozen in a comical yet tremulous manner as she stammered, "Who do you think you are?" The remainder of her words, laden with disappointment and coldness emanating from Bai Qian's gaze, remained unspoken as she continued to glare at her, trembling. Sighing inwardly, Bai Qian tugged at William's sleeve. Understanding her silent plea, William cast a cold glance at Bai Ling, mentally adding her to his blacklist, and guided Bai Qian toward the lounge. Noticing the profound silence etched upon Bai Qian's face, he ventured to inquire, "Do share with me what you've designed. An exquisite ring, perhaps? A necklace? Or something else? Bai Qian looked up at him, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, "All incorrect. It is in fact a brooch." Standing rooted at the spot, Bai Ling caught this exchange from a distance, a malicious smile creeping onto her lips. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number, and upon connection, without allowing the other party to speak, she commanded, "Find out the submission number for someone named Bai Qian and have the manuscript delivered to me." Chapter 17. Plagiarism. The event progressed smoothly. By 5 in the afternoon, the initial review concluded and the selected participants gradually entered the venue. The turnout numbered in the thousands, yet only 20 were chosen. Upon entering the hall, Bai Qian felt a profound sense of gratification and confidence in the approval of her manuscript. Once the participants settled, the host took the stage to deliver a speech. Bai Ling's incessant disruptions soured Bai Qian's mood, yet William refrained from probing into her acquaintance with Bai Ling, treating the earlier commotion as if it had never occurred. Instead, he lightened the atmosphere with jokes to bring a smile to Bai Qian's face. Although William was not a participant, his esteemed status allowed him to sit beside Bai Qian. With a trembling hand, William clasped hers gently, offering a supportive pat. Taking a deep breath, she returned his gesture with a grateful smile. As the host concluded the opening remarks, he introduced the event's initiator, Zhan Wentian. Upon hearing his name, Bai Qian numbly joined in the applause. Zhan Wentian ascended the stage amidst the audience's acclaim, his countenance cold and handsome, with thick eyebrows arched like swords, and deep black eyes reminiscent of an abyss. His straight nose resembled a mountain ridge, and his lips were thin yet well-defined, exuding an extraordinary air of pride. His demeanor radiated a regal presence, and even the slightest raise of his brow or glance commanded an imposing authority that left the crowd breathless, fearful of inciting his wrath. As Zhan Wentian surveyed the audience with his abyss-like black eyes, his gaze eventually landed on Bai Qian. A flicker of surprise crossed his sharp gaze upon noticing her hand held by William, causing his expression to darken. Bai Qian, her eyes lowered, felt the intensity of his scrutiny and instinctively wished to withdraw her hand. However, William's grip was too firm, and her attempts to move were in vain, compelling her to relent. William's gentle squeeze in her palm was imbued with warmth as he maintained a casual demeanor while observing Zhan Wentian. Their eyes met briefly, both harboring a subtle chill, yet they masked it adeptly. With the speech concluded, the event transitioned into the next phase. The reviewed design works were presented for final evaluation. One by one, the entries were displayed on the high platform, and Bai Qian momentarily set aside her thoughts of Zhan Wentian, focusing entirely on the appraisal of the works. The large screen remained unresponsive, and with each passing entry, Bai Qian's anticipation heightened. After half an hour, the host finally announced the 3 award recipients following a round of commendations. As the works were projected onto the big screen, the announcement of the winners commenced. After the second and third places were revealed, the audience held its breath for the announcement of the champion's piece. The host, with a dramatic flair, surveyed the crowd before declaring, "The champion work is entry number 23, Eternal Love." Bai Qian exhaled the breath she had been holding, her beautiful face lighting up with an expression of indescribable joy and relief. William, noticing her delight and realizing she was the winner, felt a surge of happiness himself. "The beautiful Cinderella, it seems your fairy godmother has been quite gracious to you." "Congratulations," said William with a smile in his emerald eyes, gently kissing Bai Qian's hand. She responded with a radiant smile, illuminating her otherwise pale complexion, momentarily stunning William, while Zhan Wentian, who was observing the two from the stage, grew somber. "Now, let us invite the esteemed designers to the stage to receive their awards. Miss Bai Ling, the champion of the 23rd, and the runner-up." The host meticulously announced the list of winners, a smile unwavering on his face. However, Bai Qian's expression abruptly froze, blinking in disbelief as if she had misheard. Caught off guard, Bai Qian stared vacantly at the award recipients who had begun to ascend the stage, with Bai Ling leading the way, wearing a triumphant smile as she gracefully approached the podium. Upon meeting Bai Qian's astonished gaze, Bai Ling discreetly cast a glance of disdain in her direction. How could she achieve this? Bai Qian felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, a chilling sensation coursing through her. Her legs felt weak as she hastily attempted to rush to the stage. William, surprised by the announcement, quickly regained his composure upon witnessing Bai Qian's sudden emotional upheaval. He grasped her hand to prevent her from collapsing. "Calm down, Qian," he whispered soothingly, enveloping her in his embrace. Bai Qian, with a dazed look, shifted her gaze between the stage and William, shaking her head in a mix of anger and helplessness. How could she possibly remain calm? This minor disturbance went unnoticed by the audience, and the awards ceremony continued as per usual. Zhan Wentian, upon hearing Bai Ling's name, too felt a flicker of surprise, disdain, and suspicion within the depths of his dark eyes. He instinctively glanced towards Bai Qian, noting her previously vibrant expression now drained of color, while her warm, dark eyes glared at him in confusion and anger, William seemingly attempting to console her in hushed tones. Zhan Wentian's gaze darkened, his discontent with William's closeness to Bai Qian growing. "The chairman of Qingtian Group, Mr. Zhan, will present the award to the champion." The host continued with his duties, and the applause erupted like thunder. Bai Ling stood on the stage, slightly lifting her chin with a smile, her unwavering gaze fixed on Zhan Wentian, who remained seated, unabashedly revealing her affection. Zhan Wentian, his expression inscrutable, redirected his attention and rose to approach the podium. Bai Ling's smile deepened as she watched him, but he did not pause beside her. Instead, he walked towards the host, taking the microphone from him, leaving even the seasoned host somewhat bewildered by this unexpected action. "The awards ceremony will take place in 3 days. Qingtian Group aims to provide participants with additional benefits and incentives, and we will invite the media to join us then," Zhan Wentian said, briefly surveying everyone present before stepping down from the stage. A nearby secretary, catching Zhan Wentian's gaze, stepped forward to manage the ensuing matters. Zhan Wentian descended from the stage, his profound black eyes cast a meaningful glance towards William. Both were seasoned veterans in the business arena, and the unspoken significance of their exchange was unmistakable. Zhan Wentian was the first to exit the conference hall, followed closely by Bai Qian, who, despite her still palpable excitement, refrained from any untoward actions. Bai Ling remained on stage, her smile frozen in place, presenting an almost comical appearance, while she cast a resentful and envious glance at Bai Qian. Once she left the stage, another secretary of Zhan Wentian approached her with a polite yet distant demeanor, stating that the president requested her presence. Chapter 18. Partake within the exclusive VIP lounge designated for Victoria. Zhan Wentian had long settled onto the sofa, awaiting the arrival of several individuals. As William assisted Bai Qian in entering, he distinctly perceived the darkening of Zhan Wentian's expression, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Filled with icy shards, Bai Qian's heart scoffed, indifferent. She had refrained from causing a scene at the event due to the deeply ingrained manners of her past life. Yet part of her recognized the predicament Zhan Wentian faced in justifying his actions. He repeatedly insisted that he had committed no wrongdoing against Bai Ling. Yet how could Bai Ling have managed to switch the names on the contestants' artwork? The reason was evident. Bai Ling, at present, either held a significant status within Qingtian or possessed a certain identity. Who, aside from Zhan Wentian, could bestow upon her such privilege? William helped Bai Qian to the opposite side of the sofa, facing Zhan Wentian. The door swung open once more, revealing Bai Ling, escorted by her secretary. Upon spotting Bai Qian, she cast a sharp glare in her direction before turning to Zhan Wentian with a smile. "Wentian, is there something that must be discussed here? Can it wait until we return home?" Her smile remained unyielding, laced with ambiguity. Bai Qian watched the two with cold eyes, her lips pressed in silence. Zhan Wentian glanced at Bai Qian before turning to Bai Ling, his tone frigid as he inquired, "The manuscript is not yours. Qingtian is not the Bai family. Who do you think you are?" Bai Ling, intending to sit beside him, was caught off guard by his words, halting awkwardly mid-motion. After a brief pause, she straightened her posture and, undeterred, retorted, "Wentian, have you been misled by some malicious gossip? How could the manuscript not be my design?" As she spoke, her gaze darted towards Bai Qian, the implication of malicious gossip unmistakable. Her expression softened, adopting a tone tinged with sorrow. That was the bellflower, my sister's favorite. I am the one she cherished the most. What could be wrong with my design? Do you not believe in me, nor my sister? Upon hearing this, Bai Qian's spine stiffened, her entire being trembling with rage. Her bright eyes, previously gentle, now bore an unprecedented sharpness as she shouted, "Silence! You claim she is your sister. What have you done that is worthy of her? Did she ever teach you such hypocrisy? Did she instruct you to commit such despicable acts to harm others? Did she teach you to climb into your brother-in-law's bed?" Bai Qian's barrage of questions struck with resounding clarity, her voice quivering uncontrollably, fueled by both heartache and fury. William, observing Bai Ling with a cold, indifferent gaze, had been a friend of Bai Suman during her lifetime and was somewhat aware of this sister's affairs. At that moment, as he absorbed Bai Qian's accusations, he began to comprehend the cause of Bai Suman's sudden demise while 7 months pregnant. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room plummeted to a chilling low. Zhan Wentian's eyes flickered with a heavy gaze fixed upon Bai Qian, while William's disdain and anger towards Bai Ling were unmasked. Bai Ling struggled to maintain her smile, yet it proved exceedingly difficult. Her lips twitched, ultimately contorting into an expression of rage and humiliation. Who do you think you are? Who is truly despicable? The daughter of a vegetable vendor, having entangled herself with so many wealthy individuals. You are the most contemptible of all. Bai Ling retorted with scorn, causing Bai Qian's head to buzz with anger. Her petite frame trembled violently as she stood up from the sofa, feeling faint and nearly collapsing back down. Just as William intended to rise and support her, Zhan Wentian was quicker, stepping forward to envelop her in his embrace. Bai Qian, eyes closed, endured the dizziness while pushing away the faint scent of cigar that invaded her nostrils. She hurriedly took 2 steps back, inhaling deeply to calm her emotions before raising her gaze to Bai Ling, coldly stating, "The manuscript was designed by me. There are surveillance cameras in the lobby that can attest to this, and the reviewing personnel can also verify it. As long as you, Mr. Zhan, are fair enough, the truth will come to light." Bai Qian cast a fleeting glance at Zhan Wentian, her demeanor icy and indifferent. A flicker of sorrow passed through Zhan Wentian's dark eyes, swift yet perceptible to Bai Qian. What was he grieving? Was it the sorrow of escalating the situation? Or was it the pain of being compelled to harm someone he deemed important? I trust that Mr. Zhan will uphold justice. This event is meant to be fair and transparent, and I believe he will ensure equity. William rose and approached, his tall frame supporting Bai Qian as she leaned against his chest, her cold gaze fixed upon the others. Zhan Wentian's eyes hardened further. Then he turned to Bai Ling with an icy, menacing glare. "Do you know where your privilege comes from? If you do not mind, I certainly will not hesitate to destroy it myself." Bai Ling, pressured by his imposing presence, took a step back, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Zhan Wentian, then shifted her gaze to Bai Qian, her expression filled with cold envy. Raising her voice, she shouted, "How can you claim it was your design? A person who hasn't even graduated from university can work here. Has Victoria lowered its standards? Or have you engaged in some sordid dealings?" Enough. William and Zhan Wentian's voices erupted simultaneously, filled with protective fury. Bai Ling's words faltered, and she opened her mouth, her eyes reddening as she faced Zhan Wentian. "What right do you have to yell at me for an outsider? My sister treated you so well, and now that she is gone, you even bully her sister. Don't forget, my sister is watching from above. She will never forgive you for this." "Silence!" Bai Qian shouted furiously, pushing past William to stand before Bai Ling. In a swift motion, she struck her across the face with a resounding slap, causing Bai Ling's head to turn aside. For a moment, silence enveloped the room as everyone watched the scene unfold. Bai Qian's chest heaved with intense emotion, and her hand, still poised in the air, trembled violently as she spoke, her voice quivering. "This slap is for Bai Suman. You're the least qualified person to mention her in this world." Bai Ling covered her face, taking a moment to lift her head, staring at Bai Qian with a mix of fury and disbelief. As she processed the moment and prepared to retaliate, she ultimately refrained. Zhan Wentian and William surged forward almost simultaneously, William stepping back while cradling Bai Qian, and Zhan Wentian tightly grasped Bai Ling's hand, regarding her with cold disdain. Bai Ling fixed her gaze upon Bai Qian, then turned her attention to Zhan Wentian. The grievances that had long been suppressed erupted in a heart-wrenching wail. Zhan Wentian, for the sake of Bai Suman, you have despised and distanced yourself from me, and I endured it. Now, for some unfamiliar, contemptible woman, you even lay hands on me. I love you so dearly. How could you treat me this way? Zhan Wentian remained silent, yet his frigid and disdainful gaze conveyed all that he could not articulate. Bai Qian watched the scene unfold with a bitter sense of irony. How tragic was this confession? Her sister in love with her husband. She was oblivious to the moment this affection had taken root, yet she foolishly bared her soul to the interloper lurking within her marriage. It was indeed a ludicrous situation. Bai Qian coughed softly a couple of times, attempting to utter something, but was met with the metallic taste of rust in her mouth. The world before her blurred and descended into darkness. As she hovered on the brink of unconsciousness, she could still perceive the anxious voices calling her name, her body being moved about, leaving her utterly exhausted. She longed for a deep slumber from which she would never awaken, to abandon the burdens of past and present entanglements. How blissful that would be! Chapter 19. Conversation upon awakening. Bai Qian was greeted by the sight of a pristine white ceiling. The sound of her own breath filled the air, and as she attempted to move, she realized an oxygen mask covered her mouth. Her eyelids felt heavy, yet she fought to remove the mask. Just as her hand began to rise, it was gently grasped by a rough yet warm hand, enveloping her cold fingers with a comforting warmth. A voice filled with both joy and panic emanated from beside her, exclaiming, "Heavens! Child, why do you keep ending up in the hospital? Do you have any idea how frightened your mother was?" Wang Yulan, her eyes red-rimmed, spoke softly, unable to fully chastise her. Bai Qian turned her gaze to the figure before her, recognizing the weary expression of Wang Yulan. She wished to smile and assure her that she was fine, but her eyelids fluttered, and her feeble attempts to speak resulted in a breath that fogged the oxygen mask. Wang Yulan hurriedly patted her hand, whispering comfortingly, "I know you're all right, just rest." Hearing her words, Bai Qian managed a faint smile before succumbing to sleep once more. This time, she truly fell into slumber. In her previous life, she was devoid of desire, yet now she had her mother, Bai Mu, to hold on to. She could not abandon herself. When she awakened again, it was already dusk, the oxygen mask was gone, and she found herself in a different place. The ceiling was adorned in warm hues, and the room was exquisitely decorated, a space she had recently occupied. She was in Zhan Wentian's home. Bai Qian propped herself up, yearning to rise, yet her body resisted. She settled back against the headboard and surveyed the room, noting the absence of Zhan Wentian and Bai Ling, which quelled her desire to leave. Turning her head, she noticed a row of photographs lined up on the nightstand. The images depicted a woman, not conventionally beautiful, yet her face radiated gentle warmth. The photographs, arranged from left to right, occupied the expansive nightstand, chronicling the woman's journey from middle school to university, each snapshot encapsulating a chapter of her life. Tears suddenly streamed down Bai Qian's face as she trembled while reaching for a nearby frame. Her quivering fingers caressed the image of the woman, whose once familiar face now felt both strange and familiar after months of separation. This was Bai Suman. This was her. Bai Qian pressed the photograph to her heart, silently weeping, her quiet sobs gradually escalating into uncontrollable cries. Uncertain of how long she wept, a pair of arms enveloped her, gently stroking her back. A deep voice, imbued with endless tenderness, softly urged, "Do not cry. The doctor said you mustn't become overly emotional." With a few stifled sobs, Bai Qian inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and straightened her back, pushing the person holding her away. She restored her prior aloofness, and Zhan Wentian did not press further, merely sitting at the bedside, gazing at her with soft, dark eyes. Bai Qian wiped her tears and realized she still clutched the frame. She placed it back down with ease and said, "Thank you for your care, Zhan. I am nearly well enough to return home." As she spoke, she prepared to lift the covers and get out of bed, prompting Zhan Wentian to intervene, gently pressing down on her, and inquired softly, "Has Suman changed since you last met her?" Bai Qian paused momentarily, inhaled deeply, and replied, "When I last saw her, she had lost weight." Zhan Wentian curled the corners of his mouth, and perhaps it was the warm light within the room that accentuated the desolate loneliness of his smile. Indeed, since she wed me, it seemed she had not smiled with such joy as she did now. Zhan Wentian reached out, gently caressing the figure in the photograph, while Bai Qian felt a chill in her heart and replied with an even colder tone, "Yes, she is happy now." "No," Zhan Wentian suddenly exclaimed, his tone resolutely denying her words. His gaze was filled with profound sorrow and frost. "Suman would not find happiness. Only I could offer her that. Only by being with me." Bai Qian instinctively shrank back towards the headboard, and Zhan Wentian, noticing her fear, took a deep breath to calm his emotions. His voice softening slightly as he said, "I'm sorry. I did not mean to lose my temper with you." Meeting his deep, penetrating gaze, Bai Qian unconsciously lowered her eyes, avoiding his stare. After enduring so much, she was no fool. She understood why Zhan Wentian clung to every detail of this house, why he visited her grave, why he engaged in such rituals, and why he posed those impossible hypotheticals. He was declaring his love for Bai Suman. But what of it? Bai Suman was dead. Whether it was a misunderstanding or the result of a long-standing rift, she was gone. Realizing this now was of no consequence. "Qian Qian, I never intended to hurt you. Can you release the knot in your heart?" Zhan Wentian gazed at Bai Qian, his voice tinged with an uncommon plea. Bai Qian was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a cold laugh. "Mr. Zhan, what significance does it hold for me to release the knots in my heart? What do you mean by that? What is it about me that you find worthy of your concern? If you desire something, please express it directly." "That is not what I meant," Zhan Wentian replied lightly, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness. Bai Qian remained unconvinced and continued, "I fail to see what else apart from my knowledge of Bai Suman could possibly interest you, Mr. Zhan. Do you wish for me to lower my guard so you can obtain what you seek? Just as you dealt with Bai Suman and the Bai family? Is that how you perceive my methods?" Zhan Wentian narrowed his eyes in retort. "What methods do I employ against the Bai family? For Susu Sika, I have rescued the Bai family on numerous occasions, yet her father, driven by greed, ultimately sought to entangle himself with outside enterprises, aiming to seize control of Qingtian. How much more must I tolerate? My methods? If I truly resorted to such tactics, would Bai Ling still be living comfortably today? Her father and grandfather have committed numerous vile acts, yet they continue to dwell in ease." Bai Qian was left speechless, both astonished and contemplative regarding his words. After marrying Zhan Wentian, the Bai family indeed faced numerous crises. Her father had once beseeched him for assistance, but their relationship had been exceedingly cold, and she had rejected his help multiple times, not realizing that Zhan Wentian had been aiding them from behind the scenes. And Bai Ling, she is Bai Suman's younger sister. If you hadn't tempted her, how could she have betrayed the Bai family and Bai Suman? Bai Qian remarked lightly, her tone betraying a disbelief even she found hard to accept. Zhan Wentian gazed at her, suddenly letting out a sardonic chuckle. "Do you truly believe that I tempted Bai Ling? Is that not the case? A person like her, whose sole ambition is wealth and power. What manner of individual is she? You have only recently experienced her nature. Does such a person require my seduction?" Chapter 20. Compromised, Bai Qian fell silent once more, unable to find words to refute everything that Zhan Wentian had said. Catching sight of his cold smile, she tightened her grip on the blanket, unwilling to say anything further. Zhan Wentian seemed to let out a faint sigh as he reached out. Bai Qian instinctively recoiled, yet he stubbornly continued, pulling the blanket up a little higher and speaking in a gentle tone. "You've just woken up. You should rest. The doctor mentioned you're malnourished and shouldn't get too emotionally stirred." Bai Qian dismissed his concern. Why should it matter to him how she felt? "I want to go home," she asserted, attempting to lift the blanket and get out of bed. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Wang Yulan, who entered with a bowl of congee. Bai Qian was taken aback, exclaiming, "Mom?" Wang Yulan hurried over, placing the congee down. Zhan Wentian stood up to make space, and Wang Yulan sat beside Bai Qian, taking her hand and gently pressing her back onto the bed, adjusting the blanket before saying, "My dear daughter, you're not well. Mr. Zhan is kind enough to let you recuperate here. Be obedient and once you feel better, we can go home together." Bai Qian was momentarily stunned. She glanced at Zhan Wentian, whose innocent expression seemed to mock her, then turned to Wang Yulan. "Mom, be a good girl. Please listen to your mother this time." Wang Yulan interrupted, her tone tinged with a hint of pleading. Bai Qian fell silent, ultimately nodding her head. She was unsure of what means Zhan Wentian had employed to persuade her mother to act in this manner. But it was evident that some sort of agreement had been reached between them. Until she could ascertain the truth, she had no choice but to acquiesce. "I'll step outside. You two can talk," Zhan Wentian stated, a rare smile gracing his handsome face as he turned to leave. "Wait," Bai Qian called out, her voice icy. "Mr. Zhan, I wish to move to a guest room." Even if she had to stay here, she refused to remain in a room that had witnessed her countless sorrows. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Zhan Wentian's dark eyes, but he ultimately conceded, nodding, "I'll have the aunt tidy up a guest room." With that, he strode out. The arrangement for Bai Qian to temporarily reside with Zhan Wentian had been settled, yet she sensed that Wang Yulan was concealing something from her. Until she uncovered the truth, it seemed she was not free to leave. Wang Yulan, needing to tend to her market business, had assured Bai Qian to rest well and not to get agitated or go out before reluctantly departing. The tone and look in her eyes left Bai Qian with an unsettling feeling that the situation was more complex than it appeared. Was she perhaps worried about Bai Ling's potential revenge? Bai Qian had always known that Zhan Wentian was skilled at winning people over, but witnessing her mother, who was so simple and earnest, accept the idea of staying with a stranger without any apparent qualms left her in awe of the man's formidable capabilities, which had indeed reached an astonishing level. The following day, the award list for the Qingtian Group's jewelry collection event graced the headlines of major newspapers. To everyone's astonishment, the first prize was not awarded to the previously announced Bai Ling, but rather to another girl named Bai Qian. Media outlets eagerly delved into the scandal, with evening reports emerging that accused Bai Ling of stealing design drafts and abusing her power to alter works. In no time, Bai Ling's name became a subject of ridicule and disdain within high society, drawing contempt from all quarters. Upon seeing the newspapers, Bai Qian felt a swirl of conflicting emotions. On one hand, she believed the condemnation directed at Bai Ling was excessive, yet on the other hand, she recognized the ruthlessness of Zhan Wentian. If he sought to ruin someone, his methods were undoubtedly unforgiving, leaving no chance for redemption. As the incident unfolded, paparazzi lingered around the hotel, eager to uncover the truth. William intervened, and the hotel decided to grant Bai Qian a brief respite, allowing her to return to work only after the storm had passed. Upon receiving the hotel's notification, Bai Qian was consumed by fatigue and helplessness, regretting her participation in the event. Just after hanging up the phone, her device rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was William. After a moment's hesitation, she answered. As the call connected, William's gentle voice reached her. "Qian, where are you? I can't find you at the hospital or at home. Where are you now?" His typically calm tone carried a hint of urgency. A warm feeling washed over Bai Qian as she softly replied, "William, I'm fine." "I am." After a brief pause, she continued, "I am at Zhan Wentian's home." Following a moment of silence on the other end, William instructed, "Come out to the entrance. I'll be there shortly," and then abruptly ended the call. Bai Qian listened to the dial tone, surprised that William could exhibit such assertiveness. After staring at her phone for a while, she changed her clothes and stepped outside. As she reached the entrance, a black Porsche came to a halt before her. Bai Qian stood stunned as William, abandoning his usual elegance, rushed out of the car before it had even fully stopped. His hair, typically immaculate, was now somewhat disheveled. "William," Bai Qian began, but he seemed not to hear her. Strong hands grasped her shoulders, his green eyes filled with concern as he scanned her from head to toe. In the next moment, Bai Qian found herself enveloped in an embrace so tight it was almost suffocating. William held her head against his chest, resting his own on her shoulder. His warm voice tinged with anxiety. "Thank goodness you are safe." After a few seconds of stillness, he released her, and with a smile tinged with regret, he asked, "Did I hurt you?" Bai Qian stepped back, feeling somewhat out of place in his embrace. "I'm fine. Thank you for coming to see me." Noticing her discomfort, William's expression darkened slightly as he said, Qian, let me take you away from here. Whatever difficulties arise, I will be there to support you. Bai Qian was momentarily taken aback, and it took her a while to comprehend William's words, causing her to instinctively furrow her brow as she replied, William, I have no dilemmas and am not constrained by anyone. William, having detected the displeasure in her tone, relinquished his hold and said, Qian, that was not my intention. Zhan Wentian is a scoundrel, and I merely wish to protect you from harm. Bai Qian forced a faint smile, refraining from commenting on the matter. William gently grasped her hand and, with a tender expression, continued, though that scoundrel may appear charming, he is truly not a good person. Do not be swayed by his deceitful words. He may have wealth, but so do I. Bai Qian looked up at William, shock and hurt evident in her eyes. His familiar green gaze quickly recognized that he had overstepped, and he looked at her with a mix of remorse and regret. Chapter 21. Misunderstanding William. I apologize, but I am weary. Please return home first today, Bai Qian said softly, her eyes downcast, concealing the emotions within. William appeared somewhat agitated as he stepped forward to grasp her hand once more, firmly ensuring she could not break free. Qian, I am sorry. My previous words were perhaps overly harsh. I am simply concerned for you. I do not wish for you to follow in her footsteps. The reference was evident between them, and William's voice carried a hint of helplessness and regret. Bai Qian shook her head. It was not that she wished to remain, but rather that her past had already caused William considerable trouble, and she did not wish to embroil him further. She was still uncertain about the events that had transpired and could not go against Wang Yulan's wishes. William's earlier anxiety made her feel as if something had occurred during her last visit to the hospital that she was unaware of, events that had led to the current predicament. Seeing her distress, William became increasingly agitated and continued, Did Zhan Wentian threaten you? Or does he view you as a mere substitute? Bai Qian, she interrupted, her expression revealing a flicker of panic, compassion, and sorrow. She gazed at him intently and stated, It is not as you perceive, William. I am Bai Qian, merely Bai Qian. Is that not true? William's eyes flickered momentarily, his mouth moving as if to explain. But Bai Qian sighed and proceeded, I understand that I bear a striking resemblance to her, yet she is no more. I do not wish to be anyone's substitute, and I hope that everyone feels the same, be it Zhan Wentian or yourself. Silence enveloped them for a moment. William's gaze shifted several times before he finally released her hand, offering a weary, despondent smile. I apologize, Qian. I was too emotional. Bai Qian returned a small smile and shook her head, indicating that it was of no consequence. William, you have been a great help to me. You are a cherished friend, and I am truly grateful to you. Thank you. In her previous life, she had burdened him, and in this life, she had troubled him again. She owed him far too much. Since we are friends, there is no need for thanks, William murmured, yet then added, There's an old Chinese saying, time reveals a person's heart. You will come to understand my feelings for you in time. Bai Qian lowered her gaze, pretending not to comprehend. William, undeterred, glanced back at the opulent villa. Regardless of your answer, I will always be there to assist you if you find yourself in need. Bai Qian understood, offering him a grateful smile. William stepped forward, enveloping her in his embrace and imploring softly, Just let me hold you for a moment, Qian. The melancholy in his tone made it difficult for her to refuse. She felt indebted to him. After a brief hesitation, she raised her arms to return the embrace. After what felt like an eternity, the hug finally ended. Bai Qian stood at the doorway, watching as William drove away, his expression heavy with concern. Only then did she turn, her steps sluggish as she made her way toward the grand house. As she opened the door and had yet to close it, a large hand forcefully yanked it open. Startled, Bai Qian looked up to see Zhan Wentian standing at the threshold, his face cold and his eyes filled with rage and hurt. You! Bai Qian was acutely aware of the signs that heralded his fury and instinctively recoiled. However, Zhan Wentian would not allow her to escape. With a powerful sweep of his hand, he seized her arm, his towering figure encroaching upon her, while his other hand deftly closed the door. Bai Qian felt as though the world had spun off its axis, her entire being pressed against the door. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Zhan Wentian's lips were upon her, His heated breath fanned across her face, and he captured her essence with a fervent kiss. "Zhan Wentian, what are you doing? Let me go!" Bai Qian cried out in panic, pushing him away. In this moment, she found herself starkly aware. As if this were the first time she was witnessing his uncontrollable demeanor, akin to a lion fiercely defending its territory, eager to obliterate any traces of intruders. Her cries did not halt him. Zhan Wentian raised his head, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson as they locked onto hers. One hand firmly ensnared Bai Qian in his embrace, while the other began its slow ascent across her skin. Bai Qian's alarm escalated, and she struggled vehemently. Zhan Wentian's kiss descended once more, this one imbued with a more pronounced sense of predation, mercilessly ravaging her. The terrifying sensation was suffocating, and escape felt futile, as if she were sinking into an abyss where the more she fought, the more her strength waned. "Let go!" Bai Qian protested fiercely, but suddenly. Zhan Wentian seemed to recall something and released her. In the next moment, her liberated hand soared high, delivering a resounding slap across his face. Momentarily stunned, Zhan Wentian's robust frame still loomed over her, his gaze intense and profound. For an instant, Bai Qian fancied she glimpsed a tumult of emotions in his eyes. Infatuation, yearning, and anguish, but ultimately, they all succumbed to silence. "Zhan Wentian, what do you take me for? Let me go." Bai Qian did not wish to delve into the reasons behind his earlier expression, yet the humiliation of feeling violated pierced through her, compelling her to strike his chest with fervor. Zhan Wentian continued to gaze at her, his dark eyes betraying no emotion. His hoarse voice laced with a chill as he uttered, "No matter what I perceive you as, you will never accept it. What about William? What does he consider you? Allowing you to embrace so passionately in broad daylight?" The ambiguous inquiry transported Bai Qian back in time, invoking a sensation akin to being the wife caught in infidelity by her husband. She moved her lips, but uttered nothing, turning her head aside, only to feel a sudden pain in her chin as he forcibly turned her face back to him. It seemed he had swiftly regained his composure, the tension in his handsome features easing as he spoke in a gentler tone. "Qian, do not approach any man who harbors ulterior motives. You belong to me." Bai Qian found this declaration utterly ludicrous and dismissively swatted his hand away, retorting coldly, "Should I not then keep my distance from you, Mr. Zhan?" Zhan Wentian's expression darkened, yet he maintained his composure as he replied, "You cannot. It is only I who can." Bai Qian regarded him with a steely gaze, enunciating each word. "Why can you not? Is it because I am currently under your roof? Mr. Zhan, I wish to have no association with you whatsoever. I am unaware of the methods you employ to persuade my mother to acquiesce to your actions, yet I fail to comprehend your intentions. I have no desire to understand them either. Why do you persistently cling to me? Are you oblivious to the fact that my greatest wish is to sever any ties with you? Why do you wish to maintain even the slightest connection with me? Is it because of my past transgressions that you seek to cast me into an abyss from which I can never rise?" In a moment of apparent fury, Zhan Wentian unleashed a low roar, his composure slipping. Bai Qian felt her heart race, pounding fiercely as if it might leap from her chest. Taking a deep breath, she enunciated deliberately, "You speak of the past. If you seek repentance, then descend into hell to find Bai Suman. Why must you inflict suffering upon another who bears no relation to you? Bai Suman despises you, and so do I." Chapter 22. Heart disease, she loathed me. Why did she not grant me a chance? Why did she not push open the door to confront me? Why did she choose to flee in a state of panic, ultimately denying me the opportunity to utter a simple apology? Zhan Wentian's voice was a low, anguished roar, imbued with desolation and suffering. His inky black eyes seemed to have plunged into the depths of hell, ignited by searing flames. The Bai family treated her poorly, constantly scheming to usurp her shares. The younger sister he cherished in his heart was, behind her back, subjected to vile and sordid machinations. And then there was her grandfather, ensnaring her in traps for the sake of power. She was oblivious to the need for self-preservation. Upon realizing that the so-called business competition was nothing but a farcical pretext, merely a means to protect her, I awakened to the truth, yearning to mend what was broken, yet found no opportunity to do so. Zhan Wentian's voice caught in his throat as his grip on her shoulders tightened. His gaze, though dazed and confused, bore a hint of joy as he looked at Bai Qian. I recognize my mistakes. I merely wished to reclaim her. Yet, she left with such callousness. Do you understand the torment I have endured over these 3 months? Each time I close my eyes, I see her lying in a pool of blood. I wish for nothing more than to end my own life. All I desire is a single chance. By the end, his words were nearly a plea. Bai Qian's spine stiffened. An unprecedented sensation surged within her. Each of Zhan Wentian's words struck her heart like a hammer. How did he perceive himself? What of the protective postures he had assumed, the tyrannical dominion he exerted, the inexplicable words and actions? The answers were painfully evident, yet Bai Qian hesitated to confront them. The memories of the past were too excruciatingly overwhelming, intertwined with fear, humiliation, and resentment. In a flurry of helplessness, she attempted to shake off Zhan Wentian's hands, her breath unsteady and rapid. She tried to form a smile, but her expression was grim, murmuring to herself, "I do not comprehend what you are saying." Bai Qian had always perceived Zhan Wentian as a cold-hearted individual, unyielding in his endeavors. She believed their marriage had transgressed this man's limits from the very beginning. Yet, for the sake of a business venture, he endured 3 years of aloofness toward her, all with the intent of systematically dismantling the Bai family and her grandfather's legacy. In the end, he even colluded with his own sister, working in tandem to obliterate all that her family had built. Throughout this ordeal, Bai Suman suffered immensely, not only from Zhan Wentian's indifference and cruelty over the past 3 years, but also from the entanglements of interest that led to her being framed and ridiculed in high society. That incident became the source of her past life's fear and disdain for Zhan Wentian. Yet at this moment, this man revealed to her that though she believed deserving of her hatred might, in fact, be innocent souls burdened with undeserved guilt. Bai Qian was utterly astounded, as if everything she had steadfastly believed was being irrevocably overturned. The truths she had held dear were suddenly teetering on the brink of collapse. She widened her eyes, gazing at Zhan Wentian, feeling nothing but a profound sense of confusion and helplessness. How foolish had she been in her previous life? Bai Qian found herself at a loss, her thoughts consumed by the rhythmic thumping of her heart and the sharp pangs of pain emanating from her chest. Ultimately, unable to bear it any longer, she succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing in the anxious gaze of Zhan Wentian. When she awoke, she was enveloped in a profound slumber, as though never before had she experienced such tranquility across her past and present lives. Upon opening her eyes, a faint scent of antiseptic wafted through the air. Had she returned to the hospital? Bai Qian mused on her peculiar affinity for hospitals, having spent nearly a month there over the past 3 months. Suddenly, her hand was grasped, and she cast a weary glance downward, meeting the gaze of Zhan Wentian, whose once resolute and handsome visage now appeared significantly haggard. His chin was adorned with stubble, and his usually immaculate hair was tousled, while his wrinkled suit suggested it had not been changed in days. Yet, his eyes sparkled with a deep, lustrous black, brimming with joy. "Qian, you're awake. Are you all right? Do you feel any discomfort?" Zhan Wentian inquired urgently, his voice a flurry of concern. Bai Qian's mind spun as she regained her bearings, and she instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, only for him to grip it tighter, using it to cover his face, the stubble scratching her skin. "Please don't be angry. I merely wish to gaze upon you. I mean you no harm," he murmured hoarsely, raising his head to reveal red-rimmed eyes that bore a haunting yet sorrowful expression. Bai Qian regarded him in silence, letting out a deep sigh within her heart, ultimately choosing not to struggle any further, but instead closing her eyes, averting her gaze from him. How was she to confront Zhan Wentian? Should she deride his sorrowful expression, condemning him for his fate? Should she chastise him for his heartlessness and selfishness, asserting he deserved such punishment? Yet, in that moment, Bai Qian came to a profound realization. She might have long harbored no resentment toward Zhan Wentian. She was not a tragic victim, merely someone who felt disheartened by the unrelenting responses to her past sacrifices. In the presence of another burdened by pain, further moral judgments seemed superfluous and futile. As Bai Qian contemplated this, it felt as though she had truly been reborn, both physically and mentally. What began as a desire for a brief respite turned into another deep slumber, and when she opened her eyes once more, Zhan Wentian was gone, replaced by the worried countenance of Wang Yulan. Upon noticing her awakening, Wang Yulan hurriedly offered her a bowl of warm porridge. Her eyes filled with concern, making Bai Qian feel quite uneasy. After finishing the last spoonful, Bai Qian could no longer restrain herself and set the bowl aside, speaking up. "Mother, I am fine. You need not worry so. I wish to return home." Wang Yulan's hand faltered for a moment before she withdrew it, her tone imbued with worry as she said, Qian, there is something I must tell you. But please do not be agitated. Mr. Zhan has asked that I refrain from sharing this. It seems there may be some misunderstanding between you and him." Bai Qian furrowed her brow at her mother, a soft chuckle bubbling up within her. Indeed, despite her mother's straightforwardness, at her age, how could she not detect something amiss? "Mother, there is nothing between Mr. Zhan and me. I merely know his ex-wife, which is why she has been assisting us." Bai Qian gently patted her hand and softly explained. Bai Mu was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, she seemed to comprehend, nodding slightly in understanding. "No wonder Mr. Zhan has been so kind to you." With a sigh, Wang Yulan anxiously spoke. "Qian, during your last fainting episode when you were taken to the hospital for examination, the doctor mentioned that there are some issues with your heart." Chapter 23. Framing Bai Qian's hand trembled slightly, prompting Wang Yulan to grasp it firmly. Leaning in with reddened eyes and a choked voice, "Do not worry, it is nothing serious. The doctor said a simple surgery will suffice, do not fret." Bai Qian, still in shock, struggled to process the news, instinctively placing a hand over her heart, her dazed expression evoking tears from Wang Yulan. "It is my fault. I cannot provide you with a good life, nor even a healthy body," she lamented, her heart aching for her unfortunate child, questioning why she must endure such hardships throughout her life. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by Wang Yulan's quiet sobs, as Bai Qian remained in a state of stunned contemplation. Outside the door, Zhan Wentian stood against the wall, holding his breath, listening intently to the sounds within. His hands, hanging at his sides, clenched tightly as he took a deep breath, pressing his head against the wall, his sharp facial features taut with tension. Wang Yulan had long been unwilling to accept this reality, but now, speaking of it before Bai Qian pushed her to her emotional limits. She buried her head in her hands, tears soaking her palms. Regaining her composure, Bai Qian slowly extended her hand to grasp Wang Yulan's, gently patting it in a soothing manner, waiting patiently for her mother to finish crying. Yet, the warmth of her affection was overshadowed by fatigue. "Mother, it will be all right. Please do not cry. The doctor has assured me it is merely a matter of surgery. You need not worry." Having faced death once before, Bai Qian felt no fear or panic in discussing such matters, only the initial shock. Wang Yulan gazed into Bai Qian's serene, dark eyes, filled with calmness that resonated within her heart, making her realize that this Bai Qian was no longer the child she once knew. Bai Qian's composed acceptance of the situation led to the doctor personally discussing the matter with her. Bai Suman, a lady of noble birth in her previous life, was no stranger to the physician. The doctor, over 60 years of age, was the Zhan family's personal medical expert and a renowned cardiologist. Bai Qian suffered from congenital heart disease, commonly understood as having several holes in her heart. Ideally, she should have undergone surgery at a young age, but the Bai family's poverty had kept the condition undiagnosed and untreated. As Bai Qian grew, her inherently introverted nature, combined with her low self-esteem, prevented any severe emotional outbursts, which is why her condition remained dormant. The doctor swiftly scheduled the surgery, and Wang Yulan temporarily set aside her stall to care for Bai Qian. After the doctor departed, Wang Yulan looked at Bai Qian with lingering apprehension, recalling the doctor's warning that her emotional state could not fluctuate before the surgery. For reasons unknown, Zhan Wentian had not appeared since then. In the afternoon, Wang Yulan returned home to prepare nourishing soup for Bai Qian. Disliking the scent of antiseptic in the hospital, Bai Qian ventured downstairs alone for a walk in the garden. Although small, the private hospital's garden was meticulously maintained. Sitting on a bench, her clear and bright eyes seemed unfocused, lost in thought as she gazed at the artificial lake before her. The evening glow painted the surroundings in warm shades of orange. And amidst this serene environment, Bai Qian appeared delicate yet tranquil. At the most inopportune moment, someone inevitably arrived to disrupt her thoughts. Bai Qian was lost in contemplation when, without warning, a newspaper flew into her face, its sharp corners startling her back to reality. Turning her head, she found Bai Ling standing beside her, arms crossed and wearing a twisted expression. Since the series of events that had transpired, Bai Qian found herself neither harboring hatred nor affection for Bai Ling. However, seeing her appear before her now caused Bai Qian to instinctively furrow her brow in silence. Bai Ling, though appearing somewhat haggard, maintained an air of arrogance that showed no signs of diminishing. Noticing that Bai Qian had turned away in disregard, she sneered. "Why don't you take a look at the newspaper?" At those words, Bai Qian cast a glance at the paper lying on the ground, but made no move to pick it up. Bai Ling, undeterred, stepped closer in her high heels, her toe kicking the newspaper aside, revealing the content of the entertainment section to Bai Qian. In bold black letters, it proclaimed Zhan Wentian, chairman of Qingtian Group. As a new lover, lonely and restless, he strays. Accompanying the headline was a photograph of Bai Qian being embraced by William at the entrance of Zhan Wentian's villa. A flicker of emotion finally crossed Bai Qian's calm features as she swiftly bent down to retrieve the newspaper, her eyes scanning the page with increasing trepidation. The article laid bare her entire background, disclosing how she had been supported by someone before graduating from university, that someone being none other than Zhan Wentian. Although the formidable Qingtian Group had managed to withstand scrutiny from the press, the recent revelation of Zhan Wentian's affair inevitably tarnished both his and the company's image. More importantly, it also affected William, her colleague, whose reputation now faced scrutiny, casting a shadow over the Victoria Hotel as well. The paper subtly insinuated Bai Qian's qualifications for working at Victoria, painting her as a scheming individual who had leveraged her body to ascend the social ladder. The once warm evening abruptly turned cold, chilling her skin and leaving her eyes parched. Closing her eyes, Bai Qian was suddenly flooded with memories long buried. In her past life, Bai Suman had also found herself inexplicably thrust into the spotlight, having just become pregnant with Zhan Wentian's child after 3 years of marriage. Feeling the relationship between them grow increasingly lukewarm. In a moment of panic, uncertain of how to handle the impending motherhood, she sought out William. After a glass of water in the hotel's reception room, she found herself drowsy and, upon awakening, discovered she was in bed with William. Before she could comprehend the situation, a throng of reporters burst through the door, capturing the scandalous scene. The subsequent articles were predictably relentless in their condemnation of her perceived debauchery. During that period, Bai Suman became akin to a pariah in high society. Even when she chose to remain indoors, numerous individuals would reach out under the guise of concern, only to revel in her misfortune. Bai Suman's heart felt as though it had turned to ash. She nearly suffered a miscarriage with the child she had just conceived. Yet she found herself unable to explain or confront Zhan Wentian. She had initially believed that this incident would irreparably sever their bond, but to her astonishment, Zhan Wentian exhibited no signs of displeasure upon learning of the matter. Her grandfather's family promptly severed ties with her publicly, and although there had never been much affection, the outcome left her feeling utterly desolate. Zhan Wentian, contrary to her expectations, urged her to rest at home, which led her to believe she had genuinely touched his heart. However, mere months later, the Bai family faced bankruptcy. A chilling realization dawned upon her. Zhan Wentian's apparent concern was merely a strategic maneuver to ensure her loyalty before taking decisive action against her family. Returning home with this suspicion, she was confronted with a scene that drove her into a state of panic, ultimately causing her to tumble down the staircase. Chapter 24. The truth. Bai Ling appeared quite pleased with Bai Qian's actions, her exquisitely adorned visage finally breaking into a smile. The despicable mouse would never transform into a graceful swan. If you wish to continue living well, it would be wise to recognize your place. The upper echelons of society are a stage you shall never grace. After her words, Bai Ling let out a cold snort, her disdain glaringly evident. With merely a flick of my finger, I could render your existence untenable. Bai Qian remained silent, turning her face away to gaze steadily at Bai Ling. The residential area of Zhan Wentian was under stringent management. Without proper identification, entry was impossible. Thus, the photographs could not have been leaked by any of the involved parties. Some doubts began to fester within her. Certain answers were already glaringly apparent. Did you hear my words? Bai Ling was unnerved by the calm, yet sorrowful gaze directed at her, prompting her to raise her voice in a shout. What are you doing here? Before Bai Qian could respond, a low, thunderous voice interrupted their divergent thoughts. Bai Ling, startled, turned to see Zhan Wentian, clad in a black suit, striding towards them, his formidable figure silhouetted against the light. The face she had dreamt of was now etched with frost, and his deep, inscrutable eyes were not focused on her, but rather on the pale woman behind her. Zhan Wentian approached with commanding strides, his gentlemanly demeanor slipping as he brusquely shoved Bai Ling aside, moving to Bai Qian's side. The man who usually commanded storms now knelt beside her, taking her cold hand in his. Upon feeling the chill, he removed his own jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Bai Ling watched, her eyes reddening, her teeth grinding in frustration. Zhan Wentian's gaze fell upon a newspaper, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes before he rose, turning his fierce gaze upon Bai Ling. His voice icy as he stated, I have warned you not to appear before Qian again. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to ruin you. Bai Ling, taken aback, stepped back but immediately shouted, Why can't I come? Why do you protect her so fiercely? Don't you merely see her as a substitute for Bai Suman? Even if I have no ties to her, I have molded myself to be like her for you. Why do not seek me out? Bai Ling, having been taken into the Bai family at a young age, harbored deep-seated insecurities and resentment. She loathed Bai Suman, believing that as a member of the Bai family, she had no right to live a better life. A flicker of panic crossed Zhan Wentian's otherwise stoic face as he glanced at Bai Qian, who was lost in her own thoughts, before swiftly turning his head back, narrowing his eyes as he coldly threatened, You had best leave now. I will not leave. You have already destroyed me. Bai Ling shouted vehemently, her life dimmed by her past transgressions. All she felt now was hatred. In the past, my misguided affection had led them to sever ties with Bai Suman, aiding you tremendously, and now you ruin me for a woman. Bai Ling understood that Bai Suman held an indelible position in Zhan Wentian's heart, and she had to exploit his guilt towards Bai Qian to secure her own interests. Taking full advantage of the affection Bai Suman had once shown her. Wait, what did you say? Bai Qian, momentarily lost in thought, finally responded with a blank expression. Zhan Wentian quickly knelt beside her, gently tugging at her jacket, and softly suggested, It's getting chilly. We should head back. Although Zhan Wentian concealed his concerns well, Bai Qian discerned the unease in his eyes, which only deepened her own sense of despair. With trembling hands, she pushed him away and unsteadily rose to her feet, fixing her gaze on Bai Ling, her voice quivering as she inquired, What did you say? What have you done to Bai Suman? Bai Lang Zitgo Bai Qian. Her eyes mirroring the serene, yet maddeningly envious gaze of Bai Suman. In that moment, the already unhinged Bai Ling seemed to perceive not Bai Qian before her, but rather Bai Suman. A low, manic laugh escaped her lips. Zhan Wentian, noticing the situation deteriorating, furrowed his brow deeper and stepped forward, attempting to lead Bai Qian away. Yet, she summoned unexpected strength, forcefully waving him off, her eyes glinting with anger. Zhan Wentian's expression darkened, and he ultimately retreated to the side. Bai Ling laughed maniacally, tears streaming down her face as she touched her eyes, abruptly halting her laughter, and with a venomous gaze, she articulated each word with deliberate malice. What did I do to her? I drugged her water, sent her to another's bed, arranged for reporters to take pictures, conspired with them to write articles, and ensured that hypocritical woman was utterly disgraced. Bai Qian felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her body reeling backward. Zhan Wentian hurriedly caught her, his eyes icy as he glared at Bai Ling, commanding silence. However, Bai Ling merely sneered, her eyes fixed on them as she continued to scream. That pretentious woman thinks that because she was kind to me, I would not hate her? Why should I? She is the young lady, and I am merely the illegitimate daughter? Bai Ling's eyes burned with rage as she glared at Bai Qian, her long-simmering resentment consuming her rationality. Why did she get to possess the majority of the Bai family shares while she had nothing? Why was she able to marry such a remarkable man when she could not? Even more absurdly, she ultimately realized that she was nothing but a joke, not truly a child of the Bai family. If she was a joke, then she would ensure that Bai Qian became one as well. "I command you to be silent. Leave," Zhan Wentian shouted in exasperation, feeling the tremors of the person in his arms intensify uncontrollably. Yet Bai Ling erupted into another fit of manic laughter, seemingly reveling in the memory, her expression one of intoxicated delight. "That was the best decision I ever made." Watching her in that pitiful state, seeing her utterly defeated, brought me such satisfaction. Bai Qian stared at her, momentarily stunned by the manic expression on Bai Ling's face. In that instant, it felt as though the world around her had fallen silent. The memory of that day in the hotel, when reporters burst through the door, and the incessant flashes of lights that blinded her resurfaced vividly. She recalled lying bare on the bed, paralyzed with fear as William shielded her. "Miss Bai, have you had such a relationship with this gentleman for long? I heard you were pregnant. Is the child Zhan's or this gentleman's? Miss Bai, is it because Mr. Zhan treats you poorly that you sought solace elsewhere? What thoughts consumed you during your clandestine affair? The Bai family has no daughter like you. From this day forth, you shall sever all ties with us, for it would be utterly disgraceful to speak of it." Bai Qian felt a dampness upon her face, tears streaming from her eyes. She reached out, only to find her hands empty. Every argument seemed futile, every attempt at self-reassurance rendered powerless. The most humiliating memory of her life was orchestrated by the very sister she had raised and cherished. Ironically, the child she had adored for over a decade was not her biological sister. Yet, despite the absence of blood ties, they had shared over 10 years together. Was her heart made of that it cannot warm? It turns out, Bai Suman was the most laughable joke of all. Bai Qian felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if it had ceased to beat, and darkness enveloped her as she collapsed forward. Chapter 25. William's affection Bai Qian was aware that she had lost consciousness. The surroundings were a chaotic cacophony, the noise incessantly loud, yet those myriad sounds seemed distantly removed. Various lights pierced her pupils, distorting faces and words that discussed matters pertaining to her body. Then, numerous medical personnel rushed over, laying her flat upon a hospital bed, where an array of instruments were manipulated and various tubes and injections were administered. Bai Qian closed her eyes, her consciousness plunging into the depths of her being, into an unfathomable abyss, where she felt an icy coldness pervade her very core. The chill was so profound that it seemed to frost her internal organs, rendering her rationality and judgment hidden away, leaving behind only a vast, white emptiness. Bai Qian found herself reluctant to emerge from that icy void. Yet someone was slapping her face, shouting loudly into her ears. With a dazed expression, she opened her eyes to behold a ruggedly handsome face, etched with anxiety. He grasped her hand tightly, his voice trembling as he repeatedly called out, "Qian Qian, Qian Qian." Bai Qian felt as if her heart had been mercilessly sliced open, the pain blurring her vision. She instinctively cried out, "Zhan Wentian. I'm here. I'm here." Zhan Wentian half-crouched beside her bed, bending over as he followed the nurses pushing the bed, holding her hand against his face, soothing her gently. Tears streamed from Bai Qian's hollow, bewildered eyes, her gaze unfocused yet seemingly fixated on his face as she struggled to utter the words, "It hurts." Finally, the bed was pushed into the operating room, leaving Zhan Wentian outside, staring vacantly at the closed door, his ears ringing with her last words, "It hurts." It is said that when one is in a coma, the subconscious erects a wall against the outside world, existing within one's own realm. Bai Qian felt that she was indeed in such a state, isolated in a cold, dark space, where towering walls shielded her from all the unpleasantness and filth outside. Even though it was lonely and frigid, she felt impervious to harm. Bai Qian sensed the weight of the deep sea pressing down upon her. She wished to remain there indefinitely, even as the oppressive pressure caused her body to ache. She found no pleasure in the world above the water's surface. Yet, she could feel another hand, strong and insistent, gripping hers tightly, an unyielding force amidst the palpable darkness and fatigue. Despite her state of unconsciousness, she could still feel the pain in her hand, a testament to the fervent grip of the person holding her, who refused to yield to her unconsciousness. He conveyed a sense of reality, akin to a drowning person clinging desperately to a lifeline. In her consciousness, Bai Qian seemed to read the urgency emanating from his palm. Not merely urgency, but also bewilderment. She understood that Zhan Wentian, while she cowered in darkness, was sighing inwardly. Why must he endure such turmoil? Why not grant himself a measure of freedom? Was he not above it all? Yet why the uncertainty? Despite this, Bai Qian still did not wish to awaken. She was unprepared to confront the upheaval of all she had ever known, uncertain of how to face what lay ahead. She was unaware of how long she had been lost in thought until that hand released her, the once searing warmth turning cold, until the last trace of his warmth faded away. The sound of worried cries filled her ears, one after another, day after day, and Bai Qian ultimately could not remain indifferent to her plight. She allowed herself to drift toward the ocean's surface when a blinding light pierced her vision, instinctively causing her to shut her eyes once more. Yet, she heard the astonished and delighted shouts of those around her. "Qian Qian, dear girl, do not sleep. Do not sleep." With great effort, Bai Qian opened her eyes, feeling as though 1,000 pounds pressed upon her eyelids. She wished to speak, but her throat was parched and painful, so she reached out to caress Wang Yulan's swollen eyes, which were filled with tears. Wang Yulan looked at her with profound sorrow, her heart aching so deeply that as she opened her mouth, tears streamed down her face. "I am fine." Exhausted, Bai Qian managed to utter these few words. Mother knows, you will be fine from now on." Wang Yulan nodded, pressing Bai Qian's hand against her cheek, sobbing softly. In the spacious hospital room, only the mother and daughter remained, embracing and weeping. The rain that had poured outside for a week had finally ceased, revealing bright sunshine, as if everything had suddenly become clear. After 3 days of rest, another visitor arrived in the hospital room. Not Zhan Wentian, but William. The ever-dapper gentleman now wore an expression of concern and anxiety. Upon seeing the person reclined on the hospital bed, he hurried over, wanting to embrace Bai Qian tightly, yet fearful of causing her harm. He settled for grasping her hand firmly, bringing it to his face, trembling as he asked, "Are you all right?" Bai Qian offered a faint smile and replied gently, "I am well. The surgery was very successful." The previous day's distress had overwhelmed her heart, necessitating the surgery to be advanced by a month. Bai Qian's health had already been fragile, and with the added strain, the entire surgical process had been fraught with peril. She had truly danced on the edge of death. "I'm sorry, I did not mean to keep this from you. Had I known this would happen, I would have never left your side," William said, stroking the back of Bai Qian's hand with a tone of guilt. Bai Qian smiled softly, noticing Wang Yulan still by her side, and feeling a bit embarrassed. She withdrew her hand. Only then did William realize there was another person present, turning to Wang Yulan to bow politely, saying, "Bai Qian, Mrs. Bai, I was too overwhelmed." Wang Yulan glanced at Bai Qian, then at William, finally sighing as she waved her hand dismissively. "No need to mind me. You two continue your conversation. I shall go downstairs to buy some fruit." With that, she turned and exited the room. William watched Wang Yulan leave before turning back to Bai Qian, sitting on the bed and gently pulling her into his embrace, his voice trembling with lingering fear. "Qian Qian, you were unconscious for a month. The doctor said you nearly didn't wake up. I was truly frightened. I'm sorry I could not be here to accompany you during this time." Bai Qian paused, then understood why William had been unable to visit. Surely the possessive man had left her hospital room only a few days prior, which had prevented William from entering. Seeing her gaze lowered in contemplation, William reached out to lift her chin, compelling her to meet his eyes. "Shallow, once your ailment has subsided, shall we embark on a journey abroad together?" William spoke with utmost seriousness and sincerity. Bai Qian gazed at him in astonishment, her brows knitting together. In a hurry, William clarified, "I do not perceive you as her. Rather, I regard you as simply you. I am uncertain whether my initial impressions were clouded by emotions. But now I understand that the one I cherish in my heart is you." Chapter 26. Candid Rebirth. Bai Qian stood in stunned silence, uncertain how to respond to this inquiry. The tenderness and ease in William's eyes were so palpable that she could no longer feign ignorance. When William professed his affection for her, she could not dismiss it. She had genuinely perceived sincerity in his gaze. The camaraderie he had skillfully concealed from Bai Suman in the past was now unmistakably clear. Noticing her silence, William's expression shifted to one of anger as he pressed. "Why? Have you truly fallen for that scoundrel, Zhan Wentian?" Bai Qian regarded him calmly and, after a moment's contemplation, smiled gently. "William, it is not about anyone in particular. Rather, it is the vast chasm between our social standings. If you are willing to wait, perhaps one day, I may find myself closer to you, and then I will consider it." William was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile illuminated his face as he grasped Bai Qian's hand once more, softly inquiring, "Is that true? You're not deceiving me?" She shook her head, affirming, "No, I'm not lying to you." Everything from her past seemed to dissolve with this healing of her heart. Her previous declaration to live her own life had often been shackled by her former existence. Yet, what Bai Suman? What Bai Qian? Bai Suman was her. Bai Qian was also her. In the painful recollections, they were both hers. Since she could not refuse, why not embrace it with honesty? Even if this man truly loved Bai Suman and not her, was she not in essence Bai Suman? She yearned for a new life. However, sometimes one cannot grasp the future while clinging to the past. "Wonderful," William chuckled, affectionately rubbing Bai Qian's hand. "Rest assured, from this day forth, I shall always protect you until you fully accept me." No sooner had he spoken than the door creaked open, and they presumed it was Wang Yulan, back from fruit shopping. Instead, they were met by Zhan Wentian, clad in black, his face as cold as frost, with sharp, menacing eyes. Zhan Wentian stood there, his demeanor grave, emanating an intimidating aura that seemed to freeze the very air around them. His gaze was terrifying, as if concealing glinting blades ready to strike, fixated on the intertwined hands of William and Bai Qian, as though he wished to cut through flesh and heart, inflicting unbearable pain. William, upon seeing Zhan Wentian, did not relinquish his hold on Bai Qian's hand. He merely shifted his stance to obstruct Zhan Wentian's line of sight. The atmosphere in the room became unbearably tense, as if a mere spark could ignite an explosion. Sensing the palpable tension between the two men, Bai Qian sighed and tugged at William's sleeve, softly suggesting, "William, why don't you return home for today? I need to discuss a few matters with Mr. Zhan." William turned to her, studying her calm black eyes, where he could no longer detect the emotions he had witnessed earlier in the presence of Zhan Wentian. After a lengthy sigh, he released her hand and, in French, said, "I shall come to see you another day." He stood, adjusted his clothing, cast a glance at the cold, piercing gaze of Zhan Wentian, and finally stepped outside. As the door closed, the room was immediately left with only Zhan Wentian and Bai Qian, one as calm as water, the other with a countenance cold as ice. Bai Qian cast a glance towards the door, noticing the shadow on the glass, realizing that Zhan Wentian must have summoned bodyguards outside. Thus, even if Wang Yulan returned, she would not be able to enter for the time being. Retracting her gaze, Bai Qian looked at Zhan Wentian, whose eyes, dark as an ancient well, were now filled with bloodshot veins, a testament to his lack of rest during this time. At that moment, those eyes bore the weight of injury and unwillingness. Bai Qian's heart was as tranquil as still water. Lost in thought, a hint of a smile graced her clear, dark eyes as she addressed Zhan Wentian softly. "Wentian, let's converse." Zhan Wentian's tall and robust figure visibly trembled, his icy gaze seemingly shifting in an instant, filled with a mix of hope and confusion. Ultimately, through sheer self-control, he quickly regained his composure and replied, "You have just awakened. Let us discuss matters another time." Bai Qian shook her head calmly and said, "No, let's speak now, shall we? Please?" The phrase "shall we" seemed to be the first time Bai Suman had spoken to Zhan Wentian in such a serene, pleading tone since her rebirth. Zhan Wentian stood rigidly for a moment before approaching and sitting at the edge of the bed. He gazed at her still pallid face and slowly extended his hand, gently caressing her cheek, his touch tender and lingering, as if both confessing and entwining. Bai Qian accepted this calmness, her clear eyes devoid of even a flicker of emotion. Zhan Wentian felt pierced by that gaze, and after a brief moment, he withdrew his hand, struggling to speak. You may begin. Wentian, I have long harbor wish. Bai Qian turned to gaze at the bright sunlight streaming through the window, seemingly lost in reverie, and continued, I hope for a family, not one of great wealth or extravagance, but simple, with someone I love and who loves me, and a child we both cherish. This wish will be realized. It will. No. Bai Qian withdrew her gaze, looking at him with a slight shake of her head, yet her lips held a smile. As long as you are here, this wish shall never come true. Do you wish to leave me? Zhan Wentian's expression darkened abruptly as he gripped her shoulders tightly, as if fearing that if he loosened his hold, she would vanish before his eyes. I absolutely will not allow you to leave me. Though her shoulders ached from his grip, Bai Qian remained unfazed, calmly gazing into those eyes that had begun to redden even more. For the first time, she looked at him with a sense of detachment, devoid of any emotion, and slowly uttered, It is possible. I can. Zhan Wentian suddenly stood up, agitatedly running his fingers through his hair, roaring like a raging lion. No, it is not possible. Is it because of William? Is it because of that man? Zhan Wentian paced back and forth in agitation. But upon seeing the serene expression of the person on the bed, his fiery rage doused by a bucket of cold water, leaving him feeling chilled to the bone. Weary and defeated, he wiped his face and conceded, Qian, let us end today's discussion here. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Zhan Wentian was almost on the verge of fleeing in disarray. Without awaiting Bai Qian's response, he strode towards the door. Just as his hand grazed the doorknob, Bai Qian's voice, soft yet resolute, drifted from behind him. Each word was uttered with clarity and conviction. Wentian, our fated connection has already been exhausted in our past lives. Why must you persist in this lifetime? Do you truly wish to drive me to the brink once more? Chapter 27. Panic. Zhan Wentian's massive frame trembled, his hand gripping the doorknob, quivering like a leaf caught in the wind. He did not turn back, nor did he possess the strength to make any movement. Even his voice quaked as he uttered, I do not comprehend what you are saying. Bai Qian shook her head. You know who I am. I am Bai Qian, and I am also. Do not say it. Zhan Wentian turned around, his face paling drastically as he instinctively interrupted her. I'm also Bai Suman. Bai Qian finally articulated the words that had been concealed in her heart, unable to evade them any longer. She released her burdens and embraced acceptance. At the moment she spoke, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over her. Every pore in her body seemed to exude comfort. In stark contrast, Zhan Wentian appeared as though a layer of skin had been cruelly stripped from him, only to have salt poured upon the raw wound. Bai Qian observed him, feeling a twinge of pain akin to that of a heart recently operated upon. Throughout countless days and nights spent together, she had never witnessed such a look upon his face. Just a moment ago, she had thought Zhan Wentian would remain unflinching even if a mountain collapsed before him. Yet, at this instant, he was as pale as a ghost, his eyes particularly dark and profound, seemingly bearing the weight of years filled with suffering, desire, struggle, pain, and even a hint of pleading. The emotions within him threatened to spill over. Perhaps in his entire life, only this moment revealed the vulnerable aspect of his soul. You are not. You cannot be, right? He uttered hoarsely, his tone almost humble. The anguish in his gaze pierced Bai Qian's heart, compelling her to turn away, refusing to meet his eyes gently, without leaving room for redemption. I truly am. Wentian, you have known this all along, have you not? Zhan Wentian stared blankly for long, while before managing a bitter smile. Qian, during this time, I've tried to explain, to help you open your heart. Yet when you finally do, you push me away. I acknowledge my faults, but why do you not grant me the chance to make amends? Bai Qian smiled faintly, yet his gaze, laden with unspoken pain, deeply affected her, stirring a profound bitterness within. Regardless, that was all in the past. I am now Bai Suman. Though I'm not entirely Bai Suman, you are still Zhan Wentian, and you can choose your own path. My chosen life is you. Zhan Wentian bellowed in desperation. Bai Qian, however, continued, but my life no longer includes you. We cannot return to the past. Everything that has transpired, I understand the depth of my misunderstandings towards you. Yet you know the extent of the pain you have inflicted upon me. I have let go, and I hope you will too. I will not let go. You know how difficult the subsequent 3 months have been for me. I regret. I lament. Zhan Wentian has never regretted any decision in his life. Yet I find myself wishing to understand myself just to seek you. Do you realize that? Zhan Wentian shouted uncontrollably, gasping for breath. Qian. My heart is made of flesh. I too can feel pain. I too can hurt. Why can you forgive everyone but me? Bai Suman fell silent. Her gaze lowered in contemplation. Why could she not forgive Zhan Wentian? Perhaps it was precisely because he was Zhan Wentian that forgiveness remained elusive. After a moment, he rubbed his face, took a deep breath, and replied in a calm tone, "Shallow, let us not discuss these matters for now." He rested his head without any grace, stating, "Let us conclude today's conversation. We should both take a moment to regain our composure." Asking Tian, "It matters not when we speak, for my decisions remain steadfast." Bai Suman expressed the facts with her characteristic stubbornness. Zhan Wentian approached hurriedly, his brow furrowed, gazing at Bai Suman with profound eyes filled with endless sorrow. After a brief moment, he lifted his head, gently closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, the sadness was tenderly veiled by layers of glistening tears. He extended his hand, resting it upon the back of Bai Suman's hand, sighed deeply, and softly implored, "Do not reject me. I merely wish for your happiness." The mere desire for her happiness pierced Bai Suman's heart, causing her to bite her lip and remain silent. In her former identity as Bai Suman, those words had been her utmost pursuit, yet now, when spoken to her, she found herself unwilling to embrace them. How ironic this situation was. "I will not let go." Bai Suman's silence left Zhan Wentian devoid of the confidence to persist. After uttering this line, he abruptly straightened, swiftly turned, and exited the hospital room in a manner akin to fleeing, hastily declaring, "I will agree to anything, except for you leaving." Abandon that thought. Regardless of how one interprets those words, they carried an air of feigned bravado. Bai Suman watched his panicked retreat, letting out a quiet sigh. The Zhan family had established their fortune through real estate, renowned since the time of Zhan Wentian's ancestors as formidable tycoons in the business realm. By the time of Zhan Wentian's father, the family's financial power had solidified, deeply rooted and unshakable. However, as is customary, business and politics are intertwined. When the Zhan family expanded into the imperial capital, they lacked crucial political connections. To secure a substantial government project, Zhan Wentian's father allied with the prestigious Bai family, whose political standing mirrored the Zhan family's dominance in real estate. The alliance between the Zhan and Bai families appeared devoid of drawbacks. As the sole heir, Zhan Wentian was arguably the most capable individual in the family's history. Yet, even so, he could not contest the so-called arranged marriage imposed upon him, being summoned back home and relinquishing his life abroad, along with his girlfriend of 3 years. Zhan Wentian harbored resentment. He despised the Bai family and loathed the Bai family lady, Bai Suman, whom he had met only once and who was destined to become his wife. 3 years is not a brief span. During this time, he inflicted countless wounds upon Bai Suman. He granted her a status, portraying a facade of marital bliss in public, meticulously concealing any flaws, offering her hope, only to obliterate that hope in an instant. Bai Suman was gentle yet tenacious. Zhan Wentian knew she loved him. Even after his betrayals, she would still keep a light burning for his return home, tirelessly preparing his favorite meals, ensuring he would awaken to perfectly coordinated outfits, and drawing him a warm bath filled to the brim for his weary return, her eyes puffy from tears, yet still greeting him with a tender smile the next day. Habits possess a formidable nature, especially in the context of 3 years spent in close companionship. When Zhan Wentian ultimately expanded his influence to a point where no one could sway him, he obliterated the entrenched political standing of the Bai family, installed his own allies, and annihilated their commercial prominence, swallowing everything in a single night. Just as he believed that those who had once inflicted harm upon him were no longer a threat, he was suddenly confronted with the daunting prospect of facing his gentle and considerate wife at home. Yet by the time he experienced this awakening, she had already departed from this world, lost to a despicable misunderstanding and to the unexpressed sentiments he had failed to convey with sufficient resolve. Chapter 28. An epilogue of Zhan Wentian. What does it mean when a person dies? It signifies that they will no longer grace this world. Regardless of their regrets or remorse, they will simply cease to exist. Bai Suman has passed away, and every detail surrounding her departure has been orchestrated by him. Her chosen burial site, the eulogy he composed, the announcement of her death he arranged with the newspaper. In the span of a mere 3 days, her entire life seemed to have been encapsulated. The Bai family, long estranged from her, did not come to pay their respects. Their absence was deliberate, and he had no desire to summon them. He would not allow those who had merely exploited her for their own gain to approach her in death. For 3 months, within the desolate confines of the villa, he found that whenever he closed his eyes, he could vividly envision her tumbling down the staircase, sprawled in a pool of blood, her gentle face etched with sorrow and anguish. Zhan Wentian felt himself on the brink of madness. He had never realized how profoundly she had penetrated his heart. Zhan Wentian began to avoid returning home, choosing instead to reside in his office, engaging in a relentless cycle of work, until one day, his secretary gently reminded him that it was her birthday. He toiled through the night in his office, tears streaming down his face. Indeed, he was a wretch, unable to remember her birthday after 3 years. Only in the darkness did he dare to peel back the layers of his own flesh, to examine the shadowy void where his heart once was, to contemplate the depth of his pain. At the break of dawn the following day, he took it upon himself to drive and purchase flowers, making his way to her grave. He hoped that, even in death, such an act of atonement, though perhaps empty, might alleviate the profound helplessness that had settled within him. Zhan Wentian could hardly have anticipated that fortune would smile upon him once more. At the cemetery, he encountered her again. Although the visage before him was entirely different, his wife possessed an unremarkable appearance, yet had eyes that sparkled with clarity and brightness. The young woman before him, however, bore the same striking gaze, one that, while laced with hostility and fear, felt hauntingly familiar. She claimed to be a friend of his late wife, yet her words betrayed a depth of emotion that transcended mere friendship. When she inquired about the circumstances surrounding his wife's fall, Zhan Wentian instinctively grasped her hand before his mind could catch up, and to his astonishment, he felt a faint tremor in the long-neglected chamber of his heart. Publicly, Bai Suman's death had been attributed to complications from miscarriage, a narrative he had tightly controlled. Yet she was aware of the truth, that it was a fall down the stairs. Initially, Zhan Wentian refrained from taking further action regarding her. His status often attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. As she departed, he remained vigilant, determined not to allow anyone to exploit Bai Suman's memory as a pretext for their own designs. Consequently, he undertook a thorough investigation into her background. Subsequently, he was unsurprised to discover that the narrative she recounted about her acquaintance with Bai Suman was entirely fabricated. She hailed from an unremarkable background, her family teetering on the brink of poverty, yet she claimed to have met Bai Suman while traveling abroad. Little did she know, she had never even obtained a passport, yet she seemed well-versed in the events that transpired in Paris concerning Bai Suman. What troubled him even more was the revelation that this girl had attempted suicide by wrist-cutting 3 months prior. The timeline of her recovery coincided almost perfectly with the moment of Susu's death. In a moment of spiritual rebirth, Zhan Wentian clung to her like a drowning man grasping a lifeline, refusing to let go. Through a series of orchestrated coincidences he arranged, her so-called excuse of being an inseparable friend of Susu was effortlessly dismantled. The striking similarities she bore to Bai Suman compelled Zhan Wentian to confront his emotions, as if a seed had been planted in the barren land of his despair, silently yet palpably giving rise to a burgeoning sense of hope. Though born into hardship, she spoke fluent and authentic French. Her humble status belied a genuine aura, one that radiated warmth and drew the admiration of those around her. Her fear and resistance, alongside the sorrowful glimmer in her eyes whenever Susu's name was mentioned, resonated deeply within him. He deliberately brought her back to the villa, which he had not visited for 3 months, listening to her silent, sorrowful cries for those lost figures in her nightmares. He heard her panic and distress as she vehemently denied her identity. Sitting by the bedside, the anguish within him threatened to erupt, constricting his breath. How could he not understand her plight? In the past, the tender wife he had wounded so deeply would weep and lament, insisting she was not the destroyer of his life, not the one to inflict harm upon him. Zhan Wentian was acutely aware of the profound hurt he had caused her, yet he was oblivious to how deeply rooted it had become. After she awakened, he sought to temper his emotions, rousing her ire while extracting fragments of secrets known only to him and Susu from her anguished words. Concealed in the shadows, he watched her descend the stairs with familiarity, observed her tearfully staring at the baby crib he had strategically placed in the living room, and noted her inputting the passcode to exit the villa, one that was Zhan Wentian's birthday, personally set by Bai Suman. He followed her along the winding paths of the villa community until she boarded a bus, unaware that he lingered behind the bus stop. Her tear-streaked face bore a blend of laughter and weeping. Those hard-won tears were not born of sorrow or regret, but of joy at their reunion. The warmth that should have faded reemerged vividly before his eyes, stirring the once dead heart within him to feel again a fiery pang of sensation. In that instant, he felt a profound reverence for the unknown world, for the divine, for fate, and for the inexplicable force that had brought Susu back into his life. He understood that encountering her once more was a testament to fate's compassion, marking the commencement of a profound trial. As he approached her, she instinctively recoiled, her every word and gesture exuding a palpable sense of rejection and distance. Zhan Wentian's heart was a tempest of anxiety, constantly observing her every move from the shadows. He recognized the necessity of patience and the imperative to conceal his awareness of the situation. Resolutely, he vowed to exercise heightened caution this time, determined to avoid past missteps. He would deliberate with utmost care, weighing the fragility of her wounded psyche as a prerequisite for embracing his beloved once again. Yet, reality often proves harsher than imagination. Though he remained steadfast, fate was in motion. The man who had harbored an unwavering affection for Bai Suman in a previous life had also crossed paths with her. In his gaze, Zhan Wentian discerned a similarly profound longing, shattering the meticulously crafted plans he had devised. He could not afford to remain passive, allowing time to erode her weariness and fear. Instead, he began to orchestrate opportunities for her to uncover the truths of their past, including the final, fatal misunderstanding and the depths of his remorse. However, he once again underestimated Bai Suman's deep ties to that family and the wounds they inflicted upon her. Witnessing her faint from distress and being rushed into the operating room, he was gripped by despair as she refused to awaken post-surgery. The once proud Zhan Wentian found himself questioning, yet again, whether he had erred. He remained by her bedside for 25 days, yet she lay motionless, ensconced in her own world, unwilling to emerge. When the doctor finally warned him that her chances of waking were grim, he felt his heart, which had begun beating anew, come to an abrupt halt. Thus, he departed, fully aware that his presence alone would prevent her from awakening, for she harbored no desire to see him. Little did he anticipate that upon her revival, their circumstances would unravel into disarray. She, a gentle soul, once resolved to forsake love, displayed an unyielding ruthlessness, even going so far as to unveil the irreversible secrets that bound them, all in pursuit of her own escape from him. Yet, how could he acquiesce? Zhan Wentian pondered. If one truly loves another, how could they ever allow them to depart from their world? Chapter 29. Each with their own thoughts since that day as conversation. Zhan Wentian had not made another appearance, yet the bodyguard stationed outside remained steadfastly present. In contrast, William visited with remarkable frequency almost every few days. Over time, Wang Yulan developed a favorable impression of him. Despite his foreign visage, he possessed an exceptional talent for charming others, including a middle-aged woman like her. Eventually, when William arrived, Wang Yulan would smile and discreetly excuse herself, leaving the two of them alone together. Although Bai Qian had parted ways with Zhan Wentian, she refrained from informing William about this development. The reasons were twofold: to avert unnecessary complications, and because if William genuinely harbored feelings for her in her current state, she thought it might be worthwhile to embark on a new romance, one unencumbered by the past. After all, She had resolved to live freely in this second chance at life. Bai Qian was recovering splendidly. Seizing the opportunity presented by fine weather, William wheeled her into the garden. And she did not decline. Being a private hospital, the garden was seldom frequented by others. Seated in her wheelchair, Bai Qian felt buoyed by the pleasant weather. Her spirits lifted. Everything seemed perfect in that moment. After a leisurely stroll, William brought her to a bench, where he gently embraced her, sitting beside her as she gazed dreamily at the artificial lake before them. Not long ago, she had been here, grappling with some harsh realities and letting go of things she once thought she could never release. "Qian Qian," William softly called, and as she turned her head, she unexpectedly collided with his face. They were so close that they could see each other's reflection in their pupils. William moved slightly, and their lips brushed against one another. Not a passionate kiss, but a mere touch that imbued the air between them with a hint of intimacy. After a moment, William chuckled softly and withdrew, yet he pulled her into his embrace, stroking her long hair as he spoke. "Qian Qian, do you remember our first meeting?" Bai Qian remained silent, and William continued. "At first glance, you reminded me so much of her. Your demeanor, your gestures, even your eyes, which are almost identical. During our second encounter, you were at the market, your face flushed from the enthusiastic compliments of the ladies there. In that moment, I realized you were not her at all. She had never smiled so joyfully or radiantly." Bai Qian listened quietly, reflecting on the past. "I cannot pinpoint when my heart began to harbor a special affection for you. Yet when I came to my senses, I found you had already nestled within my heart. Perhaps it was because you resembled her so closely, though I could discern the differences between you two. Sometimes it becomes indistinct. Nevertheless, I'm not a person prone to turmoil. I cherished her, yet that sentiment remained unspoken until the end." William's voice carried a hint of melancholy as he smiled wistfully. However, he turned to Bai Qian, each word deliberate and earnest. "I like you. This feeling resides deeply within me, and I am determined to pursue it." Bai Qian listened, truthfully hesitant to respond, overwhelmed by the sincerity of his words. She gazed at him, touched, and replied earnestly, "Thank you, William. Thank you for cherishing the former version of me, as well as the present. No need for words of gratitude." William gently lifted her delicate chin, slowly lowering his head, tenderly seeking to deepen their earlier kiss. Bai Qian's smile faltered, and a sense of unease prompted her to shy away from his descending lips, leaving William's kiss suspended in the air, neither landing nor retreating. Realizing her previous action, Bai Qian, flustered and somewhat apologetic, murmured, "I'm sorry, It's all right. I was too abrupt," William interjected, maintaining his composure. Yet, instead of withdrawing, his lips found their place on her cheek, his emerald eyes shimmering with a captivating light. Devoid of displeasure, Bai Qian managed a faint smile, choosing silence as they lingered downstairs for a while. As night began to fall, William gently urged her to return. Throughout their journey, Bai Qian felt an unsettling sensation, as if unseen eyes were upon her. She raised her head, feigning admiration of her surroundings, yet saw nothing amiss. It was only upon turning the corner of the staircase, where she could no longer see, that a solitary, statuesque figure emerged from the garden's edge. Zhan Wentian had no knowledge of how long he had been standing there, yet his heart bore a weariness that surpassed his physical fatigue, a profound sense of desolation. He fought a maddening urge to maintain his composure. His eyes reddened as he watched the unfolding scenes of the couple since they entered the garden, with neatly trimmed nails now buried deep within his palms. After a while, the light in Bai Qian's room flickered to life. "Moments latte, William da Parta," followed by Wang Yulan entering the room. Yet Zhan Wentian remained motionless in that corner, tirelessly gazing at the window as brightness faded to dimness. The moon waned from fullness to crescent. It was not until dawn, when hospital staff began to tidy the garden, that he finally turned away, disregarding the indignant calls of the cleaning lady behind him. Really, that scoundrel smoking here, puffing away without a care for tuberculosis. Zhan Wentian vanished for a week, only to reappear in the ward one afternoon. Bright sunlight streamed through the pristine glass, casting a warm glow in the room, making even the hospital space feel inviting. Reclined lazily on the couch by the window, Bai Qian was engrossed in a book when she heard the door creak open. Turning her head, she found Zhan Wentian standing at the threshold, clad in his customary black suit, which accentuated his striking features. Yet, the usual frostiness of his expression had softened considerably, and his dark, expressive eyes gazed at her with a blend of nostalgia and focus. Silence enveloped them for a moment. Neither spoke. Ultimately, Bai Qian relented, softly inviting, "Please, come and sit." Her words were delivered with an extraordinary tranquility. Zhan Wentian, observing her eyes devoid of fear or hatred, felt his hands clench involuntarily at his sides. Yet he stepped forward, taking a seat on the couch opposite her. "These are for you." After a brief pause, Zhan Wentian placed the folder he had brought onto the small table, separating them, pushing it toward Bai Qian. She lowered her gaze to the document, where bold letters declared, "Property Transfer Agreement." Bai Qian fell silent, putting down her book to skim through the contents of the folder, her eyes darting over the text before she closed it and pushed it back, unaltered. "I do not want this." Zhan Wentian furrowed his brow, his expression a blend of helplessness and displeasure as he gazed at her. Bai Qian offered a faint smile and explained, "These belongings rightfully belong to Bai Suman. Yet I am not her at this moment. To take them would be fundamentally unjust." Chapter 30, Property Shallow. There is no need for delay. I cannot accept these matters. However, I do have a request for your assistance. Bai Qian interrupted her, a rare light sparkling in her clear black eyes. Zhan Wentian's displeasure seemed to vanish with her words, and he smirked slightly, encouraging her to continue. Bai Qian lowered her gaze, observing the faint bruises on her hand, remnants of recent intravenous drips, and resolutely stated, "I wish to reclaim the shares originally transferred to Bai Ling." A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhan Wentian's face, quickly replaced by a smirk as he replied, "That is only right." Bai Suman had accepted those assets under the pretense of Bai Ling being the second young lady of the Bai family. Bai Qian distinctly recalled Bai Ling's words before her coma. She was not a child of the Bai family. As for the reasons behind her knowledge and her exclusion, she held no interest in pursuing. Yet, she was not a naive saint, capable of dismissing the hurts inflicted upon her as though they had never occurred. The bond between individuals, no matter how profound, can gradually erode with the passage of time and unfolding events. The Bai family enterprise faced collapse and was acquired by Zhan Wentian. After Bai Suman's demise, he did not inherit her estate. Instead, those assets were directly passed to Bai Ling. Despite the demise of the Bai enterprise, the funds from the acquisition of shares amounted to a considerable sum. Moreover, Bai Ling, a calculating individual, leveraged Zhan Wentian's remorse towards Bai Suman to facilitate a transaction involving those shares, thereby becoming a stakeholder in Qingtian. Bai Ling held 30% of the Bai family shares, yet in Qingtian, her stake amounted to a mere 3%. Though it was only 3%, in a situation where survival was uncertain, why leave a lifeline for others? Reclaiming those funds would provide her with a semblance of financial security, ensuring she would not face hardship in the future. Bai Qian spoke with a calm demeanor, yet a subtle sadness lingered in her tone. Zhan Wentian felt a stirring in his heart, shifting his position to reach across the table and grasp her hand. Bai Qian flinched slightly, but found herself unable to withdraw, yielding to his touch. Observing her lack of resistance, Zhan Wentian felt a warmth fill the void within him, his voice softening as he assured, "I will handle it. You need not worry." He gazed directly into her eyes, yet saw no hint of emotion reflected back. "Shallow, you do not truly hate her anymore, do you?" Though phrased as a question, it bore an air of certainty. Bai Qian understood the implication of his inquiry, yet replied, "I do not harbor hatred. Bai Suman has passed away. I bear no animosity towards anyone, not towards her, nor towards you." Zhan Wentian tightened his grip on her hand, despondently stating, "But you will not accept me, nor forgive me." Bai Qian remained silent, her lips sealed. Zhan Wentian continued, speaking to himself, "Shallow, I do not seek your forgiveness. I merely ask that you do not reject my goodwill. These are debts I owe you, and since you have acknowledged them, you understand that such matters are unavoidable. Do you not?" He spoke each word with utmost caution, as if weighing them carefully before uttering them. A man who had triumphed in the business world now found himself devoid of certainty, fearing her wrathful rebuke for his fanciful thoughts, and equally apprehensive of her indifferent declaration that their paths had irrevocably diverged. His so-called cautious approach paled against the possibility of her single utterance altering the entire landscape of their relationship. After a prolonged silence, Bai Qian finally lifted her gaze to meet his dark eyes, articulating her thoughts with deliberate clarity. "Very well, I shall not evade. But you must also respect my freedom and my choices. We are merely ordinary friends." She was acutely aware that acknowledging her identity as Bai Suman meant she could not entirely sever ties with Zhan Wentian. Since that was not feasible, she had to select a path that would allow both of them to thrive. Uncertain of Zhan Wentian's definition of love, perhaps born of guilt or perhaps a hint of genuine affection, she held steadfast in her belief that time would eventually soften all wounds. Upon hearing her words, Zhan Wentian chuckled softly, yet his laughter was tinged with a bittersweet blend of resignation and satisfaction, reverberating in the hospital room, striking a poignant chord in both their hearts. Perhaps, in truth, the notion of mending a broken relationship was but a fallacy. The hospital boasted exceptional medical facilities, and Bai Qian's recovery was swift, with Zhan Wentian's efficiency further expediting matters. 3 days later, as Bai Qian prepared for discharge, Zhan Wentian appeared at the hospital as if summoned by fate. Having donned casual attire after being in hospital garb for so long, she wore a simple, elegant white dress that accentuated her features, her face flushed with color. As she turned suddenly, Zhan Wentian found himself momentarily entranced. The room fell into a hushed silence, broken only by Wang Yulan, who was the first to react. She hurried forward, exclaiming, "Mr. Zhan, you've arrived. Please come in. Qian is being discharged today. I haven't seen you in a while, and I've yet to express my gratitude." With heartfelt warmth, Wang Yulan welcomed him, her appreciation for Zhan Wentian transcending mere words of thanks. Zhan Wentian offered a polite nod in greeting before approaching Bai Qian. Observing her appearance, he instinctively reached out to touch her face, a gesture that caught her off guard. He withdrew his hand gracefully, his stern expression softening into an appreciative smile as he remarked, "You look much better, quite beautiful indeed." Bai Qian stood momentarily stunned, stepping back in surprise, her face flushing with a mix of irritation and embarrassment. Her eyes darted towards Wang Yulan, who was preoccupied with organizing items on the bed, oblivious to the earlier exchange. "Mom, could you please inquire with the doctor about any post-discharge precautions?" Bai Qian asked, her voice tinged with unease. Wang Yulan paused, a look of realization crossing her face as she slapped her forehead. "You two carry on. I'll step outside for a moment," she said, turning to exit the room. Bai Qian gazed at the shadow of Wang Yulan fading behind the glass before turning to look at Zhan Wentian, whose face bore a faint smile. With a frosty tone, she remarked, "Mr. Zhan, I kindly ask that you refrain from making such gestures in front of my mother that could lead to misunderstanding. Let us not forget the agreement between us. You are not in a position to act in such a manner." The warmth in Zhan Wentian's eyes vanished instantaneously, replaced by a flicker of hurt and restraint. Bai Qian noticed this shift and suddenly felt that her previous words held a kernel of truth, albeit delivered with excessive harshness. After a moment of silence, Zhan Wentian composed himself and calmly stated, "This is the asset evaluation of Bai Ling's shares. Do you require it in cash or as shares?" As he handed over the file, Bai Qian regarded him with mild surprise, both of them instinctively brushing aside the earlier unpleasantness. After reviewing the documents regarding the cash, she answered without hesitation. Zhan Wentian's gaze darkened slightly. Although he had anticipated her response, hearing it still brought a hint of melancholy. "Why is it such a large sum?" The 8-digit figure caused Bai Qian to look at Zhan Wentian with a sense of incredulity. Chapter 31. New abode. Zhan Wentian curved his lips slightly, exuding an air of dominance and pride. "Action Holdings is indeed worth its weight in gold." Bai Qian remained silent, unable to refute this assertion. The success of Action is an undeniable reality, yet one must wonder how much of that wealth Bai Ling would actually receive. Seemingly perceiving her thoughts, Zhan Wentian reassured her, "You need not worry. The funds I've allocated for her are ample. Should you require cash, I shall ensure his transfer to your account once everything is settled." Bai Qian nodded, perusing the transfer document as if lost in contemplation. Suddenly, Zhan Wentian reached out, clasping her hand in his, their palms meeting. His warmth felt like fire. "She has wronged you, and I wish to leave her with nothing." Bai Qian lifted her gaze, her tone laced with sarcasm. "There are others who have caused me harm besides her." Zhan Wentian's expression froze, a look of anguish washing over his face. He inhaled deeply. "I too have faced retribution, have I not?" Bai Qian found herself momentarily speechless, forcefully withdrawing her hand, turning her gaze to the window. She was reluctant to confront the sorrow and regret reflected in his eyes. Remembering something, she turned back and said, "I do not wish for my mother to know about this. She is only me as her daughter." With a heavy sigh, Zhan Wentian replied helplessly, "I will be mindful of that. Now, let's tidy up. I will drive you home." As he spoke, the proud man turned away, casually grabbing a bag and entering the hospital's private restroom to organize their belongings. Bai Qian watched in astonishment, feeling a mix of bitterness and absurdity. The Zhan Wentian of yesteryears would never have deigned to clean up for others. Yet, some matters are the result of a gradual accumulation, not a swift downfall. Wang Yulan soon returned, observing Zhan Wentian cleaning up with a blend of surprise and dissatisfaction. She chided Bai Qian a few times. In her eyes, Zhan Wentian's kindness was more than mere assistance. It was a profound favor. Once she finished scolding, she swiftly helped pack up the remaining items. Noticing that the packing was nearly complete, Zhan Wentian peeked outside the door, and several bodyguards entered to carry the things. The group then proceeded towards the parking lot. Despite their agreement to remain ordinary friends, Zhan Wentian's all-encompassing actions and his natural demeanor stirred discomfort within Bai Qian. However, she refrained from voicing her feelings in front of Wang Yulan, hesitantly getting into the car as they slowly exited the hospital. Gazing out the window, Bai Qian took out her phone, intending to call William, only to find the line was disconnected. A frown creased her brow involuntarily. Zhan Wentian, observing her through the rearview mirror, felt a shadow darken his eyes, yet the corners of his mouth lifted in a semblance of casualness as he remarked, "I heard there have been issues with hotels abroad. He is likely not in the country at present." Bai Qian's heart sank at his words, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Helplessly, Zhan Wentian sat in the front seat, obscuring his expression from her view. She tightened her grip on her phone, ultimately deciding against further inquiry, and simply sent a text to William to inform him of her discharge. Inside the car, an uneasy silence enveloped them. Wang Yulan, perhaps for the first time riding in such an exquisite vehicle, appeared somewhat anxious, fearful of soiling the pristine upholstery, her demeanor awkward and constrained. Bai Qian naturally noticed her discomfort and, putting her phone away, leaned closer to her mother, gently resting a hand on her shoulder as she spoke softly. "Mom, having just been discharged from the hospital, how about we prepare a special meal tonight to celebrate?" Wang Yulan gazed at her. Bai Qian's complexion had significantly improved since her hospitalization. Unbeknownst to Bai Qian, Wang Yulan was acutely aware that while others dined on the hospital's fare, Bai Qian's meals were meticulously arranged by Zhan Wentian, sourced from a gourmet establishment. "All right, I'll prepare something delicious for you," Wang Yulan replied, patting her hand. She then glanced apprehensively toward the front seat and timidly suggested, "If Mr. Zhan doesn't mind, perhaps he could join us for dinner at home tonight?" Bai Qian momentarily froze, intending to decline, but Zhan Wentian preemptively responded, "That would be delightful. By the way, there is something I have yet to inform Annie." His tone was cheerful as he smoothly addressed her as Annie. "The property you previously resided in is now slated for demolition. So I took the liberty of securing a new residence for you." No sooner had he finished speaking than the car came to a stop. The driver, cautious and respectful, announced softly, "We've arrived, Mr. Zhan." Bai Qian was taken aback. Her first thought was whether Zhan Wentian might have brought them back to their former villa. As the vehicle halted, she swiftly opened the door and exited, with Zhan Wentian following closely behind, holding the door open for her. She stood outside, gazing at the rows of residential buildings. Although her expression was hidden, Zhan Wentian discerned the relaxation in her shoulders. Wang Yulan, equally puzzled, exited the car, her eyes scanning the beautifully landscaped community with a mix of astonishment and unease. Her gaze shifted between the two, traversing back and forth multiple times. "Mr. Zhan, we need to talk," she stated. They had not ventured far. The community boasted impressive greenery, with a charming little garden that exuded beauty. Towering plants shielded them from view, one calm and the other seething with anger. Bai Qian inhaled deeply, her tone laced with restrained fury. "Zhan Wentian, we agreed not to interfere in each other's lives." Zhan Wentian chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by her assertion. "Qian, I am not intruding upon your life. I am merely assisting you in preparing for what lies ahead." Bai Qian offered a faint, derisive smile. "You seem to overstep your boundaries. Even if a relocation is necessary, finding a new home is my concern. How do you expect my mother to perceive your arrangements? I will explain to Annie. You've just been discharged and require a conducive environment for recovery. You possess quite the cunning strategy, believing my mother to be a naive woman easily deceived. Is this your idea of compensation?" A surge of anger welled within Bai Qian as she spoke coldly. "If you truly wish to compensate me, then keep your distance and refrain from orchestrating such matters that lead others to believe I am being kept by you, the illustrious President Zhan. I cannot bear such a tarnished reputation." The derogatory language in the newspaper that Bai Ling brought last time, the term mistress, is a burden she cannot endure. Zhan Wentian, aware of her thoughts, raised his hand in a tender attempt to smooth the furrowed lines on her brow. Yet Bai Qian instinctively recoiled. His hand lingered awkwardly in midair before he reluctantly withdrew it, softly clarifying that the newspaper was merely one copy in her possession. Bai Qian stood in stunned silence, only to be engulfed by a deeper sense of sorrow and heartache. Has that child truly resorted to such desperate measures? Chapter 32. Thoughts I yearn to make amends. Yet the thought of you departing from me, or escaping my sight, is utterly unbearable. Zhan Wentian suddenly chuckled softly, lowering his voice as he continued. "Qian, I remind myself not to interfere in your life, not to push you away again. However, there are moments when I feel compelled to take action, seeking evidence that I am still alive." His tone was too laden with sorrow, as if an overwhelming tide of melancholy had washed over him. Bai Qian found herself momentarily at a loss, gazing at this once formidable man, now radiating an aura of desolation and solitude. "Qian, whether in the past or present, ever since you left, I have endured profound suffering," Zhan Wentian declared, his voice steady yet profoundly lonely. "This torment entwines me day and night, rendering my existence dull, marking my very essence with a stain that signifies my guilt. I merely seek to redeem myself, to reclaim you." Bai Qian fell silent, wishing to mock his naivety. If only he had foreseen this day, why act as he did? When she finally spoke, her voice trembled as she uttered, "But why must you?" Zhan Wentian gazed deeply into her eyes, silent and contemplative. After a moment, he averted his gaze, slowly turning away. His upright silhouette, though imbued with solitude, stood proudly. Without looking back, he conceded, "Let us go. I shall escort you back to your original residence." Bai Qian silently observed his retreating figure, where beneath the veneer of authority lay the scars of fragmented struggles. Beneath the facade of opulence, he was ensnared by an invisible web, causing him profound anguish. Zhan Wentian turned back, his sharply defined features taut with emotion, his dark eyes revealing a flicker of hope and anticipation. Bai Qian averted her gaze and walked past him, attempting to maintain an air of indifference. Yet her tone betrayed a hint of resignation as she remarked, "Only this once. It shall not happen again." Bai Qian's acquiescence left her feeling powerless and resigned as she hurried toward Wang Yulan, who was still observing the scene. Zhan Wentian hesitated momentarily before following her, his downcast eyes concealing a glimmer of joy. The community was not far from their previous abode, yet the environment was starkly different. While not the most affluent area, the housing prices were still substantial. Zhan Wentian did not overindulge. He chose a modest two-bedroom apartment, already furnished and equipped with all necessary appliances. The decor was not extravagant, yet exuded a simple warmth. Wang Yulan found it difficult to accept such a generous gift, gazing at the spacious and bright apartment, feeling uncertain about how to express her gratitude. Annie, this apartment was originally intended as a dormitory for the winners of a company competition. However, Since Qian did not join our firm, it shall serve as compensation for her. Zhan Wentian explained fluently, his tone devoid of any awkwardness. Wang Yulan glanced at Bai Qian, seemingly seeking confirmation of the truth. Bai Qian nodded gently and reassured her, "Mom, this apartment will still require a mortgage. It is not a gift." Upon hearing this, Wang Yulan nodded, yet her expression remained somewhat anxious. "However, we have already incurred considerable debt to Mr. Zhan, so this seems rather unreasonable. Deceiving others is certainly not Bai Qian's forte." Noticing Wang Yulan's unease, she couldn't help but cast a reproachful glance at Zhan Wentian. His playful yet childlike gaze in return brought warmth to his heart, prompting him to explain in an unprecedentedly detailed manner, "Auntie, you owe me nothing. The bonus that Qian did not receive can be considered as medical expenses for this period. Furthermore, you can rest assured in this house. The previous location was demolished, and the government's compensation is quite substantial. Purchasing this house is more than sufficient. I have merely advanced the payment for you. Once the compensation arrives, you can repay me then." Zhan Wentian's explanation was impeccable, skillfully addressing Wang Yulan's vulnerabilities. For a moment, it seemed as though Wang Yulan had come to an understanding, her face still bearing a hint of apology, but significantly less of the earlier anxiety. "In that case, Mr. Zhan, I shall write you an IOU," she said, searching for paper and a pen. Bai Qian noticed Wang Yulan rummaging for writing supplies and shot another glare at Zhan Wentian. She knew full well that, in Wang Yulan's eyes, this arrangement was perfectly reasonable, yet it still left her feeling uneasy, particularly with the idea of her mother owing a favor to Zhan Wentian. Zhan Wentian chuckled lightly and shrugged, feigning innocence. However, sensing Bai Qian's anger, he retrieved his phone, pretended to take a call, and addressed Wang Yulan, "Annie, I have some matters at my company and must leave immediately. Please let me know if there is anything else that needs to be moved. I will leave a few people here to assist you." He cast a lingering glance at Bai Qian, who turned away to organize her belongings, refusing to spare him a single glance. Zhan Wentian bittersweetly smirked, then turned to depart. Wang Yulan, still inside, hurried out holding the freshly written IOU, only to see Zhan Wentian disappearing at the elevator. Standing at the door with the IOU in hand, she ultimately retreated back inside, casting several peculiar glances at the bodyguard standing like a statue by the door, before pulling Bai Qian into the room and asking with concern, "Qian, tell me the truth. What is your relationship with Mr. Zhan?" Bai Qian smiled gently, taking her arm and guiding her to sit by the prepared bed, softly explaining, "I knew his late wife. We were very good friends. He, perhaps, wishes to make amends," she said half-truthfully. "Oh, so Mr. Zhan is already married. I see. He must be quite a pitiful man." Wang Yulan clearly heard this for the first time, empathizing with a sigh. She then furrowed her brow and asked then, "What about William? How does he feel about you?" Bai Qian paused, looking up at her. "Mom, we are merely ordinary friends." Although she mentioned that she would consider it and harbored no particular dislike for William, the reality remains somewhat distant. The chasm between friendship and romance is indeed vast. Wang Yulan sighed softly, nodding her head as she gently patted her hand with a kind smile. "Mother is not an old-fashioned person, regardless of who you choose. As long as you cherish him and he treats you well, I can accept it. However, if you were to marry abroad, I wouldn't know the language. What if you were to face ridicule? It would be better to remain within our own country." Chapter 33. A heavy heart, Bai Qian listened with a smile to her mother's incessant chatter, seated at the edge of the bed, and let out a gentle sigh as a profound sense of security enveloped her. Indeed, despite the past wounds inflicted upon her by others, she was fortunate to have a mother who wholeheartedly cared for her. The demolition of the old marketplace also resulted in the closure of the vegetable market, leaving Wang Yulan suddenly unemployed. Although she did not voice her discontent outwardly, Bai Qian could see her restlessness at home. She contemplated using her earnings to rent a shop for her mother to run a business. Yet the thought of how to explain the source of the funds gave her a headache. Bai Qian had put her hotel job on hold for too long. While the hotel had not formally issued her a resignation letter, she proactively submitted her resignation. The personnel manager, upon seeing her, did not make it difficult for her and readily settled her wages. However, as she was leaving, He cryptically remarked that Miss Bai was indeed fortunate, having encountered a benefactor within just 2 months. Bai Qian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication behind his words. Suspecting that everyone must think she had developed a relationship with Zhan Wentian after their previous encounter at the hotel, she offered no response, merely smiled lightly before gathering her few personal belongings and departing the hotel. As she stood at the entrance, Bai Qian glanced at the lobby manager's position, now occupied by an unfamiliar man, causing a flutter of unease within her. William had also been unreachable for some time, leaving her puzzled about what could have transpired to render him uncontactable for half a month without even a text message. Countless speculations raced through her mind, only to be dismissed one by one. Upon returning home, she opened the door to be greeted by the tantalizing aroma of food wafting from the kitchen, instantly lifting her spirits. She entered the kitchen to find Wang Yulan in high spirits, humming a tune as she prepared a meal. "Mother, is this a feast to celebrate your daughter's liberation from the drudgery of work?" Bai Qian teased playfully, rolling up her sleeves to help. Wang Yulan promptly shooed her away, casting her a knowing glance. "You think too highly of yourself. Go tidy up outside. Mr. Zhan is coming over for dinner." With that, she turned back to her culinary endeavors, leaving Bai Qian momentarily stunned. The fleeting joy she had just felt dissipated. Zhan Wentian had been absent for half a month. Was he finally unable to resist his return? Had he broken his promise? Zhan Wentian arrived punctually at the door, and Bai Qian felt a tumult of emotions welling within her, prompting her to retreat to the kitchen to prepare the soup. Wang Yulan warmly greeted him at the door. Despite the distance, Bai Qian clearly heard Zhan Wentian's voice resonate from the living room. "Good evening, Andy. I hope I'm not intruding," he said. Wang Yulan waved her hand dismissively, a hint of embarrassment in her demeanor. "It's just a simple meal, Mr. Zhan. It is you who deserves to be treated well." Bai Qian paused her task, an inexplicable resentment swelling towards Zhan Wentian. This was hardly a mere home-cooked meal. Wang Yulan had likely invested a fortune to prepare this dinner. Holding the soup, Bai Qian turned around and was met with the tall figure of Zhan Wentian, who stood at the kitchen entrance, his imposing stature nearly blocking the entire doorway. His gaze was gentle, his expression serene, and then he smiled slightly, as if observing a petulant child. Shaking his head and taking a step forward, Bai Qian instinctively took a step back, colliding with the countertop, the soup in her hands teetering dangerously close to spilling. Zhan Wentian swiftly stepped forward, snatching the bowl from her hands. The scalding liquid that should have splashed onto her instead drenched his hand, leaving a large red mark on the distinct knuckles of his hand. "You!" Bai Qian was momentarily taken aback, hurriedly reaching to take the bowl from him, only for Zhan Wentian to sidestep her. He placed the bowl down on the counter before rinsing his hand under cold water. "It's nothing," he said nonchalantly, though the cold water cascading over the burn made him furrow his brow slightly. A tumult of emotions surged within Bai Qian as she gazed at the injured area, then turned to seek out some ointment. "What happened? Did you burn your hand? How careless of you!" Qian. Wang Yulan approached, her concern evident upon seeing the situation. "Mr. Zhan, you should step outside. I can handle this." Zhan Wentian smiled and replied, "It's not Qian's fault. I simply wanted to help, but ended up clumsy." Wang Yulan's expression eased a bit. "You all should leave. I'll take care of it." Zhan Wentian did not delay, turning to exit. As he watched Bai Qian approach with the ointment, the smile on his face remained unfaltering. Bai Qian, feeling irked, unceremoniously thrust the ointment into his hands and turned to arrange the dishes. The meal was a collection of Wang Yulan's meticulously prepared specialties. Though not crafted from high-end ingredients, it possessed a distinct homely flavor. At the dining table, Zhan Wentian was particularly adept at charming Wang Yulan, and they engaged in lively conversation while Bai Qian sat quietly, her appetite diminished. Occasionally, Zhan Wentian would attempt to converse with her, but she merely offered perfunctory responses without lifting her gaze. "Your mother's cooking is exceptional. Others have cooked for me before, yet I never truly savored it. Now, I wish to, but the opportunity has slipped away," Zhan Wentian remarked, placing down his utensils, his tone tinged with melancholy. The spoon in Bai Qian's hand clattered into the bowl as she lifted her head, her eyes icy as she regarded Zhan Wentian. Mr. Zhan, not everyone who loses something is granted the chance to cherish it anew. Zhan Wentian smiled faintly, a look of profound solitude crossing his features. I understand, which is why I feel regret. Regret is your own burden. Recounting it to others merely invites mockery, Bai Suman replied, her rising irritation lending her words a sharpness. Wang Yulan, unable to decipher the silent exchange between them, nonetheless sensed Bai Suman's hostility. Qian, you mustn't be impolite, Wang Yulan admonished her. She then turned to Zhan Wentian to apologize. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhan. Qian is still young and inexperienced. If you don't mind, please feel free to join us for meals in the future. The restrained tone of Wang Yulan pierced Bai Suman's heart with profound sorrow. Indeed, to her, Zhan Wentian was not merely a benefactor, but also a creditor to whom she owed a debt. Even for something as simple as a meal, Wang Yulan endeavored to repay Zhan Wentian in any way she could. Yet, all of this stemmed from her own desire to please him. What right did she have to criticize Zhan Wentian's actions? I am full. You may take your time, she murmured, feeling a heavy discomfort in her heart. Bai Suman set down her utensils, refraining from casting another glance at Zhan Wentian, and turned to enter her room. She shut the door behind her, sealing off the world outside, and collapsed on her bed. Chapter 34. The flower shop. Bai Suman wearily touched her face, surveying the entirety of her room. Every item here was arranged by Zhan Wentian, yet both the style and layout were tailored to Bai Suman's preferences. Beige curtains, a beige wardrobe, and the bed beneath her, a detail that Wang Yulan was oblivious to, but Bai Suman knew well, as Bai Suman had always held high standards for her bed. If the mattress was too soft or too firm, she would struggle to sleep, hence she had custom-made bedding. All of this was orchestrated by Zhan Wentian, who meticulously considered her tastes and endeavored to win her favor with great care. Everywhere she looked, there was an echo of Zhan Wentian. He had explicitly stated that he would maintain a distance and adhere to their agreement. Yet in the minutiae, it seemed as if every detail coalesced into a soft, melodic refrain, each note articulating Zhan Wentian's sentiments, his tender demeanor revealing unspoken emotions, the pain and love he bore in silence. Bai Suman's heart felt like a tumultuous cauldron of mixed emotions, sour, bitter, and an array of unknown feelings brewing within her, leaving her at a loss. At some point, she had drifted into a hazy slumber, only to be roused by the sudden sound of knocking at the door. Straightening up, she saw Zhan Wentian entering, a tube of ointment in hand. My hand is inconvenient. Could you help me apply the ointment? He requested. Bai Suman sat up, glancing outside. Zhan Wentian had not closed the door and had entered unceremoniously, taking a seat on the chair while extending the ointment toward her. She refused to take it. Yet Zhan Wentian remained undeterred, calmly stating, if you want to apply it, I shall leave it as is. His tone carried a hint of playful defiance. As he spoke, he deliberately extended his hand, revealing a patch of skin that had been burned, now blistered. In the end, Bai Suman, exasperated, shot him a glare and, in a fit of stubbornness, snatched the ointment from him, applying it with a heavy hand. Zhan Wentian winced slightly, inhaling sharply, though the smile on his handsome face remained unchanged. Bai Suman paused momentarily, her gaze averted, but then continued, albeit with a gentler touch. My aunt has lost her job, and this neighborhood has a favorable location. I have purchased a shop to open a flower shop, which I will entrust to her to manage. Zhan Wentian said after a moment of silence. Bai Suman could no longer feign deafness. She lifted her head, her eyes cold and filled with fury. Zhan Wentian, what exactly do you intend to do? She demanded. Wang Yulan was now compelled by necessity, and here was Zhan Wentian offering her assistance under the guise of goodwill. They had agreed to refrain from interfering in each other's lives, yet he repeatedly engaged in actions that could easily be misconstrued, which was truly infuriating. Zhan Wentian chuckled softly, his tone a mix of resignation and certainty. You may have money now, but you cannot use it openly. My actions merely pave a way for you, ensuring that Bai Suman does not suspect anything. Can you bear to watch her take on a job as a maid or in some other menial position? Bai Suman found herself at a loss for words, her inability to conceal her emotions rendering her defenseless against Zhan Wentian's reasoning. This man was astutely perceptive, fully aware of the vulnerabilities she shared with Wang Yulan. Wang Yulan cared for her deeply, and she, in turn, held Wang Yulan in the highest regard. For Bai Suman, who had no familial ties in her previous life, Wang Yulan was undoubtedly the most significant person in her existence. From the perspective of concern for Wang Yulan, she genuinely struggled to find a reason to refuse. Qian, I am merely atoning for my sins. You need not forgive me, but I implore you to attempt to accept my apologies, Zhan Wentian said, noticing her expression of anger and sorrow. He gently grasped her somewhat cold hand, offering a bittersweet smile. I can refrain from interfering in your life, but only if you are thriving. His tone was laden with an ineffable emotion, a sense of urgency and anguish that Bai Qian could distinctly perceive. It was a pain that seemed to resonate, rendering her unable to resist, for her own heart had once been steeped in similar sorrow. Life is indeed a cruel jest. When one desperately pursues something, it often recedes further into the distance. Yet, after one's soul has been battered and torn, it may return, but only after inflicting a torment 100-fold greater. At this moment, Zhan Wentian epitomized this very truth. All his fury was subdued beneath the weight of his sorrow, ultimately dissipating. Bai Qian set down the ointment and opened the door, saying softly, "How much is it in total? Deduct it from that sum. If it truly cannot be avoided, let unfold naturally." This statement from Bai Qian was yet another concession to Zhan Wentian's plans, and more significantly, a compromise regarding matters she was reluctant to concede. Zhan Wentian's mood remained inscrutable. Under his persuasion, Wang Yulan appeared to accept his beneficence once more. Since Bai Qian had acquiesced, she took it upon herself to manage the flower shop, overseeing everything from decoration to arrangement. Within a week, the shop officially opened. Though modest in size, it was exquisitely adorned. Bai Suman, having been a refined lady in life, had learned the art of flower arrangement, thus naturally taking on the role of the florist. On the day of the opening, Zhan Wentian sent a floral bouquet in the name of Qing Tian. Although understated, it caught the attention of those eager to curry favor with Qing Tian. The bouquet was sent under Zhan Wentian's personal name, yielding remarkable results. On the very first day of business, several large corporations approached to sign contracts, establishing long-term partnerships. Wang Yulan was undoubtedly the most delighted. For although Zhan Wentian was the shop's backer, as long as the business thrived, the profits would eventually repay the debts as she understood them. Bai Qian did not refuse this time, silently accepting her goodwill. After some contemplation, she selected a few fresh flowers, arranged them, and delivered them to the Qingtian building. The receptionist exhibited surprise at a woman delivering flowers specifically for the company president, but she dutifully called the president's office. Soon, Lin Jin descended, and upon seeing Bai Qian, he was not at all taken aback. The formal expression on his face softened considerably. "Miss Bai, the president is currently in a meeting with guests and is unavailable," Lin Jin said politely, a flicker of emotion passing behind his glasses. Bai Qian felt somewhat embarrassed by the deliberate explanation. She forced a smile and handed over the bouquet she had prepared, a token of gratitude for the flowers he had given her earlier. "Please wait a moment, Miss Bai. The president will be ready shortly," Lin Jin suggested as he accepted the bouquet. Bai Qian shook her head, replying, "No, I have matters to attend to at the store. I must take my leave." Lin Jin nodded, unfazed, and said, "Allow me to escort you to your vehicle." Bai Qian did not decline and nodded in agreement. Lin Jin gestured politely, leading the way to the entrance. He hailed a taxi for Bai Qian and moved to open the door for her. "Thank you," she said courteously, just as she was about to enter the car when a melodious voice floated from behind, gently teasing, "Lin Jin, have you found someone special? Having a girl deliver flowers isn't very gentlemanly, you know." The voice, laced with familiarity and playful banter, approached slowly. Bai Qian turned to see a tall woman striding towards them, clad in attire of exquisite taste that accentuated her remarkable presence. Her strikingly deep-set features suggested a mixed heritage, yet her delicate visage bore a distinctly Eastern allure. Her brown eyes shimmered with intelligence, framed by a smile that was both graceful and perfectly poised. Upon noticing Bai Qian, she offered a polite nod as a greeting. Chapter 35. The kiss upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Jean subtly furrowed her brow and spoke in a formulaic tone. "Miss Liu, these flowers are for the president." The woman referred to as Miss Liu seemed to momentarily flicker with a glint in her eyes, quickly masking it. She cast a sidelong glance at Bai Qian, her smile undiminished yet imbued with an inscrutable meaning, remarking, "When Tian's charm certainly remains undiminished, he still captivates the hearts of young women." The intimate address and the evident implications in her words caused both Lin Jin and Bai Qian to frown slightly. Yet Lu Qingya appeared entirely unperturbed. As she reached out to touch the bellflowers in the bouquet, she glanced at Bai Qian. Bai Qian sensed a subtle hostility in that gaze, which made her profoundly uncomfortable. Nodding towards Lin Jin, she chose to leave and got in her car. In the rearview mirror, she caught sight of the woman still standing there, her lips curling into an ambiguous smile as she watched Bai Qian's vehicle depart. Returning to the shop, Bai Qian seemed somewhat distracted, repeatedly selecting the wrong colors for the flowers she was arranging. Despite it being her first encounter with Miss Liu, an inexplicable sense of aversion enveloped her, akin to the instinctual enmity seen in animals. However, she could not pinpoint the reason for her discomfort. After several attempts to arrange a flower, pulling it out and reinserting it, she felt a hand grasp hers, bringing her back to reality. Whereupon she found herself staring into a pair of deep green eyes. "Miss, flowers are not treated this way. If you handle them like that, they might just cry," came a teasing and gentle tone laced with playful mockery. Startled, Bai Qian dropped the flower and embraced him tightly. "William, you have finally returned." Her voice was unreservedly filled with joy at their reunion. William reciprocated the embrace with equal fervor but released her after a brief moment. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. It seems my effect is quite remarkable," he joked, though his gaze was earnest. Bai Qian deftly sidestepped the tenderness in his words, playfully retorting, "Don't think that charming words will absolve you of your responsibilities. Now, tell me, where have you been all this time? Not even a phone call." A flicker of disappointment crossed William's eyes as he sighed softly. "There was a situation at the hotel abroad that required my attention. I just resolved it and returned. Had it not been for your messages, I truly would have struggled to find you." Bai Qian paused, momentarily taken aback, then comprehended the implications of his words. A wave of inexplicable panic surged within her. Had something serious occurred? His casual remark about nearly losing contact with her, while seemingly light-hearted, provoked a torrent of thoughts. William was a man of considerable influence. If he had trouble locating her, especially after their connection, it inevitably raised her concerns. A lesson from her past that she could not afford to ignore. William's green eyes glimmered momentarily, and he nonchalantly continued, "It was nothing serious. Everything has been settled. I will have ample leisure time now, and no one will disturb me. However, if you don't mind, may I join you for dinner at your home this evening?" His lips curled into a smile, yet beneath the depths of his green gaze lay a chill that Bai Qian could not perceive. Bai Qian noticed his reluctance to elaborate and chose not to press the matter further. She made a phone call to Wang Yulan, who was preparing dinner at home, informing her to add more dishes for the evening. Wang Yulan happily agreed and closed the door early, as the two made their way back to their residence. Along the way, William shared some amusing anecdotes from abroad, and their conversation flowed pleasantly. Even the fact that Bai Qian had changed her residence did not seem to prompt any inquiries from William. Upon arriving home, as Bai Qian opened the door, Wang Yulan emerged from the kitchen with a smile, her head held high, inquiring if Mr. Zhan had come back with her. Just as the words left her lips, she realized that the person accompanying Bai Qian was William. Wang Yulan momentarily froze, her expression turning awkward. Bai Qian had not anticipated that Wang Yulan would misunderstand, thinking that Zhan Wentian was coming to dinner, leaving her at a loss for words. William, however, appeared momentarily surprised but quickly regained his composure. Addressing Wang Yulan with gentlemanly grace, "Auntie, I apologize for the intrusion. I have brought you a small gift, and I hope you will not find it unworthy." As he spoke, he produced a beautifully wrapped gift box from his pocket, as if performing a magic trick. Wang Yulan, already feeling awkward, became even more flustered at his words, repeatedly waving her hands in protest. "I'm sorry, Mr. William, but Bai Qian should have been clearer. It's enough just to have you here. There is no need for gifts." How could I bear to have such a lovely person refuse my gesture? It would deeply sadden me, William replied with a charming smile, his inherent French romanticism shining through. Wang Yulan found herself at a loss for words, and Bai Qian stepped forward to take the gift box, presenting it to her mother with a smile. Mom, since it's William's thoughtful intention, you should accept it. Wang Yulan finally took the box, opening it to reveal a beautifully simplistic crystal necklace. Every woman, regardless of age, harbors a romantic spirit within, and although Wang Yulan initially protested against the expenditure, her face instantly brightened with joy upon receiving the gift, the previous awkwardness dissipating in an instant. The dinner unfolded delightfully, with William, a master of gauging the atmosphere, effortlessly charming Bai Qian's mother, sharing numerous entertaining stories that filled the table with laughter. After the meal, he engaged in conversation with Bai Qian's mother for a while, then, mindful of the time, took his leave before the hosts could grow weary. Bai Qian escorted him to the door, and William gazed deeply into her green eyes, softly asking, "Would you accompany me for a walk?" "Yes," Bai Qian nodded, turning to inform Wang Yulan before donning her shoes and taking the keys to step outside. As they descended the stairs in silence, the streetlights elongated their shadows, intertwining them in the distance. Eventually, William paused, turning to embrace Bai Qian. Although the gesture was unexpected, it did not startle her. It was gentle yet resolute. Encircling her in his arms, he lowered his gaze to hers and, in French, murmured, "Qian Qian, I have missed you so much during this time." "Have you missed me?" What was undeniably a simple statement, when spoken from his lips, bore a layer of intimate meaning that made one blush and feel the heart race. Bai Qian was taken aback, instinctively glancing around her surroundings. She thought to herself, "William, this is quite unsettling for me." Before she could finish her sentence, William had already leaned down and captured her lips, swallowing the rest of her words. The gentlemanly Englishman transformed into a figure of passionate romance akin to that of a Frenchman in an instant. Without hesitation or awkwardness, Bai Qian found herself momentarily dazed by the kiss, until his agile tongue ventured into her mouth, entangling with hers. In that fleeting moment, the image of Zhan Wentian unexpectedly surged in her mind. Startled, Bai Qian instinctively pushed Zhan Wentian away and stepped back a few paces, her gaze flickering as she stammered, "William, please don't." William was momentarily taken aback, but he stepped forward, refraining from any further actions, merely tenderly stroking her hair while softly saying, "I do not know what weighs on your heart, but regardless, I shall wait for you to unburden yourself and accept me." Bai Qian stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to respond. William continued, "I had previously thought my feelings for you were minimal, that my affection was merely the result of heightened hormones. However, during this past month of separation, not a single day has passed without thoughts of you occupying my mind. Whenever I find myself idle, your image fills my thoughts. Qian Qian, I believe I truly love you." "William, she began, but he interrupted her, gently enveloping her in his embrace. Bai Qian struggled slightly, yet he held her steadfastly, whispering in her ear, "Do not be in haste to reject me. You once promised to consider it. I shall not pressure you. I will wait for you endlessly." Chapter 36. Surveillance. After bidding farewell to William, Bai Qian spent a sleepless night. Her mind entangled not only with how to navigate William's feelings, but also lingering on the recent kiss. Unbidden, memories of Zhan Wentian surged forth in her past life. Their kisses had been non-existent, and in this rebirth he had only forcibly kissed her once, his fury palpable, brows tightly knitted, eyes half closed, and an expression marked by pain and restraint. Reflecting on the myriad moments shared with Zhan Wentian, both past and present, she found each memory etched vividly in her heart. The entanglement of countless days and nights could not simply be dismissed by her declaration of indifference. It seemed as though fate had intricately woven their lives together, an unbreakable bond that would forever keep them from reaching the place she longed for. As for William, could she truly set aside the past to embrace him? The answer, she feared, was one she had long known. It was utterly impossible. Zhan Wentian was a curse, binding her inextricably until death. The flower shop thrived, and Wang Yulan, drawing from her previous experience in the market, selected the freshest blooms. Each day, a considerable number of delivery orders arrived. As Wang Yulan aged Bai Qian, reluctant to let her venture out, took it upon herself to make the deliveries. The sweltering heat made her head spin after several trips, leading her to seek refuge in a modest dessert shop to rest. Just as she began to recuperate, her phone rang. Expecting a call from the shop, she was surprised to see Zhan Wentian's number on the screen. Though unrecorded, those 11 digits were indelibly etched in her memory. After a moment's hesitation, she answered the call. Qian, thank you for the flowers. I adore them. Zhan Wentian's deep voice resonated through the receiver, laced with an enticing playfulness that flushed her cheeks. Bai Qian grasped the phone, responding with a nonchalant. He seemed to anticipate her demeanor and continued. Is the flower shop doing well? Do you need to hire extra help? Yes, it's quite good. I need to discuss this with my mother, Bai Qian replied evenly, her mind already calculating the logistics. Zhan Wentian's delight was palpable as he jovially responded, If you need, I can send someone over, free of charge. His boastful, childlike tone caught her off guard, prompting a soft laugh from her. In that case, no thanks. Your men look more like thugs than delivery personnel. I wouldn't want to frighten my customers. The light-hearted jest ushered in a moment of silence. As if for the first time, they were conversing in such a calm and pleasant manner. Bai Qian held the receiver, listening to the deepened breaths emanating from his end, followed by a low chuckle. That deep voice, now slightly trembling, murmured, Thank you, Qian. With the phone still in hand, an odd sensation washed over her, and she replied softly, Silence enveloped them, each relishing the rare warmth shared across the line. However, the moment was abruptly shattered by a woman's voice on Zhan Wentian's side. Wentian, are you on the phone? Bai Qian's heart skipped a beat as she instinctively tightened her grip on the phone. Suddenly, the line fell silent before the voice of Zhan Wentian quickly returned. Qian, I have something to attend to. I'll call you later. The weather is getting hot. Please remember to drink more water and don't overexert yourself. A myriad of emotions stirred within Bai Qian, and she responded with a faint acknowledgement, not waiting for a reply before abruptly disconnecting the call. The female voice belonged to Miss Liu, whom she had encountered that day. Zhan Wentian's office was a place of great significance. Bai Suman was well aware that previously, whenever she arrived at the company, she had to have her secretary announce her presence and await permission to enter. Yet, Miss Liu had appeared without warning. And despite her reluctance to delve into the implications, Bai Qian understood the underlying complexities. As she walked absent-mindedly for some distance, glancing up at the unfamiliar buildings surrounding her, she realized she had inadvertently taken a wrong turn while lost in thought. Turning to catch a glimpse of her reflection in a glass window, Bai Qian forced a smile. Inwardly lamenting, Bai Suman, you truly are a futile person. Preparing to turn back, she unexpectedly noticed a figure with sunglasses standing at a distance around the corner. The figure was too far away for her to discern their gender, but she felt their gaze upon her. Swiftly, she turned to look towards the corner, only to find nothing there. Furrowing her brow, Bai Qian scanned her surroundings but detected no anomalies, ultimately deciding to proceed to the flower shop. Some matters, once initiated, entwine themselves around you like a venomous serpent, and what she initially dismissed as mere paranoia became a persistent concern over the following days. Each time she ventured out to deliver goods, Bai Qian felt as though someone was trailing her. After several cautious observations, she confirmed that she was not merely imagining things. Indeed, someone was following her. However, the individual was exceedingly cautious, always avoiding areas with reflective surfaces whenever she deliberately sought to catch a glimpse. As the days went by, Bai Qian's nerves became increasingly taut. She began to decline more distant delivery requests and seriously contemplated hiring assistants, all the while yearning to uncover the identity of her stalker. Yet, the thought of how to investigate left her feeling overwhelmed and distressed, when suddenly, William's call came through. Since that fateful night, William had consistently reached out every other day, never broaching the subject of their relationship, but instead inquiring warmly about her recent life, engaging in casual conversation. This time was no exception. However, after a few exchanges, he sensed the weariness in Bai Qian's voice. Surprised by William's perceptiveness, she eventually recounted the unfolding events. After a thoughtful pause, William replied earnestly, for the time being, you should refrain from making deliveries. I will investigate this matter and inform you once I have clarity. Exhausted, Bai Qian expressed her gratitude before hanging up. She reflected on her remaining delivery for the day, planning to close early afterward to rest. Observing her pale complexion, Wang Yulan took the flowers from her and offered to make the delivery herself, to which Bai Qian reluctantly acquiesced. As Wang Yulan stepped out, Bai Qian began tidying up, preparing to conclude her work upon her return. After organizing the affairs of the shop, the phone rang once more. Upon answering, the voice of Zhan Wentian resonated through the line, playfully stating, Miss Bai, I wish to order a bouquet. A smile graced Bai Qian's lips as she recalled Miss Lu from that day. Her words, propelled by impulse rather than reason, blurted out, Do you need red roses? For Miss Lu? The moment the words escaped her lips, she was taken aback, realizing that they bore a tinge of reproach. Regret flooded her, and she nearly hung up the phone. However, Zhan Wentian swiftly sensed her unease and quickly interjected, Qian, the situation is not as you perceive it. Chapter 37. Scheming, he hastily explained, his elevated voice prompting Bai Qian to momentarily lower her hand from the red button. After a brief hesitation, she brought the phone back to her ear and said coolly, I am not misunderstanding anything. What flowers does Mr. Zhan require? Qian, there are matters I need to elucidate. Mr. Zhan, if you do not specify the flowers you desire, I shall hang up. Bai Qian, still vexed by her earlier slip of the tongue, raised her voice. The phone sighed helplessly, then earnestly stated a bouquet of bellflowers to be presented to Miss Bai Qian. Bai Qian paused, holding the flowers, and replied indifferently, Bai Qian does not favor bellflowers. They're the flowers that Suman adores. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and ultimately, he refrained from pursuing the topic further. The weather is hot lately. If it can be avoided, let's not venture out. You must take good care of yourself. I shall come to see you in a few days, all right? A man who was typically domineering and aloof now spoke with a cautious tone, and Bai Qian, regardless of her usual fortitude, found herself yielding. Softening her tone, she replied, All right. Zhan Wentian chuckled lightly, said nothing more, and ended the call. Bai Qian stared at her phone for a while, eventually releasing a silent sigh. Having tidied up her belongings, she found herself anxiously awaiting Wang Yulan's return. Rising restlessly, she glanced at the delivery address. It was not far from there. Contemplating the possibility of being followed, Bai Qian struggled to suppress her worst fears, simultaneously attempting to comfort herself while her thoughts spiraled. As dusk settled, Bai Qian could no longer remain seated. She closed the door, preparing to search for her, when an unfamiliar number called. Miss Bai, if you wish for your mother to remain unharmed, come alone to your previous residence. Remember, do not attempt any tricks, or you shall face dire consequences. Bai Qian's mind went blank, her heart plummeting. The government's demolition efforts were typically swift and decisive, and the inhabitants of this old district were mostly honest citizens. The presence of stubborn holdouts was virtually non-existent. Within a few short months, the area had become desolate. Upon hearing news of Wang Yulan's predicament, Bai Qian had rushed over, truly without informing anyone. Now, gazing at the empty, dark alley, she realized the foolishness of her actions. Uncertain of who these individuals were or their intentions, she recognized that if they harbored ill will, her solitary visit could spell disaster. Bai Qian's grip on her phone grew clammy, and though she contemplated calling for help, she feared that if they were to receive a call at that moment, it could jeopardize Wang Yulan's safety. Instead, she composed a message and, in a subconscious decision, sent it to Zhan Wentian. Knowing that Zhan Wentian had a habit of rarely checking his phone while working, Bai Qian, concerned he might overlook her message, scheduled it for timed sending, dispatching a message every minute. With this preparation made, she finally set her phone to silent and activated auto-answer, tucking it within her clothing. Taking a deep breath, she made her way toward the residence where she had lived for 3 months. Meanwhile, in Zhan Wentian's office, night had begun to fall. The spacious office was illuminated with bright lights, radiating warmth. The sound of rushing water echoed from the secluded bathroom within the office. The glass fogged with a delicate mist that hinted at an alluring physique, broad shoulders tapering into narrow hips. Water droplets cascaded down his sun-kissed skin, tracing the well-defined yet understated contours of his muscles, flowing into a concealed region that stirred the imagination with sensuality. Outside the office, Lu Qingya was deprived of witnessing this scene. Her exquisite visage bore an inscrutable expression, yet her calculating eyes flickered with indignation and resentment. The phone belonging to Zhan Wentian vibrated incessantly on the desk, further agitating Lu Qingya's already troubled mind. Rising from her seat in her 10-inch heels, she glanced towards the lounge, gauging the time before turning back to retrieve her phone. Lu Qingya did not unlock it. She merely cast a glance at the message notification. The screen displayed the simple phrase, "shallow, shallow," flanked by 2 childish heart symbols. In an instant, her gaze darkened, revealing a tumult of emotions as she read the straightforward 8-character message. "Checked in March, waiting for you to dine." Bai Qian had also included a heart in her message, ensuring that if the phone were seized, the kidnappers would harbor no suspicions upon seeing it. Zhan Wentian, upon receiving the message, would undoubtedly comprehend its peculiar implications. Unfortunately, it was Lu Qingya who first laid eyes upon it. Under the bright lights, her lips curled into an ambiguous smile, and she casually tossed the phone into a nearby wine glass, which still contained half a glass of red wine. The phone illuminated for a few seconds before succumbing to darkness. Lu Qingya retrieved the device again, meticulously drying it with a tissue before placing it on the sofa, still stained with wine, as she took a seat opposite, casting a cold smile at the phone. In the blink of an eye, her expression transformed back to one of refined gentleness and warmth. The door to the lounge swung open, and Zhan Wentian emerged, towel in hand, drying his hair. Lu Qingya stood and approached him, naturally reaching for the towel, only to have him deftly evade her grasp. Her gaze dimmed, and with a touch of sorrow, she remarked, "I apologize for getting red wine all over you. I fear I may be a bit inebriated." Zhan Wentian's dark eyes held no emotion as he replied, "It's all right. I'll have Lin Jin drive you home." Lu Qingya forced a faint smile, grasping his arm as he attempted to pass by, her voice softening. "Wentian, do you still harbor hatred for me?" As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, her alluring figure leaning towards him. Zhan Wentian stepped aside, his gaze heavy yet distant as he remarked, "Qingya, I have never hated you." Indeed, he had never felt hatred towards her. On the contrary, he owed her gratitude. Had it not been for her, he would not have encountered Bai Suman. Perhaps in his youthful folly, he had loved her. But the passage of time had revealed that Bai Suman was truly the one he loved most. Zhan Wentian's tone was resolute. His eyes, once tender towards her, now bore a calmness devoid of turmoil. In Lu Qingya's heart, a tempest of emotions surged, yet her visage bore a serene smile, as if in an instant she glimpsed the end of her tumultuous journey. With the clarity that often accompanies a moment of profound realization, she chuckled softly and said, "I had intended to pour you a glass of red wine in hopes of rekindling our old flames, but I never anticipated your resolute dismissal." In mere seconds, Lu Qingya transformed from a heartbroken suitor into an enlightened confidant, her exquisite features adorned with a gentle smile. She extended her hand toward Zhan Wentian and spoke with a teasing tone, "Let us reintroduce ourselves, Mr. Zhan Wentian. I trust that our future collaborations will be delightful." Chapter 38. Deeply entrapped in crisis, Zhan Wentian's sharply defined features softened considerably as he smiled faintly and shook her hand. "You remain unchanged, able to let go as easily as you grasp." There was no nostalgia in his words, merely a calm observation. Lu Qingya, unable to deny it, arched her brow and replied, "I believe I may have spilled some wine on your phone earlier. Would you like to take a look?" She gestured toward the phone resting on the sofa. Zhan Wentian turned to glance at it, a flicker of confusion crossing his dark eyes. He approached and picked up the phone, finding it unresponsive. "Is it broken? Should I lend you mine?" Lu Qingya inquired. Zhan Wentian pressed the buttons on the device, ultimately confirming its demise. "No need, it's fine. I'll have Lin Jin purchase a new one. Then, if it's not too much trouble, might you invite me to dinner?" Bai Qian, her heart racing with trepidation, pushed open the creaky iron door and entered the familiar yet eerily silent corridor of the Handshake building, where she had resided for 3 months. The sound of the door closing behind her echoed sharply, each creak resonating against her heart. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings. The desolate building exuded a musty odor, and as she ascended the stairs, she couldn't help but admire the meticulousness of her captor's planning. Typically, kidnappers opt for the most discreet locations, yet this individual seemed to understand that the most perilous places could also be the safest. As she climbed, she contemplated the individuals in her circle who possessed such intellect and capability, but she found no answers. Wang Yulan's life was exceedingly mundane. Such events seemed impossible. If it weren't for Bai Qian, had it been Bai Suman, a name suddenly leapt into her mind. Before she could fully process her thoughts, a sharp pain struck the back of her neck, and darkness enveloped her as she collapsed. In her final moments of consciousness, she distinctly saw the cold, mocking visage of Bai Ling illuminated by the dim light. Bai Qian had never envisioned herself ensnared in a plot reminiscent of a Hollywood thriller. Yet it unfolded with the melodrama of a mainland drama. Faced with Bai Ling's sinister grin, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and apathy. It was as if, in that fleeting moment before her collapse, all remaining affection for her so-called sister evaporated. The place she had called home for several months now stood desolate. When she moved out, she had only returned to gather her clothes, after which Zhan Wentian disposed of the remaining belongings. As Bai Qian surveyed the empty space, she noted Wang Yulan's absence, and her heart tightened. "Where is my mother?" she asked. Bai Ling laughed as though she had heard a joke, her mirth lacking sincerity. She then looked at Bai Qian with a cold smirk. "I had thought that the one who ensnared Zhan Wentian was clever. Yet you are far more foolish than I imagined. All I did was create a minor delay, and you truly believed it. So, it has been you I needed to contend with all along." Bai Qian understood that Wang Yulan had not been captured, and a wave of relief washed over her. With a calm demeanor, she remarked, "I never realized you possessed such cunning." From the very beginning, the relentless pursuit of her ignited her suspicion. The design orchestrated by Wang Yulan led her to believe in the kidnapping incident, and ultimately, she was captured in a location that no one could have anticipated. Bai Ling, truly a master of cunning. Casting a glance at Ruan Xia, Bai Ling's delicate visage radiated with smugness. "My schemes are indeed clever, but are yours not even more so?" Bai Ling's expression darkened abruptly, and she strode forward, seizing Bai Qian's hair and yanking her head back. "Your schemes are far more devious, managing to entice Zhan Wentian into taking those shares from me. Wouldn't you agree that your machinations surpass mine?" Bai Ling's face contorted with rage as she spoke each word through gritted teeth. The madness in her eyes startled Bai Qian slightly, yet she remained composed, responding, "Why do you claim those shares as yours? They belong to Bai Suman, do they not?" Her words struck a nerve in Bai Ling, who raised her hand and delivered a stinging slap across Bai Qian's face. The force of the blow sent Bai Qian tumbling to the side, her hands bound, leaving her unable to brace for the fall, which resulted in a painful thud. Bai Suman, it's always about Bai Suman. What am I then?" Bai Ling paced back and forth, her high heels clacking sharply against the floor. "Why does she deserve so much? What do I have? She feigns kindness to me while secretly taking everything away. Does she think that by sharing a portion of her fortune with me, she can simply dismiss me? Everything that rightfully belonged to her should have been mine. It was my birthright, yet she bestows it upon me like a charity. What is she to me?" Bai Qian struggled to sit up from the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Bai Ling. Had she been unaware that Bai Ling was not a child of the Bai family, she might have felt remorse for such words. However, not only was Bai Ling not a true Bai, but despite the Bai family's imperfect treatment of her, they had still provided her with care. Bai Suman had nurtured her, only to later betray everyone, even indirectly causing harm to those she viewed as family. Now, she spoke these words with not a shred of guilt. Truly, the audacity was astounding. "But you're not a Bai family child, are you?" Bai Qian questioned, her anger rising. "Those possessions do not belong to you, never have." Bai Ling halted, slowly turning around as if regaining her composure in an instant. Yet, her eyes, illuminated by the light behind her, appeared even more bloodshot. "Am I not? But what of it? In the end, I still entered the Bai family, did I not? And I have brought their ruin to naught. What capabilities does Bai Suman possess? She is as foolish as a pig. dying while believing that everything is Zhan Wentian's doing. Zhan Wentian, in the end, she even considered leaving the Bai family a way out. Bai Ling scoffed, seemingly recalling some triumphant memory. Of course, I will not grant him his wishes. I intend to destroy them all. It is rather laughable. The Bai family has always held themselves in high regard. Yet at their core, they are devoid of shame. Bai Suman's uncle may appear respectable, but in bed, he is nothing but a scoundrel. I have painstakingly gathered so much evidence. How could I allow Zhan Wentian to achieve his aims? It is I who will expose the Bai family. It was all you. Bai Qian found it difficult to contain her astonishment as she glared at her, trembling inwardly at the audacity of such words. The echoes of Zhan Wentian's remarks reverberated in her mind. Who among her kin does not seek to gain from her? The sister, who is cherished to the core, harbors such despicable intentions, wishing only to see her perish. It dawned on her that all along she had misdirected her hatred. Chapter 39. The so-called truth from beginning to end. The one who struck against the Bai family and brought about their ruin was never Zhan Wentian, but rather her beloved sister. Bai Qian found herself wanting to laugh, yet the laughter eluded her. In the end, she perceived the true culprit. The one who caused her family's destruction was, paradoxically, the very person who had sheltered her from a storm. How ironic it was. Had she not been reborn, would she not have been condemned to wander as a lost soul, burdened by such muddled hatred? However, now Zhan Wentian no longer loved Bai Suman. The leverage she had held, her tireless efforts, had been shattered into irreparable fragments by this woman. She thought, if I cannot find solace, would I allow you to find peace? Bai Ling's piercing gaze fixed upon Bai Qian, her cold laughter igniting a profound sense of unease within. Consider Zhan Wentian, such a proud man. Would he still desire a woman tarnished by another? Bai Ling scoffed, then clapped her hands, summoning two men dressed as enforcers who pushed through the door. Bai Qian struggled to maintain her composure, uncertain if Zhan Wentian had seen the message, whether he could discern its implications. Yet, the present circumstance was abundantly clear. Distant aid would not quench immediate peril. She could not wait for salvation. She must strive to save herself. With a forceful tug at her restrained wrist, the ropes bit into her skin, offering no sign of loosening. Take your time to enjoy yourself. Rest assured, I shall not take your life, Bai Ling remarked, a cold smile gracing her lips as she cast a disdainful glance at the struggling Bai Qian before turning to leave. As the door began to close, an overwhelming panic surged within Bai Qian, and she called out, Ling, do you truly intend to disregard the 15 years I have cared for you, abandoning me here? You once promised that as I grew old, you would look after me for all your days. Bai Ling hesitated mid-step, trembling violently under the dim light, and spun around, her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld Bai Qian bound on the floor. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qian softened her gaze, reminiscent of the way she used to look at her as a child. Do you remember when you first returned? I gifted you a doll, one you adored, which you placed by your bedside every night. And when you had chickenpox at 13, the servants would not tend to you. It was I who sat by your side, changing your towels and feeding you your medicine. Bai Qian's gentle recounting, her voice a mirror of days gone by, had a palpable effect. With each memory she shared, Bai Ling stumbled backward, her face a mask of terror and disbelief. Observing her sister's reaction, Bai Qian's tone shifted abruptly, becoming sharp and incisive. A glimmer of unyielding resentment surfaced in her clear eyes. But why have you treated me this way? My death was so unjust. I fell down the stairs, my hand shattered, my body twisted beyond recognition. Do you not understand? It was you who caused my demise, and I cannot rest in peace. Bai Qian spoke each word with utmost delicacy, the dim surroundings casting her disheveled form as that of a wronged spirit, seeking justice for her untimely end. Bai Ling let out a piercing scream, more haunting than Bai Qian's, echoing like a vengeful spirit. After her cry, she erupted into manic laughter, a frenzy surpassing her initial outburst. The two hired thugs exchanged apprehensive glances between Bai Ling's erratic demeanor and the stillness of Bai Qian beside her, sending a shiver down their spines. You are dead. What difference does it make if you die with your eyes open? I have long been living in hell. Bai Ling suddenly quieted, her eyes filled with madness. That beast. By Chitai. I was merely 15 when he forced me onto his bed. He has always known I am not his daughter. The Bai family are all beasts. Bai Ling seethed through gritted teeth, yet spoke with an unsettling calmness, only to erupt in a laughter once more. After her mirth subsided, she glared at the two men, her expression menacing. Capture the entire process meticulously. If you fail, I shall personally execute both of you worthless fools. Time trickled by, and the two thugs, evidently inexperienced, were unnerved by Bai Ling's terrifying yet non-threatening words. They fumbled with the machinery in a desperate effort. Meanwhile, Bai Qian sat on the ground, her hands and feet bound, her mind in turmoil. Stripped of any defiance or calm, an overwhelming sense of despair consumed her, rendering her indifferent to her restraints. Only the chilling fear that surged from within chilled her to the bone, penetrating her very essence. She was grateful that her heart had been fortified in advance. Otherwise, how could she so serenely accept this grim reality? The transformation of Bai Ling from a compliant child into this monstrous figure was a cruel twist of fate, with her very own father being the architect of her torment. In a twisted circle, the ones she ought to resent were her own kin. She no longer wished to struggle against her fate, yet at that moment, her phone, concealed in her clothing, vibrated incessantly. The tremors pulled Bai Qian from her dark abyss of despair, awakening a flicker of rationality. Instinctively, she glanced at the two men still adjusting the equipment, suddenly realizing the negativity that had clouded her thoughts. Her once lifeless heart began to beat vigorously, as if it would leap from her chest, anticipating the phone's automatic answer. Qian, I have discovered that the person tracking you is someone Bai Ling has hired. Do not leave. Wait for me. William's urgent voice cut through the wind, its volume subdued yet jarring in the oppressive silence. The two burly men abruptly turned towards her, their eyes narrowing at the glow emanating from her clothing, their faces contorting with malice as they hastened towards her. William, I'm at the house where I used to live. Please help. Bai Qian nearly blurted out her plea the moment William spoke, articulating her sentence in French. However, one of the thugs snatched the phone from her grasp, discarding it to the ground where it shattered underfoot. This wretched woman dared to hide a phone. What did you just say? The thug demanded. But Bai Qian turned her head, remaining silent. With a sharp crack, a vivid red imprint appeared on her pale cheek, the outline of 5 fingers evident. Her delicate face twisting to one side from the force of the slap, causing her to fall to the ground. The imposing figure let out a cold snort and called out behind him, "Second, bring the tape to seal her mouth. Let us commence." The flickering hope that had once resided within Bai Qian was shattered piece by piece with that utterance, as a hint of undeniable despair subtly tainted her bright gaze. Zhan Wentian, where are you at this moment? Lu Qingya, the first love of Zhan Wentian, is the only woman he has acknowledged, aside from Bai Suman. Lu Qingya is of mixed heritage. Her father's company operates abroad. While its financial standing pales in comparison to Qing Tian, it can still be considered a modestly affluent household. Chapter 40. Rescue after their initial acquaintance. Neither disclosed their family backgrounds to the other, opting instead for simple, unadulterated communication. Lu Qingya, a woman of remarkable discernment and intelligence, possessed beauty without the typical airs of a wealthy heiress. Her amiable nature belied her refined temperament, allowing her to engage effortlessly with Zhan Wentian. 3 years later, upon their reunion, their habitual exchanges remained unchanged. Lu Qingya consistently found topics that resonated, engaging Zhan Wentian, who appeared aloof and distant to outsiders, in delightful conversation. However, this evening, Zhan Wentian seemed somewhat preoccupied. Amidst the elegant dining setting, the dishes he once relished lay untouched, and his dark eyes frequently wandered to his unresponsive phone. Wentian, if there's something urgent, feel free to use my phone, Lu Qingya suggested, setting down her utensils with a thoughtful demeanor. Zhan Wentian lifted his gaze, hesitating for a moment before responding, I appreciate your kindness. Lu Qingya, momentarily pausing while holding her cup, adeptly masked her surprise, placing the cup down and retrieving her phone. After extracting the SIM card, she handed the device to Zhan Wentian. He accepted the phone, gracefully yet swiftly removing his own SIM card and inserting it into the device before powering it on. For reasons unknown, an intense unease had settled in his heart since earlier. This was his personal phone, known to very few. Even if others were unable to reach him temporarily, it mattered little. Yet the mere thought of Bai Suman and this number escalated his anxiety to an unbearable level, leaving him in a state of inexplicable panic. Lu Qingya cast a glance at Zhan Wentian, instinctively tightening her grip on her phone, and gently spoke, "Wentian, the opera Madame Butterfly is being performed in the mainland, and I happen to have 2 tickets. I know you enjoy such performances. Shall we go now?" As her words lingered in the air, a series of short text message alerts sounded, echoing in quick succession. Over 10 messages, all from the same number. Though unmarked on this phone, Zhan Wentian recognized it immediately as Bai Suman's. He swiftly perused the messages, each containing the same 8 simple yet foreboding words. "Waiting for you to have dinner." Having only lived in that old house for 3 months since her rebirth, how could Bai Suman possibly say she was waiting for him? The only plausible explanation was that this was a coded message. Something had happened to Bai Suman. His dark pupils constricted in alarm, and without a moment's hesitation, he spoke in a voice tinged with urgent coolness. "I have something to attend to. I must leave." With that, he abruptly rose, colliding with the chair behind him in his haste, yet he paid it no mind as he hurried towards the exit. The ungracious sound echoed through the elegant French restaurant, drawing the attention of many patrons. Meanwhile, Lu Qingya remained seated, gracefully setting down her water glass and delicately resuming her meal as if nothing had transpired, though she inadvertently marred the exquisite plate with a deep scratch. Simultaneously, a silver-gray sports car emerged from the underground garage, speeding down the street like an arrow released from a bow. In the densely populated urban village, the sound insulation was exceedingly poor. Zhan Wentian dashed through the narrow alley, where the foul waters flowed, his footsteps echoing without reverberation, yet resonating through every convoluted passage. Upon reaching the building, he surged inside, crashing against the iron gate, which rebounded off the wall with a resounding clamor. "Qian Qian, Qian Qian," as Zhan Wentian ascended the stairs, he called out anxiously, his typically composed voice betraying an unexpected tremor. Within the dimly lit room, several chairs lay overturned alongside a camera stand, while uniformed officers collected evidence. They momentarily forgot to restrain him as he entered, exuding an aura of cold menace. A foul, damp odor permeated the air, intertwined with the metallic scent of blood. Unsteadily, Zhan Wentian approached the source of the sanguine aroma. He crouched down to retrieve a milky white button from the ground, the dim light illuminating a pool of blood that had yet to coagulate. His deep-set eyes fixated on the crimson stain, his mind racing through countless possibilities. "Sir, please step outside and do not disturb the scene or impede our investigation," an officer admonished sternly. Zhan Wentian seemed to awaken from his trance, his gaze fierce and filled with wrath as he growled. Where is he? In the stark white hospital room, the scent of disinfectant hung heavily in the air. Dressed in a black suit, he grasped the hand of the unconscious figure on the bed, the pale face of William betraying his condition. Bai Suman sat motionless, her complexion ashen and her expression vacant. "Miss, you should return to rest. Your presence here may disrupt the patient's recovery," a nurse gently advised, placing a hand on her shoulder. Bai Suman slowly lifted her gaze to William's pale face, shaking her head softly. "I can remain silent. Please allow me to stay." At the moment her clothing was torn open, Bai Suman felt as though she might face death once more, confronting something far more terrifying than demise itself. The despair within her surged, her heart echoing with thoughts of mutual destruction. When the door was kicked open, she expected Zhan Wentian, only to find William instead. As she watched the frenzied Bai Ling burst in, the knife that should have pierced her own body instead plunged into William's abdomen as he lunged forward. The vivid scarlet that erupted from him nearly blinded her, yet she remained numb, devoid of strength, trembling as she pressed her hand against the wound. Unable to utter a word, tears cascading down her cheeks. Bloodied and resolute, William shielded her with his body, calmly negotiating with Bai Ling, his broad back reminiscent of a past life, standing before her amid the flickering lights of numerous cameras. Until the police burst through the door, All parties were left speechless, and both were swiftly transported to the hospital. Throughout the journey, he held onto her hand tightly, refusing to let go, assuring her, "Don't cry. Everything will be all right." Just before succumbing to unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss, William managed to comfort her with a smile until he was wheeled into the operating room. The door to the hospital room swung open once more, revealing a meticulously groomed Englishman with a stern expression. His silver-gray eyes scrutinized the figure of William lying on the bed, then shifted to the calm, yet impassive Bai Suman beside him. With a gaze that grew colder by 3 degrees, he spoke in impeccable Mandarin. "Miss, please step outside. The Duke requires rest." Chapter 41. Open your heart. Bai Suman's expression softened momentarily as she grasped the crux of his words. She glanced at the stern-faced Englishman and then at William, who lay on the hospital bed. After a pause, she gently nodded. She had always known that William's identity was extraordinary, but she had not anticipated that he was a Duke of England. "I hope you will take good care of him," Bai Suman said, unsteadily rising to her feet. Yet she straightened her back and offered him a slight bow. The stoic English butler's demeanor remained unchanged, as he coldly replied, "I certainly will." "Thank you." With unsteady steps, Bai Suman slowly made her way toward the hospital's entrance, her heart heavy with fatigue, fear, and lingering anxiety from the ordeal she had just endured. Though it was merely a short distance, it felt like an eternity. Outside the bright lobby, nightfall enveloped the earth. Bai Suman stood motionless on the steps, seemingly hesitant to step into the encroaching darkness. From within the shadows, a blinding white beam of headlights pierced through the gloom. Instinctively, Bai Suman raised her hand to shield her eyes, but as she lowered her arm, a tall and imposing figure was seen sprinting towards her from a distance of 10 meters, propelled by a sense of urgency and panic. Her vacant, watery gaze locked onto his steady, dark eyes, and at that moment of collision, ripples of emotion surged through his calm demeanor, rendering the night vividly clear. Bai Suman blinked, yet tears began to cascade down her pallid cheeks. She reached out, catching them in her palms as they fell one by one. Zhan Wentian's hands, which had been hanging loosely, suddenly clenched tightly. He swiftly ascended the steps, and from a distance, his long arms enveloped her fiercely in an embrace, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. He pressed her tightly against him, his arms tightening around her waist with a force that seemed to siphon the strength from his entire being, all to feel the undeniable reality of holding her close. The pressure was painful, yet Bai Suman did not struggle or resist. Tears continued to flow freely. The dampness of her tears soaked through his shirt, piercing his heart with a profound ache. "I'm sorry," he murmured, resting his chin on her shoulder while his fingers wove gently through her dark hair, tenderly smoothing the strands. His voice, thick with remorse and anguish, broke the silence. "I'm sorry for not being there when you needed me. I'm sorry for not keeping you safe." Her tears flowed even more fiercely at his apologies. Bai Suman clutched his shirt tightly, her voice choked with emotion, unable to utter a single coherent word. Instead, she buried herself deeper into his embrace, as if she wished to weep away all the fears and grievances from that afternoon, from her past life to the present. What began as soft sobs transformed into a heart-wrenching wail. At the hospital's entrance, he held her tightly, as if everything else around them had faded in importance, and her well-being was the only truth that mattered. The warm glow of the lights illuminated the pristine white walls, casting a cozy ambience in the room. Bai Suman curled up on the sofa, appearing even more drained after her emotional release, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Zhan Wentian offered her a glass of water, then settled beside her, brushing aside the hair that had fallen across her face. His obsidian gaze fell upon her tear-streaked visage, and his brow furrowed involuntarily. He raised his hand, gently caressing away the remnants of her tears with his warm fingertips, causing Bai Suman to stiffen momentarily. Instinctively, she looked up at Zhan Wentian, whose expression remained as cold as ever. Yet, within his dark eyes, there lingered a reassuring focus and warmth. "It's all right, I am here," he murmured, enveloping her in his embrace, repeatedly stroking her back while his other hand tenderly combed through her hair with utmost care. "I'm sorry," Bai Suman whispered, nestled in his arms. Zhan Wentian released her slightly, steadying her shoulders and creating a small distance between them. His somber gaze bore into hers, his fingers gliding across her cheek as if afraid of startling her. He softly inquired, "Why do you say that?" Catching a glimpse of the profound darkness in his eyes. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily. She averted her gaze, biting her lip as she contemplated the myriad of past events that seemed to fade away in that moment. The nature of her relationship with Zhan Wentian was an absurdity characterized by her love for him, his indifference towards her, her subsequent reluctance to love him, and his unexpected affection for her. Suddenly, a phrase from the past surfaced in her mind. To be hated by the one you love is akin to being slowly tortured, with each day bringing a new wound to an already festering scar, leaving the heart perpetually bruised and aching for life. This was the genuine sentiment she harbored deep within her. For years, she had nurtured such wounds while loving that cold-hearted man. Could this man before her, formidable and steadfast as a mountain, also suffer from the pain of being repeatedly disregarded, rejected, mocked, and resented? He had once stated that his heart, too, was made of flesh and could feel pain. Was his suffering not akin to her own, unbearable yet inescapable? Extending her hand, she willingly traced the contours of his face for the first time since her rebirth, her fingertips outlining his strong features. His gaze flickered, revealing an unspoken astonishment. Yet he smiled, remaining still as she caressed him. Her hand glided along his jawline and settled over his heart, where she could feel the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. Bai Suman unconsciously smiled. Such a proud man. Even his heartbeat seemed to resonate with an irresistible allure. "I am truly sorry. I have been the one to hurt you all along," she began, lifting her gaze. Yet, before she could finish her thought, warmth enveloped her lips as he swiftly kissed her. She found herself once more in his commanding embrace, the intense emotions of loss and reclamation radiating from him. The tumultuous rhythm of Bai Suman's heartbeat rendered her breathless. The forceful embrace caused the cup wedged between them to topple onto the sofa, drenching their clothes that clung together. The icy sensation unable to mask the searing warmth emanating from his body. "Qian, do you know how immensely joyful I am right now?" he murmured, his voice thick with emotion and a hint of choking. Bai Suman had yet to discern the expression on his face when his lips captured hers. Suddenly, his hands separated hers, intertwining their fingers, drawing them above their heads and firmly against the armrest of the sofa, their bodies pressed tightly together, leaving not a sliver of space between them. The heavy, erratic breaths enveloped them. His kiss came abruptly and fervently, laden with an overwhelming desire and the ecstasy of regained possession. The air within her chest nearly consumed by his fervor, leaving only the fervent entanglement of their lips. As if engulfed in a blazing inferno that threatened to incinerate her, lost within the torrent of his sudden passion. In her mind, a blankness akin to paper unfolded, leaving only the heated entanglement between their lips. The heavy, disordered breaths permeated the cozy, confined space, accompanied by the sound of clothing cascading to the ground. He gasped intensely, whispering repeatedly in her ear, "Qian, Su, I love you." The following day, Qian awoke, her gaze lingering on the white ceiling that spun for a moment before settling. Her starry eyes blinked in a daze, awaiting the return of her memories, her face, already tinged with sleep's blush, now resembling a ripe tomato. The rhythmic breaths beside her gently caressed her ears. Turning her head, she was met with a sharply defined visage. Handsome even in slumber, her naturally rosy cheeks ignited with a fiery heat. Unintentionally, she raised her gaze, colliding with Zhan Wentian's suddenly opened, luminous dark eyes, where a flicker of hidden fire glimmered in their unfathomable depths. His dark eyes narrowed slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he gazed intently at her flushed countenance, remaining silent. Bai Suman instinctively averted her eyes from his nearly bare gaze, her body unconsciously shifting, eliciting an unexpected tension from Gu Yuan. Grasping her gently swaying waist, Zhan Wentian leaned over her, his voice low and taut. "Don't move. Just let me hold you a moment longer." Chapter 42. Refusal so heavy. As she pushed against his chest, Bai Suman's voice unconsciously took on a charmingly petulant tone. With a gentle smile, Zhan Wentian suddenly embraced her tightly. In a swift motion, Bai Qian found herself atop him. Instinctively, she struggled to rise, but Zhan Wentian's husky, seductive voice whispered in her ear, "Do you still have the energy for another round?" Bai Qian froze instantly. At that moment, her phone on the bedside began to ring, and she glanced at Gu Yuan, then at the incessantly ringing landline. The implication was unmistakable. Zhan Wentian cast her a sidelong glance, sighed softly, and turned her over, slightly shifting his body. He lifted his hand, picked up the phone, and handed it to Bai Qian. "Qian, it's me." William's voice came through, as gentle and refined as ever, albeit tinged with the frailty of someone who had lost too much blood. "You're awake?" Bai Qian momentarily lost her train of thought, her cheeks flushing with an unmasked relief, and a faint smile graced her lips. Zhan Wentian's dark, piercing gaze narrowed slightly, quietly observing the sudden joy that illuminated Bai Qian's features. "That's good to hear. Are you feeling any discomfort?" After regaining her composure, Bai Qian asked softly, her tone laced with concern, which elicited a hint of displeasure from the man beneath her. Startled, she gasped and hurriedly sat up, clutching the blanket to her chest, casting an incredulous glance at the innocent-looking man. "What's wrong?" Hearing her gasp, William asked anxiously. Bai Qian felt a moment of embarrassment, but quickly replied, "It's nothing. I just bumped into something." After a brief silence, William continued, "Qian, could you come to the hospital? I have something to discuss with you." Bai Qian grasped the phone tightly, glancing at Zhan Wentian, whose expression had darkened. Nevertheless, she replied, "All right, I'll be there shortly." William chuckled softly on the other end, but refrained from saying anything further before hanging up. Just as Bai Qian intended to rise and dress, Zhan Wentian suddenly pulled her back onto the bed with force. "Are you going to see him?" Zhan Wentian's voice was hoarse, yet tinged with displeasure. Bai Qian pushed against him. Despite their intimate night, it was not the time for her to appear overly sensitive, though she still felt a twinge of discomfort. "He saved me. It is only right that I visit him." Upon hearing this, Zhan Wentian's displeasure transformed into guilt. He cradled her face in his hands and tenderly kissed her. Bai Qian offered no resistance, silently accepting his affection. After all they had endured, the misunderstandings of the past seemed to dissipate. Even the wounds he had inflicted on her had taken their toll on him over the past 6 months. Bai Qian was not a heartless person, especially when the man before her was someone she had once deeply loved. "I'm sorry for being late last night." He planted a kiss on her ear, sincerely apologizing, his tone still haunted by the events of the previous evening. Bai Qian gently removed his hands and shook her head, smiling softly as she said, "It was not your fault. No one could have predicted that she would act like that." Although Zhan Wentian had not come after the messages she sent, life is full of unexpected twists. How could she fault him for it? "I will not let her have it easy." Zhan Wentian spoke in a somber tone, a simple utterance that belied his formidable spirit and grim resolve. Bai Qian grasped his hand, offering a wry smile as she shook her head. "No, she has already lost her mind. Do not torment her any further. She is the one who has suffered the most." Bai Ling's behavior the previous night had undeniably crossed into madness, her laughter and tears revealing a fragile psyche on the brink of collapse. At merely 15, she had endured such harrowing experiences, and under the guise of ignorance. The psychological burden was surely unbearable. It was likely that she could no longer endure this life. Zhan Wentian tenderly stroked her hair, falling into silence. The room, steeped in tranquility, radiated warmth, and neither wished to disrupt the exquisite serenity with spoken words. In their silence, they could sense two weary hearts converging, seeking solace in one another's presence. Bai Ling's blade, driven by a desire for mutual destruction, had pierced deeply. Had that knife been thrust into Bai Qian, the dawn would have surely been forever lost. Yet it found its mark in William, resulting only in excessive blood loss, sparing him from grievous harm. As Bai Qian entered the hospital room, she found him reclined upon the bed, a middle-aged Englishman standing respectfully at his bedside, attending to him. Upon seeing Bai Qian, William beamed with joy and attempted to rise, but she hurried forward to gently restrain him. The butler, quicker still, interjected, "Your Grace, please take care of your health." William offered Bai Qian a resigned smile, remaining still, and gestured for her to sit beside him. The butler regarded Bai Qian with evident displeasure, his brow furrowing in a manner that suggested disdain. "Sam, you may leave," William said, his usual gentility replaced by an authoritative tone directed at the butler. Surprised, the butler could not defy his master's command. He bowed and exited, closing the door behind him. "Qian, you're unhurt, I hope?" Once the door was shut, William's demeanor softened once more, warmth returning to his voice as he took her hand, concern etching his features. Bai Qian shook her head. "No, I am fine. It is you I am sorry for, having caused you to be injured." William chuckled, lifting her hand to his lips for a gentle kiss. To be injured for the princess is the knight's honor. If you truly feel remorse, simply offer yourself in return. Bai Qian's serene smile faltered for a moment as she delicately withdrew her hand, fixing him with a sincere gaze. "William, I'm truly sorry. I had promised to consider your feelings, but now I must selfishly inform you that I cannot be with you." William was taken aback, his gentle green eyes dimming significantly, his complexion paling further, yet he maintained a calm demeanor. "I was merely jesting. I did not genuinely expect you to offer yourself. You need not feel obliged." "No, William, I have given this considerable thought. To speak candidly, I do not harbor dislike for you. In fact, I can say I hold affection for you. But it is not the affection of lovers, rather that of friends." Bai Qian resolutely interrupted him. "Some matters, by their very nature, are devoid of hope, and thus should not be imbued with expectations." She owed William far too much across both this life and the last. However, the debts of the past can never transform into affection. She is Bai Qian, yet she is also Bai Suman. Her heart initially belonged to Zhan Wentian. There is no possibility of erasing the memories of the past to embrace love for William. Suddenly, William grasped her hand, speaking in a hushed yet urgent tone. "Qian, why do you say this all of a sudden?" His words faltered upon noticing the mark of a kiss on her neck. Chapter 43. Thoughts. Bai Qian perceived the intensity of his gaze and did not make a deliberate effort to conceal her own. After a moment, William released her hand, collapsing back onto the bed in a despondent manner, his closed eyelids veiling the fleeting chill and ferocity within. In a hushed tone, he uttered, "You have accepted him. Haven't you?" Bai Qian felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet replied earnestly, "Yes, I have accepted him." "Why? In what way am I inferior to him? What have I done that is less commendable than his actions? Why have you chosen him over me?" William suddenly surged up from the bed, his voice rising in a fit of uncontrolled rage, only to immediately clutch his abdomen, where pain surged. Outside, Sam, hearing the commotion, disregarded decorum and burst through the door. Upon witnessing William's agitated state upon the bed, he called out, "My lord," and hurried over, pulling back the thin blanket. To his dismay, William's abdomen was stained crimson, the wound having reopened due to his vigorous movements. Sam shot a frosty glance at Bai Qian before hastily pressing the button at the head of the bed, assisting William in lying back down. Bai Qian was taken aback by the sight of the blood and instinctively stood, attempting to step forward. However, Sam's hand barred her passage, his tone cold as he stated, "The Duke requires rest. I must ask you to leave." Bai Qian fell silent, retreating a step while observing William's pale visage. After a while, the doctor and nurse entered, the doctor inspecting William's wound, his brows knitting in dissatisfaction. "You all need to leave. The patient's wound requires redressing." William waved a hand dismissively, his green eyes filled with a sense of helplessness and sorrow as they turned towards Bai Qian. "Qian, I apologize for my earlier outburst. Please return home. Visit me in a few days, if you would." William spoke slowly, as if each word was laced with pain from his injury. Bai Qian nodded, and he visibly relaxed, signaling to the doctor to proceed with the dressing. Bai Qian returned home in a daze, the emptiness of her house striking her as she recalled her sudden disappearance since last night. She wondered anxiously about Wang Yulan, uncertain of her well-being and how worried she might be. Hurriedly, she retrieved her phone and dialed her mother's number. The phone rang twice before Wang Yulan answered. "Qian, did you not go to study flower arrangement? What brings you to call your mother?" Wang Yulan seemed preoccupied, her voice devoid of urgency, instead tinged with confusion. Bai Qian paused for a moment, then realized that Zhan Wentian must have taken care of matters in her absence. A smile crept upon Bai Qian's lips, warming her heart. "It's nothing. My studies concluded early. Are you at the shop? I'll come over now." "All right. Feel free to pick up some food. We have customers here." Wang Yulan cheerfully replied before ending the call. "Customers?" Bai Qian pondered who might be visiting the shop. The flower shop was situated next to the community, surrounded by towering office buildings and adjacent to a university. One could not help but admire Zhan Wentian's keen business acumen. Even the choice of location for a flower shop was strategically advantageous. However, today the shop was bustling with more patrons than usual, including the elegantly dressed Bai Ling and several shy university girls. As Bai Qian approached, she could hear intermittent exclamations of admiration emanating from within. Navigating through the crowd proved to be a challenge for Bai Qian, who finally squeezed into the store despite receiving numerous disdainful glances. Upon entering, her eyes were immediately drawn to a man in casual attire, exuding an air of indifference, yet displaying remarkable dedication as he arranged flowers. Bai Qian was taken aback, stammering for a moment before managing to call out his name, Lin Jin. After a bustling midday, the store gradually became less crowded, leading Wang Yulan to invite the two to take a break and step outside to tend to the flowers. Bai Qian poured a glass of water and handed it to Lin Jin, taking a seat opposite him before inquiring, "What brings you here?" Seated with an air of meticulousness, Lin Jin accepted the water with a polite thank you. After taking a sip, he set the glass down, adjusted his glasses, and replied, "The president asked me to come assist. Once he finds a suitable replacement, I shall resume my duties." Bai Qian felt a slight blush creeping to her cheeks. Fully aware of Zhan Wentian's intentions, yet feeling rather embarrassed. "There's no need for that. Although the store is a bit busy, we can manage just fine. As the president's secretary, it seems rather excessive for you to be doing this. I'll call him." "Miss Bai, please do not feel obliged," Lin Jin interjected gently, his demeanor softening slightly as he nodded in her direction. "I am quite comfortable here. In fact, I owe you my gratitude." Bai Qian was taken aback, confused by his words. Lin Jin continued, "Ever since the passing of the president's wife, he has been struggling immensely, merely going through the motions and neglecting everything else, consumed entirely by his work, particularly during those initial months. The president worked tirelessly for an entire week without nourishment, ultimately landing himself in a hospital, barely escaping with his life. He tormented himself for 6 months until he encountered someone who breathed life back into him, whether as a subordinate or as a friend. I am profoundly grateful to you, Miss Bai." Bai Qian stood in stunned silence, her heart aching at the revelation, while Zhan Wentian spoke of his suffering. Hearing it from another's perspective magnified the sorrow and anguish manifold. Moreover, the president has traveled abroad to attend to some matters and left in haste without notifying you. He asked me to convey that you should focus on resting, as I will handle the affairs of the store. Bai Qian was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the person she had seen that morning was no longer in the country by afternoon. She found it difficult to articulate her emotions, merely responding with a faint acknowledgement. Zhan Wentian's absence extended to a week without any communication. Although Lin Jin assisted in the store, he was also occupied with company matters. Ultimately, Bai Qian had to hire a university student to help out earlier than planned. Lin Jin reviewed her choice, ensuring her peace of mind before attending to the company's affairs, occasionally returning to lend a hand. There's an ancient poem that states, "Only those who have never experienced longing are truly affected by it." Bai Qian lost track of how many times she found herself staring at her phone, pressing the send button repeatedly, yet the message never went out. Though she felt a sense of discontent towards Zhan Wentian, she deemed it inappropriate to disturb his work, ultimately resigning to the decision to refrain from calling him. Just as she hung up the phone, it rang again. Bai Qian picked it up, her heart fluttering with an unexpected joy reminiscent of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. "Have you been busy with work? It's been so many days without a call," she chided, though her tone betrayed a hint of feminine charm. There was a brief silence on the other end before a feigned lightness emerged in a warm, jade-like voice that was not from Zhan Wentian. "Qian, do you have a moment?" William's voice carried a sense of solitude, spoken in a calm and measured manner. Chapter 44. Conversation in the garden of the hospital Bai Qian observed from a distance the handsome man seated in a wheelchair. He appeared to be in markedly better spirits than before, a faint smile gracing his thin lips, exuding an aura of gentleness akin to that of a celestial being. Bathed in the resplendent sunlight, he resembled an angel descended to the mortal realm, radiating warmth and kindness. The man seemed to sense her gaze, turning his head to meet her eyes. His smile widened as he waved at her, prompting Bai Qian to chuckle softly before approaching him. William, seated in his wheelchair, extended his arms in an attempt to embrace her. Bai Qian hesitated momentarily, deliberately creating a distance between them. A flicker of discomfort crossed William's expression. Yet he quickly regained his composure, teasingly assuring her, "Fear not, Sam is not here today. That stern visage of his frightens me, and I am certain it does you as well." William gazed at her with a tender expression before naturally lowering his arms and gesturing toward a nearby bench. A quintessential English gentleman, he possessed an innate charm imbued with a hint of French romanticism. His demeanor was always poised and considerate, never causing discomfort or awkwardness. A simple remark dissipated the initial tension of their reunion, allowing Bai Qian to take a seat beside him. He then turned his wheelchair to face her. His penetrating green eyes filled with camaraderie, yet tinged with restraint. "Are you perhaps resenting me for not sharing many things with you?" William inquired gently, his gaze unwavering. Bai Qian paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended his meaning. She smiled and shook her head, replying, "No, everyone has their own privacy." After all, she too had concealed her true identity as Bai Suman from William. William offered a wry smile, his gaze drifting towards the horizon as he continued. "My identity is rather awkward to discuss, but it is nothing that cannot be shared with you, Qian Qian." She opened her mouth to respond, but he pressed on. "My mother is a lady from France, while my father is a duke from England. Although I am the eldest son, I am not favored due to the lack of an arranged marriage within the family. I am my mother's only child, yet within my father's household, I am merely one among many siblings." William spoke with remarkable calmness, as if recounting a tale rather than revealing his own life. Bai Qian felt a twinge of surprise. In her past life, as Bai Suman, she had always known that William's background was extraordinary, yet she had not anticipated its complexity. The splendor of noble families often belies the struggles hidden beneath the surface, pains that can only be truly understood by those living within it. Upon reaching a certain age, the men of the Edel family are expected to manage the family business, vying for the dukedom through their capabilities. To shield me from the family's persecution, my mother implored my father to allow me to oversee the business in Asia. Now, in light of my injury, the family is already scheming to strip me of my right to inherit the dukedom. Sam, being my mother's confidant, is overly concerned for me, which may have led him to harbor some biases against you. I hope you can overlook that." As William spoke, he turned to Bai Qian and offered her a slight smile. "Once the war for power begins, it rarely ceases until there is bloodshed. This may well be the last time I can meet you so effortlessly." He smiled nonchalantly, yet Bai Qian could profoundly sense the bitterness and helplessness woven into his words, causing her heart to ache and her brow to furrow with guilt for the pain she had inadvertently caused William. "William, don't apologize. It's not your concern. Perhaps I have suppressed my emotions for too long, needing an outlet for my frustrations. I regret exposing you to such darkness." William grasped her hand, interrupting her, his gaze suddenly ablaze with intensity. Bai Qian lowered her head and shook it gently. "Qian Qian, if one day I find myself with nothing, you would still be by my side, wouldn't you?" William caressed her hand, his tone imbued with a touch of yearning and helplessness. Bai Qian lifted her head and smiled, replying, "Of course, you will always be my dearest friend." William stiffened momentarily before relaxing, his expression a blend of pain and tenderness as he declared, "Regardless of your thoughts, I shall steadfastly hold to my own. Would you be willing to offer a sick man a comforting embrace, Qian Qian?" His gaze was gentle yet restrained with suffering. Ultimately, Bai Qian could not deny his plea. She reached out and embraced him. William returned the gesture, his hands trembling slightly as he rested his head on her shoulder, saying with a tone filled with mirth, "Qian Qian, how I long to be with you. As long as I am with you, nothing else matters." Bai Qian, having long outgrown the age of innocence. Perhaps it bestowed her remaining naivety upon Zhan Wentian. However, when William uttered those words, that simple declaration, not a promise but still unsettling, left her startled. She could not reciprocate any feelings for him. If he were to truly forsake everything for her, how would she confront that reality? In the ensuing days, news regarding the lobby manager of the Victor Hotel being the heir to the Edel family title began to proliferate, dominating headlines. Newspapers and news outlets conducted incisive analyses of William and the entire Edel family, which held a significant standing in British aristocracy, historically distinguished in power. Yet, as the eldest son, William had been relegated to a minor position as a lobby manager in Asia. Opinions on this varied widely. Some suggested it was a rite of passage, while others deemed it a veiled exile. Numerous media outlets uncovered the so-called hidden history of the Edel family, presenting the prominent contemporary figures within the family in stark detail. Among them, William's younger brother emerged as a formidable rival. Andrew Edel, William's brother, embodied the traditional and conservative mindset prevalent among the British, and in comparison to the mixed-race William, the more traditionally aligned Andrew naturally garnered greater favor from the family, especially given his own commendable abilities, making him William's most significant competitor for the title and family legacy. The exposure of this incident prompted William to conclude his recuperation in the hospital earlier than expected, thrusting him into the scrutiny of the public media. As sharp questions from various outlets arose under the blinding lights, the man who usually wore a warm smile now bore a hint of sternness and aloofness in his eyes. Bai Suman sat at her computer, having perused the recent reports and rubbed her weary eyes before closing the device. The struggle for power is more brutal than the battlefield. Beneath the surface, devoid of bloodshed, lies a myriad of sordid tactics and transactions. Bai Suman could not be more aware of this reality. The reports comparing William and Andrew undoubtedly intensified the already subtle rivalry between them. One can only fear, as William remarked, that their recent meeting marked the last occasion they would converse so freely. Chapter 45, Confession. After Bai Suman finished her evening routine and was about to retire for the night, her phone suddenly rang. She paused, towel in hand, glancing at the screen with a sense of bewilderment, unsure who might be calling at such an hour. Upon seeing the caller ID, her heart skipped a beat. It was Zhan Wentian, who had vanished for nearly half a month. Bai Suman answered the call, yet silence greeted her from the other end. Unable to contain her irritation, she spoke first, her tone laced with discontent. "Mr. Zhan, are you calling to disturb me in the middle of the night?" In response, a low chuckle emerged from the line, causing her ears to flush with warmth. "Zhan Wentian, you have become increasingly tiresome." "I'm hanging up," Bai Suman retorted angrily, only to realize that it was late and Wang Yulan had long since retired. She quickly covered her mouth. Hearing her genuine annoyance, he slowly replied, "What time is it? Why are you still awake?" Though his words carried a reprimanding tone, they were also imbued with laughter and affection. "I can't sleep," Bai Suman admitted. His mood evidently lifted. He teasingly responded, "Could it be that you miss me?" A blush crept across her cheeks, yet she stubbornly replied, "I do not miss you. I'm going to sleep now, goodbye." "I miss you," he murmured, his deep voice flowing through the line with tenderness. "Qian, I'm downstairs at your building." Bai Suman felt as if she had lost her senses. At 30 years old, she should know better than to let a man into her home at such an hour, especially with Wang Yulan present. However, as she watched the dust-laden figure step inside, her fleeting regret melted into a warmth within her heart. Once the door closed, she felt his arms encircle her waist, and before she could react, his lips pressed against hers with an urgency that left her momentarily stunned. His lips grazed hers gently, then withdrew, his dark eyes locking onto hers as his thumb caressed her delicate lips. In a hushed voice, he confessed, "I have missed you to the brink of madness." "Did you think of me?" Such candid and fervent declarations made Bai Suman's cheeks flush, yet it also softened her heart, rendering her almost liquid with emotion. She lowered her gaze and nodded slightly, acknowledging, "I did." As soon as the words escaped her lips, he pulled her firmly into his embrace, his grip tightening painfully. After a moment, Zhan Wentian seemed to recover from the weight of his heartfelt admission, guiding Bai Qian to sit on his lap as they settled on the bed. He leaned back against the headboard, lazily yet tenderly stroking her hair. "Have you been busy with work abroad these past few days?" The silence felt unfamiliar to Bai Qian, and the warm, tranquil atmosphere made her drowsy, yet she forced herself to inquire. Zhan Wentian continued his gentle caress, leaning down to kiss her ear and murmured softly, "There were some issues with the collaboration overseas, and I was preoccupied with resolving them. I was afraid to call you, fearing that hearing your voice would compel me to return immediately. I apologize, it won't happen again." The gentle explanation from this assertive and domineering man left Bai Qian momentarily stunned, only to be followed by a deeper warmth in her heart that compelled her to nestle further into his embrace. Mr. Zhan's assurances felt like stale promises. As in the past, his departures often extended to a fortnight before he would return home. Zhan Wentian tightened his hold a little more, his voice low and sincere. "I apologize. I was a complete fool before." He gently cradled her face and kissed her deeply. This kiss imbued with a sense of dominance that left Bai Qian weak and disoriented. When he finally withdrew, she found herself breathless in his arms, suddenly recalling her earlier words and defiantly glaring at him. "Don't say sweet words. I have yet to forgive you." He chuckled softly. "That's why I'm here, making amends." Eventually, Bai Qian succumbed to deep slumber in his embrace. Such occurrences were rare. In their past life, Zhan Wentian rarely shared a bed with Bai Suman, engaging only in obligatory duties. Yet now, their connection felt entirely natural, as if it had been destined long ago, even allowing them to discern each other's heartbeat, responding to one another's movements in silent accord. When Bai Qian awoke the following day, she realized she had overslept, as she noticed herself nestled in Zhan Wentian's arms. A sudden rush of awareness jolted her upright, only to be met with a wave of dizziness that compelled her to fall back into his sturdy embrace. Zhan Wentian reached out to massage her temples, teasingly asking, "What's the rush?" Bai Qian shot him a sidelong glance and pushed him off the bed. "Why are you still here? Hurry back. If my mother sees you, it will be trouble." Anxiously, she attempted to rise, but upon feeling a tightness in her waist, Zhan Wentian pulled her back again. "You little rascal, is it fair to bully me like this? I was your human pillow all night, and now you turn your back on me?" His unjustly soft tone, tinged with feigned grievance, would surely have his subordinates wide-eyed in disbelief. "Your mother already came in, shot me a glare, and then left," he admitted, seeing her anxious expression. Bai Qian paused, her heart racing with trepidation. Wang Yulan was a traditionalist. Although she held gratitude towards Zhan Wentian, she would never be lax with her child. If she left quietly, it likely meant she had tacitly accepted Zhan Wentian. Otherwise, there would surely be consequences later. Indeed, when Zhan Wentian and Bai Qian arrived at the store, Wang Yulan's smile faltered momentarily before she turned her attention solely to Bai Qian. "Qian, come inside. I need to speak with you." Her tone was not harsh, yet it brooked no refusal. Bai Qian managed a wry smile, realizing this was likely the first time in half a year that her mother had addressed her in such a manner. "Don't worry. Your mother won't say anything too harsh," Zhan Wentian reassured her, gently squeezing her hand and whispering in her ear. Bai Qian nodded, finally following him into the storage room of the flower shop. As the door closed, Wang Yulan turned to Bai Qian and said, Qian, please be honest with your mother. Mr. Zhan has been so kind to us. Is it because you and he..." After a brief pause, Wang Yulan continued with a heavy heart. "Qian, although we are not wealthy and owe Mr. Zhan a great deal, it is my fault for being inadequate. I cannot provide you with a good life, but I do not wish for you to feel compelled to." Despite having anticipated Wang Yulan's words, the sorrowful undertones in her mother's voice nearly brought tears to Bai Qian's eyes. She quickly replied, "Mom, my relationship with Wentian is not as you perceive it. We genuinely wish to be together. I am sorry for having concealed this from you during this time." Chapter 46. Intentional Framing. Do you truly wish to be together? However, Mr. Zhan. Wang Yulan was momentarily taken aback, then sighed softly. "Qian, dear, I am not an antiquated person. If he genuinely cares for you, I would not obstruct your union." Yet, Qian, Mr. Zhan, and we are from entirely different worlds. I do not wish for you to feel diminished in his presence. If you truly desire to be together, it must be with integrity, without incurring losses. Do you understand? Bai Qian smiled, grasping Wang Yulan's hand gently as she replied, Mother, I understand. Do not worry. He is not that kind of person. As for being above board in our relationship, we are not concealing anything from others. Are we? Wang Yulan shot her a glare, admonishing, even if you're transparent about your relationship before marriage, if you were to bring him home, I would break your legs if I found out. Bai Qian stuck out her tongue, refraining from mentioning that last night was an accident, and chose to comply with Wang Yulan's wishes as they emerged from the storage room. Wang Yulan cast a disapproving glance at Zhan Wentian outside. Mr. Zhan, I do not oppose your relationship with Qian, but we must maintain a clear distinction between personal and business matters. We will repay you every penny we owe, and I hope you treat Qian well. She is my only daughter. If you do not cherish her, I will fight you to the bitter end. Zhan Wentian broke into a foolish smile. Yet even in his folly, he retained his usual air of arrogance, tempered by a hint of resignation as he responded, Of course, I will cherish her. I will care for Qian for a lifetime. He did not broach the subject of finances, yet Wang Yulan discerned a promise within his seemingly casual remark, though she still felt a twinge of anger about the previous night. You have only just begun your courtship. Refrain from constantly coming to our home. Mr. Zhan should also visit the shop less often. It is simply inappropriate. Wang Yulan spoke with unwavering authority, making it evident that she viewed him not as a creditor but as a rogue attempting to elope with her daughter. Zhan Wentian, akin to a schoolboy caught in mischief, listened to Wang Yulan's 10 commandments with a sense of grievance, unable to protest. He could not help but cast a pitiable glance at Bai Qian, provoking her to stifle a laugh with her hand. In this world, if Zhan Wentian truly mistreated her, he would surely suffer the consequences as well. The two publicly acknowledged their relationship before Wang Yulan, and Zhan Wentian began to appear at Bai Qian's home with the punctuality of clocking in for work. Wang Yulan was somewhat displeased by this, yet as she observed Zhan Wentian's earnest attentiveness towards Bai Qian, she gradually eased her scrutiny of him. In the daily routine, she would prepare an extra bowl of rice and set an additional pair of chopsticks, tacitly acknowledging the beginning of their relationship. As the weather grew cooler, the flower shop experienced a bustling period. In October's prime season, the number of weddings increased. With the arrival of colder temperatures, Wang Yulan's previously manageable rheumatism became increasingly unbearable. After much persuasion, Bai Qian finally convinced her to remain at home and avoid the rigors of the shop, leading the flower shop to hire another young woman for assistance. As the year draws to a close, Zhan Wentian has become increasingly busy, often working late into the night. Although he no longer has the time to visit Bai Qian at her home, their phone conversations have remained uninterrupted, reminiscent of the early stages of their romance over a decade ago. During this time, news regarding William has been incessant. Upon returning home, Bai Qian often peruses articles about him. The title of Duke undoubtedly passes to the eldest son, yet it is accompanied by considerable strife over competing interests. In this world, the divide between wealth and power is stark. William's younger brother has garnered significant attention, and the family's elders have shown considerable support for him, rendering William's position rather precarious. Bai Qian, despite her concern, finds herself powerless to offer substantive assistance. Occasionally, William would call, but their conversations are brief, indicating the severity of their current estrangement. After reading the news, Bai Qian closed her notebook, intending to check on recent orders that might require her attention, when her phone rang. Upon answering, the voice of a new girl at the shop, filled with distress and on the verge of tears, came through. Sister Qian, please come quickly. This customer is being unreasonable. Bai Qian hung up and hurried to the hotel. Upon reaching the top floor, she spotted the new girl, Chenrui, standing to one side, her expression a mix of defiance and hurt as she glared at a lady seated nearby. Bai Qian approached, and Chenrui immediately grasped her hand, nearly in tears. Are you the owner of the shop? My order specified champagne roses, yet you delivered white roses. How do you plan to compensate for my loss? The lady, with golden hair and brown eyes, sat elegantly. Her refined features made her a rare beauty from England. Yet the shadow in her brown gaze, as she scrutinized Bai Qian, was unsettling. Sister Qian, it's not my fault. I answered the phone, and I arranged the venue. She indeed requested white roses. Chenrue protested, her voice quivering with emotion. Bai Qian smiled gently at her, reassuringly patting her hand before turning her attention to the woman's unwarranted scrutiny. Miss, it was an oversight on our part. I will replace all the flowers immediately and refund you for this expense. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive us. Bai Qian stated with a calm smile. Her composed demeanor only seemed to deepen the darkness in the woman's gaze. With a dismissive huff, the woman appeared unimpressed by the proposal. There's no need for replacements. I'm not lacking in money. However, since you acknowledge your mistake, the compensation must be provided by you. Rising to her full height, she advanced toward Bai Qian, who instinctively stepped back, her brow furrowing. Yet, she maintained her composure and asked, "How would you like me to compensate you?" The woman arrogantly scoffed and, with graceful poise, took a few steps back before slowly turning to face Bai Qian, a malicious smile curling at her lips. I'm hosting a party here tonight, and you shall serve as a waitress for the evening as compensation. Bai Qian gazed at her reflection in the mirror, delicately tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and suddenly broke into a soft laugh. Chenrue, standing by her side, watched her with a mix of frustration and admiration, pouting slightly as she expressed her discontent. Qian, dear sister, that person is nothing but a troublemaker, cunning and devious. Why would you acquiesce to her demands? It's evident she is not a good person. Bai Qian, looking through the mirror, offered a resigned smile before turning around and gently replying, the customer is always right. Haven't you ever heard that saying? Besides, it is not an arduous task, and I am more than capable of handling it. What about you? Shouldn't you be returning to class? Chenrue approached, her clear eyes brimming with youthful innocence, as she shook her head vigorously. I refuse to go back. I intend to be the guardian of flowers. If that woman tries any tricks, I shall make her regret it. With that, she playfully brandished her fist in a display of mock bravado. Chapter 47. The Banquet Farce. Bai Qian shook her head in exasperation. Chenrue, still possessing the innocence of a child, was oblivious to the fact that this misunderstanding was merely a trap laid for her. She was simply an unwitting participant in this affair. Bai Qian furrowed her brow, pondering for quite some time, struggling to recall when she might have offended that seemingly dignified woman. Noticing Bai Qian's frown, Chenrue assumed it was due to concern over the impending events, and hurriedly approached her, pulling her toward the mirror. With her mischievous eyes surveying Bai Qian's entire figure, she exclaimed dramatically, Sister Qian, you are already a beauty without any adornment, but when you do make an effort, you become utterly breathtaking. Oh, I can hardly bear it. I feel like I might bleed from my nose. As she spoke, she covered her nose and pretended to collapse. Bai Qian chuckled, adjusting the overly short qipao she wore. This hotel was renowned for its Chinese heritage, with all the staff donning traditional attire. Yet Bai Qian felt that her qipao was perhaps a tad too short. The mirror reflected her image with clarity. Her exquisite figure, accentuated by the qipao, showcased her curves beautifully. Her black hair was elegantly secured atop her head with a red hairpin, while a few loose strands cascaded down, complementing the red of her dress and enhancing her fair skin. Her starry eyes sparkled with a serene wisdom that was both gentle and undeniable, exuding the enigmatic allure of an Eastern beauty, breathtaking in every aspect. The banquet was a private affair, held on the top floor, exclusively reserved for guests, primarily expatriates and foreigners. Bai Qian's presence rendered the men in attendance momentarily speechless, particularly the foreign gentlemen, whose unabashed gazes followed her intently throughout the evening. Amidst such fervent attention, there were inevitably glances of jealousy and disdain from the women, the most intense of which emanated from a particular individual who had been fixated on by Qian since the beginning, their hostility more palpable than it had been earlier in the day. However, Bai Qian, being Bai Suman, maintained her composure and poise, drawing upon her previous upbringing and experiences to navigate her role as a server with grace and aplomb. The banquet progressed smoothly, with Bai Qian simply required to serve glasses of rich, fragrant wine. Yet after a couple of hours, her arms began to tire. Seeking respite, she found a corner to place her tray down and stretched her wrist, oblivious to the host casting a meaningful glance toward someone in the crowd. After a brief rest, Bai Qian held her wine glass, preparing to conclude the evening perfectly. However, as she turned, she collided with another person, the force causing her tray to tumble. Fortunately, the carpet cushioned the fall, and although the wine glass remained unscathed, the spilled liquid splattered onto both her and the other party. My apologies, Bai Qian exclaimed, startled, quickly reacting to grab a nearby towel to clean up the mess. Just as she extended her hand, it was caught by the other individual, who seized the towel and remarked in halting Mandarin, "It's quite all right. This must be fate. It appears that you and I are destined to cross paths tonight." Bai Qian lifted her gaze, only to find herself confronted by a foreign visage, a face adorned with striking green eyes akin to William's, yet glimmering with nefarious intent. As he grasped her hand and caressed it, a shiver coursed through her, prompting her to jerk her hand away and respond with icy detachment. "Is that so? Thank you for your kind words, sir. If you have no significant matters to discuss, I shall take my leave." She attempted to sidestep him hurriedly, but her arm was seized from behind with force, causing her to stumble backward, ensnared in his embrace. The man chuckled, his patience evidently waning. With a swift motion, he pressed her against the wall, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips as he declared, "Oh, there are indeed issues. My attire is quite expensive, far beyond the means of a mere server like yourself. However, if you accompany me for one evening, I shall overlook this incident." With her arm restrained and immobile, Bai Qian met his gaze with a cool glare, her expression devoid of fear. She maintained her composure and replied, "Is that so? This is last year's ornament collection. Hardly a limited edition, worth at most 50,000 RMB. You underestimate me, sir. I can certainly afford that amount. Yet, your words could be construed as a threat within China. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this course of action?" The man's expression faltered, a flicker of anger and surprise flashing in his eyes before hardening into malice, resembling a rat cornered and agitated. He narrowed his eyes and hissed, "I see you possess some understanding, but what can you do about it? I intend to claim you tonight." With that, he tightened his grip, eliciting a pained gasp from Bai Qian. Unfazed, she surveyed her surroundings, contemplating an escape from this man. They stood in a corner, largely overlooked by the attendees. And given the previous hostility from the host of the private gathering, coupled with this man's brazen conduct, she feared that even if she screamed, no one would heed her plight. Just as Bai Qian was at a loss for a solution, a familiar female voice resonated behind them. "Mr. Edward, your behavior is hardly that of a gentleman." Edward, clearly taken aback by the unexpected interruption, turned sharply to find a woman in a low-cut blue gown standing behind him, her face adorned with a gentle smile directed their way. Bai Qian, upon hearing the voice, recognized it as Lu Qingya, someone she had encountered before. Lu Qingya seemed oblivious to the charged atmosphere, gracefully approaching and lightly swaying the quilt in her hands. She addressed Bai Qian, "Miss Bai, would you mind pouring me a glass of red wine?" Momentarily stunned by Lu Qingya's sudden appearance, Bai Qian failed to notice the questioning and bewildered glance Edward directed at Lu Qingya. Composed, she replied, "Of course." After a slight struggle, Edward released his grip, allowing Bai Qian to retreat a couple of steps. Rubbing her wrist, she swiftly poured a glass of red wine for Lu Qingya. Lu Qingya offered her a nonchalant smile before turning to Edward, stating that if Mr. Edward did not mind, she wished to converse with Miss Bai regarding certain matters. The implication was clear. He was not suited to remain in their presence. Edward's expression shifted thrice, and he managed to force a smile, conceding, of course. His gaze then shifted back to Bai Qian, casting her a reluctant, lingering glance. The latter met his stare with a cool indifference, her composure almost exasperating. Edward took 2 steps forward, confronting Lu Qingya's light-hearted demeanor, which incited a surge of indignation within the proud Englishman. In a sudden movement, he turned sharply and seized Bai Qian's wrist, pulling her forcefully towards himself. Caught off guard, she gasped, her hurried steps nearly causing her to stumble. Lu Qingya, equally surprised by this unexpected turn of events, felt her poised smile falter momentarily. However, She quickly regained her composure and fixed her gaze on Edward, articulating firmly, "Mr. Edward. What are you doing?" The warning in her eyes was unmistakable. Chapter 48. The banquet farce. To Edward, with an air of indifference, let out a cold snort. "Vivian, let's discuss this later. This little waitress has offended me, and I shall insist on her paying for it tonight." With a swift motion, he seized Bai Suman and pulled her into his embrace, causing her to collide against his chest. The impact sent a jolt of pain through her nose, leaving her momentarily dazed and filled with indignation towards the inexplicably insufferable man before her. Without a second thought, she raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across his face. The sound echoed through the hall, and Edward, taken aback by her audacity, found himself reeling from the blow. His face turned to the side, and a deeper shade of humiliation ignited a smoldering rage within him. As he straightened, a cold smirk crept onto his lips, his gaze icy as it bore down on Bai Suman. Her starry eyes widened in fury, yet she maintained her composure. Fiery determination etched across her features. "Mr. Edward, your actions constitute a grave offense. I could report you." Edward, gingerly touching his reddened cheek, even went so far as to lick the corner of his mouth with his tongue before replying, his voice laced with dark amusement. That was quite invigorating. "If I do not have my way with you tonight, I shall cease to be Edward." No sooner had he spoken than he once again tugged Bai Suman into his arms, leaning in as if to kiss her. Taken aback by his brazen shamelessness, she pushed against him with all her might, shouting, "Scoundrel, cease this at once." Her cry drew the attention of those within the venue, their gazes shifting towards the unfolding spectacle, some filled with disdain, others with curiosity, and a few with the thrill of entertainment. Edward, rather than continue his advance, held her tightly, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Lu Qingya, clearly unprepared for the situation to escalate so wildly, wore a look of distress, her fingers tightening around her wine glass until they turned pale. "Edward, I shall repeat myself. Do not make a decision you will regret." Lu Qingya's gaze swept across the crowd, finally resting on the host of the banquet, her voice low enough for the three of them to hear. A flicker of discomfort crossed the British woman's face, but Edward, utterly unconcerned, erupted into laughter. "Regret? If I do not bring her to the brink of despair tonight, that would be regret." He cast a disdainful glance at Lu Qingya, his expression brimming with arrogance. Just as he finished speaking, a cold, crisp male voice pierced the air. "Is that so? I would beg to differ." Edward turned in surprise, only to receive a solid punch to the face. The force of the blow sent him staggering backward until he collided with a nearby table, where he steadied himself, astonishment and resentment mingling on his features. He touched his nose, feeling the warmth of blood trickle down. Bai Suman found herself in the embrace of another, and upon regaining her footing, she looked up to see the familiar face of William. William held her securely with one arm, his complexion pale, perhaps a result of his injuries or the relentless interviews he had endured recently. The palpable tension radiating from him prompted others to keep their distance. As Bai Suman steadied herself and opened her mouth to speak, she was interrupted by a haughty female voice. "William, how could you strike my brother for the sake of this lowly Chinese commoner? I am your fiancé, Yi, and he is your kin." The host of the banquet rushed over, disregarding his image, raising his voice in an angry accusation, his brown eyes fixed intently on Bai Suman, as if he wished to devour her whole. Bai Suman was taken aback by his identity, her probing gaze flitting between the two, while William maintained an icy demeanor, his usual elegance unperturbed. The look he cast upon the woman was not one of a betrothed, but rather an expression of profound disdain, akin to that reserved for a nemesis. In that moment, Bai Suman comprehended the depth of animosity this unfamiliar woman harbored towards her, which likely stemmed from this very encounter. William coldly observed her vehement accusations, and after a pause, replied with indifference, "Alice, my engagement to you was sanctioned by our families, yet I have never acknowledged it. Do you not find it somewhat absurd to proclaim so loudly that you are my fiancé, E?" Alice appeared deeply wounded, retreating several steps, her pallid complexion betraying her distress as she clutched her opulent gown. Once steadied, she defiantly retorted, "Am I the one who is absurd? You are the one who is laughable. Next month, the Edel family will announce the heir, and you are no match for Jack. Only through our union do you stand any chance. I am your greatest ally. What does she possibly offer you? Not only can she provide nothing, but she will also ruin you. Do you still wish to protect her? Astonished, Bai Qian realized the gravity of William's situation. She instinctively looked up at him. Upon noticing her gaze, William lowered his eyes and offered her a reassuring smile. Bai Qian opened her mouth to speak, but quickly recognized the inappropriateness of the moment and ultimately remained silent. Witnessing the silent exchange between them, Alice trembled with rage. Her finger trembling as she pointed at Bai Qian, shouting, "Are all Chinese women devoid of shame like you? The man I, Alice, have chosen will never allow you." What could she say? I never imagined that a so-called noble lady of England could be so utterly repugnant, akin to a shrew. Before Alice could finish her sentence, she was abruptly interrupted by a deep, cold voice that resonated through the crowd, causing everyone to turn towards the source of the sound. A tall, imposing figure emerged from the doorway, striding forward with an air of regality. Clad in impeccably tailored trousers that accentuated his long, powerful legs, he exuded an aura of dominance. Making his way through the throngs of guests, who instinctively parted to grant him passage, whispering his name in hushed awe, Zhan Wentian approached Alice. Casting a sidelong glance at her, she, lacking any confidence, retreated a couple of steps, her gaze faltering. Bai Qian stared at Zhan Wentian in astonishment, unable to fathom his sudden appearance. As her gaze shifted slightly, she noticed Qinrui trailing behind him, looking timid yet concerned, and a warmth surged within her heart. Realizing that Zhan Wentian had indeed shown great care for those he brought into his fold, Zhan Wentian approached William, their gazes locking in a tense standoff. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though the air was charged with the sound of sparks igniting. Neither man was willing to yield, and the atmosphere around them grew increasingly strained. Bai Qian broke free from William's grasp and moved toward Zhan Wentian. Whether motivated by the desire to end this farce or by her commitment to Zhan Wentian as her current partner, she could not side with William. Her actions caused Zhan Wentian's expression to soften momentarily as he turned his attention to her, extending his hand. However, Bai Qian's hand was unexpectedly seized from behind by William. She turned in shock to face him, her eyes reflecting both concern and a plea for understanding. Being part of a prominent family, she was undoubtedly aware of William's current predicament. Although this was a private gathering, fully booked, the simultaneous presence of Zhan Wentian and William would inevitably attract the attention of the paparazzi. Chapter 49. The Banquet Farce 3, whether it is William or Zhan Wentian. Should either of them grace the front page tomorrow, the repercussions, be they favorable or unfavorable, are clear to all. William discerned the meaning behind Bai Qian's gaze, and a sudden smile of understanding graced his lips, warm and gentle as a spring breeze. He softly murmured, "Qian, do not worry about me. All I desire is for you to remain by my side. Please do not leave. I love you." The last phrase was uttered in French, so softly that only the three closest could hear. Bai Qian felt a surge of panic, not due to William's confession, but rather because she could not fathom why he would provoke Zhan Wentian at such a critical moment. She turned anxiously, only to find Zhan Wentian's previously softened expression had grown even colder, the smile that once seemed warm now laced with disdain and danger. In the next instant, before anyone could react, Zhan Wentian advanced with a speed that was nearly imperceptible, delivering a powerful punch to William's face. William stumbled backward, his hand inadvertently sweeping across the table, sending drinks crashing to the floor. The crowd gasped in shock at the sudden turn of events. Alice, visibly shaken, hurried over to assist William, but he dismissively waved her away. Standing upright, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze still provocative as it remained fixed on Zhan Wentian. Unfazed, Zhan Wentian elegantly unfastened 2 buttons, his demeanor so poised that it seemed he was not on the verge of violence. Bai Qian regained her composure amidst the chaos and rushed to grasp Zhan Wentian's arm, her tone laced with urgency as she implored, "Wentian, please do not act this way. Let's return, shall we?" Zhan Wentian, his face shrouded in darkness, halted his steps, glancing at Bai Qian before casting a cold stare at William. William shook his head, stepping forward with a clenched fist and a frigid tone. I do not know what means you employed to win Qian's affection, but as long as you remain unmarried, I have every right to pursue her, do I not? Perhaps in the end, she will realize that I am the one most suited for her. Zhan Wentian's smile grew more pronounced, warmth radiating from his demeanor as he replied. In my world, no one possesses any rights over me, including you. Bai Qian stared at William in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by his intentions. She reached out to grasp Zhan Wentian's arm, attempting to soothe him. Wentian, please, do not escalate this situation. Zhan Wentian remained unmoved, his icy gaze fixed on William, suggesting that should William not retract his previous statements, he would not relent. Bai Qian, feeling powerless, turned to William and urgently spoke in French. William, enough. Do you wish to make the headlines tomorrow? Please just leave. Upon hearing this, William turned to Bai Qian, his expression softening in an instant. A smile graced his lips as he replied, Qian, you need not worry about me. Even if I were to lose everything, I would still wish to be with you. This decision has never wavered. As long as you are by my side, that is all that matters. You would not care even if you lost everything? It is truly touching. Yet even if you were to lose everything, you could never take her away from me. Zhan Wentian fixed his gaze upon him, enunciating each word with intensity. In the next moment, he lunged forward, and before anyone could react, the two were engulfed in a fierce struggle. Both Zhan Wentian and William exhibited remarkable prowess, their blows and counterattacks unfolding in a breathtaking display reminiscent of a cinematic fight scene. I am unaware of the means you employed to persuade Qian to be with you. But even if you currently perceive yourself as a man, can you truly conceal all that you have inflicted upon Bai Suman? Does Qian know of the harm you have caused her? Zhan Wentian, you do not even love a loyal wife. So by what right do you think you can be with Qian? Bai Suman's remains have scarcely cooled, and your shift of affection is astonishingly swift. William grasped Zhan Wentian's incoming fist, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. Zhan Wentian's expression darkened to a deep kohl, his eyes growing colder still. Bai Qian felt a sense of foreboding. She understood that the past had long been a source of pain for Zhan Wentian. Even now, despite his earnest efforts to atone and his continuous self-punishment, he was filled with regret and guilt over what had transpired. In an instant, Bai Qian felt a surge of anger towards William for voicing this matter. Whatever transpired between Zhan Wentian and herself was their affair, although William cared for Bai Suman. His choice to wield this information against Zhan Wentian in the current context was excessively cruel. This is a matter between us and does not concern you. Zhan Wentian retorted icily, delivering a powerful kick that struck William in the abdomen. The force sent William crashing against the wall, and he coughed heavily, struggling to rise, but ultimately collapsing back, clutching his midsection. Bai Qian could no longer contain herself. Recalling William's injury, she shouted in fury, "Enough! Stop!" Her uncontrolled scream finally brought the two combatants to a halt, and the surrounding guests, struck by the sudden turn of events, dared not breathe as they watched. This farce left Bai Qian feeling dizzy. Trembling, she touched her face. She stepped forward, pulling Zhan Wentian behind her. He remained frozen in place, prompting her to soften her tone, almost pleading, "Wentian, let's return." This situation should not have escalated to such absurdity. I do not find this matter absurd. Qian, William replied, rising from the ground, his meticulously styled hair now disheveled, and his face marred with bruises, presenting a pitiful sight. Yet his emerald eyes defiantly fixed upon Zhan Wentian. I do not know what means this man has employed to earn your trust, but I will never relinquish you to him. What means have I employed? Countless. If you wish to find out, Zhan Wentian retorted coldly. Bai Qian felt her temples throbbing, as if her head might explode. With all her strength, she bit down on her lower lip, the faint metallic taste of blood spreading in her mouth, helping to quell her inner turmoil. Are none of you willing to leave? Bai Qian inhaled deeply, glancing between the two men beside her, overwhelmed with exhaustion. She forced a smile, albeit weary, and declared, "Fine, if you refuse to leave. Then I shall." With that, she turned to depart. Qian, William and Zhan Wentian gazed at the crimson at the corners of her mouth, seemingly taken aback. Zhan Wentian hurriedly reached out to grasp her wrist, only to be forcefully brushed aside by Bai Suman. She spun around, her anger boiling over as she shouted at them. "I'm a person, not your trophy. I'm not here for you to brawl over. Whoever emerges victorious does not claim me as their prize. You can all go to hell." Chapter 50. The quarrel in her 2 lifetimes, she had seldom displayed any anger. But her fierce roar on this occasion truly left the 2 of them momentarily stunned. Once they recovered, Bai Suman had already dashed out of the hall. Zhan Wentian turned his head, casting a warning glance at William, before hastily pursuing her. William remained rooted in place, observing their retreating figures, his typically warm green eyes flickering with a glint of calculation, fleeting yet perceptible. He raised a glass of red wine to his lips, consuming it as if it were water, his demeanor calm and composed, hardly reminiscent of someone who had just been embroiled in a conflict. Bai Suman rushed to the elevator, her slender fingers trembling with fury as she rapidly pressed the down button, her nails turning pale from the force. Just as she pressed it again, a hand grasped hers from the side, the familiar warmth enveloping her hand, the slightly rough pads of his fingers brushing against her own, imbued with profound tenderness and concern. She refused to look at him, pulling her hand away with all her might, but to no avail. Reluctantly, she lifted her gaze and shot him a fierce glare. Zhan Wentian looked down at her, his dark eyes seemingly suppressing an inner turmoil, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. After a moment, he raised his hand to tuck her stray hair back into place, his gaze darkening as it fell upon her short skirt. Bai Suman's eyes lowered, her heart in disarray. William had always been her friend. Towards him, she felt only gratitude and guilt. Though her guilt did not compare to Zhan Wentian's remorse for Bai Suman. It was a different kind of unrepayable debt. Zhan Wentian, however, was the one she loved most dearly. She had never envisioned a day when their conflict would unfold so directly, especially over circumstances concerning her. The elevator dinged, opening before them, and Zhan Wentian suddenly wrapped his arm around her, ushering her inside. They descended straight to the parking lot, where he led her to his car. Bai Suman struggled fruitlessly, eventually conceding. Zhan Wentian pushed her into the vehicle, circled around the front, and climbed in, starting the engine and accelerating sharply, the car rocketing forward. Throughout the journey, silence reigned between them. Bai Suman turned to gaze out the window until they entered her residential community, both still enveloped in an unspoken tension. Zhan Wentian seemed particularly burdened by the atmosphere. As they drove into the complex without slowing, he abruptly hit the brakes, halting sharply at the foot of the building. Bai Suman gasped in shock, gripping the seatbelt tightly to avoid colliding with the front. Once the fright subsided, she turned her head to glare at Zhan Wentian. Yet she was too exhausted to argue. Releasing her seatbelt, she turned to open the door. Zhan Wentian watched her exit, a mix of helplessness and anger causing him to drop his head before hastily following her. Bai Suman strode quickly towards the building, but misstepped, twisting her ankle in her high heels and gasping in pain as she crouched down. In the next instant, he lifted her off the ground effortlessly, his strong arms encircling her. Bai Suman struggled fiercely, prompting Zhan Wentian to set her down. Unsteady on her feet, she discarded her shoes, carrying them as she limped up the stairs. After a few steps, her hand was seized from behind. Zhan Wentian's handsome face bore an expression of resignation, though the tension in his features indicated his displeasure. "Wentian, there is no need for us to quarrel over someone irrelevant." Under Bai Suman's furious glare, Zhan Wentian helplessly touched his face, striving to speak in a gentler tone. Bai Suman's expression darkened further as she brushed his hand away, coldly responding, "Wentian, William is not an inconsequential person. He has helped immensely, both in our past lives and in this one. He is my dearest friend. But what intentions does he harbor in assisting you?" Zhan Wentian shouted in anger, his dark eyes filled with frost. "The mere fact that he held such thoughts meant you should not regard him as a friend. I have merely exchanged a few blows with him, which was already a concession." His voice was frigid, each word enunciated with precision. Bai Suman lowered her eyelids, concealing the weariness and helplessness in her gaze, and replied coldly, "Wentian, we cannot control the thoughts of others. Even if William harbors such notions, I do not. Now that I am with you, do you not trust me? Or do you lack faith in yourself?" Zhan Wentian ran his hand through his hair, ultimately letting out a deep sigh. "Qianqian, I do not doubt you. But that person is William. I simply cannot persuade myself to accept that he may entertain such thoughts. Wentian, the last thing I wish to witness is someone getting hurt. One is my mother, and the other is William. She owes him far too much, both in this life and the last. This bond cannot simply be dismissed because she chooses not to respond. The more she rejects William, the deeper her guilt towards him becomes." Zhan Wentian's countenance turned ashen, coldly retorting, "Is he truly that significant? It is not about his importance." Bai Qian's serene eyes, tinged with fatigue, glanced at Zhan Wentian. "This is my own issue. It is what I owe him, and I do not wish for him to suffer because of me. The more you say that, the more I feel compelled to ruin him," Zhan Wentian shouted in a fit of rage. "The most important man in your life, the one you cherish above all, can only ever be me." Bai Qian flinched at his outburst, and after a moment, their tension began to ease. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately decided against it, turning to ascend the stairs. Zhan Wentian did not attempt to stop her, instead standing still as he watched her limp away until she disappeared from view. He then turned, kicking a nearby lamppost in frustration, cursing under his breath before getting into his car and speeding away from the community. The two parted on unfavorable terms, and the ensuing troubles from this farce soon followed. The next day, as Bai Qian had anticipated, news of their altercation at the hotel made headlines in major newspapers. Smaller gossip magazines, eager for sales, distorted the narrative even further. The headlines proclaimed the fight between the two magnates, claiming it was all for the sake of a beautiful woman, with numerous articles depicting the scene of Zhan Wentian and William in combat. In contrast, Bai Qian was merely referred to as a woman, prompting widespread speculation about who could provoke such a fierce confrontation among titans of industry. However, William finds himself at the center of a tempest, and such reports have prompted a thorough analysis from financial experts. This has led to William offending Zhan Wentian, a figure renowned for his ruthless and formidable tactics in the business realm. What kind of retaliation might Zhan, with his merciless approach, orchestrate? Moreover, reports suggest that Zhan has begun to collaborate with William's brother, leaving the heir of the Edel family, William, with little hope. When Bai Qian perused the newspaper, she felt overwhelmed. The so-called elite cannot afford to lose face, nor can they tarnish their family's reputation. Is William truly prepared to forsake everything for the Edel family? Is his desire to be with her so paramount that nothing else matters? If this is indeed the case, Bai Qian feels that rather than gratitude, she is burdened by a weighty stigma that leaves her gasping for breath. Chapter 51. The woman's stratagem. In the days that followed, the situation unexpectedly spiraled beyond anyone's imagination. Major media outlets reported that Jack, the heir apparent of the Edel family, was embroiled in a scandal involving tax evasion and unscrupulous competitive practices within the European division he managed. The American police arrested Jack on charges of unfair competition, and no one from the Edel family stepped forward to secure his bail. This led to a flurry of speculation, with many beginning to favor William's side. However, the Edel family, rooted in the hotel industry, relied heavily on their overseas operations for revenue. Should any issues arise abroad, even the most successful domestic ventures would inevitably be affected, rendering any efforts to rectify the situation futile. Bai Qian had refrained from visiting the shop during these days. Although her photograph did not grace the newspapers, it was evident that someone had suppressed its publication. Yet, the paparazzi were relentless. A visit to the flower shop would undoubtedly attract unnecessary attention. Moreover, with her ankle sprained, she could only rest at home. Wang Yulan, her mother, chose not to inquire about the situation until she noticed Bai Qian's increasing moments of distraction, which became progressively longer. Zhan Wentian had not visited in several days. After dinner, Wang Yulan entered Bai Qian's room with medicinal wine. Bai Qian was seated at the table, engrossed in a book. Upon noticing her mother approaching, she opened her mouth to speak, but was gently interrupted by Wang Yulan's smile. "My dear, Is there something amiss between you and Mr. Zhan? Wang Yulan inquired, settling on the bed and gesturing for Bai Qianxin to elevate her foot so she could apply the medicinal wine. Bai Qianxin paused momentarily before responding with a smile. Mother, you're quite perceptive. However, there is nothing grave. We merely had a quarrel. Since that argument, Zhan Wentian had not even called, and Bai Qianxin sensed that he was genuinely upset this time. Wang Yulan hesitated for a moment before continuing her ministrations, raising her head to gaze at Bai Qianxin with a smile. In any romantic relationship, quarrels are inevitable. Your father and I had our share of disputes as well. Bai Qianxin regarded her mother with a calm smile. Wang Yulan appeared well-rested and less burdened, looking considerably more spirited than before. But my dear, when it comes to deciding on a lifetime partner, why harbor lingering grudges? Arguments between couples are often fleeting. If the matter is not of grave consequence, one should simply lower their pride. I did not mean to suggest that you should always acquiesce, but a harmonious marriage is a rare treasure, encountered but a few times in a lifetime. Dear, share with me the reasons behind your quarrel. If Mr. Zhan has erred, I shall certainly assist you in addressing him. Bai Qianxin observed her mother's seemingly casual inquiry, yet detected an undercurrent of concern and care in her eyes. In recent days, she had been troubled by her own thoughts and proceeded to recount the situation with William in broad strokes. Wang Yulan listened in silence, her expression gradually shifting to one of gravity. After a moment, she spoke with a tone of sternness. Qianxin, your handling of this matter has been quite poor. I understand that repaying a favor can be the most burdensome of tasks, but is that favor truly of paramount importance? I believe you have come to take Mr. Zhan's kindness for granted, which has led you to utter such thoughtless words. Bai Qian, startled, opened her eyes wide. Wang Yulan's words seemed to illuminate the knot in her heart that had persisted for days. Since her rebirth, every action taken by Zhan Wentian revolved around her, and perhaps she had subconsciously taken it all for granted, viewing it as a form of compensation for the harm he had caused her in her previous life. This had fostered a sense of entitlement within her, allowing her to smile at Zhan Wentian when she was happy and disregard him when she was not, without any intention of seeking his approval. Conversely, she had not considered whether her behavior might leave a negative impression on him, nor had she contemplated whether her assumptions could inadvertently place an unnecessary burden upon him. Everything had unfolded according to her own subconscious thoughts, neglecting to account for Zhan Wentian's feelings. Reflecting on this, Bai Qian furrowed her brows, realizing that her words on that day had indeed been unjust towards him. Observing her troubled expression, Wang Yulan sighed, her gaze softening as she looked down, seemingly reminded of Bai Qian's father. With a gentle smile, she pulled Bai Qian close, affectionately patting her head and saying, Mr. Zhan is a good man. Though he may appear a bit cold, a mother's intuition never lies. His feelings for you are genuine. I only wish for you to find a good partner so that when I am no longer around, someone will care for you. Bai Qian listened, her heart inexplicably aching. She quickly embraced her mother, sincerely exclaiming, Mom, don't say such things. You will live a long life and one day hold your grandchildren. There is no need to speak so carelessly. Do you still want me to hold your children? Wang Yulan teased, playfully rolling her eyes. If you want me to, then you should hurry and make amends with Mr. Zhan. Bai Qian felt her face heat up, a hint of feminine embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Wang Yulan chuckled, rising and brushing off her clothes. Why not invite him over for dinner tonight? I will personally cook something delicious for you both. Mom, Bai Qian stood up, calling after her. Wang Yulan turned, looking at her in confusion. Bai Qian's eyes sparkled with gratitude and warmth as she smiled. Thank you. Wang Yulan paused for a moment, then waved her hand dismissively, saying, Oh, don't thank your mother. It makes me feel all goosebumps. Honestly, you should learn from the good things instead of these cheesy foreign phrases. Did that rascal Zhan Wentian teach you this? Bai Qian listened, her expression a mix of exasperation and amusement, for she had just declared him a good man. The rare, heartwarming exchange between mother and daughter transformed into the mundane warmth of daily life, punctuated by Wang Yulan's playful banter. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qian picked up her phone, hesitated for a moment, and dialed Zhan Wentian's number. As the ringing tone echoed, her heart raced. In her previous life, her relationship with Zhan Wentian had been tumultuous. and she had managed to avoid conflict almost entirely. This was the first time she had to confront a disagreement, and a wave of nervousness washed over her. When the call was answered, her heart slowed momentarily, and just as she opened her mouth to speak, a familiar female voice came through the line. "Hello, Miss Bai. What can I assist you with regarding Mr. Wentian?" Bai Qian gasped, her lips moving in silent articulation for a moment before she managed to find her voice. "Miss Liu?" On the other end of the line, a polite yet subtly provocative chuckle emerged. "Miss Bai, your memory is truly remarkable." Bai Qian instinctively tightened her grip on the phone. The pleasant demeanor she had just displayed now somewhat tarnished, leaving her with a sense of heaviness in her chest. Nevertheless, she inquired, "What about Wentian?" The response came swiftly. "Wentian is currently in a meeting. His phone was left in the office. Is there something I can relay to him on your behalf?" Miss Bai? Chapter 52. Indulgence. Lu Qingya's address to Zhan Wentian was truncated by a single character. Yet the final syllable resonated with a unique tenderness that a woman reserves for her beloved. Bai Qian sat at the edge of the bed, momentarily silent, biting her lower lip to suppress the surge of bitterness rising within her. On the other end of the line, sensing her silence, the voice urged, "Miss Bai?" Startled back to reality, Bai Qian's gaze transformed into one of resolve as she spoke gently yet firmly. "Please convey to Miss Liu that I will be at home waiting for him to dine. Also, after his meeting, could you kindly ask him to return my call?" This time, silence enveloped the conversation from the other end, but it was not long before Lu Qingya's confident and slightly provocative voice chimed in. "Very well. I will relay your message to Wentian. However, he has been quite busy lately, and I cannot say whether he will have the time to return your call." "He will," Bai Qian stated with unwavering certainty, sensing a slight hitch in the breath on the other line, which momentarily lifted her spirits. She added, "Thank you for your trouble. Miss Liu, goodbye." With that, she hung up the phone decisively. Lu Qingya leaned against her desk, phone in hand, her expression darkening with frustration. Why was it that she always had to contend with formidable rivals, first Bai Suman and now this woman named Bai Qian? Did she have some vendetta against women with the surname Bai from a past life? Lu Qingya pondered fiercely, yet a peculiar smile crept upon her lips. Even if she had missed an opportunity, she would not be outdone by a mere young girl. Glaring at her phone, she raised her hand to delete the call history. Just as her finger hovered over the delete button, Zhan Wentian entered the room, catching her off guard. Startled, she quickly recovered, reproaching him. "Why do you never knock before entering? You nearly scare me to death." With a cold expression, Zhan Wentian remained silent, his sharp gaze growing even more frigid as he observed Lu Qingya with his phone. He had just realized he had forgotten his phone in the meeting room and returned, fearing Bai Qian might call him unexpectedly. Noticing his intense focus on the device in her hand, Lu Qingya quickly spread her palms in an innocent gesture. Blinking as she explained, "Please don't misunderstand. I wasn't trying to invade your privacy. I merely noticed Miss Bai's incessant calls and thought you might want to speak with her, given that you've seemed unhappy lately." At her words, a flicker of delight passed through Zhan Wentian's indifferent eyes. Though it was fleeting, it did not escape Lu Qingya's notice. She handed the phone to him, and without uttering a word of thanks, he took it and began scrolling through the call log. Indeed, he found Bai Qian's incoming calls and was about to return the call when Lu Qingya's hand clasped around his wrist, halting him. Zhan Wentian looked up at her in displeasure, his piercing gaze causing her to feel a shiver run down her spine. "She seems to know about your acquisition of Edel. Have you prepared what you will say to her?" Lu Qingya forced a smile, her exquisitely crafted face etched with worry and hesitation, enough to disarray Zhan Wentian's thoughts. Bai Qian's words from that night echoed clearly in his mind. If she were to discover that everything was orchestrated by him, what would she say when she called? As the joy in Zhan Wentian's eyes gradually faded, it was consumed by a growing indifference. His finger, poised to dial, eventually fell, hesitating for a moment before he tossed the phone back onto the desk and turned to attend a meeting. His tall and slender silhouette appeared even colder than when he had entered, the palpable tension surrounding him creating an oppressive atmosphere. Lu Qingya followed him out, thoughtfully ensuring the door was closed behind them. Through the crack, she glanced at the discarded phone on the expansive office desk, a triumphant smile curving her lips. Zhan Wentian ultimately did not join them for dinner. Bai Qian, filled with confidence, remarked that the call from the meeting never came through. At the dinner table, Wang Yulan's attempts to persuade were of little effect. Bai Qian, lost in thought, set her chopsticks down after a few bites, her appetite extinguished. That night, her dreams were restless, vividly recalling the past and Zhan Wentian. Unlike reality, in her dream, it was she who hurt him, pushing him further away. In the dream's conclusion, Zhan Wentian held the hand of another woman, drifting away from her. She chased after him, calling out, yet he never turned back. Instead, the woman beside him glanced back, offering a victorious smile. Startled, Bai Qian bolted upright in bed, her eyes wide with confusion and terror as she surveyed her surroundings, taking a moment to realize it had all been a dream. Exhausted, she sat on the edge of her bed, pushing her hair back with her hand. Though she could not shake the panic from her dream, the woman Zhan Wentian held was unmistakably Miss Liu. After a prolonged moment of reflection, Bai Qian let out a self-deprecating laugh. Perhaps the blow she received before sleep had been too great? Zhan Wentian's silence could simply be due to the hectic nature of his meeting. Why should she frighten herself? After freshening up, Bai Qian felt she could no longer remain at home. After breakfast, she informed Wang Yulan and made her way to the flower shop. Thanks to the caretakers, the shop remained open as usual. Upon seeing Bai Qian, Chenrui approached with a mix of concern and joy, inquiring about her health over the past few days. Sister Qian, you have no idea how frightened I was that day. I was so overwhelmed that I called President Zhan. You're not upset with me for meddling, are you? Chenrui asked cautiously. Bai Qian chuckled, playfully teasing her. Of course I was upset. How much did he pay you to keep quiet? Chenrui immediately pouted, looking like a forlorn puppy as she blinked innocently and bit her lip. President Zhan didn't buy me off. He just told me that you are the most important person to him, and no matter what happens, I must prioritize your protection. A man so wealthy and devoted. I would willingly toil for him to ensure your happiness. There's no need for money. Bai Qian's smile faltered for a moment, warmth spreading within her heart as she reached out to gently ruffle Chenrui's hair, softly saying, I was just joking. You did wonderfully. Thank you. Only then did Chenrui realize Bai Qian was teasing, and she exaggeratedly exclaimed, You have no idea? The moment President Zhan received the call, he rushed over like a madman. I could hear him screeching to a halt, and I was worried he would have an accident driving so fast. Sister Qian, please tell me how you and President Zhan met. Bai Qian listened quietly to Chenrui's words, and in her heart, she could not help but connect all the dots regarding Zhan Wentian. In her previous life, Zhan Wentian may have harbored resentment towards her. However, upon reflection, she realized that if she were in his position, facing the pressure of an arranged marriage, she would likely feel similarly towards another individual. Yet, despite such circumstances, Zhan Wentian ultimately chose to protect her and her family in the critical moments. In this lifetime, the kindness and affection Zhan Wentian bestowed upon her filled her with newfound courage. If she found herself displeased with him, she could assert herself, raise her voice, and express her discontent. When reminiscing about the past, she felt no obligation to show deference to this top 10 wealthy individual. She could afford to display her displeasure, and this was solely due to Zhan Wentian's tolerance and indulgence. Chapter 53. The William Crisis. Zhan Wentian, a man of considerable pride, had uttered words that wounded his dignity that night. Bai Qian reflected on this and felt as if she had indeed become the pampered darling that Wang Yulan had described. Chenrui noticed the sudden glimmer of tears in Bai Qian's eyes and hurriedly shook her head, saying, Sister Qian, if you don't wish to speak, it's perfectly all right. Bai Qian came back to her senses, gently blinking her eyes, only to feel a painful sting. She touched her cheek, letting out a soft laugh. Did I startle you? My apologies. You've been so considerate in the shop today, but I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, she picked up her bag and turned to exit, hailing a taxi and departing swiftly. Chenrui rushed outside, watching the taxi fade into the distance, suddenly lamenting, I really want to be in a relationship. This elicited eye rolls from a senior nearby, who remarked, with your lack of perception, you can't even see my care for you. With such low emotional intelligence, your hopes are bleak. Bai Qian arrived at the foot of Zhan Wentian's company. preparing to pay the fare as she turned to exit the vehicle, only to see him emerge from within. Compared to the day they had quarreled, he appeared somewhat thinner. Yet the regal aura he exuded remained undiminished, now even colder, which pierced Bai Qian's heart. A sleek black car pulled up at the entrance, and a bodyguard stepped out to open the door for him. Bai Qian's heart tightened, and she opened her mouth to call out to him, but another voice interrupted her. Wentian, Lu Qingya, dressed in a chic business ensemble that accentuated her curves, approached him with a satisfied and intellectual smile on her finely crafted face. You forgot a document. She stood behind Zhan Wentian, smiling as she handed him the materials. He coldly accepted them, offering a distant thank you before turning to enter the car without hesitation. Wait, Lu Qingya called out, and Zhan Wentian turned back, his eyes flashing with impatience. Ignoring his demeanor, she stepped closer, raising her hand toward him. Your tie is crooked. Zhan Wentian subtly evaded her outstretched hand, leaving it awkwardly suspended in the air. In public, she struggled to maintain her smile, nearly faltering. I'll fix it myself. You should return. Your presence here at the company is rather inconvenient given your status, he stated firmly, issuing an unspoken dismissal. Although they were merely ordinary friends now, Lu Qingya's frequent appearances at his workplace were indeed inappropriate. Lu Qingya said nothing, silently watching him get into the car and drive away, her gaze lingering as if she were a wife bidding farewell to her husband. Bai Qian sat in the car, witnessing the scene unfold, her heart aching with a numbing pain. From her vantage point, it was unmistakable that Lu Qingya was adjusting Zhan Wentian's attire. Her eyes began to sting uncontrollably, tears threatening to spill over. Miss, are you getting out or not? The driver, growing increasingly impatient, urged her to hurry. Bai Qian, momentarily taken aback, suppressed the rising ache in her heart and hesitated before reluctantly opening the car door. Lu Qingya, poised to turn and retrieve her vehicle from the garage, had not yet looked back when she noticed Bai Qian descending from the car, a smirk of ill intent forming on her lips as she approached. Bai Qian took several deep breaths to quell the bitterness lodged in her throat, only to lift her gaze and find Lu Qingya standing before her. Miss Bai, what brings you here? Are you looking for Wentian? He just left and may not return today, Lu Qingya remarked, exuding the demeanor of a considerate older sister as she shared her knowledge. Bai Qian tilted her head, casting a fleeting glance at her, and coldly replied, Yes, I'm aware. I will wait for his return. The smile on Lu Qingya's face faltered, revealing her disdain for pretense in Bai Qian's presence. By the way, despite knowing each other for so long, we have yet to introduce ourselves. I am of mixed heritage. My English name is Vivian, and in Chinese, I am called Lu Qingya. I am Wentian's university classmate and his first love. Though Bai Qian might not have known who Lu Qingya was, she certainly recognized the name Qingya. In her previous life, when Bai Suman had just married Zhan Wentian, on their wedding night, he had drunkenly accused her of various transgressions. Yet in moments of passion, the name he called out was Qingya. The name Qingya seemed to herald the beginning of Bai Suman's misfortune. Throughout the following year, it echoed during their tender moments, and even the nights Bai Suman devoted to caring for him after his intoxication, he would utter that name in his dreams. A woman she had never met had claimed her husband's undivided attention, forcing her into the role of a mere substitute for the name. Qingya. These two syllables were undoubtedly Bai Suman's nightmare, the very words Bai Qian dreaded to hear and wished to remain ignorant of. Yet, the more she wished to avoid them, the more they surfaced to torment her. Bai Qian could not recall how Lu Qingya departed, nor did she understand how she found herself in the waiting area of the Qingtian building, her mind clouded and her body chilled as if plunged into an ice cellar. A sudden commotion jolted her from her reverie, a familiar voice tinged with urgency and helplessness cutting through the air. If President Zhan is not here, then I will wait for his return. I apologize, but the president has stated that he will not meet anyone during this time. Sir, waiting will yield no results. Please do not put us in a difficult position. Bai Qian's heart raced as she turned her head, exclaiming in surprise, William? William's face momentarily lit up with astonishment and joy, but as he approached, extending his arms for an embrace, Bai Qian instinctively took a step back. His elation quickly dimmed, replaced by a subdued melancholy, an expression she had never witnessed on him before. In her memories, William had always been the epitome of grace, radiating warmth and confidence. Yet now, he bore the marks of exhaustion, his eyes rimmed with red, as if he had not rested properly in days. His attire retained the understated elegance of a bygone era, exuding a subtle opulence, yet he appeared to have been stripped of a layer of charm, rendering him dull and lackluster. A hint of self-mockery graced the corners of his mouth, while his gentle green eyes, once alight with joy, had shifted to reflect a sense of loss and melancholy. Nevertheless, he tenderly remarked, "I am quite concerned about you. I've been unable to reach you these past few days. Are you all right?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Qian's eyes, but she maintained her composure, responding, "I am fine. Now that I have gained clarity on certain matters, it is perhaps wiser to keep my distance from William." William, discerning her thoughts, felt the self-deprecating smile deepen as he suggested, "Let us share a meal together. This may very well be our last encounter." Chapter 54. Reconciliation. Bai Qian was uncertain when their relationship had reached this point. Perhaps from the moment William first confessed his feelings, it seemed their fates were intertwined beyond even that of mere friends. They chose a nearby Western restaurant, where William, as always, was considerate, ordering all of Bai Qian's favorite dishes. The two dined in silence until William, unable to contain himself, finally spoke. "How are you and him doing now?" Bai Qian paused her knife at the steak, setting down her utensils to meet his gaze sincerely. "We're well." A flicker of pain crossed William's warm eyes, yet he smiled and shook his head. Qian, I cannot see through you." Bai Qian remained silent, gazing at him in confusion. William took a sip of water, a bittersweet smile on his lips as he spoke with a hint of certainty. "You are not well. That arrogant man, Zhan Wentian, how could he ever be gentle enough to understand your feelings? Perhaps that night, he was too concerned about his pride to even speak with you, was he not?" Bai Qian felt a jolt of surprise, though she endeavored to conceal it. The fleeting emotion in her eyes did not escape William's notice. Qian, he suddenly reached across the table, grasping her hand with urgency. "Zhan Wentian is truly a scoundrel. He professes his love for you, yet keeps his first love, Lu Qingya, in his office. You must have met her, right? She is indeed your first love." Bai Qian forcefully withdrew her hand, regarding him with a mixture of confusion and intensity. "How do you know this?" She was not naive. If William had known from the outset that Lu Qingya was Zhan Wentian's first love, why wait until now to reveal it? William looked at the emptiness of his hand, a shadow of guilt flitting across his features. "I apologize, Qian. I was merely seeking an opportunity to inform you that Zhan Wentian is a cad. He harmed Susu for that woman in the past, and now he seeks to hurt you again. Bai Qian, I am uncertain how you came to know of this, but regardless, it is my affair with Zhan Wentian." She interrupted him gently, her tone resolute. "I do not wish to lose you as a dear friend over this matter. However, my decision to be with him is unwavering, not influenced by any other reason or factor. Simply put, I love him." Bai Qian gazed deeply into his eyes, articulating each word with conviction. William regarded her, at a loss for a jest or any insincerity, ultimately managing a bittersweet smile. "In that case, I can only wish you both well." Upon hearing this, Bai Qian did not delve into the sincerity of his words. Instead, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. A faint smile graced her countenance as she replied earnestly, "Thank you, William." William forced a difficult smile, but refrained from pressing further. The tension of their earlier conversation seemed to dissipate. Just as William opened his mouth to say something more, the ringing of his phone interrupted him. He picked it up, apologizing to Bai Qian before answering. He had scarcely spoken 2 sentences when the smile on his face immediately faded, and with a tone laced with urgency, he insisted, "No, that fund cannot be touched by anyone. Securing the coastal development project is our only lifeline. This money is reserved, and it must not be utilized under any circumstances." Bai Qian wished to remain an outsider, but ultimately could not contain herself. The phrase "only lifeline" in William's words sent a shiver through her heart, prompting her to look up at him. William managed a strained smile and gestured an apology, hastily saying a few words before ending the call. Yet he did not resume his meal. Qian, I am sorry. Although I long to share this last meal with you, it seems there is no time left. Seeing his anxious demeanor as he hastily gathered his coat to leave, Bai Qian furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is it a company matter? Your family?" William's handsome face bore a weary smile, his green eyes soft enough to draw tears. "I know you care for me, and that brings me joy. It is indeed a company matter. My family is currently preoccupied with their own troubles, leaving me unattended. I will take care of the bill. You should eat slowly. You have low blood sugar, and it's vital you nourish yourself." As William instructed, he summoned the waiter, his gaze lingering on her face with unmistakable reluctance. Bai Qian silently observed his actions, and just as he was about to turn away, she could no longer restrain herself, saying, "William, if you need my assistance." Her words trailed off, but William turned his head, his gentle green eyes filled with affection as he softly replied, "If I require your help, I will certainly ask. Qian, your happiness is what matters most." With that, William hurriedly departed, leaving Bai Qian devoid of any appetite. His situation appeared quite dire. If it were not as he claimed, at such a critical juncture, how could such a proud and confident man personally seek out Zhan Wentian at his company? Bai Qian knew that her anxiety would be of no assistance, and she must refrain from acting irrationally out of guilt towards William. Upon returning to Qingtian, Bai Qian glanced at the time. It was already 2:30 in the afternoon, and Zhan Wentian should have returned by now. Just as she thought this, Zhan Wentian's car came to a stop at the entrance. Standing at the doorway of Qingtian, Bai Qian gazed at the imposing figure of Jun Ting, whom she had not seen for nearly a week, momentarily frozen in place, her intended words slipping from her mind entirely. Upon seeing Bai Qian, Zhan Wentian's dark eyes flickered with surprise and delight, though he quickly masked it. Yet, his body moved instinctively towards her before his rational mind could catch up. Bai Qian watched the approaching man, her mouth opening several times but failing to produce sound, until Zhan Wentian raised his hand, the rough pads of his fingers brushing against her forehead and resting beside her face. His deep voice held a note of concern as he asked, "Why are you dressed so lightly that you're sweating? Are you unwell?" Bai Qian blinked in astonishment, seemingly searching for any lingering resentment from their last encounter. Her small, apprehensive gaze instantly pleased Zhan Wentian, who lifted his other hand to cradle her face gently, shaking it slightly. "What is the matter? Has your tongue been stolen by a cat, rendering you mute? I missed you." Bai Qian heard herself utter those words in the office atop the towering building. As the door softly closed behind her, a gentle voice, tinged with an unusual huskiness, reached her ears. "Qian. Bai Qian responded softly, but before she could turn around, her left wrist was gently tugged, and she found herself instantly enveloped in Zhan Wentian's embrace. "I have missed you dearly," Zhan Wentian whispered, suddenly leaning down to capture her slightly parted lips. Chapter 55. Passion in the office. His hands firmly encircled her waist, anchoring her in his embrace. As his lips and tongue unhesitatingly pried open her delicate mouth, conquering her, Bai Qian's hands instinctively clung to his neck, returning the kiss with an unconscious fervor. Their lips and tongues intertwined. Accompanied by heavy breaths, the temperature within the spacious office began to rise steadily. Zhan Wentian's hand, originally resting on her waist, had unknowingly slipped beneath her clothing. Bai Qian suddenly awakened, gently pushing him away with her hand, her breath barely a whisper. "No." Her almost pleading rejection seemed to pull Zhan Wentian's nearly uncontrollable desires back into check. He gently withdrew from her lips, taking a deep breath to quell the surging passion within him, and reached out to smooth her slightly disheveled attire, softly murmuring, "I apologize, I lost control. This is your office. I lack the audacity you possess." Bai Qian voiced a soft complaint, and at her words, Zhan Wentian's gaze deepened, his sharp lips brushing against her rosy ones, tenderly nibbling and caressing. "I remember, once we return home, you won't be able to avoid my claims," he said, his cool voice laced with a hint of amusement as he gently stroked her lips. Bai Qian raised her gaze to meet his, and the cold bitterness from their previous quarrel dissipated with her words. In that moment, he bore a faint smile, his deep eyes revealing unmasked affection. A warm sensation enveloped Bai Qian's heart. Gazing at Zhan Wentian, It felt as if all her discontent and anxiety vanished in an instant. Beside him, every pore of her being relaxed in comfort, and she could not help but rise on her toes to plant a kiss on his thin lips. Smiling brightly as she declared, "Let us seal this with a promise. I assure you, I won't play tricks." Zhan Wentian, taken aback by her actions, did not loosen his embrace, but instead scrutinized her with a probing gaze. Bai Qian playfully punched him, scrunching her nose in discontent. "What are you doing?" Feigning seriousness. Zhan Wentian furrowed his brow and raised an eyebrow, saying, "I must first ascertain whether this is indeed my wife, for she has suddenly become quite affectionate." Bai Qian found herself both amused and exasperated, recalling Wang Yulan's saying about couples who quarrel but soon reconcile. She quickly grabbed his arm, her expression earnest. "Wentian, I apologize for the many wrong things I said that day." Zhan Wentian's demeanor remained gentle and smiling, planting a soft kiss on the corner of her mouth. "What my wife says is always right, except for that one thing." Bai Qian nodded, her starry eyes locked onto his, and declared, "Though William is my best friend, the most important person to me is you." Before she could finish her sentence, Zhan Wentian leaned in and kissed her, silencing her remaining words with his lips. "Wife, I can no longer wait until we return home." With a gentle sigh, accompanied by an alluring, husky voice, the words softly escaped from the corners of Zhan Wentian's sharply defined lips. The fervent possessiveness of his kiss, which had unexpectedly transformed into a tender caress, spread from her slightly parted lips, trailing along her mouth's edge and delicately nibbling down her fair neck, the warm, moist tip of his tongue enticingly sucking. Gradually moving down from her waist, Bai Qian's fragile reason crumbled under his seductive torment, her consciousness drifting away, her eyes clouded, instinctively gripping the fabric of his shirt at his chest, relying on him for support to steady her almost collapsing form. His kiss, laden with heavy breaths, scattered across her bare skin, provoking a shiver. When Tian, not here, the last vestiges of Bai Qian's sanity reminded her that they were in his office, prompting a frightened whisper to escape her lips. "Shall we go to the lounge?" Zhan Wentian's kiss had unknowingly returned to her lips, gently nibbling at the corners, his voice low and husky as he pressed her closer against himself. Struggling to suppress the almost uttered plea, Bai Qian, breathless, turned her head slightly to evade his plunging, only to receive a sweeter, gentler torment in return. "Is that all right?" Holding her tightly in his embrace, Zhan Wentian gazed into her dazed eyes, whispering softly once more between her lips, mustering her final fragment of awareness. Bai Qian barely responded with a faint With her acquiescence, Zhan Wentian pecked her lips lightly, suddenly bending down to sweep her off her feet, carrying her towards the lounge. Inside, the October sun remained brilliant, yet thick curtains barred its entry, allowing only a slender beam of light to illuminate the room's spring-like ambience, where their entangled forms lay. As they reconciled, the happiest of all was undoubtedly Wang Yulan. Bai Qian observed the table laden with delicacies, although not extravagant. The dishes were exquisitely prepared and imbued with the warmth of home. At the table, Zhan Wentian, who had already filled his stomach earlier that afternoon, now eagerly served Bai Qian. Inching ever closer, his dark eyes sparkled with mirth, and beneath the table, he playfully entwined his foot with hers, leaving Bai Qian feeling quite uncomfortable. She shot him several glare, but upon seeing the contented smile on his handsome face, she relented. As they dined, Wang Yulan cleared away the dishes, and the two settled onto the sofa to watch television. Zhan Wentian nearly enveloped Bai Qian in his arms, resting his head against her neck, his long fingers weaving through her hair. Suddenly, he spoke, his low voice reverberating against her eardrums, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive skin, causing her heart to race. Bai Qian was startled, quickly nudging him, her eyes nervously darting towards the kitchen. "Wentian, what are you doing? My mother is still here. Aren't you afraid of being chased away with a broom?" "I'm not afraid. I only fear not being able to hold you like this." Zhan Wentian's voice carried a hint of tension, as if he were reproaching her, yet more so, it conveyed a sense of vulnerability. Bai Qian felt her heart soften and crumble at once. She clasped the hands encircling her waist and leaned into him, whispering, "You will always hold me like this from now on." At her words, Zhan Wentian tightened his embrace slightly, burying his face in her neck like a child seeking comfort. Do you not have anything to ask me? His deep voice bore an undertone of probing. Bai Qian's clear, starry eyes widened as the words of Lu Qingya from the afternoon echoed in her mind. She secretly wondered if Zhan Wentian was referring to that matter. As she shifted her body to meet his gaze, they were so close that their breaths brushed against each other's faces. Zhan Wentian's eyes narrowed slightly, a lazy wisdom flickering within, mingled with emotions that Bai Qian struggled to decipher. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke softly, I have no questions. If there is something you wish to share with me, I will listen. Chapter 56, Strategies. With a barely perceptible sigh, he gazed deeply into her eyes. No, I have nothing to say, he declared. Shallow, regardless of the decisions I make. I only hope you will always choose to believe in me. Regarding William, it was more about principles than personal matters. He wished to keep her untainted by the struggles of the business world. A pang struck her heart, and Bai Qian averted her gaze, steering clear of his penetrating stare that seemed capable of drawing one in. Very well, I believe you, she replied calmly. She had faith that Zhan Wentian loved her. No matter how close Lu Qingya had been to him in the past, or the frequency of her presence at his company now, she trusted him, for her love was unwavering. Zhan Wentian leaned in, resting his head against hers, a gentle smile curving his lips, radiating warmth. Mr. Zhan, it's getting late. You should head back, a voice interjected. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Yulan had appeared behind them, her displeasure evident as she directed Zhan Wentian to leave. Bai Qian was startled and hastily pushed him away, rising from the sofa with a sense of unease akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, nervously glancing at Wang Yulan. Zhan Wentian, however, remained composed. He stood, adjusted his clothing, and with a smile in his dark eyes directed towards Bai Qian. He averted his gaze after receiving a stern look from Wang Yulan. Thank you, Auntie, for your hospitality tonight. I shall take my leave now. He had yet to formally enter the family, so it was prudent not to offend his future mother-in-law. Wang Yulan huffed, clearly indicating her desire for him to depart without further ado. Mom, I'll see him out, Bai Qian offered politely. Wang Yulan turned, shooting her a sharp glance, rebutting. What is there to see him out for? He is perfectly capable of finding his way home. Bai Qian recognized her mother-esque concern and, with a playful tongue gesture towards the expectant Zhan Wentian, complied. With a resigned sigh, Zhan Wentian ultimately succumbed to Wang Yulan's authority and walked home alone, standing beneath the falling dusk. He admired the warm glow of the building's lights, a smile of determination gracing his lips as he turned to enter his car and drove away. As night enveloped the city, it began to twinkle with beautiful lights, resembling a lavish aristocrat adorned with her unique charm. Within an upscale club's private room, Lu Qingya sat on the sofa, gently swirling the red wine in her glass, seemingly indifferent to the weeping woman beside her. Vivian, what shall we do? The Edel family is on the brink of collapse. What will become of our family? Alice cried, her carefully crafted makeup now a disheveled mess, her once aristocratic features marred by despair. The Alice family had always been a branch of the Edel lineage, and the thought of descending into a life of commonality sent chills through the pampered Alice. Lu Qingya cast a disdainful glance at her, letting out a scoff before shifting her gaze to Edward, who was silently pouring himself more wine. Edward, you were quite the hero that night, weren't you? You disregarded my warnings, and now you come to me. What good does that do? The hand that held the wine glass stiffened momentarily, yet within the dim confines of the private room, Edward's crimson eyes remained distinctly visible. The man's pride forbade him from bowing his head, yet the harshness of reality compelled him to submit. After much deliberation, he could no longer contain his scornful retort. What sarcastic remarks are you making now? It was your suggestion to confront her, your directive that led Alice to deal with her, and you were the one who urged me to deceive her into my bed. Yet, you failed to inform us that the woman was connected to Zhan Wentian. Had he known of her association with the formidable titan of the business world, he would have never consented to such actions. The notion that once the woman had been with another man, William would lose interest and heed the family's wishes to marry Alice was sheer nonsense. Not only did the situation fail to yield the desired outcome, but also provoked Zhan Wentian's ire. That man, infamous for his ruthless demeanor in business, never allowed those he targeted to recover from his grasp. The once mighty Edel family began its descent into decline within a mere week, sending a chill coursing through Edward, prompting him to take another sip of his drink. My claim to Zhan Wentian's woman is absolute. You would do well to choose your words carefully. Lu Qingyan narrowed her eyes with a fierce glare, her grip on the wine glass tightening to the point of turning pale. And what do you mean by circumstances have changed? I had warned you at the time, yet you chose to disregard my counsel for the sake of your foolish pride, and now you place the blame on me? Alice, witnessing her brother's escalating argument with Lu Qingyan, feared that their discord might lead to irreparable rifts among them. Hastily wiping her tears, she positioned herself beside Lu Qingyan, pouring her a drink while sweetly imploring, "Vivian, I know you are the wisest among us. Please tell me what we should do. We will follow your lead from now on." Lu Qingyan, amused by Alice's sycophantic demeanor, broke into a smile, her brown eyes gleaming with a calculated glint. "What should we do? To revive the Edel family, we must locate that woman and persuade her to intercede with Zhan Wentian on our behalf." Lu Qingyan understood him all too well. When in love, he could elevate a person to the heavens, but when that love faded, you must approach her about the land on the South Bank. If William fails to acquire it, he will be reduced to a beggar, and no one will want him. Lu Qingyan lifted Alice's chin, articulating her words with precision. Deep within her gaze, a scheme began to take shape. What did Zhan Wentian despise most? He loathed betrayal, especially from those closest to him. The closer the betrayal, the deeper his resentment. The trio's clandestine plotting continued until the late hours of the night. Edward was thoroughly intoxicated, and Lu Qingyan regarded his half-conscious state with disdain, leading the way out of the private room. Alice cast a reproachful glance at her brother before summoning someone to assist Edward in his departure. It was only after the three had left that the door to the adjacent room finally swung open. A meticulously dressed, middle-aged man, clad in a formal three-piece suit, emerged, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the hedonistic atmosphere of the club. His silver-hued eyes fixated on a few departing figures before he retrieved his phone to dial a number. Upon connection, a respectful voice reported on the other end, affirming your presumption with certainty. Indeed, Miss Alice had sought her assistance. Bai Suman observed the ledger, noting that the flower shop's revenue was commendable, yielding modest profits over the past few months. Yet, as she perused the accounts, her thoughts drifted far beyond the numbers. Bai Suman had spent her entire life in relentless toil, and now, although Bai Suman could not claim a life of opulence, she found herself living in sufficiency, tranquility, and comfort. With her mother, Zhan Wentian, in a quaint flower shop, she suddenly realized that living this way for a lifetime was not a misfortune at all. Chapter 57. The hidden manipulator lost in her thoughts, Bai Suman was abruptly interrupted by the piercing scream of Chen Rui at the door. Upon hearing Rui's furious shout, Bai Suman closed the ledger and stepped outside, only to find Chen Rui standing at the entrance, hands on her hips, berating an individual with fervor. "You are not welcome here. We shall not engage in your business. Leave at once." Bai Suman furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, "Rui, what is the matter?" Upon hearing Bai Suman's voice, Rui's anger seemed to wane slightly as she rushed over, whispering urgently, "That despicable woman has returned. I have no idea what trick she intends to play this time. Sister Qian, we cannot allow her to succeed." Turning her head in curiosity, Bai Suman soon recognized the despicable woman Rui spoke of, none other than Alice. Alice, taken aback by Rui's audacity and temporarily trapped at the entrance, felt her cheeks flush with indignation. Were it not for her commitment to uphold the demeanor of an English lady, she would have been tempted to slap Rui. As Bai Suman stepped out to regard her, Alice noted the unmistakable displeasure in Bai Suman's gaze, despite its underlying curiosity. Biting her lip, Alice recalled Lu Qingyan's advice and forced herself to adopt a gentler tone, though her voice still carried an air of command as she stated, "I have something to discuss with you." Upon witnessing Alice's momentary surprise, which she quickly masked, Bai Suman responded with a polite smile. "I am curious to know what Miss Alice wishes to discuss. Please, do share here." Her initial impression of Alice was far from favorable. As Rui had aptly put it, Alice's uninvited appearance signaled nothing good. Realizing her straightforward refusal had wounded her pride, Alice's exquisite features morphed into a visage of anger as she raised her voice. "This is not a suitable place for such discussions. I must speak with you privately." Bai Qian frowned, weighing her options before maintaining her calm demeanor. "If that is the case, I am afraid I am rather occupied at the moment. I kindly ask you to leave, Miss Alice." Chen Wei's worried expression instantly transformed into one of triumph as she proudly lifted her chin, exclaiming, "Did you hear that? We have no time. You should leave quickly." Bai Qian, amused by Rui's demeanor, shook her head with a smile and turned to re-enter the house. However, Alice, disregarding her previously composed facade, called out urgently, "It concerns William. Are you truly willing to let him wander the streets?" Bai Qian had not anticipated the turmoil that had befallen William's family in such a brief span. The last encounter with William lingered in her memory. Though he appeared somewhat haggard, he still seemed spirited. Yet now, the individual depicted in the magazine was a shadow of his former self, significantly more gaunt. His weary green eyes tinged with a hint of red, reflecting a blend of helplessness and defiance. The magazine's interview had chronicled the downfall of the Edel family. Once revered in the hotel industry, now teetering on the brink of collapse. Within a mere month, several heirs had been implicated in bribery and tax evasion, detained by American authorities, and soon after, a plethora of family scandals and operational deficiencies had been thrust into the public eye. The Edel family had lost its luster overnight, leading to a catastrophic plunge in the stock market, threatening the very existence of their empire. Upon recalling the day William encountered her, feigning nonchalance as he assured her everything would be fine, Bai Qian pondered how he could possibly manage under such circumstances. This thought led her to reflect on her father's fate in her past life, succumbing to madness after their family's catastrophic downfall. A realization that sent a chill down her spine and caused her hand to tremble as it clutched the magazine. "Look, the Edel family is on the brink of ruin. I implore you, for William's sake, who loves you dearly, please save him," Alice urged, grasping Bai Qian's hand anxiously. Her chestnut eyes glistened with tears, filled with the dread of her own impending destitution. Snapping back to reality, Bai Qian gazed at Alice in confusion, then down at the magazine in her grasp. Her voice echoing her bewilderment. "Save? What can I use to save him? I possess nothing." Alice, as if grasping a lifeline, responded fervently, "You can do it. Appeal to President Zhan. Implore him to show mercy and cease pressuring William." Bai Qian stared at her, astonished, her eyes darkening as she replied coldly, "Miss Alice, what do you mean? What does this have to do with Zhan Wentian?" Alice, momentarily taken aback, regarded her as if she were a specter, then suddenly exclaimed, "What does it have to do with him? It is entirely his affair. Do you think the swift decline of the Edel family fortune is merely coincidental?" Bai Qian, perplexed, widened her eyes in disbelief and shook her head defiantly. "That's impossible." "What is impossible? Who doesn't know that William is at odds with Zhan Wentian over a woman, namely you? Zhan Wentian is furious and orchestrated this calamity from behind scenes. He is the mastermind. Now, with the stock market plummeting, how many shares do you think he has seized? Impossible. Wentian is not that kind of person," Bai Qian retorted, her complexion pale and voice trembling. Yet, deep within, a part of her crumbled into a vortex, spinning rapidly with thoughts of Zhan Wentian's wrath that had previously decimated the Bai family due to her involvement. Although many elements were beyond his direct control, it was undeniable that without his covert assistance, the Bai family would not have reached such a tragic conclusion. And what the current situation? Bai Qian recalled the argument she had with Zhan Wentian that night, his words of trust echoing in her mind. The entirety of the situation enveloped her like an icy chamber, suffocating her with its destructive potential, which could not have emerged only within the last month. How long had he been scheming? What role had she played in this affair? A mere catalyst? Bai Qian dared not delve further into these thoughts. Observing her dramatic change in expression, Alice felt an overwhelming admiration for Lu Qingya's cunning strategy. Their aim was to instill guilt in Bai Qian, compelling her to aid William through this crisis. Seizing the moment, Alice quickly added, "William still has a glimmer of hope. The development project on the south coast is being publicly tendered by the government. If you can assist William in securing this project and prevent Zhan Wentian from intervening, everything will turn around." Alice's words jolted Bai Qian awake. Gazing at the radiant Alice, she inhaled deeply, compelling herself to regain her composure, and replied with a measured tone. "Miss Alice, I must ask you to leave. I am unable to assist with this matter." Alice's vision of a hopeful future was abruptly shattered. Her face contorted with anger as she glared at Bai Qian, exclaiming, "You cannot help? Are you truly willing to let William have nothing because of you?" The piercing tone struck Bai Qian's eardrums painfully, yet she closed her eyes once more. Her trembling hands clasped together, forcing her nails into her flesh, the sharp pain serving to awaken her senses. Chapter 58. Inquiry. "Miss Alice, I am truly sorry, but I cannot comply. Please leave." Bai Qian issued her dismissal, rising to retreat into the storage room. At that moment, Chunrui, who had been attentively observing, rushed over and seized Alice, coldly asserting, "Sister Qian, doesn't he wish to see you right now? Depart at once, or I shall use a broom to shoo you away." Alice halted, casting a reluctant glance at the closed door behind which Bai Qian resided. "You must leave at once," Chunrui impatiently shouted. Alice's pride would not permit a mere commoner to raise her voice at her, so she retaliated by raising her own voice. "Bai Qian, if you drive William to despair over this matter, you and Zhan Wentian shall never find peace." With a fierce glare directed at Chunrui and a haughty snort, she turned and departed. Chunrui stuck out her tongue at Alice's retreating figure, and only after she had driven away did she return her attention to the closed storage room door. Just as she contemplated knocking, her senior intervened, shaking his head expressionlessly, signaling her not to disturb. After a moment of gnashing her teeth in contemplation, Rui resigned with a huff and turned to occupy herself with her own affairs. Inside the storage room, Bai Qian sat in a daze, fixated on the computer as Alice's words reverberated in her mind. Each phrase struck her heart, accompanied by fleeting images of William from their initial acquaintance to the present. That man had never harmed her. He had always treated her with gentleness, and until the very end, he had revealed nothing to indicate the truth. If, indeed, it was because of her that he faced any unjust retribution, as Alice suggested, Bai Qian's heart would be forever unsettled. Taking out her phone, Bai Qian dialed William's number, but all she received in return was the cold, mechanical voice indicating the phone was turned off. William's visage emerged from a magazine, seemingly confirming that he was in a dire situation. Resolutely, Bai Qian stood up, flung open the door, and stepped outside. She needed to see William immediately and ascertain the truth of the matter. Upon her emergence, Chunrui noticed her distressed demeanor and hurriedly approached, asking with concern, "Sister Qian, are you all right? Do not heed that woman's malicious words. She must be trying to place the blame on you. Perhaps it has nothing to do with you at all?" Alice's voice had been loud enough for the two helpers in the shop to overhear everything. Bai Qian shook her head, her complexion still pallid. While others may misunderstand Zhan Wentian, she was acutely aware of his nature. In her memory, he was always a shrewd businessman, sharp-eyed and decisive, wielding a blend of kindness and authority with impeccable precision. Yet, such a person should never resort to suppressing or sidelining another's enterprise for the sake of one individual. Especially not for her. Her senior approached, breaking the silence with an unusually calm observation about matters beyond the shop. "Ruiri is correct. What good would it do to seek out that person now? To apologize? Or to confront the situation together?" Bai Qian gazed vacantly into the distance, observing for the first time the young man chosen by Lin Jin. He remained composed and calm, his eyes reflecting a serene wisdom akin to Lin Jin's. "You have chosen to be with President Zhan. Why not consider this issue from his perspective? Why not choose to trust him?" Bai Ran was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling Zhan Wentian's words. "No matter the decisions I make, I hope you will always choose to believe in me." Ultimately, Bai Qian did not seek out William. Instead, she arrived at Qingtian. He was right. Even if she sought out William, it would be futile. Why not choose to believe in Zhan Wentian? The company had specifically instructed her, and she made her way to the top floor without obstruction. Lin Jin maintained a businesslike demeanor and, upon seeing her, greeted her politely. The president is in a video conference. You may need to wait a moment. As Lin Jin spoke, he led her to the reception area of Zhan Wentian's office. Thank you, Bai Qian said politely as she accepted the water. Lin Jin inclined his head slightly, but did not leave. Bai Qian raised her gaze in puzzlement, silently inquiring if he had more to say. Lin Jin adjusted his glasses, his delicate features softening considerably. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. I hope Miss Bai will visit the company more often during lunchtime when you have no engagements. Bai Qian was perplexed. Lin Jin cleared his throat, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Although it may be presumptuous, the president hardly eats lunch, and it is not good for his health. After all, many families depend solely on the president's support. If his health deteriorates, it would be quite troubling for us. Bai Qian was taken aback, then smiled faintly. I will. Satisfied with her response, Lin Jin did not linger. He excused himself after a brief pause. Bai Qian cradled the cup of water in her hands, casually surveying her surroundings. The top-floor office boasted a wall of expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, and this building could be considered a landmark of the CBD, showcasing Qingtian's formidable strength and pride. Standing atop the building, one could almost encompass the entire city within their sight, majestic and awe-inspiring. Yet, occupying such a height also bore the immense pressure of solitude. Bai Qian closed her eyes. Aside from the lingering pain from the news she had just received, her thoughts began to clarify. Upon discovering that Zhan Wentian was the mastermind behind the William family's downfall, she was momentarily overwhelmed with confusion and anguish. She could only think of her own suffering. He should not treat an innocent person in such a manner, nor should he wield the guise of love to confront an unsuspecting victim. However, upon further reflection, Zhan Wentian was not merely her beloved. He was also the president of a company. Every action he took was rooted in the company's interests. Even if personal emotions were intertwined, he remained the CEO responsible for the livelihoods of many. The business world is akin to a battlefield. He had not erred in his decisions. She felt anger, fear, and trepidation, yet she forgot to question herself as to why she was afraid. What was she contemplating? Lost in such deep thought, a gentle and deep voice whispered in her ear. As she turned her head, she found herself enveloped in the warm embrace of the man behind her. He nestled against her neck, inhaling deeply, and sighed contentedly. Bai Qian turned to gaze at Zhan Wentian's resolute profile, the flawless contours gradually delineating the man she had loved across 2 lifetimes, the man renowned in the business world for his extraordinary acumen. What troubles you? Zhan Wentian, sensing her melancholy, pulled her onto his lap, encircling her slender waist with his arms, concern etching his features. Bai Qian surrendered to his embrace, turning to face him. Her clear, shimmering eyes held a gentle undulation as she spoke with calm resolve. I was pondering the fact that the man I adore is so exceptional. He would never allow fleeting emotions to drive him to irrational actions. Would he? Chapter 59. Dissuasion. Zhan Wentian's obsidian gaze lingered upon her, silent for an extended moment, before he tightened his embrace around her waist, burying his face in her shoulder, seemingly enveloped in profound affection. Bai Qian, having spent many years alongside him, discerned that at this moment he was beset by hesitation, perhaps even uncertainty. He had always exuded an air of confidence and calm, yet now, a single inquiry of hers unveiled a vulnerability intrinsic to his humanity. What if I were to confess that I am someone who acts impulsively, devoid of reason in moments of anger? What would you do? After a considerable pause, Zhan Wentian spoke slowly, articulating each word with care against the curve of her neck. Bai Qian's body quivered slightly at his confession, and though he did not raise his gaze, he tightened his hold further. The man who typically radiated an intimidating presence in the marketplace now openly revealed his fear, hesitation, and anguish. Bai Qian could not deny the flicker of joy she felt. It was only she who could elicit such raw humanity from him, showcasing his weaknesses without reservation. She pushed Zhan Wentian away, meeting his eyes directly, observing the depths of his dark orbs, which now bore a hint of trepidation. In that instant, her own certainty wavered. If that is the case, Wentian, please do not take that final step. Can not halt now? Zhan Wentian's expression momentarily stiffened, transforming into something less pleasant. his eyes cooling with a newfound disquiet as he spoke slowly. Shallow, did you come today solely to discuss this matter with me? They exchanged unspoken understanding, each reading the other's thoughts through their eyes. Bai Qian shook her head. No, the Zhan Wentian I know approaches every endeavor with purpose. I merely wish to understand why. Zhan Wentian's handsome visage grew somber, and after a prolonged silence, he revealed a bitter smile. So, you have pondered this for many days, only to find yourself uncertain about how to express it, which is why you are only now broaching the subject. Bai Qian frowned at his words, perplexed by their meaning. Just as she was about to respond, Zhan Wentian interrupted her. Shallow, how Qing Tian acquired the Edel family is a matter between Qing Tian and them. It bears no relation to our feelings, nor to the situation involving William. But Wentian, you could intervene, could you not? Why must one drive another to such extremes? Is it not possible to grant them a reprieve? The mere thought of William potentially facing a fate akin to her father's, one that would obliterate everything, left her unable to remain indifferent. Am I the one forcing them to the brink? You believe that I orchestrated the Edel family's downfall from behind the scenes? Bai Qian's brow furrowed, her tone laced with skepticism. Is it not so? Zhan Wentian's dark eyes bore into hers, and after a moment, he let out a heavy, cold snort, his tone devoid of warmth yet laden with unspoken discomfort. Qing Tian may have influenced the situation, but the one who truly cornered them is someone else entirely. Furthermore, the Edler family's near-monopolistic practices in the hotel industry have incited considerable dissatisfaction among their competitors. If there are not so many adversaries, how could it have escalated to such an irretrievable state with just a gentle push from me? In the realm of commerce, the law of the jungle prevails, a reality that cannot be evaded by anyone. Zhan Wentian spoke coldly, his tone embodying the resolute demeanor expected of a decision-maker. Bai Qian suddenly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with shock and hurt, her voice trembling as she remarked, who doesn't know that when Qing Tian stomps his foot in the business world, the entire stock market trembles? Wentian, your influence is potent enough to render the opponent defenseless. You are fully aware of this. Zhan Wentian's expression darkened, his inky eyes swirling with impending turmoil. Qian, regardless of whether I instigated this or not, do you perceive me as an irredeemable villain? Merely because such commonplace occurrences in business are deemed ruthless, do you feel justified in condemning me? Bai Qian met his gaze, absorbing his emotions. After regaining her composure from the initial shock, a sense of helplessness welled up within her. She had no desire to engage in a quarrel over this matter. Such disputes seemed trivial. Taking a deep breath, she calmly replied, Wentian, I do not mean to cast blame upon you. You have done nothing wrong. A company with thousands of employees relies on you for sustenance. The successes and failures of business are not solely your burden. I simply do not wish to witness a friend's downfall due to such circumstances. William is a good man. I cannot bear to see him transformed into a cornered beast for the sake of fame and profit. There is no need for you to be utterly ruthless. This is not about being ruthless. It is merely a choice of survival. Moreover, I hope you refrain from involving yourself in the company's decisions. Zhan Wentian replied coldly. Bai Qian fell silent, momentarily flustered, and murmured, I have overstepped. Zhan Wentian gazed at her, then sighed, cradling her face in his hands and nuzzling against her, seemingly attempting to quell the fury within. After a moment, he opened his eyes, which now held a tranquil demeanor. Qian, I am not blaming you. However, from my position, not every decision can be made according to one's desires. The company is not solely mine, for the sake of your words. Should I decide to abandon this settled matter? Is it the action of a mature decision-maker? Or perhaps your guilt toward William has grown so profound that you would barter our relationship for his interests? His voice bore an undertone of suppressed pain, disappointment flickering in his gaze. Bai Qian was left speechless, eventually shaking her head in confusion and saying, Wentian, you underestimate me. If I were truly to leverage our relationship as a means of coercion, I would not be here at all. To me, William is but a benefactor, merely a friend. If my involvement has led him to this point, how could we possibly find peace together? Moreover, William is innocent. Your actions are excessive, just a friend? He, William, has repeatedly displayed such intimacy with you in my presence, a behavior that I, as a man, cannot tolerate. Zhan, while you can empathize with others' perspectives, why can you not consider my viewpoint more, given that I'm the one who stand by your side? Zhan Wentian took over her unfinished words, his deep voice revealing a stark contrast to the earlier tone, now tinged with a hint of heartache as he pressed forward with an incisive inquiry. Chapter 60. Property transfer. Bai Suman felt a sudden constriction in her chest, avoiding his gaze. Why was she not considering things from Zhan Wentian's perspective? It was precisely because she understood his viewpoint that she wished to prevent this situation from spiraling out of control. Such an outcome would only deepen her guilt towards William, intertwining it with the burden of remorse she felt towards Zhan Wentian, rendering her unable to confront her emotions. Zhan, is he truly that significant to you? Why must it always revolve around him? Zhan Wentian's words trailed off as Bai Suman felt his arms tighten around her waist. In an instant, she found herself enveloped in his embrace, followed by a fervent kiss that seized her lips, as if he were intent on drawing every breath from her. Bai Suman's mind spun, leaving her weak and suspended in his hold. Zhan Wentian's kisses intensified, igniting her cheeks with memories of their previous passionate encounter in the office. Just then, a knock interrupted their moment. Let go. Regaining a fragment of her composure, Bai Suman hastily pushed him away, her voice tinged with annoyance. Zhan Wentian released her, stepping back, muttering under his breath as he attempted to adjust her clothing. However, Bai Suman took a step back, fixing her attire herself. Zhan Wentian raked a hand through his hair and shouted behind him, "Come in." His tone was laced with a mix of frustration and helplessness. Lin Jean entered, immediately sensing the tension in the air. Noticing Zhan Wentian's dark expression fixed upon her, she felt a chill run down her spine. Casting a curious glance at Bai Suman, she maintained her composure and stated, "This is the lunch that Miss Bai instructed me to deliver. I hope the president enjoys his meal." After placing the food on the table, she turned to leave. Bai Suman watched Lin Jean in astonishment, a bitter smile forming on her lips. Zhan Wentian's gaze deepened as he surveyed the food, exhaling a sigh. "You may leave now. I have work this afternoon." Bai Suman was perplexed as to how their situation had escalated to such an unamicable conclusion with Zhan Wentian. Her intention had merely been to trust him, secretly hoping he could minimize the gravity of the matter. Yet, she never anticipated that this lack of resolution would lead to yet another argument between them. However, this discord did not linger for long. When Zhan Wentian called again, his tone was considerably softened, likely indicative of his anger dissipating. Listening to the once domineering man speak with such gentleness, Bai Suman felt a bittersweet satisfaction in her heart. This formidable man seemed to only relent before her, repeatedly yielding to her. Wang Yulan remained attentive to her daughter's concerns, closely monitoring the situation. Observing the two on the phone, she intentionally commented on the excess food prepared, eliciting a smile from Bai Suman, who chose not to reveal her mother's subtlety. When Bai Suman invited Zhan Wentian over, he readily agreed without hesitation. That evening, he arrived at her home for dinner. The awkwardness stemming from their previous disagreement lingered in the air. Wang Yulan, noticing the tension, concocted an excuse to leave for dance class, offering a few parting words before stepping out to enjoy herself. Bai Suman retreated to the kitchen to wash the dishes, seeking to evade the uncomfortable silence. It seemed her mother had accepted her as a prospective son-in-law, allowing them the freedom to be alone together. Zhan Wentian followed closely behind Bai Suman in the kitchen, observing her diligent activities. With a deliberately calming tone imbued with a hint of levity, he remarked, "With 100 of my mother's courage, you wouldn't dare to do anything." Bai Suman raised an eyebrow at him, unknowingly revealing a side of herself that was reminiscent of a young girl in front of Gu Yuan. However, the mention of the word future son-in-law caused the corners of her mouth to slightly curve upwards. The two shared a tacit understanding, choosing to omit any references to their previous quarrel and instead opted for forgetfulness. Suddenly, Zhan Wentian reached out, wrapping her in his embrace, his warm chest pressing against her back. He whispered in her ear, "Shall we test whether I possess such courage?" His low voice carried a playful undertone, placing emphasis on the word courage. The teasing nature of his words made Bai Suman blush involuntarily, and to mask her embarrassment, she tilted her chin slightly, turning to meet the teasing gaze in Zhan Wentian's eyes. Defiantly, she retorted, "Be careful, or I might tell my mother, and she'll use a broom to chase you away." His arm around her waist tightened before slowly sliding down. "Qian, I wish to have a child of our own," he breathed softly. Bai Qian froze momentarily. Memories of her past concerning children were not particularly pleasant. Zhan Wentian turned her to face him, cradling her face with his hands and showering her with tender kisses. "Forget the past, Qian. This time, I will cherish and love our child alongside you." Bai Qian grasped his hand, pressing it against her cheek. After a moment's contemplation, she imperceptibly nodded. A smile crept onto Zhan Wentian's lips, and without uttering a word, he gazed deeply into her eyes, which shone with profound clarity. His expression elicited a soft laugh from Bai Qian, who playfully swatted his hand away and chided him. "You haven't even proposed yet, and you're already thinking about children?" Amused by her increasingly capricious temperament, Zhan Wentian leaned down to kiss her cheek before leading her to the living room. Bai Qian looked on in confusion as he magically produced a document and placed it before her, momentarily taken aback. "What is this?" Zhan Wentian took her hand and seated her, opening the document and presenting it to her. "This is the property transfer agreement from Bai Ling, along with some of my assets." Bai Qian examined the document with bewilderment, skimming through its contents. Clearly delineated were Zhan Wentian's private assets. Aside from a substantial sum of money held overseas and several properties, nearly 80% of his wealth was detailed within. Bai Qian furrowed her brows, astonished. "Wentian, what are you doing? I don't want this." "Shoo, let me finish," Zhan Wentian interrupted gently, pulling her closer. "I understand you may not value this, but it represents my intentions. I don't believe money equates to anything substantial, yet I recognize that at times, it serves as a promise and a safeguard for your life. You cannot refuse this." Seeing his calm demeanor, Bai Qian felt a tumult of emotions within her. Feigning ferocity as she replied, "You are quite generous. Aren't you afraid I might take the money and disappear? This is not merely a deed of property transfer. It is nothing short of an inequitable treaty. It is explicitly stated that, under any circumstances, Bai Qian shall remain the ultimate beneficiary. The individual of considerable standing, upon signing this deed of transfer, has undoubtedly diminished in value. How could such a sagacious man, known for his unwavering stance in the commercial realm, engage in an act so devoid of personal gain, one that benefits another at his own expense? I find it hard to believe you would do such a thing." With a mischievous glint in his dark eyes, Zhan Wentian spoke in a relaxed tone, remarking that, in fact, he was the one reaping the benefits. "I am aware of your compassionate nature. All of this transpires while you are in pain, and you would never abandon me." Chapter 61. Fleeting sweetness. Bai Qian opened her mouth, seemingly about to speak, when Zhan Wentian raised his hand, his cool palm gently covering her eyelids. "Do not reject me, Qian, in any matter." After whispering this near her lips, Zhan Wentian leaned in, capturing her lips with his, allowing his agile tongue to glide over her pearly teeth. Delving into her mouth, entwining in a passionate embrace that ignited a wave of intoxicating pleasure. After a while, Zhan Wentian finally withdrew from her lips, his breath ragged. Soft kisses, as light as feathers, fluttered upon the corners of her mouth, then trailed down to her chin and slowly descended to her earlobe, where he whispered in a taut, hoarse voice, "Qian, is my proposal sincere enough? I desire to enter the bridal chamber directly." Zhan Wentian did not elaborate further. Instead, he tenderly caressed her somewhat disheveled hair. Bai Qian felt a daze envelop her mind due to his provocative kiss. Turning to gaze at him, her sensitive earlobes tingling from the warmth of his lips and tongue, sending shivers down her spine. "Are you not afraid of my mother returning?" Wanxia instinctively inquired. A mysterious smile curved Zhan Wentian's lips as he remained silent, his profound gaze fixed upon her, the depths of his eyes a dark, luminous abyss. His hand, which had been firmly wrapped around her waist, gradually descended to the edge of her jeans. Observing the two small flames that flickered in his eyes and the tingling sensation at her waist, Bai Qian suddenly comprehended the unspoken implication of her earlier response. Her face flushed involuntarily. She swiftly swatted his hand away from her jeans, then gently pushed against his chest, glaring at him. Zhan Wentian, you are shifting the topic again. With a low chuckle, Zhan Wentian placed a gentle peck on her lips and hoarsely murmured, Wife, I feel so uncomfortable. You wouldn't be heartless, would you? Bai Qian felt her face heat up as if it could fry an egg. She opened her mouth, at a loss for words when suddenly the phone rang. Zhan Wentian tightened his embrace around her waist, leaning down to plant a lingering kiss on her. But the phone rang persistently, refusing to be ignored. Bai Qian pushed him away and grabbed the phone, answering it. Qian. As soon as the call connected, William's warm voice resonated from the other end. Zhan Wentian heard it too, letting out a cold snort while raising an eyebrow at Bai Qian. He kept his hold on her, indicating for her to continue the call. Bai Qian felt exasperated by his childishness, but settled into his embrace to speak. It seemed William had also heard Zhan Wentian's voice. As there was a momentary silence on the line, Bai Qian was uncertain of how to respond, and after a prolonged pause, just when she thought he might hang up, William's voice returned. Qian, I've been so busy lately that I haven't had the chance to call you. Are you well? Bai Qian hesitated slightly, gripping the phone, her imagination conjuring Zhan Wentian's darkened expression without needing to look back. I'm fine, she replied calmly, feeling his grip tighten around her waist. The tone on the other end became urgent, saying, Qian, I want to see you. Can we meet? Before Bai Qian could respond, the phone was abruptly snatched away. She was too busy to meet you, and furthermore, do not call again. My wife does not answer calls from strangers. Zhan Wentian said coldly, his face darkened, and after finishing, he abruptly hung up the phone, tossing it aside. Bai Qian was speechless and deliberately adopted a stern expression, saying, Zhan Wentian, you are depriving me of my right to socialize. Zhan Wentian, unfazed, raised an eyebrow, his handsome face displaying a roguish demeanor. Bai Qian, exasperated, shot him a glare and attempted to retrieve her phone, uncertain if it had been damaged. Before she could regain her balance, Zhan Wentian suddenly seized her wrist from behind, and before she could react, she felt herself being forcefully pressed onto the sofa. As Bai Qian struggled to rise, Zhan Wentian firmly grasped her wrists, his knee pinning down her thrashing legs, his dark eyes intensely focused on her. Wife, I dislike him. If you agree to meet him secretly, I will be jealous. Bai Qian chuckled, leaning in to offer reassurance. The kiss she intended for her cheek was redirected by him, playfully landing on her lips. The kiss intensifying with a passionate fervor until, Zhan Wentian, how dare you bully Qian? Get out of here. Suddenly, Wang Yulan returned with a roar reminiscent of a fierce lion, disrupting the entwined lovers. Recalling Lin Jin's earlier request, Bai Qian would often take time during lunch to oversee Zhan Wentian's meals at Qingtian. However, she did not anticipate Alice's insistence reaching such extremes. Seeing the woman blocking her at the foot of the Qingtian building, Bai Qian felt a sense of helplessness but still managed to respond. Miss Alice, is there something you need? Alice paused, momentarily taken aback, then widened her eyes in disbelief, questioning, what do you mean? I should be the one asking you. How is your investigation into the Nanhai Coast Development Project going? The bidding starts this afternoon. Have you secured a competitive price? Bai Qian frowned in displeasure, striving to explain in a clear and straightforward manner. Miss Alice, I do not recall promising you anything. Alice's expression instantly soured, resembling someone who had just consumed 10 pounds of flies, her mouth opening and closing in astonishment before she finally growled vehemently. Bai Qian, you wicked woman, do you truly wish to see William perish? Bai Qian sighed inwardly, gazing at her coldly. If William is indeed so weak that he cannot withstand this minor setback, then he is not the William the first no. Miss Alice, I apologize, but I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Casting a frosty glance at her, Bai Qian sidestepped and entered the building. Alice trembled with rage, her face contorted in an unattractive grimace. It was only when Bai Qian's figure vanished into the lobby of Qingtian that she begrudgingly acknowledged that Bai Qian had not extended a helping hand. This matter must be reported to William to reveal the true nature of this woman. Fuming, Alice picked up her phone and dialed Lu Qingyao's number. You guessed wrong. She had no intention of helping at all. What should we do now? After a moment of silence on the other end, a cold snort was heard, followed by a sardonic smile. Since she refuses to assist, I shall take it upon myself to handle this matter for her. How difficult could it be? When Bai Suman arrived, Zhan Wentian was still in a meeting. The secretary, having evidently done her homework on Bai Suman, courteously opened the door to Zhan Wentian's office before turning to attend to her own tasks. Bai Suman settled onto the sofa, perusing a magazine, and as she flipped through the pages, she came across an article regarding the development of the South Coast in the city. Chapter 62. The tender document. The South Coast remains largely undeveloped, yet its natural conditions are remarkably favorable. The government intends to construct a comprehensive new city there, featuring amusement facilities, shopping, dining, and hotels. The execution of this development project will be entrusted to enterprises, and such a lucrative opportunity would undoubtedly entice many to vie for a share. However, the magnitude of this project limits the number of companies eligible to participate in the bidding, and despite that, the competition is exceedingly fierce. It is no wonder that William remarked on that day that this was the only way out, while Alice stated that this was Edel's sole chance for a turnaround. Yet, given Edel's current capabilities, it is evident that the bidding funds they could muster would pale in comparison to those of Qing Tian, marking a significant disparity. Thus, Alice's urgency to obtain a low-priced tender document becomes understandable. Bai Suman let out a sigh. She was not naive, and her degree was not earned in vain. Even if William secured the development rights, given Edel's present predicament, there was no viable path forward except through collaboration with others. Yet, who would be willing to partner with a nearly bankrupt conglomerate? Feeling overwhelmed, she closed the book and cast it aside, glancing at the time, estimating that Zhan Wentian should be emerging shortly. Rising to her feet, she retrieved the meal from the thermos, but just as she did so, a knock echoed at the door. Assuming it was her secretary, she opened the door, only to find her brow furrowing involuntarily. Lu Qingya entered without ceremony, her surprise mirroring Bai Suman's upon seeing her. However, she quickly regained her composure, greeting her with a smile. "Miss Bai, what a coincidence. Are you here to see Wentian as well?" Bai Suman returned a polite smile, responding, "He is currently in a meeting and has not yet returned," as she stood to offer a courteous invitation. Lu Qingya nodded, feigning disappointment. "Oh, I see. Then I shall take my leave." Bai Suman was momentarily taken aback by Lu Qingya's demeanor, but swiftly composed herself, responding with a calm politeness. "Not at all. Please have a seat." With a gesture inviting her to sit, Lu Qingya's refined features remained adorned with an intelligent smile, though her gaze subtly drifted to the book abandoned on the sofa. In an ambiguous tone, she remarked, "Miss Bai seems to have an interest in this South Coast development project as well. I have heard that Qing Tian is quite confident about securing this proposal." Bai Suman paused momentarily, then smiled with an air of nonchalance. "I am not well versed in business matters. I am merely browsing." Lu Qingya's smile deepened, feigning casualness as she inquired, "By the way, may I ask how you and Wentian became acquainted?" Bai Suman felt an inexplicable aversion towards Lu Qingya and responded coldly, "We met while working at a hotel." Lu Qingya raised an eyebrow and continued, "Met at a hotel? How dramatic. Miss Bai, I wonder what your role was there that led you to encounter Wentian. Though, it is not your fault. After all, men tend to be of a similar nature." Her insinuation suggested that Bai Suman had engaged in some disreputable conduct that ensnared her with Zhan Wentian. Bai Suman merely tightened her lips, choosing not to respond to her insinuations, her brow subtly furrowing in displeasure. Lu Qingya's gaze swept over Bai Suman, and she could not help but feel a sense of disdain for her tranquil and leisurely demeanor. No wonder Miss Bai remarked earlier that you lacked understanding of matters in the business realm. However, given Wentian's stature, I believe what he truly requires is a supportive partner, rather than a mere country girl." Choosing to disregard Lu Qingya's increasingly evident hostility, Bai Suman maintained a composed smile, offering no response. Just then, the office door was knocked upon again, and the secretary entered, holding a document. "Miss Bai," the secretary greeted respectfully, acknowledging the two individuals present by merely nodding slightly at Lu Qingya. Bai Suman rose and approached, nodding in return. "Is there something you need?" The secretary smiled awkwardly, handing over the document. "This is the file the president requested for this afternoon, to be returned to the office." Bai Qian took the file from her, and after the handover, the secretary turned to leave, casually closing the door behind her. Bai Qian looked down at the file in her hands, her heart unexpectedly skipping a beat. This document was none other than the bid proposal for the South Coast that Alice had been eagerly anticipating. Her hands trembled slightly as she grasped the file, and she couldn't help but wonder why Zhan Wentian would instruct the secretary to bring such an important strategic plan at this juncture. Did he know about Alice's inquiry regarding her? Or was he testing her with this document? Or perhaps it was part of a strategy to absolve Adele. Staring blankly at the file for a moment, she found herself puzzled by its timely appearance. Had Alice not mentioned needing it today, she would have deemed the presence of such an important document in the office entirely normal. After all, it was customary to keep vital files within the workspace. However, the coincidences felt too orchestrated. This is the bid proposal for the South Coast? Lu Qingya had somehow positioned herself behind Bai Qian, reaching out to take the document from her. Bai Qian stepped back, placing the file naturally on the desk. Lu Qingya's smile remained, but her gaze turned back to Bai Qian as she remarked, "Wentian truly trusts you. However, Miss Bai, do not let his goodwill go to waste. Miss Lu, you are overthinking. As Wentian's beloved, I naturally consider his interests in all matters," Bai Qian replied, her tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. Despite her patience, the sardonic undertone of Lu Qingya's voice was irksome. Lu Qingya stiffened momentarily, a fleeting glimmer of jealousy flashing in her eyes before vanishing. "I shall come to see Wentian another day. For now, I must take my leave. Goodbye." Without waiting for Bai Qian's response, she turned and departed. Bai Qian watched Lu Qingya's retreating figure, her brow furrowing in deep contemplation. There was an inexplicable oddity about Lu Qingya's sudden appearances that perplexed her, yet she could not pinpoint the source of her unease. After exiting the office, Lu Qingya did not head for the elevator, but instead made her way toward the stairwell. In the dimly lit corridor, the secretary stood nervously in the corner, her eyes flickering with trepidation as she saw Lu Qingya approach. "Where's the item I requested?" The corners of Lu Qingya's lips twisted from a mere smile into a sinister expression as she coldly inquired of her secretary. The secretary swallowed hard, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly handing over the document in her grasp. Lu Qingya swiftly seized the file, which was unmistakably identical to the tender submission held earlier by Bai Qian. Chapter 63. Defeat Miss Lu. Will you be able to fulfill your promise? The secretary's brow was furrowed, her unsteady tone laced with a hint of fear and restraint. Lu Qingya glanced at the documents in her hand, shot her a cold look, and after a disdainful snort, retrieved a check from her bag and handed it over. "As long as you follow my instructions, I will cover your son's medical expenses." However, Lu Qingya paused, the unfinished thought sending a shiver down the secretary's spine. Nevertheless, steeling herself, the secretary accepted the check, her previously hesitant gaze now resolute. "I will see to it." "That's good," Lu Qingya replied as she brushed past her, her icy voice echoing in the air, carrying an undercurrent of ominous warning. Upon reaching the parking lot, Lu Qingya drove out and, after a short distance, rummaged through her bag for an old mobile phone. After dialing a number, she sent a message, then flung the phone out of the window towards the bridge below, where the river surged violently beneath. When Zhan Wentian returned, Bai Qian was still lost in thought about Lu Qingya's peculiar behavior. Perhaps it was a woman's innate sixth sense, but she always harbored an odd feeling towards Lu Qingya. Despite the latter's seemingly impeccable demeanor, Bai Qian could not suppress her inner aversion. "Daydreaming again? I see you've taken a zoning out in my office," Zhan Wentian remarked, having entered unnoticed. He bent down to embrace her, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. However, his gaze darkened upon noticing the open magazine laid out before them. Bai Qian snapped back to reality and smiled at him. "I was pondering how, as the president of such a large corporation, someone still needs supervision to eat like a child. It's rather amusing." Despite her words, she stood up to unpack the meal she had brought, placing the dishes on the table. The food, still steaming within the insulated containers, melted away the sternness on Zhan Wentian's face, revealing a warmth that was captivating. "Eat up," Bai Qian urged, handing him chopsticks with a raised eyebrow. "Even if I'm a child at heart, I willingly accept my wife's lovingly prepared lunch," Zhan Wentian replied. his deep, sultry voice imbuing the simple statement with an intriguing ambiguity, causing Bai Qian to blush and shoot him a glare. As Zhan Wentian quietly enjoyed his meal, he pressed the intercom to summon his secretary for cleanup, while he half-embraced Bai Qian, relishing the tranquility of the afternoon. Observing his weary appearance, with faint shadows under his tanned skin, Bai Qian sighed softly, rising to massage his temples. Zhan Wentian stiffened momentarily at her touch, a wave of warmth washing over him. But he soon relaxed into her gentle ministrations. The two engaged in a silent exchange, their actions radiating a warmth akin to that of a long-married couple, communicating their feelings without the need for words. The serenity was interrupted when Zhan Wentian's phone buzzed with a message from Lin Jin, simply stating, "The bidding has commenced." Zhan Wentian squinted slightly at the text message, then tossed his black phone aside. He pulled Bai Qian, who was engrossed in her massage, into his embrace, applying just enough pressure to send her falling into his arms, eliciting a surprised gasp from her. Zhan Wentian wrapped his arms around her, gently rubbing his forehead against her neck, his voice unusually solemn as he spoke. "Qian, if William truly finds himself without a chance to turn things around this time, would you really harbor resentment towards me?" There was a palpable hint of unease in his tone. Bai Qian paused for a moment before wrapping her arms around his neck and gazing earnestly into his eyes. "Do you want the truth?" He looked contemplative, as if weighing his thoughts, before finally nodding in affirmation. Bai Qian smiled softly, her hand tenderly stroking his back as she began to speak. "When the Bai family went bankrupt, my father summoned me back, likely aware that there was no hope left, and thus succumbed to a state of madness." Zhan Wentian remained silent, his grip tightening with increasing intensity. Bai Qian cradled his head, gently pulling him to meet her gaze before continuing. "You are right. His ambition was grand, yet his intellect fell short. Nonetheless, the Bai family was his creation, and in a rather harsh sense. The effort he invested in it far surpassed that of his daughter. That was his singular path, and when it became impassable, his life was left without direction, ultimately leading to a dead end. Similarly, William is in a comparable situation. Although he is not favored within the family, the Victoria Hotel represents his avenue. I rejected his affections, which, in essence, obstructed his path. I do feel a twinge of guilt, yet this guilt pales in comparison to my feelings for you. Thus, I understand that if I were to impose upon you, disregarding the separation of personal and professional matters, it might not only jeopardize your position, but could also fracture our relationship in the end." Bai Qian looked at him, a gentle smile gracing her lips, imbued with a sense of relief and understanding. "If he manages to overcome this challenge, it will bode well for us. If he cannot, I know he will not end up like my father, without options. Therefore, we should not dwell on this matter any further. His fate does not concern us, nor does it affect my feelings for you. My guilt towards him is not rooted in affection, but rather in the fear that this situation could lead to his ruin. That is where my guilt stems from. So, you feel guilty on my behalf? Because you regard me as an integral part of your life. You feel this guilt for me?" Zhan Wentian interjected, completing her unfinished thought. His voice, once deep and somber, now carried a note of unexpected delight as he asked eagerly. Bai Qian's cheeks flushed, and she averted her gaze, nodding in acknowledgement. This was her true fear, the initial anxiety stemming from the dread that guilt could drive her away from him. She was not some virtuous maiden, burdened by the inability to reciprocate William's feelings. Her guilt arose solely from the fact that the person who destroyed William was her beloved, nothing more. His dark eyes bore into hers, filled with love and profound emotion. After a moment, he tenderly caressed her cheek, showering her with soft, affectionate kisses. "Thank you, Susu." Bai Qian gently shook her head, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "I want to express my gratitude. Thank you for still considering my feelings," she said softly. "Thank you." Wentian. Zhan Wentian fell silent, opting instead to envelop Bai Qian in a deep embrace. His hold was firm yet gentle, careful not to inflict any discomfort. Cradling her with tender consideration, the autumn sunlight streamed through the window, wrapping the two of them in a warm embrace of golden rays. Their body heat gradually melded together, flowing into the depths of their hearts, like a gentle current merging into a vast and nurturing spring behind them. Little did they realize that this embrace would become their final one, unforeseen by either, as the previously reconciled topic of William ultimately drove them to the brink of separation. Chapter 64. A rift emerges. No one anticipated that the seemingly foolproof proposal from Qing Tian would encounter a setback at the last moment. William's bid, marginally exceeding Qing Tian's by a mere 300,000, secured the final prize. The atmosphere in the conference room was stifling, with everyone meticulously controlling their breathing, while the key individuals wore expressions ashen with dread, cautiously observing the countenance of their superior. Lin Jin furrowed her brows deeply. Her eyes, hidden behind glasses, were lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, Zhan Wentian's frosty, resonant voice snapped everyone back to reality. It was only 300,000 more. Do you have anything to say about this? With his words, anxiety rippled through the crowd, their glances exchanging unspoken suspicions. Lin Jin, you speak. The superior lounged casually in his swivel chair, his profound gaze drifting to the side. Lin Jin rose, adjusting her glasses, her demeanor markedly more cautious than her usual calm. After a moment's pause, she coldly proclaimed, "There is a mole within the company. If it were not for a leak of the bid, how could the opponent have coincidentally outbid us by exactly 300,000? The assembly collectively held their breath, their eyes darting nervously. Yet they dared not meet the superior's gaze. A thin layer of frost began to form in the depths of Zhan Wentian's profound eyes. He uttered a cold snort. "I want this resolved within 3 days. Otherwise, no one will retain their position." Rising abruptly, his commanding presence rendered everyone unable to look up as he turned and exited. Lin Jin followed silently into the president's office. What was the current status with Eder? Once the door closed, Zhan Wentian approached the floor-to-ceiling window, tugging at his tie as he inquired in a subdued tone. Lin Jin stood respectfully behind him, instinctively adjusting her glasses before responding. "We have acquired 40% of their shares." Zhan Wentian remained silent, his gaze lost in the sunset-drenched landscape outside. Lin Jin, attempting to gauge his thoughts, tentatively suggested, "I have urged them to expedite their actions. Once they initiate their move, even if the Eder family secures this proposal, it will be futile. With the majority of shares in our possession, we can compel them to swallow their losses." Zhan Wentian's foresight was not unfounded. He had resolved to dismantle the Eder family and was well prepared for any eventuality. Beneath the orange glow, Zhan Wentian's eyes shimmered with turbulent thoughts. After a moment, he closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, they resembled an unfathomable abyss. "Cease the acquisition, disperse the shares from management, and when the opportune moment arises, we shall divest entirely. We need do nothing but wait for them to approach us for negotiations." Lin Jin, who had always exuded unwavering steadiness, looked up in astonishment, confusion and disbelief flickering in her eyes. Halting the acquisition is tantamount to releasing a tiger back into the wild. The Eder family dominates the hotel industry, a coveted prize that has long been fiercely contested. Zhan Wentian has long sought to seize this lucrative opportunity, yet he chooses to relinquish it midway. This left Lin Jin questioning whether her understanding was flawed. Zhan Wentian reclined back in his chair, resting his head against the backrest, eyes closed in contemplation. Lin Jin pondered for quite some time, and seeing that there were no further explanations forthcoming, he surmised that his assumptions were indeed correct. However, since the decision lay with Zhan Wentian, whatever the reason, he had no choice but to comply. "I understand, President," Lin Jin respectfully stated before turning to leave the president's office. Zhan Wentian opened his eyes, his deep, dark gaze drifting towards the encroaching dusk outside, enveloped in profound contemplation. Bai Qian, upon discovering the news the following morning, noted that major newspapers had published reports about Edel's China branch outmaneuvering various enterprises to secure the government's recent annual development project. The articles featured images of William during an interview, where he appeared transformed, abandoning his previous despondency to smile and accept questions. The tides of fortune had shifted dramatically, with many now optimistic about William's prospects of inheriting the Edel family legacy. This opportunity seemed poised to help him shake off past misfortunes and restore the dominance of Edel hotels. As Bai Qian perused the newspaper, a mixture of delight and complexity surged within her. She felt joy for William's resurgence from adversity, alleviating any lingering guilt she had harbored regarding him. Yet, her thoughts also wandered back to the bid document left in the office that day, where William's bid was reported to be only slightly different from Qingtian's. What might lie beneath this? And how significant were the losses incurred by Zhan Wentian as a result? During her time spent at Zhan Wentian's company, she had gleaned an understanding of the project's importance to the firm. Given the circumstances, she feared Zhan Wentian was enduring considerable strain. Unable to remain idle, Bai Qian hurried to his company, finding him still ensconced in his office, diligently reviewing documents. Upon her arrival, he smiled and gestured for her to sit on the adjacent sofa, offering her tissues to wipe away her sweat. Wentian, about the South Coast project. Bai Qian grasped his hand, her heart tightening and her grip instinctively becoming firmer, her voice tinged with urgency. Zhan Wentian paused momentarily, his stern visage perpetually exuding an air of strategic command, and chuckled lightly. What could possibly be amiss? Such a trivial matter won't endanger your husband. However, Qingtian places significant importance on this bid. Bai Qian's voice faltered, unable to articulate the remainder of her thought. Perceiving her unease, Zhan Wentian tenderly tucked a loose strand of her hair behind her ear, teasingly inquiring, "Do you believe I intentionally let it slide? Although Qingtian has not suffered substantial losses, I'm not at a stage where I can simply relinquish such a major catch." Bai Qian's lips parted slightly, as if she wished to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. Zhan Wentian, seated beside her, softly reassured, "But this is for the best. As you said, he has successfully navigated this challenge, freeing you from any psychological burdens." His fingers, defined and strong, brushed against her cheek, invoking warmth. Bai Qian tightened her grip on his hand, yet chose to remain silent. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, prompting Zhan Wentian to withdraw his gaze from her and coldly command, "Enter." The secretary, with a cautious demeanor, upon noticing Bai Qian in the room, appeared somewhat perplexed and apprehensive, lowering her eyes as she spoke softly. "Miss Liu wishes to see you, President." Zhan Wentian's expression darkened momentarily, his brows furrowing slightly, revealing his evident displeasure, accompanied by a hint of tension as he cast a sharp glance at Bai Qian. In a cold, firm tone, he declared, "I am currently unable to receive visitors." The secretary promptly responded, "Understood," and made to usher Bai Qian out. However, Bai Qian quickly interjected, "Wait." She turned, rising from Zhan Wentian's embrace. "There are still matters to attend to at the shop. I shall return first." Qian. He grasped her hand, his dark eyes heavy with an inscrutable complexity, his fist clenched tightly before gradually relaxing. "Be careful on your way." Bai Qian met his gaze, her smile faltering slightly. She offered a reassuring pat on his hand before turning to leave. As she grasped the doorknob, she glanced back at Zhan Wentian, whose stern visage remained impassive, concealing the thoughts swirling within. His lips moved slightly. "Return for dinner tonight. I shall prepare a meal for you." A question regarding Liu Qingya's identity lingered on the tip of her tongue, but was ultimately replaced by another phrase. Zhan Wentian's dark eyes glimmered with intrigue. "You will be cooking?" "Indeed, I shall." Chapter 65. A perilous crisis. As Bai Qian stepped outside, she brushed past Liu Qingya, who was waiting for her. The elegant and cultured woman, however, did not greet her with the usual courtesy. Instead, her face was etched with urgency as she hurried into the office. Before the door had even closed, her anxious voice could be heard from within, frantically inquiring about the bidding situation and expressing the board's growing dissatisfaction. Bai Qian's heart tightened at these words, and she instinctively grasped the strap of her bag, turning to glance at the secretary. Upon meeting her gaze, the secretary hurriedly lowered her head, clearly avoiding her. For reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling surged within Bai Qian. Zhan Wentian ultimately did not return for dinner. When he called, he spoke hastily, uttering only a few words before abruptly ending the call. Bai Qian, gripping the phone, felt her unease intensify. Liu Qingya's earlier remark lingered in her mind. robbing her of sleep throughout the night. The following day, in light of the media's excessive coverage regarding the failure of the Nanhai Coast Development Project, the public relations team of Zhan Wentian held a press conference. They attributed the negligible price differences between the two companies to a business coincidence and maintained a stance of silence regarding the cooperation on the Nanhai Coast development. A week later, William, the presumptive heir of the Edler family who secured the Nanhai Coast project, announced a joint development with Zhan Wentian Group. Newspapers and television began extensive reports on Zhan Wentian's investment in the Nanhai Coast, heralding it as a win-win collaboration. Financial magazines published large photographs of Zhan Wentian and William shaking hands and sharing laughter, both radiating charisma and camaraderie. The entire project progressed fervently, with positive feedback from all fronts, seemingly advancing exceptionally smoothly. Since Zhan Wentian's investment in this endeavor, the Edler family's shares surged, erasing their previous misfortunes and propelling them toward the trends of yesteryear. Observing this, Bai Suman felt a weight lifted from her heart. This was the most favorable outcome she could have anticipated. Finally, Zhan Wentian found the time to call and elaborate on matters. No longer merely uttering a few words before hanging up, his consistently deep and alluring voice resonated through the receiver. And Bai Suman realized that the suppressed longing she had felt could be unleashed with just a single sentence. "You mentioned the meal you prepared. I wish to have it tonight," he said, leaning back in his chair and pinching the bridge of his nose, his expression revealing a hint of fatigue. Yet his smile was undeniably radiant. Bai Suman tightened her grip on the phone unconsciously and replied playfully, "Oh, that offer has expired, Mr. Zhan." Her tone revealed a hint of mischievousness. Zhan Wentian chuckled softly, reaching for the drawer of his desk and retrieving a brocade box. He opened it with one hand and held it before him. Inside, two elegantly simple diamond rings sparkled under the soft light. With a wistful smile, he remarked, "Then it seems I shall have to go hungry tonight. How unfortunate." The esteemed CEO, exhibiting such childishness, seemed utterly devoid of shame. Bai Suman chuckled softly, her attire appearing somewhat reluctant as she remarked, "I shall pity you this once and permit you to dine with me tonight." "Thank you, my esteemed master," came a voice imbued with mirth, akin to the gentle strains of a cello. Bai Suman scoffed lightly before ending the call and turned to prepare. Zhan Wentian, having set down the phone, picked up a ring from a brocade box, his deep, obsidian eyes casting a glance at the calendar nearby. The final day of December was circled in a vibrant red. Perhaps Bai Suman had forgotten, but today marked the anniversary of their first meeting 4 years ago. When Bai Suman received William's call, she felt no surprise. His tone had shifted from the fatigue of the previous days to one of buoyant vivacity, restoring his humorous, gentlemanly demeanor, interlaced with expressions of affection. William appeared even more enthusiastic than before, causing Bai Suman a slight sense of trepidation. Ultimately, he extended an invitation for her to meet him at the Victoria Hotel. Weighing her options, she concluded that it was essential to clarify matters with William, as his persistent demeanor benefited neither of them, and thus she acquiesced. The meeting was set for the evening, prompting Bai Suman to call Zhan Wentian. The call was answered promptly. She informed him that she would not be dining at home that night. After a brief silence, he casually inquired if something was amiss, perhaps concerning her health. "Yes, a bit, but it's nothing serious. I might just be a bit cold and have a slight headache." Bai Suman hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose her meeting with William, but ultimately refrained, recalling Zhan Wentian's previous jest, which had been delivered with utmost seriousness. "Then take care of yourself. Once I finish my tasks here, I shall come to see you." His tone remained nonchalant, yet beneath it, a barely perceptible tension lingered. "All right, I understand. Do remember to rest and eat," Bai Suman urged, tightening her grip on the phone before the conversation came to a close. She stared at the phone for a long moment before finally setting it down and changing her attire. Meanwhile, Zhan Wentian, holding his phone, bore an icy intensity in his dark gaze as he fixated on an exquisite invitation in his hand. Lin Jean stood nearby, her expression more severe than usual, her eyes betraying a hint of worry behind her glasses. To the Victoria Hotel, Zhan Wentian commanded coldly, devoid of warmth, casually discarding the invitation into the trash bin. In the black receptacle, the invitation stood out starkly, adorned with flamboyant calligraphy announcing the engagement banquet of Mr. William and Miss Bai Suman. The Victoria Hotel remained as opulent and exquisite as ever. Upon her arrival at the French restaurant on the top floor, Bai Suman encountered several familiar faces casting curious glances her way. Fortunately, she maintained her composure, ascending to the top floor with an air of tranquility. The top floor is home to the city's most authentic French restaurant. As one exits the elevator, the attentive waitstaff, flanking the sides, gracefully open the grand, robust doors adorned in a Western style. The enchanting strains of violin music waft through the air, and it is evident that the interior has been exquisitely decorated. With white roses standing sentinel on either side, akin to dutiful knights, parting the way forward. Bai Suman furrows her brow at the scene before her, sensing an oddity, yet finds herself compelled to step inside under the courteous guidance of the servers. Qian, a warm and gentle voice calls from behind. Turning around, she encounters William, impeccably attired in a formal three-piece suit, his crisp white tailcoat accentuating his tall stature. His meticulously styled hair embodies the essence of British nobility. In his hand, he holds a bouquet of white roses, approaching her slowly, step by step. Chapter 66. A sudden turn of events. William, what are you doing? Bai Suman inquired, her gaze scanning the surroundings, brows furrowed. William's handsome visage retained a playful smile as he gazed intently at her, stepping closer to softly utter, Qian, thank you. Bai Suman instinctively took a step back, a hint of confusion in her tone as she sincerely responded. Thank me? For what? William, it is I who should congratulate you. I believe Adele will undoubtedly thrive under your guidance, she added. William's smile remained, though his voice carried a tinge of melancholy. Qian, I know I am inadequate and that I must rely on your support to win this battle, but I vow I shall never disappoint you again. Momentarily taken aback, Bai Suman shook her head and jested. Are we rehearsing for a new play? I haven't even seen the script and can't quite follow the plot. While she maintained a nonchalant exterior, a sense of unease crept into her heart as she recalled the bidding proposal, causing her smile to falter. Suddenly, William stepped forward, grasping her hand firmly, letting out a deep sigh. Ignoring her stunned reaction, he enveloped her in a tight embrace. I am sorry, Qian. I am a coward. I don't even dare to inquire about the sacrifices you've made for me. His embrace, infused with a blend of sorrow and indignation, prompted Bai Suman to push him away. Her brow knitted in confusion as she gazed at him. Qian, leave Zhan Wentian. Let me protect you from now on, William implored, still holding her hand tightly. Bai Suman regarded him, her expression sobering as she responded with slight displeasure. William, the one I love is Wentian, now and always. William's expression faltered momentarily before he laughed again, raising a hand as if to caress her face. Bai Suman furrowed her brows and recoiled, looking at him earnestly, conveying through her gaze that she was not jesting. Yet, William remained undeterred, his voice gentle as he said, If you truly love him, why would you assist me so readily? Bai Suman stepped back, freeing herself from his grasp, her words tinged with a hint of accusation. What do you mean by that? She stared at him, an odd and dangerous sensation unfurling within her as she candidly stated, William, I do not understand your words. If you think this bidding was a result of me persuading Wentian, then your gratitude is misplaced. I have done nothing. William gazed at her silently for a while, a slow smile emerging, filled with inexplicable joy and confidence. His tone lightened as he remarked, If you had done nothing, how could I have secured the South Coast Development Project? Qian, I have overcome the challenges. I have endured the toughest of days. There is no need for you to deceive me. My feelings for you will never wane. Bai Suman felt as though struck by lightning, rooted in place, her mind struggling to process William's words. Her face displayed a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment, and after a moment, she regained her voice, trembling as she asked, The development project? I am entirely oblivious. Qian, please do not act this way. I understand that your rejection stems from a desire to protect me, fearing I might not withstand Zhan Wentian. But have I not shown enough sincerity? Even if I were to lose everything, I yearn to be with you. William's tone was tinged with urgency as he grasped her hand with an unintentional intensity. Qian, do not reject me any longer. Even if I had to endure this ordeal once more, I would make the same choice again. Not even Zhan Wentian's threats of annihilating my entire family have ever deterred me. I have only persisted, bolstered by the support you have provided. I'm truly grateful. Qian, please abandon Zhan Wentian and be with me. I genuinely love you. Bai Qian's face momentarily paled, but only for an instant, as she regained her composure. Her demeanor as calm as still water. William, I do not love you. I do not wish for you to continue under this misconception. I have made myself abundantly clear. The one I have loved from the very beginning to this moment is Zhan Wentian alone. William lifted his gaze to meet hers, enunciating each word with precision. Qian, the message was sent by you. You informed me of Qing Tian's low price. Are you suggesting that your actions stem solely from guilt and not from love for me? Bai Qian's hands, which hung limply at her sides, trembled suddenly, her complexion draining of color. What low price? William paused, momentarily taken aback, before a smile graced his lips. He retrieved his phone from his bag and presented it before her. Qian, do not reject me any longer. Your willingness to betray Zhan Wentian by revealing the low price to me indicates that you love me, does it not? Bai Qian stared at the phone, as if doused with a bucket of icy water, her body chilled to the core. The message, marked with her name, clearly displayed the number 280. William had acquired the project for over 3 million, far exceeding Qing Tian's price, and this 280 was evidently their figure. No, that is not me. Bai Qian's voice quivered with denial. Qian, perhaps you cannot see your own heart clearly at this moment, but I am patient. I only ask for an opportunity from you, may I? Suddenly, William knelt before her, retrieving a brocade box from somewhere and opening it before her. Qian, accept my proposal. I love you and wish for the chance to care for you. Bai Qian was still reeling from the shock of that message when William's actions compelled her to instinctively retort, attempting to free herself from his grasp. Yet she found it impossible to escape. William swiftly removed a ring from the box and slipped it onto her ring finger, completing the act almost in the blink of an eye. The sudden burst of bright lights around them jolted Bai Qian back to reality, and she looked around in confusion, noticing several journalists with prominent media badges who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. In that moment, she turned and glared fiercely at William, her entire being trembling with a mix of fury and disbelief, her face nearly devoid of color. Yet, as if fate were playing a cruel joke, a reporter inadvertently glanced towards the entrance and exclaimed, "President Zhan." This announcement sent ripples through the crowd, and the cameras immediately shifted towards Zhan Wentian, as a cacophony of inquiries erupted in a frenzy. President Zhan, may I inquire if you are here to attend this engagement banquet? President Zhan, the project proposal for the South Coast has been seized by the Edel family. Have you come to this engagement banquet because of your friendship with Mr. William, or is there some other underlying reason? President Zhan, it is rumored that the bride-to-be was once your girlfriend. Is there any truth to these whispers? Bai Qian abruptly turned around. Not far from the entrance stood Zhan Wentian, emanating an aura of icy coldness, resembling a statue of ice. His deep black eyes fixated unwaveringly in this direction, devoid of any emotion or sentiment, exuding a chilling calmness. Chapter 67. Betrayal. Bai Qian's fingertips trembled incessantly, her entire being engulfed in a chilling cold that seeped from her head to her toes, rendering her blood akin to ice. With each step she took, it felt as though she were treading upon shards of ice, each movement piercing her with profound agony. She advanced slowly, her pace more sluggish than that of a snail. Suddenly, a hand seized her from behind, the grip on her wrist so forceful that it sent a jolt of pain through her numbed body. Dazed, she turned to find William, his expression wrought with sorrow, yet his gaze directed toward Zhan Wentian was icy and unyielding. In that fleeting moment, Zhan Wentian averted his eyes and turned to depart, the reporters trailing closely behind him as if forgetting who the true subject was. Lin Jin cast a complex glance in their direction before gathering the reporters, and in response to their probing inquiries, he coldly and indifferently uttered 4 words: no comment. As Zhan Wentian exited, the reporters vanished with him, leaving the once bustling rooftop restaurant eerily empty, now seemingly occupied only by Bai Qian and William. Bai Qian stared blankly at the entrance, and after a prolonged silence, she slowly turned her gaze to William, her lips parting to utter, "William, is this what you call love?" William furrowed his brow, his expression intricate, yet he spoke gently. "Qian, I do not comprehend your reservations. You may despise me, but I am merely aiding you in making a choice." Her heart, frozen and nearly numb, urged her to remain calm, yet as she faced his grandiloquent justification, she could no longer contain her fury, shouting, "What choice? I made my choice long ago, William. You are right. I hate you. I wish I had never met you." William appeared momentarily taken aback before responding in a solemn tone. "Qian, regardless of your sentiments, I will not allow you to follow in Bai Suman's footsteps." Bai Qian was momentarily stunned. Then she laughed softly, defiantly shaking off his grasp. With force, she yanked the ring from her fourth finger and hurled it at him. William did not flinch, allowing the ring to strike his face, leaving a crimson mark. "What right do you have to meddle in Bai Suman's affairs? What authority do you possess to dictate my life?" In a fit of rage that masked her pain, her clear, dark eyes locked onto his with an unfamiliar coldness. William gazed back, his green eyes reflecting a chill, and though he parted his lips as if to speak, he ultimately held his tongue. "William, I have repaid everything I owed you today. Let us not meet again." Taking a deep breath, Bai Qian abruptly closed her eyes, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and turned to leave. After taking 2 steps, she paused without looking back, her voice laced with disdain. "William, I am not foolish. You had better suppress any sensational reports. You know my character prefers to be shattered than to be whole." Having said this, Bai Qian felt no desire to linger in this distasteful place and departed. William stood rooted in place, his gaze fixated on her retreating figure, the complexity in his eyes slowly darkening until it transformed into a cold void. With an air of elegance, he retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped the mark left by the ring, a chilling smile forming on his thin lips. "Why do you consistently reject my affections, Qian? If that is the case, I see no necessity to maintain this facade of a gentleman, do I?" The frigid winter air enveloped her, yet Bai Qian felt no chill, even neglecting to start her car. With urgency in her steps, she followed the familiar path towards Zhan Wentian's villa. The biting wind, mingled with winter rain, struck her face, leaving her lips pale and her fingers numb as she dialed his number countless times, only to be met with the unyielding, mechanical voice informing her of a disconnection. Upon reaching the villa, Bai Qian's body was already somewhat numbed by the cold. Yet, gazing upon the darkened structure devoid of light, she could not contain the surge of despair within her. Tears brimmed in her eyes, swirling like a tempest. Sitting on the steps, she wrapped her arms around her legs, resting her head on her knees. The moment she lowered her gaze, the tears cascaded down her cheeks, unstoppable, like a broken dam. A muffled sob escaped her lips, and she took deep breaths to steady her emotions, reminding herself that she must not cry. This situation could be explained. Bai Qian was unaware of how long she sat there, her mind replaying the scene of Zhan Wentian's resolute departure, until a coat was draped over her shoulders, shielding her from the cold. Startled, she grasped the edges of the garment and looked up with sudden urgency. "Wentian," her vision blurred by tears. She hastily wiped her eyes, but her expression shifted to one of embarrassment upon recognizing Lin Jin standing at the bottom of the steps, his serious demeanor somewhat softened by the night. "Assistant Lin," she managed to force a pale smile. Lin Jin lowered his gaze and spoke calmly. "Miss Bai, you should return. The president will not be back tonight." Bai Qian, bewildered, lifted her head and stood abruptly, her legs numb, causing her to nearly stumble down the steps. Lin Jin quickly reached out to steady her. She shook her legs to regain feeling and urgently inquired, "Where is he? I need to see him." Lin Jin regarded her, his eyes flickering momentarily. "Miss Bai, there are numerous matters at the company that the president must attend to. If you have something to discuss, it would be best to wait." Bai Qian's gaze fell, and she spoke hesitantly. "Does he not wish to see me?" Lin Jin paused, adjusting his glasses, before responding after a moment. "This afternoon, the president received an invitation from Mr. William's butler. The invitation is for your engagement to Mr. William." "I had no knowledge of this. I never anticipated that William would orchestrate this," Bai Qian replied, her urgency evident. Miss Bai, I must candidly express that it is rather inappropriate to conceal such matters, especially since you are currently involved with the president. Knowing that the other party harbors feelings for you, you should not keep this from him. It is not that he disbelieves the situation was orchestrated by Mr. William. Rather, he is upset that you chose to hide it from him, Lin Jin stated plainly, revealing the crux of the matter. Bai Qian, in a state of numbness, let her eyelids fall, understanding that she should not have concealed the truth. She had even fabricated an excuse to meet William, intending only to clarify matters, never foreseeing that it would spiral into an unresolvable predicament. Lin Jin observed her demeanor and let out an inaudible sigh. Miss Bai, allow me to have the driver escort you home. It is quite late, and even if you were to see the president now, he would be in no state for a proper conversation. You should return and rest. Bai Qian nodded numbly. Lin Jin took the lead, exiting first, while Bai Qian followed behind and entered the car. Lin Jin stood in place, watching the vehicle depart before turning to unlock the villa's grand entrance, gathering a few articles of clothing as she prepared to leave. Chapter 68. Awakening upon returning home, Bai Qian found Wang Yulan engrossed in watching television. Noticing her daughter's disheveled appearance, Wang Yulan was startled and quickly ushered her to the sofa, offering a cup of warm water and draping a blanket around her shoulders. Wrapping her snugly, Bai Qian yearned to reassure Wang Yulan that all was well, merely a few trivial matters that had unsettled her. But the corners of her mouth refused to lift, and she ultimately surrendered to her sorrow, resting her head in Wang Yulan's embrace and weeping softly. Wang Yulan did not pry into the reasons for her distress. Instead, she tenderly stroked Bai Qian's hair as if she were still a child, repeating the soothing gesture. Once Bai Qian's emotions had settled, she lifted her head, brushing away her tears to meet Wang Yulan's understanding gaze. The latter smiled knowingly, her eyes adorned with fine lines, radiating warmth and affection as she gently advised, Qian, crying does not resolve any issues. If it concerns two individuals, it is only through open dialogue that resolutions may be found. Bai Qian regarded Wang Yulan, her tightly pressed lips revealing a hint of a smile. Her voice, thick with emotion, murmured, "Thank you, Mom." Such a simple yet profound truth, voiced by someone who genuinely cared for her during her most challenging times, warmed her once icy heart, providing a flicker of solace throughout the night. Wang Yulan patted her shoulder before retreating to her room to allow her daughter some solitude. Bai Qian remained on the sofa, lost in thought throughout the night. At the break of dawn, she arose, dressed, and stepped outside, passing by a newsstand. She couldn't resist glancing at the newspapers, observing the headlines that dominated the front pages. Despite her mental preparations, she felt an involuntary shiver. After purchasing a newspaper, she hailed a taxi to Qingtian. Throughout the ride, she scrutinized the front-page news, which recounted the chaotic events of the previous night. William had indeed published the story, featuring a large photograph capturing the moment he placed a ring on Bai Qian's finger. The absurdity of their love triangle was laid bare, and so-called insiders claimed that the Edel family's bankruptcy was orchestrated by Zhan Wentian in a bid to win a woman's affection. The earlier incident involving William's injury and the Alice Gala resurfaced, with accusations of Zhan Wentian's ruthless tactics to possess a woman. This scandal cast a shadow over the upcoming South Coast development project, raising doubts about the viability of the collaboration between the two families. Given these revelations, could their partnership withstand the scrutiny of the public? These reports were evidently the result of meticulous planning by someone with ulterior motives, and Bai Qian needed no further speculation regarding the identity of this orchestrator. Leaning back in her seat, she inhaled deeply, a previously unimaginable possibility coiling around her like a venomous serpent, constricting her breath. Strangely, her mind drifted back to her initial encounters with William, recalling his gentle tone, sparkling eyes, and handsome, warm demeanor. Yet, she now understood that he was not the refined gentleman she once believed him to be. His depth of cunning was astonishing. How could he have remained so composed for so long, only to unleash such a cruel maneuver at this pivotal moment? Bai Qian had no time to ponder the true nature of William. Her mind raced with anxiety, contemplating the immense pressure Zhan Wentian must be facing at this very moment. The road to Qingtian is not far, yet Bai Qian feels as though it stretches across a vast expanse of mountains and rivers. Anxiously, she retrieves her phone, hesitating over whether to press the button, only to hear the mechanical shutdown prompt. Ultimately, unable to restrain herself, she dials Zhan Wentian. Is there something wrong? The moment the call connects, Zhan Wentian's deep, hoarse voice resonates in her ear. I am sorry. Bai Qian apologizes almost instinctively, her mouth opening without a second thought. There's a brief silence on the other end, followed by a long, weary sigh. Zhan Wentian speaks softly, his tone laden with fatigue. Qian, you promised to trust me. Yet why do you constantly betray that promise? I am sorry, used. Listening to his exhausted voice, Bai Qian finds herself at a loss for words. All language seems painfully inadequate in this moment. Qian, I am truly tired. His voice, gentle yet heavy, fills her ears. Bai Qian cannot discern whether his weariness is of the heart or the body. The indifference in his tired tugs at her heartstrings, causing a dull ache within. Her eyes begin to sting uncontrollably, tears threatening to spill over. He has never openly expressed fatigue in her presence. His sudden admission leaves her uncertain of its deeper implications. At a loss for words, she struggles to maintain her composure, saying, "Then you should rest well." Zhan Wentian responds with a faint acknowledgement, and before she can reply, he hangs up. As the busy tone fills her ears, the moment the call is severed, tears flow freely down her cheeks. Clenching her phone tightly, her palm aches from the pressure. Looking out the window, she attempts to steady her voice, saying, "Master, please take me home." In the following days, Zhan Wentian does not reach out again, even when Bai Qian calls. He merely utters a few hurried words before ending the conversation. The scandal surrounding Qingtian seems to escalate, with several board members publicly stating that although Zhan Wentian is the largest shareholder, they would have to consider actions should the company's image be affected. Gradually, with each call ending, Bai Qian becomes more composed. It feels as though an invisible wall has risen between them, distancing their worlds from one another. Does this signify that their journey together has reached its conclusion, regardless of whether they ultimately come together or part ways? She understands that a heartfelt conversation with Zhan Wentian is imperative. However, before she can find the time to discuss matters with him, a news story splashed across major financial publications strikes her like a bolt from the blue. The Edel family, once viewed as a promising resurgence, suddenly announces bankruptcy without warning. Key pillars of the family are imprisoned for various reasons, and the funds for the Nanhai Coast Development Project are frozen, rendering it a mere shell of its former self. Qingtian, having invested in Nanhai Coast, finds itself ensnared by liquidity issues, plunging into a crisis rife with peril. The board convened an urgent meeting, and after half a day, they reached a conclusion. Zhan Wentian, the president of Qingtian, was held fully accountable for the recent blunder and subsequently dismissed from his position as chairman. His role was assumed by other shareholders. However, Qingtian stock continued to plummet to historic lows. It is difficult to fathom that such a colossal company could be brought to its knees by a single project, unless this is merely the tip of the iceberg, or perhaps the spark that ignited a much larger issue. The problems plaguing Qingtian may have been given the opportunity to surface in their entirety. The specifics remain unknown to the outside world, and even more so to Bai Qian. Chapter 69. A web of misunderstandings, however. The entire affair unfolded with such abruptness that it became irretrievable in a matter of moments. This implies that the entire situation might very well be a meticulously orchestrated scheme, and the architect of this plot was none other than William. Reflecting on the peculiarities of his behavior over the past few weeks, Bai Qian could not help but recall William's unusual obsession with her. The illogical aspects of his actions suddenly found clarity. For instance, did he forsake his position as a duke solely to be with her? If everything were merely a cog in a grand design, then it was likely that, despite having known him for 2 lifetimes, she had never truly understood the real William. Moreover, how could the rightful heir of an esteemed and ancient lineage possibly be a naive romantic, driven solely by a so-called love? What role had she played in this intricate tapestry? Bai Qian felt a sharp pang in her heart, wishing fervently to deliver herself a stinging slap. Lamenting the futility of having lived 2 lifetimes, yet remaining blind to the true nature of people. She had always believed that Zhan Wentian was the one orchestrating William's actions. Yet it appeared that William had, in fact, devised this entire ruse. Surely, he had manipulated Qing Tian to his advantage, reaping substantial benefits. Yet now that the Edel family had fallen from grace, what could he possibly gain? Recalling the day she encountered William beneath the Qing Tian building, it seemed he had deliberately allowed her to overhear his phone call. Alice's sudden appearance also appeared to be a calculated move. Anticipating that she would be moved by compassion to plead with Zhan Wentian for leniency. However, Zhan Wentian had seemingly evaporated from existence, offering no response to the uproar in the business world. Bai Qian's anxiety and restlessness became unbearable, reaching a point of sheer agitation. 3 days had elapsed since the incident, and Zhan Wentian's phone remained unreachable. Bai Qian was tormented to the point of exhaustion. Ultimately, she decided to call Lin Jin. Lin Jin was astonished to receive Bai Qian's call, but upon understanding the situation, he refrained from disclosing Zhan Wentian's whereabouts. Strangely, the more evasive Lin Jin was, the more her heart found solace. Lin Jin, no matter the circumstances, I should be by his side. No matter how dire the situation, it cannot be worse than what it is now. Please tell me, Bai Qian said, managing to compose herself. A silence enveloped the line as Lin Jin seemed to ponder her words. After a moment, he finally spoke. The president is at his apartment in the suburbs. The address is... Thank you. Miss Bai, the president has his reasons for many of his actions. He is often constrained by circumstances beyond his control. I hope you can understand, Lin Jin added slowly. Yes, I understand, Bai Qian replied softly before ending the call. The car turned a corner, heading toward the location Lin Jin had mentioned. Yet, even as Bai Qian had regained her composure, she envisioned countless scenarios for their reunion, cold, angry, or even heartless. But she had never anticipated that the reality would surpass all her imaginings, revealing a situation that was truly more dire than she could have conceived. As the circumstances grew increasingly severe, she felt herself nearing the brink of collapse. The doorbell rang for quite some time before the door was finally opened, revealing not Zhan Wentian, but Lu Qingya. She stood behind the door, clad in an oversized white shirt, the hastily fastened buttons failing to conceal her ample bosom, while her disheveled long hair cascaded around her. The shirt did little to cover her long, fair legs, which appeared strikingly conspicuous. A mere glance elicited a sensation in Bai Qian's heart, as if something had seized her breath, her hands trembling at her sides. Despite her utmost effort to maintain composure, she could barely stand. In stark contrast to Bai Qian's icy demeanor, Lu Qingya exuded an air of calmness, casually running her fingers through her hair and smiling alluringly. Miss Bai, what brings you to see Wentian at such a late hour? Lu Qingya inquired with a faint smile. Bai Qian averted her gaze to her watch and replied mechanically, Is it very late? It's only 8 o'clock. Lu Qingya raised an eyebrow, her tone one of mock astonishment. Only 8? I must have lost track of time. I haven't been out for days. She then offered, Would you like to come in? I'll fetch Wentian. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qian cast a fleeting glance at Lu Qingya, her expression unreadable as she replied, All right. With that, she brushed past Lu Qingya and entered the apartment. The smile on Lu Qingya's face faltered momentarily as she closed the door and followed her inside, redoing the buttons on her shirt as she walked. Upon entering the apartment, the sharp scent of alcohol assaulted Bai Qian's senses, causing her to frown involuntarily. Please make yourself comfortable. I'll go wake Wentian. He is probably still asleep, Lu Qingya said with a polite smile, assuming the role of a gracious host. However, just as she turned, she noticed Zhan Wentian had somehow appeared behind her, seemingly suffering from a severe hangover as he rubbed his temples. His bare torso revealed a lean yet powerful chest, his tan skin glistening under the light, exuding an undeniable allure. Wentian, Miss Bai has arrived, Lu Qingya announced, moving toward him to offer support. Yet, Zhan Wentian abruptly straightened, his demeanor shifting drastically upon seeing Bai Qian's cold, indifferent expression. He brushed aside Lu Qingya's hand before she could reach him. You, what are you doing here? He attempted to maintain a steady tone, yet an involuntary tremor betrayed him. Bai Qian approached him slowly, her voice steady as she questioned, Wentian, is this what you call being exhausted? The initial shock and heartache seemed to dissipate in an instant. She had anticipated a scream or an outburst, but when she finally spoke, it came out with a disconcerting calmness. Qian, Zhan Wentian murmured, his brow furrowing as he gazed at her icy demeanor. Bai Qian's eyes met his, cold and haughty. Wentian, you claim I do not trust you. Yet how much do you trust me? Bai Qian spoke coldly, her gaze shifting toward Lu Qingya. In that moment, she realized that on the path of love, she had once again played the fool, and so utterly. In the same place, she had stumbled twice. Zhan Wentian's expression was one of complex emotions, his body momentarily stiffening. Sensing the tension, Lu Qingya wisely turned and entered the room. Recognizing that this unexpected encounter was even more advantageous than she had envisioned. A clever woman would not seek to explain herself at such a moment. Observing their mutual suspicion was the finest prize of all. Things are not as you perceive them. Zhan Wentian spoke in a hushed tone, yet his expression remained as composed as ever. How so? Are you implying that, like me, you were ensnared in someone else's design? Bai Qian let out a soft laugh, though tears streamed down her cheeks. Taking a deep breath, she fought back the overwhelming tide of tears threatening to spill over, and fixed her gaze firmly upon Zhan Wentian, suddenly interrupting him. Chapter 70. The end of affection. Had I not encountered you today, until what moment would you have concealed this from me? Were you too ashamed to confess that your old flame has rekindled and you find it difficult to reconcile your so-called affection for me? The dismissal you spoke of, was it merely a jest for April Fool's Day? How many more secrets have you kept from me? It is better to clarify everything today. As I gazed into her dark eyes, a chill enveloped them. Zhan Wentian abruptly grasped her shoulders. Shangqian, I do not wish to dwell on matters regarding the company. But how have I treated you all this time? Do you still harbor doubts about my feelings for you? In your eyes, am I forever unworthy of trust? Trust? Bai Qian forcefully shrugged off his hand from her shoulders, a cold smile gracing her lips. What measure of trust have you bestowed upon me? Do not tell me that your deliberate act of having the secretary deliver that bid proposal was an expression of trust. And do not claim that your trust in me led you to test my sincerity. She was neither foolish nor ignorant. Despite having concocted countless explanations for the emergence of that document in her mind, she subconsciously understood that the circumstances surrounding its appearance were far from simple. She had endured in silence, instinctively choosing to believe in him, hoping he would not act in such a way, unwilling to acknowledge that he had never truly lowered his defenses against her. Zhan Wentian's gaze grew even colder as he replied, I too wish to believe in you. But have you given me reason to? You were aware of William's involvement, yet chose to remain silent. When the moment arrived, you began to frequent the company, fully aware of the importance of this bid to Qingtian, yet you still offered him a lower price. You deceived me and then turned to the engagement scene he prepared for you. How am I to trust you? I have not seen this so-called lower bid you speak of. Bai Qian shouted in fury, then fell silent, directing her gaze at Zhan Wentian. So from the very beginning, you did not believe I would disregard the matter concerning William, did you? You presumed I would hand the lower price to him? A fleeting pain coursed through her, followed by an overwhelming numbness. With a bitter smile, Bai Qian fixed her gaze upon him. This implies that you were aware the hotel incident was merely a misunderstanding, and yet you orchestrated the dissemination of false information. What is it that you truly seek? Are all the rumors circulating outside fabrications? Or have you meticulously planned this all along, waiting for the opportune moment to achieve your aims? Zhan Wentian regarded her with a complex expression, his thin lips pressed into a fine line, remaining silent. Tell me, is this true? Bai Qian suddenly shouted at him. His lips parted slightly, yet he remained mute, his gaze laden with complexity. His unusual silence left Bai Qian feeling as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. I cannot deny that I had considered you might give a lower bid to William. After a prolonged silence, Zhan Wentian finally spoke, with a sharp crack. Before he could finish, Bai Qian had already delivered a resounding slap across Gu Yuan's face. Zhan Wentian, You truly embody the essence of a masterful strategist in the realm of commerce. Yet, what are your intentions behind this probing? Even I find myself ensnared in your machinations. William has orchestrated my downfall, and now you seek to exploit me as well. Do you both perceive me as naive and easily deceived? You speak of sincerity openly, while behind my back, you weave a different narrative. Is this what you deem genuine? Tears once again overflow uncontrollably, cascading down my cheeks, drop by drop. It is a pity that after this incident, I am overwhelmed with guilt and anxiety, unable to confront her. Days and nights of worry have deprived me of sleep, while I remain merely a pawn in the merciless game of business orchestrated by William and you, fulfilling my duties with utmost diligence. President Zhan, I extend my congratulations. Your scheme is indeed flawless, and I wish you success in furthering the endeavors of Qing Tian. Bai Qian, having spoken her piece, resolutely turned to leave. Zhan Wentian, quick as lightning, seized her, drawing her back into his embrace, holding her tightly. Where are you going? He growled, his cold voice tinged with a barely perceptible hint of panic. Let go of me, she retorted. Your touch repulses me. I will not divulge your so-called secrets of the business world. Release me now. Bai Qian struggled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face once more. Qian, please calm down and hear me out, Zhan Wentian implored, keeping her confined in his arms, concerned that her struggles might harm her, yet hesitant to hold her too tightly. Let go of me, let go of me. Bai Qian, ensnared in his embrace, lost all composure, her cries escalating to a near hysterical pitch, reverberating clearly in the confined space, tears cascading down her cheeks without respite. Hearing her anguished cries, felt as if something deep within him was being twisted painfully. Without a moment's thought, Zhan Wentian lowered his head and captured her crimson lips, silencing her cries with the intimacy of his own. Bai Qian fought desperately to evade his kiss, but his tongue entwined with hers tighter, his grip around her waist growing more fervent. Realizing she could not break free, Bai Qian's gaze turned icy as she bit down hard on her own tongue, the pain releasing a metallic tang that filled the air. Zhan Wentian, stung by the sudden pain, released her, and seizing the moment, Bai Qian pushed him away, unhesitatingly flinging open the door and pausing for a moment to cast a cold glance back at him. Your kiss now only evokes disgust in me. With that, she decisively exited, sprinting away. Zhan Wentian, tasting the iron in his mouth, felt a tightening in his chest as he pursued her. Wentian, if you chase after her now, all your plans will come to naught, Lu Qingya interjected, having emerged from the shadows. She grasped his hand as he attempted to follow. Zhan Wentian halted, turning back, a sliver of light illuminating the depths of his eyes, coalescing into a fleeting spark before dissipating, leaving behind only an overwhelming fatigue. Lu Qingya gazed deeply into his eyes, capturing the weariness that lay within. Lowering her gaze to conceal a fleeting moment of joy, she lifted her eyes once more, transforming into a visage of concern and anxiety. Wentian, I sincerely apologize. Had I not accidentally spilled the wine on my attire, resulting in this misunderstanding with Miss Bai, we would not have found ourselves in this quarrel. Perhaps I should seek her out and offer an explanation. Zhan Wentian pressed his lips together, remaining silent, his eyes a vast expanse of deep black, as if all emotions that fell into them would be utterly concealed. No, you do not comprehend her. She is currently in a fit of anger, and no matter how I explain, she will be unwilling to listen. At her core, she has always been so proud and stubborn. When she hardens her heart, she can be more ruthless than anyone. Once the storm surrounding this incident has passed, I shall seek her out to clarify. Chapter 71. Disappearance. Zhan Wentian turned and strode towards the sofa, his posture as imposing as ever, his steps steady and powerful. Yet, an inexplicable aura of desolation enveloped him, a stark contrast to his previous self, now imbued with a palpable sense of helplessness typical of an ordinary man. As he closed his eyes, the image of her tear-streaked face and the raw pain reflected in her defiant gaze lingered in his mind, imprinted deeply within his heart. Suddenly, he opened his black eyes, a flicker of irritation crossing his features. With a swift kick, he sent the wine bottles on the coffee table crashing to the floor, shattering into pieces. Lu Qingya had never witnessed such a loss of composure in him. Just as she was about to speak, Zhan Wentian abruptly rose from the sofa, hastily retrieving a shirt from the room, pulling it on as he moved towards the door. "Wentian, are you out of your mind? The paparazzi and reporters are all outside," Lu Qingya exclaimed, urgently trying to restrain him. Zhan Wentian evaded her grasp, hastily fastening 2 buttons of his shirt, seizing his keys, and rushing out. "You should go back. Don't come here again," he shot back, leaving her standing there, watching him disappear without a backward glance, his callous words hanging in the air. Her expression turned solemn. "I see," and she kicked the broken bottle far away, inhaling deeply, yet struggling to quell the resentment bubbling within her. Bai Qian was oblivious to how she escaped the villa or how far she had run. It was only when a sharp pain gripped her abdomen that she stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground, her pallor a blend of shock from earlier events and the toll of her exertion. She managed to shuffle to the roadside, pressing her hands against her abdomen, resting against the utility pole with her eyes closed. A blinding beam of headlights suddenly pierced through the darkness. Even with her eyes shut, Bai Qian sensed the discomfort and raised a hand to shield her from the light. Once her vision adjusted, she beheld a tall figure standing before her, clad in an exquisitely tailored suit, the cost of which was evident in its refinement. It was William, whom she had not seen for days. "Qian, why do you always doubt me?" he asked, his deep voice laced with concern. "He has hurt you once again, hasn't he?" A familiar warmth graced William's face, his emerald eyes tenderly fixed upon her as he raised a hand to caress her cheek. Despite the unbearable pain in her abdomen, Bai Qian instinctively recoiled from his touch. "Isn't this all thanks to you?" she replied, a feeble smile gracing her lips, one that failed to reach her eyes. "It's all right. I promised I would protect you. Zhan Wentian will never harm you again. Come with me, Qian." William enveloped her in an embrace, treating her as if she were a precious treasure. Just as she attempted to break free, a peculiar sweetness wafted through the air, and Bai Qian, stunned, held her breath. Before she could react, darkness enveloped her, her head growing heavy as it fell against his shoulder. Zhan Wentian had always believed that his past actions towards Bai Suman were the most regrettable decisions of his life. However, while driving, when he failed to catch a glimpse of Bai Qian, he realized that his deepest regret was not about a singular event, but rather about the very person entangled in those events. He was acutely aware of the profound hurt his ambivalent demeanor had inflicted upon her during these days. He understood that, unbeknownst to her, the news would evoke a sense of urgency and anxiety within Bai Qian. Yet, the revelations of betrayal struck him with such clarity that he realized his feelings for her ran deeply, to the extent that he could hardly endure even the slightest infidelity. Any discord, if left unchecked, could fester into an inescapable suspicion, ultimately culminating in an explosive confrontation that would obliterate their bond. In that moment at the hotel, he was fully cognizant that everything had been orchestrated by William, yet he could not quell the pang of anguish caused by her deceit, nor could he bear the unbearable sting of betrayal. He could not allow the seed of suspicion to take root within his heart. Instead, he clumsily resorted to coldness in an effort to maintain his composure, to reflect upon their relationship, and to temper his jealousy. He had indeed devised a strategy to address the low-level disclosures, intending to exploit this opportunity to resolve numerous internal issues within his company, Qingtian. He wielded authority over matters that pertained to the very survival of the enterprise. Despite his inherent belief in her loyalty, his cautious nature refused to gamble with the livelihoods of over 100,000 employees. Thus, he undertook actions in secrecy. Yet this deception inflicted far greater pain than his suspicions, driving him to numb himself with alcohol for several consecutive nights to find solace in sleep. He had envisioned a time for calm contemplation, planning to engage in an earnest dialogue with her once the chaos subsided. However, fate proved unpredictable. A series of unfortunate coincidences and misunderstandings ultimately distanced her from him. Had he been bolder in that moment, disregarding her wishes and compelling her to hear his explanations, perhaps he would not now find himself helplessly seated, tormented by the sight of her discarded phone by the roadside, unable to reach her. "President, there has been no movement from the few at Qingtian," It is unlikely they are involved, Lin Jin reported as he hurried into the office. His typically composed tone now bore an edge of urgency. Zhan Wentian pressed his lips together, remaining silent, his gaze a vast abyss, as if all emotions would vanish within its depths. Find out William's whereabouts. He finally spoke after a lengthy pause. Visit Wang Yulan, if she is unaware. Fabricate a reason to keep her in the dark about Qian's disappearance. Additionally, deploy more personnel to safeguard her and monitor her movements. Lin Jin acknowledged with a nod and turned to leave, but paused after taking a couple of steps. He turned back, addressing Zhan Wentian with a tone of sincere regret. Bai Qian, I did not foresee that matters would escalate to this point. Zhan Wentian, vexed, leaned back against the sofa, tightly shutting his eyes. His brow furrowed in a knot of frustration. Regardless of your actions, it is I who has erred, and now I face the consequences. He had once vowed never to hurt Bai Qian again, yet he continually inflicted the deepest wounds upon her, ensnared by his own transgressions. Lin Jin adjusted his glasses, his expression grave, and ultimately chose silence as he turned to attend to his affairs. Zhan Wentian opened his eyes and picked up the phone that Bai Qian had dropped by the roadside. He accessed the contacts, and the recent call log was filled with the name Wentian. Zhan Wentian pressed the phone to his chest, his tightly pursed lips painfully uttering 3 words. I'm sorry. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, snatching the phone to scrutinize it. His dark pupils grew increasingly frigid as he gripped the device tightly. Pressing a contact with a voice that had lost its steadiness, immediately summoned the personnel from the technical department. Chapter 72. The countenance of William Bai Qian lay in a restless slumber, her dreams disturbed by the distant sounds of water and wind, echoing from a place far away. In the oppressive darkness, she felt a disquieting turbulence, an escalating anxiety that swelled within her heart, amplifying until it was suffused with dread. Though she could not discern the source of her fear, as if something lurking beyond the veil of fog was inciting her trepidation. Suddenly, the thick mist seemed to part, and a hand clasped hers, gently kissing her lips. A familiar voice drifted into her ears. Qian, my sleeping beauty, if you do not awaken soon, I shall have to kiss you. As Bai Qian groggily listened, a recollection of her previous fainting spell surged back to her. The voice whispering tenderly in her ear belonged to William. You are truly as obstinate as ever. However, my dear Qian, if you do not rouse, mere nutrition will not suffice for you, and your child will not endure it. William spoke gently, his hand resting on her abdomen, caressing it softly. No longer able to feign sleep, Bai Qian opened her eyes wide, her gaze falling upon a beautifully carved ceiling adorned with angelic motifs. Below her stood William, his countenance radiating warmth and grace, his green eyes sparkling with delight, a picture of tranquility as if no prior grievances had ever transpired between them. I knew you were pretending to sleep, he smiled, leaning closer to his sister and sitting up, thoughtfully placing a pillow behind her back. Bai Qian let him, her clear eyes fixed unwaveringly on her abdomen. Noticing her gaze, William chuckled softly. I am not deceiving you. You are indeed 3 months pregnant. Bai Qian looked up at him in astonishment, disbelief flickering in her eyes. William smiled gently, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. It seems you are unaware. Had I known, I would have taken care of it while you were unconscious. His tone was disturbingly casual, as if discussing not a life, but something trivial to be discarded. Silence enveloped Bai Qian, her gaze towards William turning even colder, her hands instinctively cradling her abdomen in a protective stance. Observing her demeanor, William sighed, a hint of sorrow crossing his face as he bent down to stroke her hair, speaking with utmost tenderness. Rest assured, you can nurture the child here. I have already managed matters with your mother. She will not worry. Once the child is born, we will return to visit her. He leaned forward, intending to kiss her, but upon sensing her rigidity, he opted instead for a gentle kiss on her forehead. Rest well. I shall return to see you tomorrow. With that, he turned and departed without lingering. Bai Qian lay in bed, straining to hear his footsteps until they faded into the corridor, at which point she lifted the covers, only to suddenly recall something, her descent from the bed becoming more delicate. As she stood by the window and pushed it open, the scene before her left her momentarily speechless. Outside lay an endless expanse of ocean, the briny sea air enveloping her senses, accompanied by the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, a dull roar that seemed to collide with her chest, stirring a tempest within her. She found herself at a loss as to how to label her current predicament. Was it kidnapping? Yet, she had never encountered a captor so indulgent. This opulent villa, a relic of the late 18th century, offered meals as exquisite as those in a five-star hotel, complemented by the attentive service of two servants who meticulously catered to her every need. Was it a gilded cage? Certainly not, although William's embraces were somewhat excessive. He never overstepped, and whenever Bai Suman displayed the slightest hint of distaste, he would instantly adopt a gentlemanly demeanor, engaging her in conversation, albeit it was mostly him speaking. Since her arrival, she had not uttered a single word throughout the week. Yet, Bai Suman felt no anxiety or irritation. On the contrary, in this secluded haven, despite William's frequent appearances, there were no tests of sincerity nor the torment of emotional anguish. Each day, she simply needed to manage William's company, allowing her to relish the beautiful scenery and the rare tranquility. If there was one downside, it was her deep longing for Wang Yulan. The villa boasted a vast garden, meticulously tended to, resembling a paradise. On sunny days, William relished dining here, insisting Bai Suman join him. "William, what exactly do you intend by bringing me here?" Bai Suman inquired, cutting her steak as if in casual conversation. William paused, a look of surprise crossing his face. "Qian, it's been a week, and you finally wish to speak with me." Bai Suman responded with a soft acknowledgement, savoring her meal. William set down his utensils, gazing intently at her, a chuckle escaping his lips. There's an old Chinese saying, where there's true sincerity, even gold and stone may yield. Is this how you perceive our situation? With a deliberate motion, Bai Suman placed her utensils down and met his gaze. William shrugged before continuing, "Qian, you have always understood my intentions. I simply wish for you to discover, in our solitude, that I am far superior to Zhan Wentian and that you will come to love me." Bai Suman paused in surprise, then laughed, a hint of mockery in her eyes. "William, sometimes, when a performance is overdone, it loses its authenticity." Observing the shift in William's expression, she added, "You have already achieved your goal of using me against Zhan Wentian. Should not this pawn, having served its purpose, be discarded now?" William blinked in momentary shock, then narrowed his eyes, the chill in his green gaze dispelling the facade of their camaraderie and revealing a flicker of admiration. "Qian, you truly are astute. Did you not comprehend the situation clearly while still in the country? No, you flatter me. I merely deduced that you were utilizing me to provoke Zhan Wentian for some ulterior motive, yet I remain in the dark as to what that purpose truly is. Some matters, once one merely grazes the surface, allow for an immediate glimpse into the entirety. William and Zhan Wentian are both titans in the business realm, and she humbly acknowledges that she has yet to possess the acumen to fully comprehend their intentions." William smiled gently, gazing at her as he spoke. "My aim is quite simple. I merely seek to dismantle the entire Edel family." Bai Suman's heart quivered in shock as she looked at him in confusion, believing that William intended to seize control of the Edel family through Zhan Wentian's hands. Chapter 73. The mantis stalks the cicada. William seemed to see through her thoughts, a disdainful curve gracing his lips as he remarked, "The Edel family, a relic of antiquity, is perpetually ensnared in its own traditions, fixated solely on the purity of bloodlines. Why would I ever covet its inheritance? Although I am the eldest son and possess the most exceptional abilities, my father still ponders bestowing the rights of succession to those of pure lineage, exiling me to China. Thus, from the past to the present, I have harbored a singular dream, to see the entire Edel family beneath my feet, with those so-called heirs of pure blood living in my shadow." His words dripped with scorn, yet they stirred memories of Zhan Wentian's revelations within Bai Suman. Many previously obscure notions began to crystallize. "So it was you who manipulated your brother from the outset, provoking Zhan Wentian through me to act against the Edel family. The scandals and imprisonments plaguing your kin were your orchestration, were they not? The true architect behind all these machinations is you?" William chuckled. a glimmer of satisfaction dancing in his eyes. Indeed, I require a worthy adversary, one tailor-made for the Edel family. In the realm of commerce, only Zhan Wentian's methods and prowess possess the capacity to dismantle the entire Edel enterprise. Without internal strife and external threats, how could my father ever entrust the reins of power to me? How could I seamlessly transfer the assets of the Edel family? How could I conduct a restructuring of assets externally? Bai Qian lowered her gaze, murmuring, "So your earlier actions before me were deliberately staged to secure that project. On one hand, it was to compel your father to cede authority to you. On the other, collaborating with Qin Tian was to ensnare Zhan Wentian. The scene you orchestrated in the hotel, releasing those scandals, was merely to cast doubt upon Zhan Wentian in the eyes of the board. When the moment is ripe, you withdraw all project funds, leaving Edel as but a hollow shell, Qin Tian's finances ensnared, and Zhan Wentian ensnared as well. At that juncture, you could reap the rewards. Could you not?" William arrogantly lifted his chin, a mischievous glimmer lacing his green eyes. "Qian, you are truly a gem. I have merely hinted at a fraction of the truth, yet you have unraveled the entirety of the scheme. However, you are mistaken in one regard. I do not seek benefits from Qin Tian. I intend to consume it whole." His smile abruptly morphed into a cold smirk. Though Qin Tian is immensely vast, greater size breeds more internal discord. The Zhan family has held power for so long that discontent has festered. Qin Tian has already splintered into factions, and with only a modest incentive, I have secured the allegiance of several shareholders. Would you not consider this a failure for Zhan Wentian? Bai Qian offered a serene smile, choosing silence as she sipped her warm water, her gaze drifting vacantly toward the distant sea. In his hubris, William could hardly fathom that Zhan Wentian's current predicament was, in fact, a cunning stratagem devised by Zhan himself. She had previously questioned Zhan Wentian, attempting to probe his intentions and gains. It is now evident that Zhan Wentian had likely discerned William's thoughts long ago, seeking to leverage his influence to eliminate the shareholders William had mentioned. The price for this cunning strategy was the trust that existed between them. Bai Qian suddenly burst into laughter, staring vacantly at the distant waves. She mused that this was a classic case of the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole lay in wait. Yet, in this fierce contest for interests, who truly triumphed? And who suffered losses? Perhaps only they themselves were aware of the answers. "You have already won. Bringing me here, for what purpose?" William turned his head, a tender smile gracing his lips. "It is simply because I love you." Bai Qian gazed at him, a faint smile playing on her lips. "William, I am weary. Let's leave it at that for today." Meanwhile, in the domestic sphere, the development project in the South China Sea was brought to a standstill due to complications involving two major companies. William publicly cited the need for restructuring within the Edel family as the reason for his absence, rendering him almost invisible. On the other hand, Zhan Wentian, having succumbed to the desires of many and been dismissed, found the company spiraling into an uncontrollable predicament. Yet, all of this seemed to bear no relation to Zhan Wentian any longer. In the span of a week, he had transitioned from calm composure to the brink of fury. He had returned to his former villa, where the vast space was now permeated with the heavy scent of smoke. The once poised and regal demeanor he exuded had dissipated. Bent over his computer, he typed frantically, his clothes wrinkled from days without change, yet he paid no heed to his disheveled appearance. His bloodshot eyes scanned the influx of news from various sources, yet he found no useful information. With a slight lift of his hand, he let the mouse fall heavily, shattering it with a resounding crash. Zhan Wentian ran his fingers through his hair in frustration, wearily wiping his face, before seizing a cigarette and igniting it, inhaling deeply. Yet he could not calm the tumult within. He forcefully pushed the documents away from him and abruptly stood, the chair behind him crashing to the ground with a loud thud. When Lin Jin entered, he beheld this chaotic scene, but said nothing as he approached to right the chair and gather the scattered papers. Zhan Wentian paced restlessly within the room. His anxious state was palpable even without words. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. The media's entanglement with the board of directors had left Zhan Wentian thoroughly vexed. He had opted to turn off his phone, and with paparazzi lurking about the villa, he was disinclined to answer the door. He gestured irritably for Lin Jin to check who it was. Lin Jin understood and moved aside to open the video feed, revealing not a reporter, but Lu Qingya, whom he had not seen in many days. "It's Miss Lu," Zhan Wentian remarked, his previously agitated eyes now icy, a chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Just as he was about to instruct her to leave, a flicker of realization crossed his dark eyes, and he turned to Lin Jin, saying, "Let her in." Lin Jin comprehended the situation almost instantaneously, turning to descend and open the door. Zhan Wentian cast a cold glance at the woman in the video, his hands, which hung at his sides, clenched into tight fists. A chilling ruthlessness seeped through his calculated demeanor, and he forcefully closed his eyes, reopening them to reveal emotions that had been deeply concealed, lying dormant like still waters. Bai Qian resided in this villa with an unshakable sense of entitlement. Her tranquil and leisurely demeanor suggested a disinterest in the outside world as she peacefully navigated her own existence. It could be said that she had locked herself within her own realm. Even when William casually mentioned Zhan Wentian's circumstances in her ear, she remained silently attentive, not allowing even a flicker of emotion to betray her composure. Chapter 74. The arrival. It has been said that the greatest sorrow lies in a heart that has ceased to feel. At this moment, Bai Qian felt little sorrow. Her heart had withered, not for others, but for her beloved, or perhaps for Zhan Wentian. However, the unexpected life burgeoning within her stirred a profound tenderness in her heart. In her past life, her child had departed before even taking its first breath, and now this new life had appeared so suddenly that Bai Qian perceived it as a divine blessing. Yet this tranquility was short-lived, shattered by the arrival of an unexpected visitor. Bai Qian marveled at the peculiarities of her body. The first 3 months had passed without a hint of pregnancy symptoms. But as the 3rd month waned, she began to experience severe nausea. After breakfast, she found herself expelling everything, utterly fatigued, and lay back on the sofa to catch her breath. Just as she closed her eyes to rest, an imperious and familiar voice intruded. "So, you are truly here. You shameless woman." Alice, adorned in traditional English aristocratic attire, her opulent gown held in her hands, stormed into the room with an expression of indignation. Behind her, a bodyguard had William's men pinned firmly to the ground, while the remaining few followed in her wake, their demeanor aggressive. Upon seeing Alice, Bai Qian felt only a fleeting moment of shock, quickly replaced by indifference as she leaned back against the sofa, eyes shut in repose. Ignored. Alice's anger morphed into a deep-seated jealousy. She advanced, raising her hand as if to strike Bai Qian, only to have her wrist seized from behind. Turning in fury, she beheld William, who had arrived unbeknownst to her, his meticulously styled hair slightly disheveled, indicative of his haste. "William, why you treat me this way?" Alice's face flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with grievance as she gazed at him. William's emerald eyes were cold, and he callously flung her aside. Alice stumbled over her gown, falling heavily to the ground, yet he remained unmoved, his chilling voice cutting through the air with cruel inquiry. "How did you find this place?" Alice sat up, cradling her injured hand, biting her lip in silence, her gaze still fiery with defiance as she glared at Bai Qian. "Speak. How did you discover this place? And who else knows?" William's voice rose sharply, his fierce demeanor forcing Alice to retreat in terror, muttering defiantly. "Vivian said this woman has stolen something important from Zhan Wentian and now intends to elope with you. I cannot let this go. I sought out your mother for information." At her words, William's expression twisted into a mix of anger and incredulity, a sardonic smile curling his lips. Bai Qian observed the unfolding scene in silence, feeling slightly dizzy as she rose to her feet. "Let us leave. It is only a matter of time before he arrives," she said softly. Despite Alice's petulance, she was merely a naive little princess, clearly being manipulated by others. William turned to Bai Qian with surprise, his eyes reflecting a blend of delight and confusion. "Shallow, do you wish to leave with me?" he inquired, incredulously, as if she should be waiting here for Zhan Wentian to find her. "If you do not wish to accompany me, I shall depart alone," Bai Qian replied, a slight frown creasing her brow as she turned to walk away. William quickly grasped her hand, pulling her into a tight embrace, his tone jubilant. Shallow, I knew you would finally see my true feelings. Bai Qian raised her gaze, a hint of mockery flickering in her calm eyes as she spoke flatly. I see no sincerity. I merely do not wish to encounter anyone at present, merely utilizing you. The smile on William's face faltered, replaced by a layer of thin anger and coldness in his eyes. Alice, rising in indignation, accused Bai Qian vehemently, "You wretched creature. A rat from the stinking gutter. William, she claims to be using you. Will you still take her away?" William turned his head, seemingly venting all his ire upon Alice. "Alice, should you meddle in my affairs again, do not expect mercy towards your family," he warned coldly, his words laced with a hint of menace. Alice took a step back, fear mingled with resentment in her glare. "Take Miss Alice upstairs and confine her. Prepare the car. We shall depart immediately," William commanded sharply. The men in black, standing by, promptly split into two groups, with two advancing to seize Alice and drag her upstairs. Alice struggled fiercely, her terrified cries ringing out, "William, you cannot do this. I am your mother's favored choice. Your fiancé, she will never forgive you for this." "Silence," William bellowed, gesturing for her mouth to be silenced. In the next moment, Alice's protests were stifled. A bodyguard rushed in, bowing slightly. "Mr. William, the vehicle is ready." William turned, and before he could speak, Bai Qian had already stepped outside, following the bodyguard through the door. A sleek black car awaited them at the entrance, and William followed closely, not forgetting to act the gentleman by opening the car door for Bai Qian. However, before they could enter, an anxious, deep voice rang out. "Qian Qian." The voice, hoarse and filled with urgency and surprise, surged forth alongside the screeching halt of a car. William stepped forward, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing his eyes as he swiftly grasped Bai Qian's hand, pulling her behind him, aware that with someone like Zhan Wentian present, he was certain that the area was surrounded by his men. Even if he wished to flee, escape was unlikely. The vehicle, still settling, saw Zhan Wentian leap out, his tall, lean figure appearing somewhat gaunt, hasty and anxious as he sprinted toward them. Bai Qian stood behind William, peering over his shoulder at him, her dark eyes filled with confusion and alarm. Yet, despite this turmoil, her heart remained untouched, as if none of it concerned her. Zhan Wentian, sensing her indifference, felt his own panic intensify. Turning to William with a hardened gaze, he spoke in a low voice, "William, let her go." William met Zhan Wentian stare, a faint smirk gracing his lips. "Why should I, President Zhan? Bai Qian is quite happy with me. But you, why intrude upon our peaceful life?" His words dripped with provocation. The dark eyes narrowed suddenly, and Zhan Wentian fixed his gaze intently on William, enunciating each word with gravity. "You would do well to refrain from regretting what you have just uttered." William scoffed dismissively, his demeanor unperturbed. "President Zhan, I have heard that your company is struggling to manage its own affairs. I never imagined you would have the time to meddle in the concerns of others. Or is it that there is something about Qian that you have yet to exploit?" William, Zhan Wentian, usually composed, momentarily lost his poise, issuing a low warning while casting a furtive glance at Bai Qian, anxiety flickering in his eyes. "Who, I wonder, has truly taken advantage of Qian? After orchestrating so many schemes to incite discord, do you believe you are in a position to utter such words?" Chapter 75. A terrifying encounter in Italy. William chuckled coldly, addressing Zhan Wentian. "If you truly trust Qian, would you so easily fall into a trap? You're far too accustomed to controlling everything. Before she could betray you, you created an opportunity for her to do so. Your actions merely served to test whether she would indeed betray you. Ultimately, the path you and she have traversed to this point is a consequence of your own making. We are merely facilitators of your fate, and your mistrust is the root cause of the discord. You profess to love her, yet you possess not even the most fundamental trust in her. This is your notion of love? Thus, I am merely assisting Qian in unveiling your true nature. How could I be deemed unqualified?" Zhan Wentian's face momentarily paled, but he quickly regained his previous indifference, his tone growing icy. "William, release Qian. I will allow you to leave today. William responded, I would gladly release Qian, yet she currently has no desire to accompany you. He raised Qian's hand slightly, directly challenging Zhan Wentian, a delightful smile playing on his lips. Zhan Wentian turned his gaze toward Qian, the anxiety concealed in his eyes, causing his previously steady hands to tremble. Qian, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Can we discuss this when we return? Whatever your grievance is, I'm willing to hear them. Please come over now. His voice was deliberately softened, laced with caution. Qian's earlier cold demeanor left him bewildered, as it seemed that certain matters had surpassed his capacity for control. She lifted her gaze to meet his, observing his apparent weariness. His dark eyes were bloodshot, and his once stoic face was marked with fatigue. Redirecting her attention to William, she noted the depth of his feelings, though the self-satisfied gleam in his green eyes assured her that she would not be swayed. Qian deftly freed herself from his grip, causing a fleeting look of surprise to cross William's face, which swiftly morphed into anger. Qian, what did you just promise me? He demanded, grasping her hand with an almost threatening intensity. You cannot leave now, can you? I still find foreign life challenging. I wish to return home. Thank you for your care during this time, Qian replied calmly, as if discussing the pleasantness of the weather. William, driven to madness by her unwavering tranquility, could no longer maintain his refined facade. In an instant, he seized her, forcefully pulling her into the car. Startled by his sudden action, Qian gasped and instinctively protected her abdomen. Zhan Wentian, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events, rushed over, shouting in fury, William, release Qian. From a distance, William smirked coldly, then swiftly entered the vehicle and closed the door in one fluid motion. The driver, expertly trained, immediately started the engine, and, as Zhan Wentian reached them, the car sped away like an arrow released from a bow. Inside the car, Qian grasped the handrail to steady herself, while William glanced at the rearview mirror. Watching Zhan Wentian's figure recede, a cold smile curling his lips. Qian, I truly find you unfathomable. You almost had me ensnared. As he cast a glance back at Bai Suman, William spoke in a tone that was tender yet chilling. Bai Suman, her composure wavering, observed the accelerating speed of the vehicle. A wave of nausea surged within her, rendering her already pale visage even more translucent. Ignoring the dizziness that enveloped her, she turned with a hint of ire and retorted, Did you really think you outsmarted me, William? I made it abundantly clear from the outset that I was merely leveraging you. So how could you claim to have deceived me? Moreover, considering the numerous times you have played me for a fool, is it not only fair to reciprocate? William appeared momentarily taken aback before he erupted into laughter, lifting his hand to grasp her delicate chin. The pressure was such that she winced, her brows knitting together in discomfort. I find your stubborn defiance endearing. It is far more appealing than your previous sullen demeanor, he remarked, his thumb gently caressing her cheek. Bai Suman shot him a disdainful glance, her voice laced with sarcasm. Do not use the word like to nauseate me. Your intention for keeping me here is merely to satiate your vanity, to witness Zhan Wentian grovel before you in agony on my behalf. But you have miscalculated. If I did not hold a significant portion of shares in Qingtian, do you truly believe a mere woman would warrant such effort on his part? As the vehicle's speed continued to escalate, Bai Suman's instinct screamed that calamity was imminent. Her concern did not lie with her own fate, but rather with the life of the child she carried. Indeed, upon hearing her words, William's expression stiffened, his eyes narrowing with a fierce inquiry. How do you possess shares in Qingtian? Bai Suman retorted coldly. Am I not allowed to have my own means? Zhan Wentian is not as naive as you presume. William squinted, scrutinizing her as if weighing the truth of her claim. Given that he had absorbed Qingtian, those shares in his eyes were akin to an immovable treasure. Observing his demeanor, she continued, The contract is in my possession. With my signature, it can be activated. Where's the contract? He asked, a hint of greed flickering in his emerald eyes. Bai Suman inhaled deeply, forcefully swatting his hand away as she coldly replied, Find a safe place to let me out of this car, and I will provide it to you. William narrowed his eyes, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Do you truly believe I would trust you? Even if you possess such a contract, you are in my grasp. Why should I fear not obtaining it? Bai Qian glared at him, about to retort, when the driver suddenly exclaimed, "Sir, 2 cars are following us." William froze for a moment, turning to see 2 vehicles that had inexplicably emerged from nowhere, closely tailing them. "Damn it! Are you not familiar with this area? How could you let them follow us?" He bellowed at the driver, who appeared equally anxious and stammered. They seemed to be locals, familiar with this place, and there appeared to be more than just those 2. A flicker of panic crossed William's green eyes as he muttered, "This is Italy. Who could Zhan Wentian possibly know here?" He had previously conducted an investigation into Zhan Wentian's sphere of influence, which is why he chose a remote little town in Italy as the location, purchasing some minor powers here. Did Zhan Wentian employ similar tactics? Chapter 76. Indifference as these thoughts crossed his mind, William's expression soured instantly. He bent down to retrieve a box from beneath the seat, producing a sleek black handgun. The sound of the chamber being loaded was sharp and rapid, causing Bai Qian to realize that this was indeed a firearm. "William, have you lost your mind? What are you planning to do? Murder is a crime." Panic surged within her as she beheld the dark weapon, momentarily forgetting herself as she rushed forward to grasp his arm tightly. William, with a cold smirk, brushed her hand away, lowering the car window as he spoke. "Qian, there is no need for fear. In Italy, a minor skirmish is hardly noteworthy. Aside from its notorious mafia, Italy harbors numerous small factions, each operating independently and armed to the teeth." As he had stated, even a small altercation would merely be treated as a barroom brawl. Bai Qian was violently thrown against the front seat, her head pounding painfully. Yet, disregarding her own pain, she lunged forward, attempting to wrest the gun from William's grip. The gun, aimed at a car behind them, wavered and veered off towards the side of the road due to her sudden intervention. "William, you once declared that learning to wield a gun was for the protection of those you love. Engaging in violence and murder is an affront to the spirit of the weapon. By acting this way, you betray your own vows." Gripping his sleeve tightly, her voice trembled with urgency. William shuddered, the anger fading from his face, replaced by a look of bewilderment and fear as he gazed at Bai Qian. "You! How could you?" Suddenly, the driver of the front seat shouted in terror, drawing their attention. A black sedan had unexpectedly veered into their path, blocking their way. The driver slammed on the brakes, but the speed was too great to halt in time. In a desperate maneuver, he swerved the car to the right, sending it hurtling towards the roadside barrier. The abrupt turn caught Bai Qian off guard, and due to inertia, she lost her balance, being flung towards the side of the car. Just as she was about to collide with the door, she felt a firm grip on her wrist, pulling her into a sturdy embrace. In an instant, the vehicle crashed violently against the barrier, accompanied by the screeching and tearing of metal. The tremendous force flung the person shielding her against the car door. After a fierce jolt, Bai Qian vaguely sensed a warm liquid slowly trickling down her face. Protected by the person who had leaped to her defense, Bai Qian emerged relatively unscathed. Raising her head, she beheld William, bloodied and wounded, lying protectively beneath her. Her eyes reflected a complex mixture of emotions as she looked at him, who seemed on the brink of unconsciousness, hesitating yet trembling as she spoke. Why did you save me?" William gazed at her, seemingly attempting to lift his hand to caress her face, but the impact rendered his trembling arm immobile. Blood trickled from his head, making it increasingly difficult for him to keep his eyes open. He moved his lips, and in the moment before he succumbed to unconsciousness, Bai Qian heard him utter 2 words, "Suman." At times, life indeed resembles a roller coaster, fraught with peril and treachery. Just a moment ago, Bai Qian thought she had reached the very nadir of despair, only to find that the one who had dragged her to the depths of hell suddenly gave her a push, sending her plummeting into a lost paradise. Gazing at William, the surroundings seemed to fade into silence. She was oblivious to how she had been rescued from the wreckage of the abandoned car, or how she found herself cradled in Zhan Wentian's arms until his jubilant kiss, filled with the joy of reclaiming what was lost, drew her scattered thoughts back to reality. A glimmer of ecstasy flickered in his bloodshot eyes as he held her, his hands trembling slightly as he softly called out, "Qian, you're all right, thank goodness." Bai Qian blinked, slowly lifting her gaze to meet his. Zhan Wentian, I want to go home. After the overwhelming fright, her hoarse voice carried a hint of tears as they began to well up in her resolute eyes. Zhan Wentian looked deeply at her, a weary smile gracing his handsome face. All right, we shall return home. The journey back to the country was not brief. After more than 10 hours, Bai Suman was admitted to the hospital. Although no visible injuries marred her, Zhan Wentian remained uneasy and insisted on having her examined. Bai Suman did not refuse, her calm demeanor evoking pangs of sympathy. The doctor assessed that there were no internal or external injuries, likely just some psychological distress that would mend with proper care. In the corridor, the doctor reviewed the diagnosis and stated plainly, the patient has not sustained any physical harm. Zhan Wentian wiped his face and inquired, Thank you. May I see her now? Yes, the doctor replied, and Zhan Wentian promptly turned toward the ward. Mr. Zhan, the doctor hesitated to call out. Zhan Wentian turned back, questioning with his gaze. The doctor seemed to deliberate for a moment before warning, ensure that the patient experiences no stimuli. She cannot endure any stress at this time. The doctor reiterated with emphasis. Thank you, I understand. Zhan Wentian nodded and entered the room. The doctor sighed as he watched him disappear through the door, glancing down at the diagnosis, which noted that the patient was 14 weeks pregnant. Recalling Bai Suman's earnest plea moments ago, he sighed once more before turning to leave. A physician must uphold medical ethics, respecting the privacy that patients may be reluctant to share, the discovery of which rests solely upon Mr. Zhan's fate. Inside the ward, Bai Suman reclined against the bed, her gaze lowered as though lost in thought. Observing her, Zhan Wentian suppressed the pang of sorrow within him and approached, sitting at her bedside. Qian. Instinctively, he reached out to smooth her slightly disheveled bangs, but she flinched slightly, causing his hand to freeze mid-air. A chill spread through him, settling slowly within his very being. The doctor said you were physically well, just a bit mentally fatigued. A good rest will suffice. After a long, penetrating look, Zhan Wentian retracted his suspended hand and said gently, I also visited your mother. She is unaware of your ordeal. Once you feel better, shall we return together? Bai Suman remained silent, and Zhan Wentian understood that some emotional knots could not be unraveled in just a day or two. However, this was something he had brought upon himself. Chenrui was on vacation, and she missed you dearly. Shall I invite her to keep you company? Bai Suman did not raise her gaze, but merely nodded faintly. Zhan Wentian, with great difficulty, managed a slight smile and gently adjusted her blanket, saying, You should rest for now. I will return to see you in the evening. After speaking, still receiving no reply from her, Zhan Wentian could only stand up and exit the hospital room with hurried steps. Chapter 77. A clean break. Just as Zhan Wentian was about to open the door and leave, a faint, hoarse voice came from behind him. Bai Qiansha's tone was cool and distant, devoid of the usual warmth, replaced instead by the formality of strangers. His hand froze momentarily, and Zhan Wentian took a deep breath, wishing her to rest well. He then opened the door and stepped outside. Chenrui arrived swiftly, brimming with youthful energy and enthusiasm. Bai Qian's indifferent demeanor seemed to soften slightly upon her arrival, and she began to engage in conversation. The emotions that had been suppressed for so long appeared to awaken, and when the doctor came for rounds, he found her smiling brightly. He asked Chenrui to step aside to speak with her privately. Miss Bai, your health is quite stable. However, you are pregnant now. If you remain overly stressed, it could adversely affect the child. Therefore, whatever it is, please express it openly. Do not bottle up your feelings. Smile more often, as it benefits the child's well-being, the doctor advised. Bai Suman listened silently, raising her gaze to meet the doctor's eyes. Thank you, doctor, she replied. The doctor nodded and departed for another ward. As soon as Chenrui re-entered, she leaned in with an air of mystery and exclaimed, Sister Qian, what is so secretive that you had to send me away? You're not hiding your pregnancy from us, are you? Bai Qian's hand faltered for a moment, her eyes darting away in disbelief as she looked at Chenrui. The latter gasped, her eyes widening in surprise. Sister Qian, you really are pregnant? Stop with the nonsense. I'm just astonished that a young lady like you possesses such alarming imagination, Bai Qian retorted, quickly regaining her composure. Chenrui blushed furiously, waving her hands dismissively. Oh dear, haven't you seen enough dramas to know how this goes? In those shows, when there's a misunderstanding, the female lead gets pregnant and keeps it a secret from the male lead until the child is older, only to reveal, this is your father, leading to a grand reunion. Bai Qian couldn't help but chuckle, gently tapping her on the head. What kind of dramas are you watching? Feeling a bit sheepish, Chen scratched her head. Just your typical melodramas. Bai Qian smiled softly, then after a moment of contemplation, lifted her head and said, Ruwei, could you please call Zhan Wentian and tell him I need to speak with him? Zhan Wentian had never considered himself a coward. Yet all his fears seemed to converge upon this one person. He felt like a condemned prisoner awaiting his sentence, hoping for leniency. However, when Bai Qian uttered those words, he realized that his capacity to endure was not as formidable as he had imagined. Wentian, let us end this here, she said calmly, looking down as she sipped her water. His body stiffened slightly, and then he slowly turned to sit beside her, reaching out to grasp her shoulder and turning her to face him. He gazed intently into her eyes, his tone heavy with emotion. Qian, I know I was wrong to test your sincerity, but must you so swiftly declare my doom? You know I love you, and you love me too. Why must we continue to torment one another? As you tested my limits, perhaps the love between us faded into nothingness. With a fleeting glance at the hand resting upon her shoulders, Bai Qian directed her gaze towards him, her tone serene. The hand upon her shoulder instinctively tightened as Zhan Wentian's demeanor grew somber. I know you still harbor hatred towards me. You speak these words to provoke me, don't you? After a moment of steady contemplation, Bai Qian slowly replied, Wentian, during this time, I have reflected deeply. Love is not a one-sided endeavor. I have devoted myself entirely to you, yet I have ultimately failed to earn your trust. You compel me to decipher your thoughts, but I am too naive to understand. Time and again, you express your exhaustion. Do you not realize I am weary as well? Zhan Wentian gazed at her, as if attempting to penetrate her very soul, his eyes fixed upon her. Suddenly, he enveloped her in a fierce embrace, his arms tightening as though he sought to merge her with his very essence. Bai Qian winced from the pressure, yet remained silent, enduring the pain. Qian, I can withstand this once, but I cannot bear it a second time. Do not utter words of leaving me again. I truly cannot endure it. You may curse me, you may despise me, but do not cast me away. Resting his head gently upon her shoulder, Zhan Wentian spoke each word with conviction. Wentian, perhaps the one you genuinely love is not me. Why not take a moment to truly discern your heart before making decisions you may later regret? She allowed him to hold her close, softly responding, The one I love most is you. Why do you always doubt me? Zhan Wentian's voice broke as he shouted, his cool lips gradually kissing the side of her neck, then trailing upwards to her crown, her brow, her nose, and finally landing upon her lips. Bai Qian did not resist nor respond. She merely allowed him to tenderly explore her mouth. Qian, I know I should not. I have misconstrued many things and erred repeatedly. I swore I would never allow you to suffer, yet I have wounded you time and again. Qian, forgive me. Do not push me away. You still love me, do you not? Before fully claiming her lips, Zhan Wentian whispered softly against her mouth. Tears slipped from her eyes. Whether due to his apology or the emotion stirred by his words, pushing her further away, she could not tell. Zhan Wentian gently caressed her cheek, tenderly kissing away her tears, yet they fell with greater ferocity. I do not love you anymore. Wentian, why deceive oneself? Bai Qian gradually pushed him away, tears continuing to fall, though her tone remained unwaveringly calm. The hand resting on her shoulder unconsciously tightened slightly as her composure began to wane. Why can you forgive Bai Ling? Why can you forgive William, yet you cannot forgive me? Am I, in your heart, someone you can so easily hurt without consequence? I find myself engulfed in a sense of trepidation. I have caused you pain, while William has been a steadfast presence by your side from the very beginning. In the past and in the present, I am consumed by fear, waiting for the day when you might willingly open your heart to me. Yet, you have never broached the subject of your history with him. Do you comprehend why I feel an uncontrollable urge to use that proposal to gauge your feelings? It is because, in your company, I perceive a lack of concern for my well-being. I fear that one day you might awaken and suddenly recall the past, treating me with indifference. The only sentiment I can sense is your lingering attachment to him, and I find myself clumsily attempting to measure my worth in your heart through such means. Bai Qian gazed at him, her eyes fixed upon him in silence for a long moment, before slowly shaking her head. She questioned, "Is this not the crux of our predicament? Why do you feel the need to test me, only to deny me the opportunity to explain myself, hastily concluding that I have betrayed you? Have you considered that I too have borne the burden of concealing my identity as Lu Qingya? We are both incapable of providing each other with the security we desperately seek." Chapter 78. A warning when two individuals find themselves together, yet constantly plagued by insecurities. Do you not tire of it? Upon feeling betrayed, your immediate reaction was not to seek my explanation, but rather to approach Lu Qingya. This indicates that, in your heart, I am not as significant as you wish me to be, is it not? Since we are both aware of the root of our turmoil, shall we endeavor to change it? Let's not dwell on the past, but instead embrace a fresh beginning, shall we? Gazing at her, his tone unconsciously carried a hint of pleading. Slowly prying his hand from her shoulder, Bai Qian looked intently into his eyes, her gaze unwavering. Suddenly, she smiled softly, a blend of relief and resignation, and declared, "Tian, it is too late." Having gone 2 days and nights without sleep, Zhan Wentian found himself unable to find solace. His heart filled with desolation. In the spacious villa, every corner reverberated with their memories, which now began to dissipate and fade with the cooling air. With a calm smile, Bai Qian reiterated, "Tian, it is indeed too late." This phrase echoed persistently in his mind. Had she truly given up on him? With wide-open eyes that soon shut tightly, Zhan Wentian slowly reopened them. Rising, he poured himself a glass of wine and drank deeply, attempting to suppress the pervasive ache that spread through his being. Yet, the relentless pain gnawed at his soul like a venomous serpent. As dusk settled, the final rays of the setting sun streamed through the partially opened window, accompanied by the melancholic chill of autumn, inexplicably infusing the room with an air of coldness. Although it was merely late autumn, winter's chill seemed to permeate the atmosphere. This frigid sensation seeped through every nerve ending, coursing through his veins, nearly freezing all warmth within him into shards of ice. Yet, he understood that he could not relinquish the feelings he had invested. How could one simply extract their heart without enduring pain? For now, he would focus on his work, resolving all entanglements that bound him, allowing time to cool the resolute determination in her heart. Once everything was settled, he would demonstrate through action his unwavering love for her, a love that would never wane. Qing Tian had allocated all its liquid assets into the pitfall at the south coast. Yet that sum, despite meticulous calculations, was insufficient to launch the project. Although William had transferred Edel's assets, even with financial restructuring, further investments would be necessary. Despite his considerable strength, the burden was not light. Within Qing Tian, internal parasites had seized control of the current situation, yet the financial crisis had now disrupted their plans. In disarray, they repeatedly approached Zhan Wentian, pleading for him to reclaim authority. In this world, the pinnacle of the pyramid comes with its own set of rules. Those who do not adhere to these rules, regardless of their capabilities or influence, find themselves at a disadvantage. Zhan Wentian had long anticipated these circumstances. Upon his return to Qing Tian, he would seize this opportunity to comprehensively reorganize the internal structure. In a fleeting moment, numerous unscrupulous shareholders found themselves falling from grace, ultimately gaining nothing and incurring significant losses. The reputation of Qing Tian soared alongside its success, and the recent victory along the Nanhai coast was executed with remarkable finesse. Zhan Wentian's standing in the business world ascended to new heights, further embellishing his impeccable strategic acumen. "Wentian, congratulations." In a sensuous deep V gown, Lu Qingya showcased her exquisite figure, her elegantly styled long hair revealing her graceful neck and unencumbered décolletage. She sauntered over with a captivating sway, her crimson lips forming an alluring curve. Zhan Wentian closed the document in his hand and lifted his gaze to meet hers. Leaning slightly against the office desk, Lu Qingya exuded an unmistakable allure. Despite her figure capable of stirring desire in any man, the man before her remained utterly unmoved. His deep black eyes devoid of any passion, shrouded instead in an impenetrable chill. You have executed this venture splendidly. It deserves celebration. I have reserved a table at the restaurant. I wonder if you would grace me with your company for dinner tonight? Noticing his indifference, Lu Qingya adeptly retracted her allure, feigning a caring demeanor as she inquired. Qingya, I have reviewed your collaboration proposal, but it bears little benefit for Qingtian. I do not intend to proceed with this partnership. Zhan Wentian rose, slipping on the suit jacket draped over the chair, seizing his keys as he made to leave, not even bestowing a surplus glance in her direction. Lu Qingya was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of panic evident in her gaze as she reached out to grasp his arm. Wentian, if there are issues with the proposal, we can discuss them at length. There is no need to dismiss it so hastily. Zhan Wentian paused, his eyes resting on her hand, a barely concealed disdain flickering in his icy gaze. Lu Qingya, momentarily stunned, sensed the chill and hesitated before releasing her grip, awkwardly forcing a smile. Where are you headed? To see Miss Bai? How is she? I haven't had the chance to visit her lately. Perhaps we should go together. Before her words could fully escape, Zhan Wentian's narrowed eyes turned even colder, a sardonic smirk gracing his lips as he spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. Qingya, in light of the past bond we shared, I advise you to depart for the United States tomorrow. Otherwise, provoking my wrath will yield consequences that you may find unbearable. Wentian, what are you saying? I don't quite understand, Lu Qingya responded, her expression stiffening as she feigned ignorance with a strained smile. Zhan Wentian regarded her with a chilling stare, his voice as frosty as his gaze, devoid of any emotion. What am I saying? That my phone fell into red wine? That Qianqian made a call? How could Alice seek her out? Furthermore, was the low price truly offered by Qianqian to William? Do you require me to elaborate further? In matters that pertain to oneself, chaos ensues. Having never truly contemplated the intricate details, misunderstandings arose with Bai Qian and led to a multitude of misinterpretations. Lu Qingya retreated a step, attempting to muster a facade of righteousness to counter him. Yet under his frigid gaze, even her breath felt weak and pallid. Her eyes darted anxiously, but no words emerged. Qingya, you should consider yourself fortunate that your former self was more innocent than your present. Otherwise, your entire family would pale in comparison to a single strand of her hair. Upon finishing his words, his gaze shifted to the spot where she had just been, as if he had encountered something repugnant, and he frowned slightly, flicking his hand dismissively before turning to leave. Lu Qingya gazed at Zhan Wentian's retreating figure, a wave of unprecedented fear surging within her. She parted her lips as if to speak, yet Zhan Wentian abruptly halted, turned, and issued a warning. Furthermore, you would do well to keep your distance from Qianqian. I have no desire to hear or see you in her presence. Understood? Chapter 79. A Mother's Thoughts as the door closed. It felt as though the last vestiges of pride that Lu Qingya held were irrevocably severed. Recalling Zhan Wentian's words, she trembled, consumed by thoughts of how to salvage her situation, how to weave excuses. Yet, deep down, she understood the futility of it all. One act of betrayal, regardless of its magnitude, had irrevocably extinguished any chances he might have granted her. But why, she pondered, should that woman be afforded such an exception? Clenching her jaw, Lu Qingya inhaled deeply, a flicker of resentment igniting in her brown eyes. Bai Qian sat before the television, her gaze lost in the reports about Qing Tian, her thoughts adrift. Wang Yulan had set a lavish spread on the table, all in celebration of Bai Qian's return from her studies abroad. Is this Zhan Wentian? Wang Yulan mused as she wiped her hands and approached, observing him on screen. He looks like a robot. He's much more charming in person. At least he has a bit more charisma. Turning her attention to Bai Qian, she furrowed her brow. Qianqian, do you have something on your mind? Is the pressure from your studies too overwhelming? Oh dear, don't participate in any more intensive training. You've been away for so long without even a phone call. You have no idea how worried your mother has been. Bai Qian, perhaps due to her mother's overprotectiveness, had returned in a quiet stupor, saying little and appearing almost ethereal in her stillness. Snapping back to reality, Bai Qian smiled and beckoned her mother to sit beside her. I won't go anywhere anymore. I'll stay home with you from now on. Wang Yulan smiled warmly, affectionately ruffling her hair. You've grown so much. One day you'll marry and leave. If you always stay by my side, won't you become an old maid? With a slight smile, Bai Qian lowered her gaze and murmured, There's nothing wrong with that. Wang Yulan, not quite catching her words, clapped her hands and stood up. Let us not dwell on that. I prepared a feast for you. Come, let us eat. As they walked toward the dining room, Wang Yulan seemed to recall something. While serving rice, she asked, By the way, should you call Zhan Wentian? It's been ages since you've seen him. Why not see if he is free to join us for dinner? Bai Qian hesitated, continuing to set the table, and finally spoke slowly, Mom, he won't come anymore. Before she could finish, the doorbell rang, interrupting her. Wang Yulan glanced at Bai Qian with curiosity, eager to inquire about her unfinished thought, but the insistent chime propelled her to the door. Mr. Zhan, she exclaimed, opening the door to reveal the very person they had just been discussing. Bai Qian glanced over, but chose to remain silent as she took her place at the table. Zhan Wentian, returning her gaze with a smile, addressed Wang Yulan. Auntie, I'm sorry to intrude again. I've come to mooch another meal. Wang Yulan waved her hand dismissively, stepping aside to let him enter. I was just telling Qian to call you. It seems when Shun Ti speak of someone behind their back, for they might just appear. Zhan Wentian responded with a nod and approached, while Wang Yulan invited him to sit before turning to the kitchen to fetch an extra set of chopsticks and a bowl. Bai Qian lowered her head to sip her soup, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Her indifference stung Zhan Wentian, who bitterly curled his lips. At least she had allowed him to enter, hadn't she? What's going on? Has something happened? Midway through the meal, Wang Yulan finally noticed the tension between the two. Unlike their usual playful banter at the table, today they sat in silence, each absorbed in their own food, responding to her several attempts at conversation with disjointed replies. Bai Qian paused while picking up food, her brows knitting slightly. After a long moment, she set down her chopsticks and looked at Wang Yulan. Say, Mom, there is something I wish to share with you. She glanced at Zhan Wentian before continuing, We plan to get married. I hope you can agree, Aunt. Observing Bai Qian's expression, Zhan Wentian interjected, his tone resolute. Wang Yulan stared at the two, her mouth agape as she struggled to digest this sudden revelation. No, Mom, I've broken up with him. There will be no future for us, Bai Qian suddenly retorted, her voice urgent. Zhan Wentian gazed at her, his unwavering stare capturing the tumult of emotions flitting across her youthful face. Wang Yulan seemed equally taken aback by Bai Qian's fierce rebuttal, momentarily rendered speechless. Qian, I told you I wouldn't give up. His dark eyes sparkled, concealing a mix of restrained anguish and determined resolve as he addressed Bai Qian emphatically. She met his gaze, equally resolute, declaring, I have stated that we have no future. Qian, I can give you time. Once you calm down, we could discuss this further. However, I will not tolerate you pushing me away. Your ability to tolerate does not dictate my actions, Wentian. Please, act more maturely and refrain from such impulsiveness. Enough. After scrutinizing both of them, Wang Yulan set her bowl and chopsticks down with a firm air, silencing the room as they awaited her next words. After glancing back and forth between them, she sighed and said, Qian, you should go rest in your room. Mr. Zhan, it's getting late. You should head home. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Qian stood and walked towards her room. Only when the door clicked shut did Zhan Wentian divert his gaze to Wang Yulan. Gulme, let us take a walk, Wang Yulan said with a resigned sigh. Surprised yet maintaining a calm demeanor, Zhan Wentian simply nodded. Zhan Wentian, I do not know what you have done to provoke such anger in Qian. As her mother, I understand her temperament well. She is as stubborn as a mule. Now that she has uttered those words, I fear she is resolute and will not turn back. As a mother, I cannot persuade her otherwise. Perhaps it is best for you to relinquish your hopes and seek someone else. As they exited the community, Wang Yulan spoke earnestly. Turning to glance at her, Zhan Wentian spoke softly, his tone imbued with an unwavering determination. Aunt, the path of seeking another is truly unfeasible for me. In my lifetime, I have loved but one person, and even if she does not reciprocate my feelings, I shall persist relentlessly. If she remains unable to comprehend her feelings forever, or should she encounter someone else and choose to marry, would you have me wait indefinitely? His gaze darkened as he spoke coldly, declaring that he would wait a lifetime without yielding to another, for there exists no one in this world who loves her more than I do. Wang Yulan fixed her gaze upon him, observing that there was not a trace of deceit upon his face. With a resigned gesture, she sighed, stating, "Enough, enough. The affairs of the young are beyond my comprehension. May your descendants find their own fortunes. You must navigate your own paths." Chapter 80. The Palace Intrigue. Thank you, Aunt. Wang Yulan's words clearly indicated her alignment with Zhan Wentian. It is often said that the eyes of the elderly are keen. And although Wang Yulan had lived her life as a straightforward person, it did not mean she was incapable of discerning true intentions. After decades of navigating life as a single mother, she could easily perceive the sincerity of others. While it is often said that one's offspring will find their own fortune, a mother naturally worries for her children. She extended a pass to Zhan Wentian, leaving the rest to fate. Following that evening, Zhan Wentian resumed his routine of dining at Bai Qian's home as if nothing had changed. Despite Bai Qian's persistent demeanor of indifference, Zhan Wentian remained unaffected. As a prominent CEO, a paragon of success in the business realm, he was undeniably formidable when it came to his endeavors. An expensive suit hung on a cheap coat rack as Bai Qian observed the kitchen, where Zhan Wentian was diligently engaged in culinary tasks. His white shirt sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, and he handled the knife with a deft and practiced grace, transforming potatoes into evenly sliced strands with ease. His starry eyes were half closed, focused and earnest, a lock of dark hair falling across his forehead unnoticed. Bai Qian could not deny that. Although Zhan Wentian lacked the assertiveness and sharpness he displayed in the business world, this domestic side of him was still undeniably captivating. As if sensing her gaze, Zhan Wentian suddenly turned to look at her. Bai Qian felt as if she had been caught in the act and quickly diverted her attention to the television screen, a barely perceptible smile tugging at her lips. Zhan Wentian said nothing further and returned to his tasks. Wang Yulan managed the flower shop alone while the three of them gathered around the dining table, ready to eat. Wang Yulan scrutinized the spread of dishes for quite some time, before concluding with suspicion that they could not have possibly been prepared at home. Bai Qian lowered her head and chuckled briefly, though the smile faded almost instantly. Yet, this rare moment of progress was enough for Zhan Wentian to feel that the meal was worth the effort. However, this cherished gathering did not last long. After receiving a phone call, Zhan Wentian had to excuse himself abruptly, leaving Bai Qian frowning as she watched his hurried exit, deep in thought. "Dear, remember that every problem has a solution. Open dialogue can resolve anything," she heard her mother say. Bai Qian listened quietly and, after a long pause, shook her head slowly. "Mom, you don't understand. Sometimes what seems impossible truly is impossible." With Zhan Wentian's departure, 2 full days passed without his return. The lethargic winter sun often made one feel drowsy, and seizing the opportunity of a pleasant day, Bai Qian changed her clothes and prepared a stroll to the flower shop. With her belly now 4 months along, her slender figure masked the signs of pregnancy. But how long could she conceal it? She had no intention of informing Zhan Wentian of her condition, as it would only complicate their already entangled lives. This was something she preferred to raise on her own. Yet she found herself uncertain about how to broach the subject with Wang Yulan. Bai Qian, lost in thought, collided with a passerby and hastily apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's quite all right, Miss Bai. I should be the one to apologize." The familiar voice caused Bai Qian to pause. When she looked up, she saw Lu Qingya standing before her, smiling, though the smile did not reach her eyes. "Miss Bai, we need to talk. Please, speak plainly if you have something to say, Miss Lu." Bai Qian pushed aside her coffee and fixed her gaze on Lu Qingya, her demeanor calm and direct. Lu Qingya gracefully sipped her coffee, then set it down and spoke slowly. "Miss Bai, I hope you will cease your entanglements with Wentian." Bai Qian smiled faintly and replied calmly, "Is this what he asked you to convey?" Lu Qingya shook her head. "Wentian is in a difficult position. He has always been a person of deep feelings. Even if it were merely a fleeting romance, he treats others with great kindness, and thus he struggles to express himself. I am here to speak on his behalf. As Lu Qingya stirred her black coffee, a sweet smile graced her lips. My relationship with Wentian has been quite tumultuous. Yet we have arrived at this juncture, and it has not been easy. We are soon to be wed. His grandfather has returned from abroad to plan our wedding. I do not wish for any third party to exist within my marriage, not even as a passing fancy. Listening with an impassive expression, Bai Qian felt a pang of realization and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Bai Qian, you once vowed to sever all ties. Now, the pain is truly self-inflicted. Nevertheless, she maintained her smile and replied with unwavering composure. I believe you are mistaken, Miss Lu. There is no relationship between us. Lu Qingya appeared taken aback, then asked with a smile, really none at all? Bai Qian nodded, prompting Lu Qingya to reveal a look of relief and contentment. She placed her hand gently on her abdomen and said, How wonderful! My child will surely be delighted. Bai Qian's expression faltered for a moment, a detail that Lu Qingya noted. Lu Qingya continued, Oh, I apologize. You must have seen that day, right? When Tian and I only discovered my condition a few days ago after feeling unwell and visiting the hospital, pretending to lovingly caress her belly. Lu Qingya's performance rivaled that of a seasoned actress. I'm truly grateful to the heavens for this little life. It is the fruit of our love. Lu Qingya said joyfully, observing Bai Qian's reaction, relishing the satisfaction of her revenge as she took a sip of her coffee, delighting in the moment. If Miss Lu has no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. You need not concern yourself with my relationship with him. We share nothing now and will not in the future. Lu Qingya nodded in satisfaction. Bai Qian rose, turned to leave, but paused after a few steps to look back at Lu Qingya, who was still sipping her coffee. Miss Lu, did the doctor not inform you? Lu Qingya halted her drink, looking back in confusion. Bai Qian's lips curved into a subtle smile, laced with a hint of mockery. Pregnant women are not supposed to drink coffee. Some truths, once known, cannot be concealed, and thus one must face them with honesty. The arrival of Lu Qingya compelled Bai Qian to realize that if she truly wished to escape this life, the only path available was to depart. There was no alternative. The deep winter evenings arrived prematurely, casting a somber shadow over the flower shop, which appeared somewhat withered, yet was surprisingly easy to manage. Bai Qian assisted Wang Yulan in tidying up, attentively waiting for the right moment to speak. Mother, didn't you once express a longing to return to the countryside? Wang Yulan paused her task, casting a puzzled glance at Bai Qian. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? How about we consider living in the countryside for a while? It could be refreshing. Wang Yulan halted, setting aside her belongings, and beckoned Bai Qian to sit at the table. Qian, tell me honestly, do you truly intend to end a relationship with Mr. Zhan? Is this why you wish to leave? Chapter 81. Fury. Bai Qian nodded hesitantly, uncertain of how to begin. Qian, I do not wish to interfere in your romantic affairs. However, setting emotions aside, we still owe Mr. Zhan a considerable amount, which cannot simply be erased by leaving. Do you understand? Bai Qian continued to nod, her lips opening and closing, yet unable to articulate her thoughts. Wang Yulan observed her expression, pondered for a moment, and finally said, How about this? With the new year approaching, let us clarify matters with Mr. Zhan before we depart, providing him with our address. We cannot allow him to think we are fleeing without repaying our debts, can we? We cannot tell him, Bai Qian retorted anxiously. Wang Yulan was momentarily taken aback, her brows knitting in disapproval. Qian, why can't you tell Mr. Zhan? Even if you too. Mom, I am pregnant. Bai Qian interrupted swiftly. Pregnant? What? Wang Yulan's eyes widened in shock, her finger trembling as she pointed at Bai Qian, rendered speechless. Bai Qian closed her eyes briefly and decided to unveil everything in one breath. Mom, I am 4 months pregnant. The child is Zhan Wentian's, and he is unaware of this matter. We can no longer continue as we have, but I want this child. Please help me. Let us leave for another place. Once I give birth, I will work diligently to support you and the child. Qian, you have child? Wang Yulan's words were again cut short, replaced by Zhan Wentian's astonished, trembling groan. Bai Qian turned abruptly to find Zhan Wentian standing at the entrance of the store, his presence imposing. Qian, you have our child. And you have kept it from me for 4 months, intending to take our child away without my knowledge? His cold visage was shrouded in an ominous shadow, a palpable chill emanating from him as he approached, his tone laced with anguish. Bai Qian, flustered, averted her gaze. She had envisioned countless scenarios of Zhan Wentian discovering this truth, yet never anticipated that he would learn of it while she was depriving him of his rights as a father. His pained voice stirred a sense of guilt within her, but she stubbornly replied, "It is none of your business." His gaze, sharp and penetrating, fell upon her turned face, the corners of his mouth curling into a derisive smirk. "None of my business? Tell me, what must I do for your forgiveness? Do you wish for me to extract my heart and present it before you, so you can ascertain whether it is indeed flesh and whether it can feel pain? I cannot bring myself to utter the word forgive. I have endured that heart-wrenching sensation twice already. A third time would be unbearable. No one is truly indispensable to another's existence. As long as we do not meet again, time will eventually dull all wounds. Please, let's end this here. Do not entangle our lives further, all right?" Bai Qian implored, tears welling in her eyes, unable to stem their flow. "Impossible," Zhan Wentian replied coldly, his eyes tightly shut as he sought to steady his emotions. "Even if I must endure a lifetime of torment, I shall never let go. Once was enough to experience the heart-wrenching pain of loss." With that chilling remark, he pushed the door open and strode out to his car. Through the glass wall, Bai Qian observed the black sedan speeding away like a mad beast, leaving behind a sharp, piercing sound. Unable to restrain herself, she took a step forward, only to watch the vehicle weave through the throngs of rush-hour traffic, a perilous escape into the street's mouth. The tears she had long suppressed surged forth, and she broke down in anguished sobs. Wang Yulan approached, saying nothing, but enveloped her in an embrace, gently stroking her hair. Outside, winter rain began to fall, its relentless descent deepening the chill in the air. It is said that love, etched in the heart, is a profound suffering, and in that moment, Bai Qian felt the weight of such torment. Could one truly abandon their feelings and declare a lack of love? Wang Yulan, aware of her pregnancy, refrained from further words, and the dinner table was laden with nourishing dishes. Yet Bai Qian found no joy in her meal. The rain continued to pour, its soft patter accompanied by a biting wind that rattled the glass. She sat on the sofa, fixated on the traffic channel, until her back ached from prolonged sitting. After failing to catch any news of accidents, she turned off the television and retreated to her room, surveying the remnants of Zhan Wentian's creations. Bai Qian paced back and forth to ease her stiff back, her hand gently resting on her abdomen as she whispered to herself, "Have I made a mistake?" Turning her gaze toward the window, she noted that her residence was not high. From this vantage point, she could clearly see the lush greenery of the community below. The desolation of winter rendered the outside scenery barren, with withered branches and yellowed grass appearing even more forlorn under the orange glow of the streetlights. A perfect reflection of her current mood. Suddenly, a figure caught her eye, and her heart tightened. Bai Qian leaned closer to the window, straining to see, and when she finally recognized the silhouette, her heart nearly skipped a beat. Though distant, she could discern that the person beneath the streetlight was none other than Zhan Wentian, who had vanished for the entire evening. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and opened the door, her body acting on instinct faster than her mind. Rushing downstairs, she spotted Zhan Wentian standing there, seemingly unaware of how long he had been there, his clothes soaked through. Even in the dim orange light, his handsome features were visibly tinged with frost, and his imposing figure trembled slightly. From less than 10 paces apart, they locked eyes. As Bai Qian regained her senses, she realized her face was wet with tears. She opened her mouth, but found it difficult to speak, her voice hoarse as she stammered. "Have you lost your mind?" Zhan Wentian approached, his steps faltering due to the cold and prolonged standing, and with trembling, numb hands, he removed his coat, draping it over her head. The exposed skin beneath the fabric shivered more violently in the icy rain. His dark gaze fell directly into her slightly damp eyes, the sharp corners of his lips gradually curving into a faint arc. A cool, self-mocking smile flickered at the edge of his lips, and a chilling, unsteady voice slowly escaped. "Indeed, I have lost my mind. Have you found joy in my madness for Bai Qian? Are you satisfied now? Does my current state bring you any sense of fulfillment? When I was in Italy, You truly wished to follow William, didn't you? As long as it meant escaping from me, you cared not for whom you chose. As long as it led you away from me, you were elated, were you not? So during that week and more, you had no intention of reaching out to me. At that moment, your decision was already made, correct? Silence enveloped them as Bai Qian turned her head, tacitly acknowledging the unspoken truth. A desolate smile crossed Zhan Wentian's face, steeped in self-deprecation. You accuse me of being heartless, yet your heart harbors a cruelty that surpasses all others. Chapter 82. Fulfillment. Zhan Wentian's low, accusatory growl resonated as he released one hand to grasp her chin, turning her to face him. The sagging fabric of his coat draped over her, and in the subdued light, his austere visage appeared veiled by shards of ice, cold and unyielding. Never had Bai Qian encountered Zhan Wentian on the precipice of unbridled fury. The tumult of ice and fire flickered in his dark, brooding eyes. Such a piercing, frigid gaze compelled her to instinctively shrink back. And as she was drawn into the depths of his gaze, an involuntary shiver of fear washed over her. Bai Qian, do not, she uttered, her voice laced with a tremor. The slightest flinch she made did not escape his watchful, stormy eyes. They narrowed as he tightened his grip on her chin, drawing her closer, his other hand released, encircling her slender waist, pulling her against him. The heavy coat, drenched from the rain, enveloped them, obscuring the last vestiges of light. He leaned in, forcefully pressing her against himself, and lowered his head to seize her crimson lips. Bai Qian's hands instinctively pounded against his solid chest, desperate to break free, her starry eyes reflecting a flicker of sorrow. Zhan Wentian's grip around her waist suddenly constricted, pressing her tighter against him. As their lips collided in a fervent embrace, his teeth grazing her lip until it bled. Startled by the pain, Bai Qian instinctively parted her lips in a gasp, and Zhan Wentian's agile tongue forcefully pried open her tightly sealed mouth, entangling with her retreating tongue in a fervent dance. She continuously turned her head away, trying to evade his almost frenzied onslaught, her hands pressing against his chest with all her might in an attempt to push him away. Perhaps fatigue had set in, or perhaps he had sensed a resistance deeply. With one forceful shove from her, Zhan Wentian stumbled back, his coat falling to the ground with a resounding thud. He froze, slowly raising his gaze to meet her tear-brimmed eyes, his expression a complex blend of emotions. I'm sorry, he rasped, his voice low and taut. As tears streamed down Bai Qian's cheeks, her sobs barely restrained. Gazing at the weeping Bai Qian, the calmness in Zhan Wentian's eyes was replaced by profound pain. Rising to his feet, he reached out to support her, and Bai Qian did not resist, merely continuing to weep. Zhan Wentian forced a bitter smile. Let me take you home. He half encircled her as they entered the elevator, both enveloped in silence, their eyes fixed on the descending doors. Yet, she never once turned to meet his gaze. With a slight movement of his stiff fingers, he hesitated, never pressing the green button to summon the elevator. Exiting the community, he noticed the rain had ceased, and as he gazed up at the starry sky, the clouds had dispersed, revealing the winter heavens. He abruptly closed his eyes, clenching his fists tightly before releasing them. He finally understood that some things cannot be held tightly, no matter how hard one tries. Some people love out of hatred. Some out of love give rise to hatred, and some love another so deeply that their happiness alone brings them joy, while others, unable to possess that love, would rather destroy it. At the recently convened press conference of Qingtian Company, the establishment of its overseas branch was announced. Following the incorporation of the new entity, the current chairman, Zhan Wentian, will personally oversee operations. This news arrived unexpectedly. While it heralds positive developments for the business world, it also stirs envy among some. For Bai Qian, however, it feels akin to a jest, like pursuing something fervently only to discover, upon attainment, that it was never truly desired. Lin Jin observed Zhan Wentian, who had already packed his belongings, with a hint of hesitation in his tone. Are you really not reconsidering? Pausing momentarily, he cast aside essential documents, his demeanor remaining stoic and unyielding as he remarked coldly, I cannot allow her to depart and bear a child in a place where I cannot see her. As he opened a drawer, Zhan Wentian halted, gazing at a brocade box containing a pair of rings. After a moment's hesitation, he tossed it casually, the box landing precisely in a nearby trash bin. Turning back, he resumed packing, stating, "You are still here. You can look after her." A pregnant woman is prone to emotional upheaval. She must be treated with care, especially considering her past experiences. Let's not bring her further sorrow. Lin Jin listened in a daze, his gaze deepening behind his glasses. Why not go yourself? This is not like you. Without employing formalities, Lin Jin spoke from the perspective of a friend. After discarding the final document into the box and forcefully closing the lid, Zhan Wentian placed his hands atop the box, revealing an ordinary man's sense of helplessness in matters of the heart. She does not wish to see me. With that, he grasped the box and turned to leave, waving his hand dismissively at Lin Jin. There is no need to see me off. As the general manager, you have much to attend to. The bodyguard, waiting nearby, held the elevator door for him. Without hesitation, Zhan Wentian entered, descending straight to the parking garage, with a flight to America departing in 3 hours. Lin Jin frowned as he watched him retreat, shaking his head. Turning back to the trash bin, he bent down to retrieve the brocade box, placing it into his pocket before finally exiting. Meanwhile, Bai Qian sat in a daze, the news segment having concluded. Wang Yulan approached and gently patted her back, speaking earnestly. Qian, do not make decisions you may regret. Understand what your heart truly desires. Ask yourself. She took Bai Qian's hand, placing it over her heart. Bai Qian glanced at Wang Yulan, biting her lower lip in silence, tears welling in her eyes, spilling over and dampening her cheeks. Unable to contain her sobs, she wept softly. Wang Yulan shook her head, guiding her towards the door. Qian, sometimes, if you do not let go of the past, you cannot grasp the future. Staring blankly at Wang Yulan, the latter smiled and gestured for her to go. Bai Qian bit her lip, a mixture of laughter and tears escaping her. Mom, thank you. The notion that holding on to the past prevents one from seizing the future, so simple yet profound, left Bai Qian trapped in a dead end, unable to escape. Even across 2 lifetimes, she remained so foolish. In a state of urgency, she rushed downstairs, only to be halted by a gentle grasp. Lin Jin's demeanor appeared markedly softer than usual. Upon seeing Bai Qian's anxious expression, a subtle smile graced his lips. Assistant Lin, where is Qian? I wish to see him. Bai Qian implored, as if clinging to a lifeline. Lin Jin adjusted his glasses and, with an unhurried grace, retrieved the ornate box from his bag, presenting it to Bai Qian. Chapter 83. The retrieval. Bai Qian gazed at him in confusion as she accepted the object. Upon opening it, she found herself frozen in place, instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes softening with a misty veil. Within the exquisite box, 2 rings lay quietly on a bed of black velvet. Their design was remarkably simple, yet they were the wedding bands she had personally crafted in her past life. However, these rings had only been worn once, during their engagement ceremony, before being replaced by the wedding rings at their nuptials. She had assumed Zhan Wentian would discard them, yet here they were, preserved in such pristine condition. What could possibly convey his sentiments more profoundly than this? If Miss Bai did not wish to accompany the president indefinitely, he would have already granted you your freedom to go wherever your heart desires. Lin Jin stated with solemnity, reiterating Zhan Wentian's words with precision. Closing the lid, Bai Qian raised her gaze to Lin Jin and replied with a resolute smile. The place I most long to be is by his side. Fearing she might succumb to the urge to call him again and unable to summon the resolve to leave, Zhan Wentian turned off his phone as he stepped outside. In the VIP waiting area, he leaned against the sofa, taking deep breaths repeatedly to dispel the thoughts of not wanting to depart. Mr. Zhan, you may proceed to register now. A beautiful flight attendant approached softly, offering her gentle reminder. On the highway, a sleek black car sped along at an alarming rate, with Lin Jin seated in the passenger seat. Despite her expression remaining impassive, she exuded an air of contentment. Turning to glance at Bai Qian, whose complexion appeared somewhat pale, she inquired with genuine concern, Miss Bai, are you all right? Perhaps haunted by the memories of their previous experience on the fast train in Italy, Bai Qian swallowed hard. unable to muster a smile as she replied in the negative, shaking her head. How much longer? Lin Jin checked the time, noting that boarding had likely already commenced. Bai Qian glanced out the window at the swiftly passing scenery, biting her lip, and coldly urged, drive faster. Inside the airport terminal, announcements in a multitude of languages echoed throughout the hall. The flight attendant looked uneasily at the man before her, who remained stationary, deterred by the increasingly low pressure surrounding him. She dared not approach, frequently glancing at the time. Zhan Wentian fixed his gaze on the opposite end of the corridor, his deep eyes seemingly caught in hesitation, as if waiting. After a prolonged moment without any sign of arrival, a faint, self-deprecating smile played at the corners of his lips as he turned to the gathering crowd and declared, "Let us go." The flight attendant exhaled in relief, her smile deepening as she respectfully gestured, "This way, Mr. Zhan." He turned and walked away, maintaining his usual tall and imposing demeanor. Yet there lingered an inexplicable air of desolation. "Wentian," a voice echoed urgently through the empty VIP passage. The man undergoing security screening jolted, abruptly brushing aside the personnel beside him. He swiftly turned, and from a distance, a petite figure rushed towards him, having leapt from the airport's shuttle, her hurried steps betraying her eagerness. Zhan Wentian hurriedly departed from a security checkpoint, moving towards her direction, yet cautious, fearful that any sudden movement might shatter this dreamlike moment. They both paused within mere 10 steps of each other. "Wentian, don't go," came her voice, tinged with a slight tremor, an undertone of anxiety mingled with tenderness. "If anyone were to tell me that I'm dreaming right now, I would surely take their life." His voice, low and taut, his slightly hurried breaths resonated with clarity. It was a deep, cool timbre, raspy and strained, as if it had emerged from a millennium of waiting, causing his heart to soften inexplicably. Before he could even realize what he intended to say, Bai Qian spoke softly, "Wentian, I'm sorry." In the next moment, it was uncertain who initiated the movement first. But Bai Qian found herself enveloped tightly in his embrace, as if he were intent on merging her essence into his very being. His arms encircled her with such intensity that she could scarcely move, and his cool lips descended upon hers, kissing her with an exquisite gentleness and fervor. Bai Qian hesitated briefly, then gently rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around his neck, her tongue no longer retreating but eagerly responding to his passionate kiss. "I love you," she breathed between kisses, her voice filled with longing. The events unfolded with startling abruptness, catching everyone off guard. In a mere few seconds, Lu Qingya burst forth, brandishing a sharp knife aimed directly at Bai Qian, yet the blade did not meet her flesh. Instead, Zhan Wentian swiftly turned, the knife plunging deep into his back. Bai Qian heard the piercing cries of the flight attendants and witnessed bodyguards subduing the enraged Lu Qingya. But she could not bear to look at Zhan Wentian, who collapsed on her, gradually succumbing to the ground. In an instant, the surrounding sounds seemed to fade away. She stared in shock as crimson blood flowed from his body, staining the pristine marble floor. The eyes that had gazed at her with such affection moments ago were now tightly shut. His lips, once warm against hers, began to grow pale. It was only when someone nudged her that Bai Qian noticed Lin Jin's unusually disheveled expression, her heart racing uncontrollably, and then darkness enveloped her as she lost consciousness. Upon regaining consciousness, she heard Wang Yulan's anxious voice, laced with tears. As she saw Bai Qian awaken, she rushed to support her. "Qian, do you not realize you are pregnant? You must take care of yourself. Do you understand that you are in danger every moment?" Her voice, for the first time, was stern, filled with concern. Bai Qian recalled the moments before her fainting spell and threw off the covers, determined to rise. Wang Yulan, knowing she could not stop her at this moment, carefully assisted her. "He is in surgery." Despite knowing her physical condition was precarious, Bai Qian hurriedly made her way to the second-floor operating room of Building A. From a distance, she spotted Lin Jin standing by the door alongside the elderly Shigu, flanked by 2 bodyguards. "Lin Jin, how is Wentian?" she inquired anxiously. At this moment, Bai Qian had no time to spare for others. She strode forward, grasping Lin Jin's hand with urgency and difficulty. Lin Jin lifted her head, poised to speak, but the elderly man beside them had already risen to his feet, his cane striking the ground with a thunderous sound. With trembling hands, he accused Bai Qian, shouting in anger, "Is it because of this woman? Is she the one who caused Wentian to be injured?" Bai Qian took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure, before turning to him and saying, "I am sorry, grandfather." This elder was none other than Zhan Wentian's grandfather, the very man who had facilitated her marriage to Wentian. The Zhan family had been passed down through 3 generations, yet Wentian's father was not cut out for business, preferring instead the world of literature and art, while the old Master Zhan had spent his life in positions of power. Chapter 84. Perilous situations. Zhan Wentian's resolute methods can be said to be a formidable inheritance, as he is indeed an exceptional successor nurtured by him. However, old Master Zhan is not only a commendable teacher, but also an astute businessman. Otherwise, he would not have coerced the then uninitiated Zhan Wentian into marrying Bai Suman for the sake of profit. Old Master Zhan squinted his eyes and bellowed with contempt and fury, "Who is your grandfather? Do not recklessly claim kinship here. You have no right to be present. Leave at once, and stay far away from Wentian in the future." Lin Jin, witnessing the old man's demeanor, stepped forward to advise, "Old director, Miss Bai is the president's beloved." "What beloved?" Old Master Zhan interrupted sharply, his fierce gaze undiminished from years past. "The Zhan family will never acknowledge such a woman. Wentian is foolish, but do you also lack wisdom? What qualifications does she have to be Wentian's beloved?" Wang Yulan, hearing his disdainful remarks, felt a surge of anger and pulled Bai Qian behind her, her typically gentle voice now tinged with gravity. "What gives you the right to consider yourself superior? Are you suggesting my Qian is unworthy? We all consume the same grains. Do you think yourself a deity? Expel them all." Old Master Zhan shouted, his cane striking the floor with a sharp, piercing sound. "Enough!" Bai Qian interjected coldly, stepping forward to distance herself from Wang Yulan, approaching him with unwavering composure. "Wentian is still inside undergoing surgery, and I will not leave." Meeting his gaze, Bai Qian's calm demeanor exuded an undeniable strength as she articulated, "Old Chairman, I possess 80% of Zhan Wentian's assets, including 12% of Qingtian's shares. The combined shares you hold do not surpass mine. Do you still contest my right to be Wentian's beloved?" Old Master Zhan glared furiously, pointing at her and roaring, "Impossible! Wentian is not so irrational." Bai Qian looked at him, sighing internally yet filled with a bittersweet sense of joy. She feared that Zhan Wentian had anticipated old Master Zhan's reaction, hence the substantial transfer of wealth into her name, not merely to ensure her comfort, but perhaps to provide her with sufficient leverage in front of the old man. "Old Chairman, you are aware of the veracity of this matter. Additionally, I must inform you that should I encounter any unforeseen mishap, all of this wealth will be donated to the Hope Project. You must understand the implications of that. Such a scenario would severely impact both Qingtian and the Zhan family." Old Master Zhan's countenance shifted from ashen to pale and back again, ultimately striking the ground with his cane twice in frustration. He shot a furious glance at Bai Qian before sinking back into his chair, lapsing into silence. Bai Qian approached him, softening her tone with a hint of pleading. "Old Chairman, I only wish to see Wentian safe and sound. I love him, that is all." Old Master Zhan let out a heavy grunt, dismissively turning his face away. Bai Qian chose not to say more, moving aside to stand in a line with Lin Jin Zhan, both gazing intently at the operating room. The flickering words "surgery in progress" weighed heavily on her heart, as if an unseen force had suddenly struck her, leaving her breathless and anxiously wringing her hands. Wang Yulan approached, taking her trembling hand in a comforting grip, offering her strength, while Lin Jin gently patted her shoulder. Just then, the door to the operating room swung open. "May I ask who is the patient's family?" A middle-aged doctor in a white coat, removing his mask, spoke in a clear voice. "I am his wife." "Doctor, how was the patient doing?" Bai Qian hurriedly responded, striding towards the doctor with urgency. Adjusting his glasses, the doctor glanced at Gu Yuan, his tone serious. "The patient's lung lobe is damaged and requires removal. However, the blade that inflicted the stab wound was rusted, and the prognosis is somewhat grim. I hope the family is prepared." With that, he turned and re-entered the operating room. The door closed once more. An old Master Zhan sank onto a bench, appearing to age a decade in an instant. Bai Qian stared blankly at the operating room, an unfamiliar panic enveloping her heart, an unprecedented fear gripping her like invisible hands, leaving her feeling as though her soul had been abruptly wrenched away. Lin Jin and Wang Yulan quickly supported her on either side, fearing she might faint again. After a moment, Bai Qian did not collapse. However, the darkness of panic and fear in her eyes was now more resolute and bright, though still tinged with an undeniable emptiness and terror. She had begun to regain her composure. "Qian, are you all right?" Wang Yulan asked with concern, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Bai Qian fixed her gaze on the door of the operating room, unblinking, and softly murmured, yet with unwavering determination, "This time, I will protect him." 2 months later, in an upscale private hospital room, Zhan Wentian lay peacefully in bed, looking as if he were merely asleep. The respirator had been removed 2 days prior, and he was recovering well, now able to breathe on his own. Bai Qian gently wiped his face with a towel, then his body, her movements tender as if afraid of causing him pain. After finishing, she sat at the bedside, quietly admiring his face, tracing the deep contours of Zhan Wentian's stern visage with her fingertips, as if trying to engrave his likeness into her heart, again and again. "You've become so pale," she remarked, pausing her gentle tracing at his prominent nose, switching to pinching the tip of it playfully. "You're still asleep. You're almost turning into a pretty boy." The teasing tone faded, and her smile gradually softened. The hand that had pinched his nose now rested against his face, gently caressing it. "You are quite petty. I've already apologized, yet you've slept for so long." Leaning closer to his ear, Bai Qian whispered softly, "If you wake up now, I'll tell you a surprise." After a prolonged wait, her gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the figure on the bed. Yet he offered no response, nor opened his eyes. With a resigned sigh, Bai Qian grasped his hand and settled herself at the edge of the bed, pressing his distinctly knuckled hand against her abdomen. With a tone tinged with discouragement, she murmured, "Very well. I shall grant you this piece of good news for free. We are expecting twins." As she held his hand and gently caressed her belly, Bai Qian turned her gaze towards him and continued, "I wonder whether they will both be boys, both girls, or perhaps one of each outside the window." The earth was awakening to the early spring, and Bai Qian spoke softly, her countenance already reflecting the nurturing grace of motherhood. The fingers she held twitched slightly, causing her heart to skip a beat as she slowly turned her head to gaze at the man who had been asleep for 2 months, unconsciously tightening her grip on his large hand. Chapter 85. Awakening. William's side story, as if waiting for a century, Zhan Wentian's once-closed eyelids fluttered slightly before gradually parting. His eyes momentarily clouded, yet they swiftly focused on her figure. Despite his parched throat making it difficult to speak, Bai Qian discerned his words. "Wife, why not kiss me just once? ISNT that how fairy tales are written?" William's side story upon his arrival in China, a land he had long yearned for. He felt a profound affection for this eastern territory. Despite his mother's constant reminders of the shame it represented, he remained unfazed, believing that life was fleeting and not worth the desperate pursuit of power. His initial encounter with Bai Suman took place one evening when she appeared to attend a banquet at the hotel, dressed in a modest yet elegant gown. Her understated makeup did not render her overtly beautiful, but instead exuded a serene grace. The most exquisite words he could conjure to describe her were akin to the first dewdrop of early spring, untouched by dust. It was later revealed to him that she was there for an arranged marriage meeting, though it was termed a blind date, within the confines of a prestigious family. Such unions were akin to those in a feudal society, merely a prelude to a predetermined marriage. By that meeting, she had already become a wife. Yet he sensed her marriage was far from blissful, as she was bound to a husband who did not love her. He often regarded Bai Suman as a foolish woman. Despite her husband's indifference, she devoted herself entirely to love, merely because he relished French cuisine. She frequented the restaurant, ordering the same dishes repeatedly, trying to discern what she might have done wrong in her own culinary endeavors. Eventually, unable to bear the sight of her plight, under the pretense of her being a VIP client, arranged for the chef to teach her how to cook. At some point, She and he became good friends. Whether in moments of joy or sorrow, she seemed inclined to confide in him, while he assumed the role of a listener, offering her advice and solace. From a distance, he perceived her as foolish, yet upon closer interaction, the nature of his sympathy subtly transformed, leading him to question its essence. This revelation struck him profoundly during the scandal that erupted when her sister orchestrated her downfall. Witnessing the influx of reporters and her bewildered, panicked expression, he recognized that what he felt was love. What is love? Perhaps he had never truly experienced it. With his French heritage, he was naturally romantic. Yet his encounters with women had always revolved around mere physicality, devoid of love. In his mind, love was a luxury he could not afford. And when he became aware of his feelings, he recoiled in fear, terrified of becoming irrevocably lost and of causing her harm. Consequently, after the incident, he chose to leave the country. However, upon his return, he discovered that the woman he loved had turned to dust, eternally resting in the grave. Regret consumed him, accompanied by an overwhelming resentment. Over the 3 years they had spent together, he had witnessed the cruelty and indifference of her husband towards her. This unexpressed love, now intertwined with her mysterious death, morphed into a searing torment of hatred within him. This may very well be the first instance in his life where he sought to leverage the power within his household solely to investigate the cause of her death. Upon learning the outcome, which was as brutally devastating as he had anticipated, he realized that his desire for vengeance was but a futile dream, for he possessed neither the means nor the strength to pursue it. At this juncture, his mother's words resonated within him. Only by wielding power could one safeguard what they hold most dear. Although he had already lost his most cherished possession, he commenced a struggle for authority, meticulously plotting how to ensure that Zhan Wentian would face the consequences he deserved. Once his plans were fully laid out, he found himself in need of an opportunity, and it was then that Bai Suman made her entrance. The resemblance between her and Bai Suman was striking. Upon their first encounter, she conversed with him in fluent French, her gaze and demeanor mirroring that of Bai Suman. Both he and Zhan Wentian recognized this similarity, which led him to exploit Bai Suman as a means to enact his revenge. Each time he met her, he hesitated, reluctant to manipulate this girl who bore such a close resemblance to Bai Suman. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his simple desire for retribution began to morph into something more insidious. He became a slave to power, perpetually yearning for more. This girl named Bai Suman seemed to harbor a unique affection for him, which facilitated his endeavors remarkably well. When he brought her to Italy, he even entertained the notion of continuing their lives together in that manner. However, plans are often outpaced by unforeseen changes. He had always believed that Zhan Wentian, like himself, mistakenly viewed Bai Suman as a mere substitute for Bai Suman, underestimating her true significance in Zhan Wentian's heart. In the fleeting moment when he saw her approach Zhan Wentian, he momentarily envisioned her as Bai Suman. Despite knowing that taking her away in Zhan Wentian's presence was a long shot, potentially jeopardizing all his painstaking efforts, he proceeded nonetheless, without regret, at least in the end. He came to understand that the woman he loved, Bai Suman, had always been by his side. The development of the Nanhai Coast project was fraught with challenges, nevertheless. A year later, it culminated in a splendid completion. The newly established Edel family and the Qingtian group both reaped immense rewards. At the ribbon-cutting ceremony, 2 distinguished men, standing at the pinnacle of success, shook hands for photographs, their charisma leaving a host of socialites utterly captivated. Alas, it was common knowledge that Zhan Wentian, the president of Qingtian, was a married man blessed with a pair of adorable twins and epitomized the ideal husband. Meanwhile, William, the president of Edel, was also spoken for. Such revelations undoubtedly shattered the hearts of the enamored socialites. Wentian, what are you doing? Hurry down. Time is running short. In the spacious villa, Bai Suman raised her hand to check the time and called out to the man upstairs. After a moment's pause, Zhan Wentian finally descended slowly from the upper floor, his tall figure clad in a perfectly tailored suit that accentuated his striking presence, exuding a cold yet charming allure. Yet, on his sharply defined face, there was an unmistakable gloom. How can we possibly be late? If we leave now, we will arrive just in time for the banquet. With a gaze as profound as the depths of the ocean, he fixated on the dress adorning her figure, his expression darkening further. How could you possibly venture out in such an attire? Bai Qian let out a soft laugh, casting her eyes down to assess her own ensemble. With an air of feigned confusion, she blinked. Is this outfit not suitable? It was a gift from my grandfather. Tonight marks his birthday celebration, and I certainly cannot disregard his goodwill. No sooner had she spoken than he seized her wrist, applying a gentle yet firm pressure. And before Bai Qian could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself enveloped in the warmth of his solid chest. Chapter 86. Epilogue. As a celestial figure descended, he gradually became aware of the handsome face before him expanding in his vision. The gentle touch of cool lips brushed against his, jolting him back to reality. He instinctively turned his head, evading Zhan Wentian's kiss, and pushed him away, saying, "What are you doing? Stop fooling around. Today is grandfather's birthday banquet, and both Bao Bao and Bei Bei are still over there. I wish to see them soon." With a soft chuckle, Zhan Wentian gazed in her wide, astonished eyes and rasped, "But I miss you." The simplicity of those 3 words softened his heart in an instant. Bai Qian laughed at him, rising on her toes to wrap her arms around his neck, tilting her head in contemplation. "We see each other every day. How much could you possibly miss me?" Before she could finish, her lips were fiercely captured by Gu Yuan. After a considerable time, Zhan Wentian finally released her, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. "Wentian, stop it. We will truly be late," she protested, her voice, tinged with irritation from the earlier kiss, now possessed an alluring rasp. "Norus, let me show you just how much I long for you before we leave," he murmured, gazing down at her. "That one-tea do. You don't want to see Bao Bao and Bei Bei? I, on the other hand, wish to see them soon," Bai Qian retorted, her dissatisfaction evident as she playfully pinched his nose. "Come clean. Why are you so reluctant to go? Are you hiding some sort of scheme?" With a slight arch of his brow and a glint of mischief in his dark eyes, he leaned down to kiss her cheek and murmured with feigned annoyance, "What scheme could I possibly have? The one with the scheme is grandfather. He is retaliating for my failure to inform him that I had entrusted my entire fortune to you. Hence he invited people I would rather not encounter." Bai Qian pretended to ponder seriously before turning to him. "So, our esteemed CEO is now lacking in confidence, fearing that I might meet someone you would rather avoid, and something might transpire?" A fleeting flicker passed through the depths of his dark eyes, and before Bai Qian could grasp its significance, Zhan Wentian lowered his head and captured her lips once more. "Thus, I have devised a foolproof plan," he murmured, gently caressing her rosy lips. "Will you confine me at home, preventing me from going out? Or do you remember that wedding ceremony you still owe me?" After softly uttering her words, Bai Qian leaned in to kiss him. Laughter echoed softly between them, mingled with Gu Yuan's murmurs. Qian, are you proposing?" Bai Qian intended to say more, but her lips were thoroughly sealed by Zhan Wentian, swept away in the tide of emotion he had stirred. Meanwhile, at the birthday celebration of the elder Zhan, he sat at the head of the table, flanked by 2 toddlers who were just beginning to speak. The little ones clumsily held spoons, each precariously loaded with a few grains of rice, raising them high to feed him. Their mouths, dripping with saliva, opened wide as they cheerfully called out, "Yay, yay." Elder Zhan burst into hearty laughter, devouring the morsels offered to him and bestowing kisses upon the cherubic faces of the 2 children. Raising his head to gaze at the handsome foreign youth approaching, the astute elder briefly glanced towards the door, letting out a dissatisfied huff before turning to address the gentleman. "Mr. William, I regret to inform you that my unfilial grandson will likely not be appearing this evening." He harbored a desire to teach that grandson a lesson, yearning to witness the jealousy and rage on his face. Yet to his surprise, the young man chose to abstain entirely. William paused, his hand holding the wine glass momentarily, before a gentlemanly smile graced his lips. "It is of no consequence. Old Master Zhan's great-grandson is quite charming." His gentle green eyes turned toward the little girl drooling beside him, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Bai Qian. Old Master Zhan, noticing William's fixation on his precious granddaughter, cleared his throat twice in displeasure. William quickly averted his gaze, offering an apologetic smile as he rose. "Excuse me, I must visit the restroom." The elder acknowledged him and resumed playfully engaging with his 2 grandsons. However, William did not head to the restroom. Instead, he traversed the lively hall and made his way to the back garden. The garden of the Zhan residence was exquisitely designed, reminiscent of ancient Chinese estates, complete with meandering corridors and tall trees lining either side. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag while leaning against a pillar, lifting his gaze to the bright moon above. His tall silhouette appeared somewhat lonely. Had he not exploited Bai Qian, but rather embraced her with sincerity? Might there have been a chance for them to be together? A self-deprecating smile curled his lips as he extinguished the cigarette, his drooping green eyes reflecting a sense of powerless desolation. Perhaps he and Bai Suman were indeed, as an ancient Chinese proverb suggests, fated yet lacking in fortune. With a silent sigh, William turned to retrace his steps through the corridor, intending to greet those in the main house before departing. However, just as he exited the corridor, a piercing scream echoed above him. Confused, he looked up to see someone flailing dramatically as they fell from the sky. Instinctively, William reached out to catch the individual. Yet, his miscalculation led to failure. Instead of preventing a fall, he was struck directly, and both of them tumbled into a heap. Even with William's robust physique, a grunt of pain escaped him as he propped himself up, his green eyes narrowing in irritation at the impolite person, who seemed to be either leaping from a building or engaging in some extreme sport. Yet in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment and shock as he blinked several times, realizing the scene before him was no mere figment of imagination. The person nestled in his arms looked up, her ruby-like eyes filled with confusion, and her long rabbit-like ears quivered slightly in response to her perplexed expression, soon transforming into one of terror. Her gaze darted between William and the sky, and finally, her delicate face scrunched up, her lips quivering as she cried, "I will never listen to the barking dog again and search for carrots in the Milky Way." William remained unaware of another Chinese proverb that states, "Fate brings people together across 1,000 miles." The end.